Chapter 1. Seizing the the reality of marriage. Chi-Hao, you haven't been poisoned to death. What do you want? Let go of me. Meng Qingran never expected that Chi-Hao not only survived, but, at the moment she entered the bedroom, used a method she had never seen before that made her body go weak and lose all her strength. What panicked her most was that Chi-Hao was grabbing her hair and dragging her towards the bed. Dressed in a dark blue long robe, Chi-Hao showed no mercy as he dragged Meng Qingran, who was wearing a flowing red dress. His originally handsome face was now extremely cold. After 3 years of marriage, you should fulfill your duty as a wife, Chi-Hao said coldly. Meng Qingran's pupils constricted. She quickly called out in panic, "You dare? We made an agreement. Before you reach the peak of the Grand Master, you cannot touch me." Agreement? Chi-Hao said coldly. "You're ungrateful and wish to watch me die from poison, yet you want me to honor our agreement? Meng Qingran, you are truly ridiculous. Today, I will let you know that when I have you in my heart, you can be a treasure. If I no longer have you in my heart, you are even less than grass." Rip! A fierce light flashed in Chi-Hao's eyes as he suddenly tore apart Meng Qingran's red dress, exposing a large area of her skin. Meng Qingran was terrified to the extreme. Her purine body was her greatest asset, capable of helping others improve their cultivation. She absolutely could not let Chi-Hao take it from her. In her panic, Meng Qingran shouted angrily, "Chi-Hao, stop it. You cannot touch me, or not only will you die without a complete corpse, but your Qi family will also face extermination. The consequences are something you cannot bear." Chi-Hao sneered. "Extermination of the Qi family? Does your Meng family have that strength?" Meng Qingran said darkly. "The Meng family may not be able to destroy the Qi family, but there are others who can." Chi-Hao narrowed his eyes. "Who are these others you speak of?" Meng Qingran smiled coldly. "You are not worthy to know. But if you dare to ruin my innocence, both you and the Qi family will die." Chi-Hao's eyes turned cold. "Do you think I care about your threats? I will claim your pure body today." Meng Qingran's pupils shrank. Chi-Hao pressed down and covered her mouth. The maid Xiaolan, who was guarding outside the courtyard, seemed to hear arguing from inside the room. But remembering Meng Qingran's instructions before entering the courtyard, she dared not disturb and continued to stand guard outside. 2 hours later, the sky had darkened. Exhausted, Meng Qingran was thrown to the ground like garbage by Chi-Hao, feeling weak and powerless. "Chi-Hao, I will kill you!" Meng Qingran screamed at Chi-Hao in a frenzy. In contrast, Chi-Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating and disdainfully said, "Even if this didn't happen, wouldn't you want me dead?" Meng Qingran's expression changed. Gritting her teeth, "You really know everything." Chi-Hao narrowed his eyes. "In these 3 years as a son-in-law to the Meng family, I have given my all, yet you want to take the spiritual key sealed in my dantian to enter the Lingyuan secret realm and are willing to harm my life. Am I right? If it weren't for his recent awakening of past life memories, using the Hunyuan transformation scripture to resolve the poison in his body and repair his damaged dantian, he would probably be a corpse by now. Chi-Hao didn't know whether to feel sympathy or ridicule for his current self. In his past life, he had 3 wives and countless beautiful attendants, all of whom were gentle and affectionate. In this life, there was only one wife, but she was a venomous woman. So what if my father and the others have already gone to the Lingyuan to seek treasures. When they return, they will definitely tear you to pieces." Meng Qingran said with a cold smile, trying to pull the torn dress over her body. However, the dress was pulled away by Chi-Hao's hand, flying into his grasp. "Telekinesis. You have already stepped into the Grandmaster realm." Meng Qingran's face changed drastically, exclaiming. Chi-Hao said indifferently, "Your purine body still has some use." Meng Qingran's face turned pale, her eyes filled with strong unwillingness. "Even if you have my body, you will never have my heart." Chi-Hao sneered, raising his hand to point at the wooden table in the corner of the room. "I've already written the divorce letter. From this moment on, you, Meng Qingran, are no longer my wife, Chi-Hao." Now, he no longer valued Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran stared in disbelief at Chi-Hao, her eyes wide. He had just taken her body, and now he wanted to divorce her? Is there such a shameless man in the world? "Chi-Hao, you humiliate me too much. Besides, as a son-in-law, what right do you have to divorce me?" Meng Qingran shouted angrily. Chi-Hao did not argue. his eyes growing colder. To the heartless, one must return the same. He was no longer the Meng family's son-in-law, who cherished Meng Qingran like a treasure. He had awakened not only the memories of his past life, but also an unmatched cold resolve and rationality. Humiliate you too much? This is just the beginning. Chi Hao raised his hand again, pulling her across the room and onto the bed. Meng Qingran, in fear, said, "My father and brothers will soon return with treasures, and their strength will surely increase. At that time, even if you have stepped into the Grand Master realm, you will undoubtedly die. But out of respect for our marriage, I can choose not to pursue your beastly actions against me. Just leave now, and I guarantee I won't make a fuss. If you want to live, now is your last chance to leave." Chi Hao mocked, "If sharing a bed is a beastly act, then aren't you a beast too? But in my eyes, your Meng family is even less than beasts. The marital affection you speak of now only disgusts me. Since this has been a deception from the start, I will wait here for Meng Yi to return and sever our ties." Meng Qingran's gaze fell as panic flickered in her eyes. She didn't know when her father would return, and if Chi Hao didn't want to escape, wouldn't she continue to suffer his humiliation? Thinking of Chi Hao's brutal disregard for her earlier, she couldn't help but tremble. Here it comes again. In her fear, Meng Qingran felt a sharp pain. An hour later, splash! Chi Hao threw clothes at Meng Qingran. "Put this on, and come with me to the spirit vault," Chi Hao said indifferently. Meng Qingran hurriedly put on the clothes. Throughout this process, Chi Hao kept watching her, making Meng Qingran feel like a clown, extremely ashamed and angry. "Chi Hao, one day I will sever your root, gouge out your eyes, and chop off your limbs. Let you die a terrible death." Meng Qingran thought in anger and hatred. Chi Hao got off the bed and said calmly, "Let's go." Meng Qingran gritted her teeth. "The spirit vault is a treasure trove of my Meng family. I cannot possibly take you inside." Slap! Chi Hao slapped her face with a backhand. "It seems you just got dressed and want to be stripped again," Chi Hao said with a cold smile. "Chi Hao, you are shameless." Meng Qingran covered her face, furious. Chi Hao snorted coldly. "Having tasted the world's coldness, I could become more shameless than you can imagine." Meng Qingran, facing the current me, I advise you to be more honest and not seek your own suffering. The Meng family spirit vault had bloodline restrictions. Only those of the Meng bloodline could open the vault door. Chapter 2. The Meng family spirit vault completely emptied. Chi Hao led the way out of the bedroom. Meng Qingran, filled with hatred, tried to summon her elemental power. But to her disappointment, she still felt like an ordinary person with no cultivation, unable to mobilize even a bit of elemental power. How could he have such means? And I was completely unaware. It seems he has been guarding against us all these years. This damn bastard. He can really put on an act. But do you think the only ones who want you dead are the Meng family? Chi Hao, you're already a person who must die. No matter how you struggle, you won't last many days. Meng Qingran cursed inwardly, then laughed coldly. The two of them walked out of the courtyard, one in front of the other, serving greets. "Young master, miss." Xiaolan was stunned when she saw Chi Hao. She clearly saw the young master die from poison. How could he be alive again? Meng Qingran's eyes turned cold, and suppressing her trembling legs, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and slapped Xiaolan across the face. "Lowly servant, you truly deserve to die." In her fury, Meng Qingran intended to take out her sword from her storage ring and stab Xiaolan to death, but she discovered that her storage ring had been stripped away by Chi Hao. Without her noticing, with a fierce glare, she stepped forward to grab Xiaolan by the neck. After hearing the news of Chi Hao's death from Xiaolan, she had gone to confirm it. Unexpectedly, Chi Hao had faked his death, and she had been countered, falling into his hands. Bang! Before Meng Qingran's hands could grip Xiaolan's neck, her backside was kicked. "Chi Hao, you bastard!" Meng Qingran yelled furiously. Amidst the pain, there was even more anger. Meng Qingran had never endured such humiliation. "I told you to behave yourself," Chi Hao said coldly. Xiaolan was both scared and bewildered. She guessed why the miss wanted to kill her, but she never expected that the young master would kick Meng Qingran to save her. Bang! Xiaolan suddenly knelt down, choking back tears, and said, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Hurry and leave the Meng family," Chi Hao said indifferently. Though Xiaolan was just a maid, she was gentle and well-behaved, always very proper. This time, he had used Xiaolan without her knowledge to trick Meng Qingran into the room. Xiaolan's eyes turned red. She was just a maid. Even if she could leave the Meng family, where could she escape to? I have nowhere to go. That I am willing to follow the young master from now on and serve you, Xiaolan said while kneeling. Qihao said indifferently, to me, you are a burden. Go save yourself. I will only save you this once. After saying that, Qihao strode toward the spirit storage. Keep up. If you cause more trouble, you know what will happen. Qihao's cold voice reached Meng Qingran's ears. Meng Qingran's face turned red with anger, but seeing Qihao quicken his pace, she hurriedly got up to follow. Although they encountered several waves of guards on the way, Meng Qingran didn't dare to call for help. The Meng family's experts had all been taken to the spirit abyss secret realm by Meng Yi, and with the current personnel left in the mansion, no one could match the newly promoted Grandmaster Qihao. Meng Qingran also realized her predicament. Making a move would only lead to greater humiliation. As long as she waited for her father and brother to return, it would be Qihao's death sentence. Seeing Qihao and Meng Qingran leave, Xiaolan stood up dejectedly, wiped her tears, and hurriedly ran out of the Meng mansion. Since Qihao was unwilling to continue protecting her, she could only escape the Meng family as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once Meng Qingran was free from Qihao's restraint, it would be all too easy for her to kill a maid. In front of the spirit storage of the Meng family, on a stone door, shimmering with colorful spiritual power runes, Qihao coldly glanced at Meng Qingran. Meng Qingran, unwilling, raised her palm and pressed it against the stone door. Buzz! As the restrictions on the door sensed the bloodline power of the Meng family, the spiritual power runes all vanished, and the stone door opened on its own. Before Meng Qingran could react, Qihao kicked her into the spirit storage. Qihao, if you dare to kick me again, I will fight you. Meng Qingran crashed headfirst into the stone slab of the spirit storage, her head bleeding, and let out a frenzied scream. Fight? What do you have to fight me with at this moment? Qihao smiled disdainfully, raised his foot, and grounded against Meng Qingran's backside a few times, making her face turn dark with anger. Then he glanced at the various resources and collections in the spirit storage, taking everything into his storage ring, regardless of its usefulness. Since the Meng family had wronged him, he would not show any mercy. He would take everything. He would repay enmities and grievances. As Qihao emptied the spirit storage, Meng Qingran's face darkened, unable to express her anger. The collections here were the majority of the Meng family's heritage. It's fine. I just need to wait for my father to return and take everything back from Qihao. But I must escape before they come back. Otherwise, with Qihao's shameless nature, he will definitely use me as a hostage. Meng Qingran's eyes flickered, and she calculated her escape plan in her heart. Qihao glanced at Meng Qingran and said, Go tell those guards to transport all the recently mined spirit stones back to the Meng family. Meng Qingran gritted her teeth and said, Qihao, don't go too far. You've already emptied the spirit storage, and now you want to target those spirit stones. Qihao narrowed his eyes, raising his hand as if to strike. Meng Qingran's expression changed urgently, and she hurriedly said, I will go tell them right away. Qihao slowly lowered his hand and said indifferently, I was truly blind before I didn't realize how lowly you are, and I advise you not to play tricks. My spirit sealing finger cannot even be broken by a grandmaster. If you forcibly try to channel your spirit, you will only end up with your meridian shattered. Meng Qingran's face turned pale. Even a grandmaster couldn't break it? Then only Qihao could restore her spiritual power? Meng Qingran gritted her teeth and said, Then you must give me a promise. How many things do I have to help you with before you will restore my spiritual power? Qihao said indifferently, When your father returns, I will restore it for you. Meng Qingran raised her eyebrows. You really dare to wait for my father to return? Before I leave Yuanling City, I must resolve our grievances. Go to your work. As long as you behave these few days, I can stop targeting you. Qihao said coldly. Meng Qingran's eyes flickered, and she said, All right, as long as you no longer bully me, I will obey your orders for these few days. I also hope you can keep your promise and restore my spiritual power when my father returns. The two left the spirit storage together, and Meng Qingran, following Qihao's instructions, ordered the guards in the mansion to convey the message to transport the recently mined spirit stones back to the Meng family. After that, the two returned to the small courtyard. Meng Qingran glanced at the room, her gaze a bit evasive. Chi Hao said disdainfully, "Rest assured that innate pure energy in your body has been taken by me. I have no interest in you now. You will sleep in the courtyard tonight." Meng Qingran's expression darkened. She, the young lady of the Meng family, was actually made to sleep in the courtyard by Chi Hao. "I can go back to Qinglan courtyard. Rest assured, I need you to restore my spiritual power, and I promise I won't run away." Meng Qingran said, biting her lip, that a person who tells too many lies is no longer worthy of trust. Chi Hao said indifferently, raising his hand in a chopping motion, directly knocking Meng Qingran unconscious, then binding her to the pear tree in the courtyard. Chapter 3: Mastery at the 8th rank, the heavenly map. Chi Hao returned to his bedroom alone. He did not know when Meng, Yi, and the others would come back. But at this moment, with no one to disturb him, it was just the right time to cultivate. Taking out all the best resources from the spiritual vault and placing them in front of him, Chi Hao began a night of cultivation. The Han Yuan Zhao Hua Jing he practiced in his past life was unmatched in power, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and refining essence was like a whale swallowing. In just one night, Chi Hao refined 1/3 of the decades of collection in the Meng family's spiritual vault. His cultivation level also rose from the 3rd rank master to the 8th rank master. Previously, with the help of the innate pure energy within Meng Qingran, not only did it help Chi Hao step into the master realm, but it also allowed him to leap directly to the 3rd rank master. In the Xianling continent, martial art cultivation has 3 stages: mortal martial, spiritual martial, and immortal martial. Among them, the mortal martial stage includes 4 realms: warrior, master, grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. For most martial artists, crossing from mortal martial to spiritual martial is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Meng Qingran's unique physique allows her to easily build a foundation and enter the spiritual martial stage as long as there is a supreme grandmaster at the peak level. Chi Hao believed Meng Qingran's words, which is why he had been restraining himself and had never touched her. Now, although he had wasted a good material, if he did not seize the innate pure energy within Meng Qingran, it would likely benefit someone else. Unfortunately, the qualifications of this reincarnated body were still somewhat lacking. After resolving the grievances with the Meng family, he would go look for some rare materials to improve his physical qualifications. With the experience from his past life, this lifetime of cultivation would surely be easier than the last. At dawn, Chi Hao slowly opened his eyes, thinking to himself. The qualifications of this body were already considered excellent in the Dongling region, but with the awakening of his past life memories, his perspective had naturally changed. He got up and went outside the courtyard. Meng Qingran had already woken up at some point, her eyes bloodshot with anger, glaring at Chi Hao. "Chi Hao, you bastard! You said as long as I behave, you wouldn't bully me again. What is this?" Meng Qingran shouted angrily. Chi Hao replied calmly, "Is going against my orders also consider behaving?" Meng Qingran retorted, "When did I go against your orders?" Chi Hao said, "Last night. I told you to sleep in the courtyard, but you insisted on going back to Qinglan courtyard. That is going against my orders." Meng Qingran shot back, "Don't forget your current identity. You are just my captive, not some Meng family young lady. So you have no right to negotiate any terms with me." Chi Hao said indifferently. Meng Qingran gritted her teeth and said, "Do you have to be so heartless? You are not worthy of talking about feelings, even if it is a heartless feeling." Chi Hao replied coldly. Meng Qingran bit her lip, remaining silent. She regretted not killing Chi Hao directly with a sword when he was poisoned. Of course, her previous hesitation was not due to any feelings for Chi Hao, but rather because she was worried that if Chi Hao died at her hands, it would cause disputes when the Chi family pursued the matter. However, if Chi Hao died from poison, the Meng family could easily dismiss it by saying they were unable to save him. Chi Hao waved his hand and cut the ropes binding Meng Qingran. "The spiritual stones should be arriving soon. Come with me to receive them," he said. Meng Qingran said darkly, "Fine." Just as the two arrived at the front courtyard, several groups of guards were carrying large boxes into the residence. Meng Qingran was quite astonished. How could Chi Hao time this so perfectly? Little did she know, Chi Hao had already mastered the movements of these guards through the heavenly map. In Chi Hao's soul sea, a black and white scroll was suspended. This scroll depicted a 30-mile area centered around him. This scroll was the heavenly map. The heavenly map was a divine map Chi Hao obtained in his past life. It was thanks to the heavenly map that Chi Hao could be reincarnated with memories of his past life and awaken them in times of danger. It is said that the heavenly map can survey the myriad worlds, and those who possess it can control the heavens and earth in an instant. Unfortunately, the Chi Hao of his past life did not have the chance to study it thoroughly before he was brutally killed by the Mad Empress of the Jie clan. Although there were many peculiarities surrounding the battle that led to his downfall, Chi Hao at this moment had no intention of dwelling on past grievances. Having been reincarnated, he needed to focus on living well in this life. The grievances of his past life could only be addressed once he returned to the peak. Miss Young Master, these are the spiritual stones mined in the past half-month, a total of 66,500, said one of the guards, escorting the spiritual stones with a grin. Since Chi Hao had helped the Meng family seize several spiritual mines, their monthly income from spiritual stones had increased by over 100,000. As a result, these guards also received a considerable share of spiritual stones each month. Therefore, these guards held Chi Hao in gratitude and respect. Chi Hao smiled slightly. With this batch of spiritual stones, his cultivation could improve further. Very well, you have all worked hard. Each of you can take 50 spiritual stones as a reward, and then you may leave. Chi Hao said. The guards rejoiced, quickly cupping their fists and saying, "Thank you, young master." Everyone excitedly collected the spiritual stones, and no one noticed the unnatural look on Meng Qingran's face. After receiving the spiritual stones, the guards respectfully retreated. Chi Hao gathered the remaining spiritual stones and glanced at Meng Qingran, saying, "The Meng family must have other reasons for not accepting me, right?" Meng Qingran's expression changed slightly, stammering, "No. Don't think too much about it." Chi Hao scoffed. "Even if you are blind and cannot see my worth, Meng, you wouldn't want to put me to death just for the Lingyuan secret realm. After all, with my abilities, as long as I grow a bit more, I can bring more benefits to the Meng family. Moreover, you have never tested me regarding the secrets of the Lingyuan secret realm. So how could you be so sure I wouldn't tell you? Therefore, I guess there must be another reason you want to kill me." "No, really not," Meng Qingran denied vehemently. Chi Hao said, "No worries, you are not willing to speak now, but when Meng Yi returns, everything will be clear. Talented martial artists are incredibly rare. Having a talent like Chi Hao as part of the Meng family would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. As long as Meng Yi is not foolish, he wouldn't commit the foolish act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs." In Chi Hao's impression, Meng Yi was quite shrewd and perceptive. If there were no other ulterior motives, he wouldn't make such a blunder. Returning to the courtyard again, Chi Hao instructed Meng Qingran to stay in the courtyard and not let anyone disturb him. Then, he went back to his room to cultivate. Meng Qingran stayed in the courtyard for a while before quietly leaving. She whispered a few words to a guard, and he hurriedly left the Meng family. Meng Qingran quickly slipped back to the small courtyard. She thought she was being discreet, but little did she know everything was under Chi Hao's watchful gaze. Chapter 4 Wei Zhao, Meng Yi returns. Lingwu sect, Wei Zhao. So you have this connection behind your back. In the bedroom, Chi Hao smiled coldly. Using the heavenly map, he peered into Meng Qingran's conversation with the guard and heard everything clearly, while they remained completely unaware. Meng Qingran's instructions to the guard were to go to the Lingwu sect and seek help from Wei Zhao, the young master of the Lingwu sect. The Lingwu sect is one of the 5 major spiritual sects within a 500-mile radius. Under normal circumstances, a family force like the Meng family could not possibly attach themselves to it. The only capital Meng Qingran had to climb onto Wei Zhao's crooked tree was probably her pure yin body. However, Chi Hao did not quite understand why. Since Meng Qingran had already attached herself to Wei Zhao, she still wanted to marry him? If it was just for the secret of the Lingyuan secret realm, the Meng family could have lured him in and killed him directly to take the key. Why waste Meng Qingran's reputation and squander 3 years? Could it be because they feared the Qi family? But the Qi family did not care much about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up as the son-in-law of the Meng family. Although he had many doubts in his heart, Chi Hao did not go to Meng Qingran to ask. When the Meng family fell into true despair, he believed that all his doubts would be answered. The most important thing now was still to improve his strength. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chi Hao had not left the bedroom even once. Meng Qingran wanted to approach and inquire about the situation several times, but thinking of the humiliation Chi Hao had inflicted on her, she held back. On this day, Chi Hao finally came out of the bedroom. "Go get me something to eat. Make it a feast," Chi Hao instructed indifferently. Meng Qingran was not angry, but rather pleased, hurriedly saying, "Okay, I'll go right away." If she weren't afraid of Chi Hao, she wouldn't want to stay in this courtyard for another moment. Meng Qingran left in a hurry, while Chi Hao coldly smiled. After a stick of incense, a group of more than 20 people appeared in front of the Meng residence, all beaming with smiles. "The head of the family is back," the guards and servants announced with joy. In the kitchen, waiting for the servants to finish cooking, Meng Qingran heard this news and instantly felt her spirits lift, her eyes turning red. After days of humiliation, it had finally come to an end. "Chi Hao, you won't be able to eat this meal after all. It will only become our Meng family's celebration banquet." Meng Qingran laughed with anger and dashed towards the gate. She wanted to tell her father all the grievances she had suffered. She wanted her father to humiliate Chi Hao 100 times, to make him suffer, and then execute him. "Father, mother." From afar, Meng Qingran saw her parents returning with her elder brother and many experts from the Meng family, and she couldn't help but feel a pang in her nose, shouting out loud, "Ha! My good daughter, your father is back. Why are you crying after just a few days apart?" Meng Yi, wearing a blue gown and with a square face, laughed heartily. Although this trip to the Spirit Abyss secret realm had resulted in the loss of more than 10 experts, the gains were also considerable. Not only had they found dozens of valuable heavenly materials and earth treasures, but they had also obtained many spirit-level techniques and elixirs from the secret realm. With these gains, the Meng family would surely rise to become a top family in the Eastern Spirit domain within a few years. "Qingran, why do you look so disheveled?" Meng Qingran's mother, Lu Yun, frowned and asked when she saw that Meng Qingran's clothes were somewhat dirty. Right now, Meng Qingran was wearing an inner white shirt, and the dust and dirt on it were particularly noticeable. Meng Qingran choked up and said, "Father, mother, elder brother, can we speak in private for a moment?" Meng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that something has happened regarding Chi Hao? All right. The family of 4 walked a few steps away. Meng Qingran then recounted how Chi Hao had faked his death and humiliated her. "What? You were defiled by that dog, Chi Hao?" Meng Yi's expression changed drastically, and he trembled as he said, "If this matter gets out and reaches the ears of young Master Wei, our Meng family will be finished, and your elder brother's entry into the Spirit Martial sect will also be affected." "Qingran, how could you be so careless?" Meng Qingran choked back tears and said, "Father, it was my oversight, but now that the situation is like this, please help me take revenge. I want Chi Hao to die a miserable death. As for young Master Wei, even if he is angry, he will blame Chi Hao the most. When the time comes, if we hand over Chi Hao's corpse, it might quell some of young Master Wei's anger. As for elder brother's matter, you don't need to worry. Even though I've lost my purine body, I still have a rare furnace body, so this relationship with young Master Wei should still be maintainable." Meng Yi's expression darkened. "We can only think of it that way. Let's go deal with that dog Chi Hao." "Father, Chi Hao has already reached the Master Realm, and he also has some strange methods. This time we cannot be careless. It's better to bring more people," Meng Qingran said anxiously. After suffering losses at Chi Hao's hands, Meng Qingran no longer dared to underestimate him. Meng narrowed his eyes, hesitating when Lu Yun said grimly, "Husband, it's better to be cautious. Let's listen to Qingran and bring more people along. This time they have also gained quite a lot from following us. Even if we kill Chi Hao, I believe they won't gossip about it." "All right, then let Xinji, Zhao Ying, Lu Wen, and Zhang Su accompany us," Meng Yi said in a deep voice. Immediately, Meng Yi ordered the others to disperse, leaving only the 4 of them. "Chi Hao has committed numerous immoral acts while I was away. Today our Meng family will clean house. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, I ask the 4 of you to keep your mouths shut about what happens later," Meng Yi said coldly, staring at the 4. Although the 4 of them were puzzled, thinking that wasn't Chi Hao on the verge of death when they left? How could he have come back to life? But they had long since the Meng family's intent to eliminate Chi Hao, so they were not surprised by Meng Yi's orders. Don't worry, head of the family. As we serve the Meng family, we will not speak a word that would harm the Meng family's reputation. The four of them cupped their hands and said, the contribution Qi Hao made to the Meng family was obvious to everyone in Yuanling City. While some hated Qi Hao, more envied the Meng family for having such a son-in-law. Killing Qi Hao would inevitably affect the Meng family's reputation. Moreover, although the Qi family did not favor Qi Hao, if news of the Meng family killing him reached their ears, it was hard to ensure that the Qi family wouldn't use this matter to make trouble. Meng Yi smiled coldly. Very well. Since that brat dares to stay in the Meng family and wait for death, we will go fulfill that for him. Soon, Meng Yi and his group of 8 charged into Qi Hao's small courtyard with great momentum. Qi Hao, you dare to bully my sister, come out and die. Meng Yi's eldest son, Meng Xian, shouted coldly as soon as he entered the small courtyard. Inside the house, Qi Hao smiled coldly. He slowly walked out. The 4 familiar faces of Meng Yi, Lu Yun, Meng Xian, and Meng Qingran now looked cold as ice, as if the person who deserved to die was indeed Qi Hao. Chapter 5. It's your turn to come and die. Meng Yi's eyes turned fierce as he saw Qi Hao come out, stepping forward. Qi Hao, you beast. I brought you back from the Qi family to the Meng family, giving you a life of luxury. And you not only failed to show gratitude, but also dared to break the agreement and ruin Xingran's pure Yin body. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Qi Hao's indifferent gaze fell on Meng Yi. Meng Yi, at this point, do you still want to wear that hypocritical face? Why don't we just make things clear? As for Meng Xian, Qi Hao couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Meng Yi snorted coldly. You already have a reason to die. What more do you need to say? Qi Hao said lightly. I'm just curious, since all of you from the Meng family want me dead so much. Yet you don't dare to openly state the real reason. What exactly are you hiding? Meng Yi sneered coldly, not intending to reveal the true reason. Meng Qingran gritted her teeth and said, Qi Hao, you said that as long as my father returns, you would help me unlock the sealing spirit finger. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Qi Hao said indifferently. Come here, and I'll help you unlock it. Meng Qingran's face twitched. Go over there? Does she look that foolish? If she went over now, wouldn't she be delivering herself to Qi Hao as a hostage? You wish to deceive me. Once you are captured, I have plenty of ways to make you reveal the method to resolve it. Meng Qingran said with a fierce expression. Qi Hao looked down on her. Then let's see if you have the strength to capture me. Meng Yi laughed angrily. You speak so arrogantly. Elders, this brat is handed over to you. The hearts of Chun Ji and the others sank. After all, Qi Hao was from the Qi family. Was Meng Yi planning to let them take the blame for killing a son of the Qi family? But since the head of the family had given the order, they had to comply. The 4 of them took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said in a low voice, Qi Hao, we are sorry. Qi Hao asked indifferently, Are you 4 sure you want to be accomplices? Chun Ji lowered his brows and said indifferently, You eat the Lord's salary, so you should share the Lord's worries. Since we are guest elders of the Meng family, we naturally must obey the family head's orders. Therefore, if Master Qi reaches the underworld, do not blame us. The 3 of them responded, and the 4 of them unleashed their Yuan power, radiating an impressive aura. Meng Yi narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what Qi Hao relied on to stay in the Meng family without fleeing. According to Meng Qingran, Qi Hao had already broken into the Master Realm, but there are several in the Meng family who are at the Master Realm. Among the 4 here, Chun Ji and the others all have the strength of the 3rd rank in the Master Realm. Any one of the 4 could easily deal with someone who has just entered the Master Realm. Qi Hao knew this, yet he still stayed in the Meng family waiting for their return, which was very abnormal. Therefore, Meng Yi let Chun Ji and the others take action, mainly to test Qi Hao rather than wanting them to take the blame. If someone dies in the Meng family, as long as the Qi family pursues it, the Meng family cannot escape responsibility, so this blame cannot be avoided. Elders, Qi Hao cannot die yet. Just break his limbs. Meng Qingran said coldly. All right. Chun Ji was also happy to do so. Qi Hao sneered, stepping forward to meet Chun Ji and the others, saying, Since you have made your choice, then pay the price for your choice. Buzz. A blue high-grade, ordinary sword flashed out from Qi Hao's storage ring and was held in his hand. How could this blue sword be in his hands? Meng Yi's face darkened as he shouted. Meng Qingran's eyes trembled, her face pale. Father, calm down. My daughter was forced by Chi Hao before and could only lead him into the spirit vault. But don't worry, as long as we capture Chi Hao, we can still retrieve the things in the spirit vault. The theft of the spirit vault was something Meng Qingran had not dared to mention earlier. But now that the blue sword appeared in Chi Hao's hands, she knew this matter could not be hidden and could only confess. Scoundrel, the blue sword can be retrieved. But if he consumes the elixirs stored in the spirit vault, can they still be taken back? Meng Yi was furious. If it weren't for the fact that Meng Qingran had long been designated as a furnace body by the young master of the spirit martial sect, still holding significant value for the Meng family, Meng Yi would have loved to slap her several times. The things in the spirit vault were the foundation he had accumulated over half a lifetime. Meng Qingran was so frightened that she didn't dare to say more, only lowering her flushed head. No more hesitation. Immediately break his limbs. Meng Yi roared. Swish, swish, swish. Feeling Meng Yi's towering anger, the four of Chun-Ji stomped their feet in unison, unleashing a thunderous sound, and the four figures shot towards Chi Hao like four bolts of lightning. Sky-piercing fist, wind-howling blade, mountain-splitting spear, wind and snow sword seal. The shadows of fists rumbled, and the blade light howled. The spear's tip moved like a python, and the sword energy surged like flying snow. Four top-tier ordinary martial arts killing moves gathered fierce power, attacking together. Any newly promoted Master Realm expert would probably not be able to withstand this combined attack from the four. Chi Hao coldly waved his sword, and a sharp blue sword energy erupted from the tip. This sword energy was pure and condensed to the extreme, like thunder, sweeping across in an instant into a horizontal flash of cold light. Bang, 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 bang. The blue light swept, and the four top-tier ordinary martial arts techniques were instantly shattered by the sword energy. Not only that, the sword energy rapidly pierced through the exploded four attacks, and with four sounds of PU, it swept past the throats of Chun-Ji and the others. Dong, 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 dong. The four had no time to react. Their heads dropped to the ground with wide eyes. Meng Yi, Lu Yun, Meng Xian, and Meng Qingran's faces changed dramatically. One sword killed four elders. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could someone who just entered the Master Realm have such strong power? Meng Xian exclaimed in shock, retreating repeatedly to hide behind Meng Yi. He had just barely stepped into the Master Realm thanks to the opportunity in the Spirit Abyss Secret Realm, but he knew that no matter what he did, he could never defeat any of the four elders. What kind of cultivation are you? Meng Qingran asked, her face pale and trembling. In a daze, she suddenly felt that she might have really made a mistake. Such an extraordinary Chi Hao, even if he was still inferior to the young master of the spirit martial sect in status, had once treated her very well, and she, even if she climbed up to Wei Zhao, would only be Wei Zhao's furnace body. If she had treated Chi Hao sincerely from the beginning with his talent, her future might have been quite good. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Meng Yi suppressed his shock, narrowing his eyes. With your displayed combat power, you are at least at the 5th rank of the Master Realm, so you could not have just entered the Master Realm. It seems you have been hiding your true cultivation. Chi Hao disdainfully said. Those who are used to being hypocritical tend to like to question others. Meng Yi, your cannon fodder is already dead. It's your turn to come and die. Meng Yi laughed angrily. I never noticed before that you were so arrogant. Do you really think that after killing Chun-Ji and the others, you could be so arrogant in front of me? Even if you are at the 5th rank of the Master Realm, I can still kill you easily. Boom! Meng Yi's Yuan power erupted, forming a vast and powerful light that enveloped his body, and his aura was indeed extremely fierce. This trip to the Spirit Abyss Secret Realm had allowed his cultivation to rise from the 6th rank of the Master Realm to the peak of the 9th rank of the Master Realm. Just one step away from stepping into the Grandmaster Realm, 9th rank of the Master Realm, it seems the Spirit Abyss Secret Realm has indeed benefited you a lot. Chi Hao said lightly. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat suspicious. Chi Hao had seen through his cultivation, yet he remained so calm. This was too abnormal. Chapter 6. Is that all your last words? Husband, this child's current combat power is somewhat unusual. I suspect that the most valuable things in the Spirit Abyss secret realm have long been taken by him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to increase his cultivation so quickly without us noticing. We should work together to capture him and slowly interrogate him for the truth. Lu Yun's eyes flashed coldly as she said in a deep voice. She also realized that Chi Hao's calmness was somewhat abnormal, so she decided to act with Meng Yi. Although it felt a bit like bullying, this couple's character naturally wouldn't care about that. Chi Hao coldly stared at Lu Yun and said, Lu Yun, I once respected you as a mother, and you also told me that a son-in-law is like a son. I didn't expect you to be such a venomous woman. If anyone in the Meng family had ever treated me sincerely, I would not have exterminated the Meng family. But now you four, none of you will leave this courtyard alive. A cold, killing intent burst from Chi Hao's eyes. Lu Yun's expression darkened as she said, Chi Hao, don't feel wronged. If you were truly a good son-in-law, you should have proactively handed over the location of the Spirit Abyss secret realm and the Spirit Key. Meng Yi sneered, Madam. There is no need to waste more words with him. Let us act together and capture him. Buzz. Meng Yi extended his right hand, and a black long sword leaped into his grasp. This black long sword radiated a fierce aura, and it was clear at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Chi Hao's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this black sword. This is my father's Jiaoling sword. Could it be that my father's death back then is related to you? Chi Hao's voice was filled with rage. Meng Yi coldly smiled and said, Since you are about to die, it's fine to tell you. That's right, the one who killed your father back then was me, who told him to call me brother while refusing to share the secrets of the Spirit Abyss secret realm with me. Your father was tortured in my hands and did not reveal the location of the Spirit Abyss secret realm, so I could only find a way to dig these secrets out of you. So, if you want to blame someone, blame your deadbeat father. If he had said it directly back then, I wouldn't have had to look for you. Chi Hao's combat power was impressive, and Meng Yi didn't dare to be careless. So he prepared to strike with all his might. With the appearance of the Jiaoling sword, Meng Yi no longer hid his intentions. Boom! The killing intent around Chi Hao surged. The powerful aura of Yuan Li also soared into the sky. In the past few days, Chi Hao had been cultivating, and naturally, his cultivation had improved. Peak of the Master Realm. Meng Yi's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that Chi Hao's cultivation would also reach the peak of the Master Realm. Lu Yun's expression changed dramatically. Although Lu Yun's strength had improved significantly in the Lingyuan secret realm, her current cultivation was only at the 7th rank of the Master Realm. She didn't expect that after going out for a while and gaining strength, she would return to find that her cultivation was still inferior to Chi Hao's. You must have used some extreme secret technique to forcibly increase your strength in a short time. Do you think this will allow you to confront us and save your life? Chi Hao, you are indeed a rare talent, but unfortunately, you must die today. A fierce light flashed in Meng Yi's eyes. Regardless of Meng Jia's promise to Wei Zhao or the enmity between Meng Yi and Chi Hao over the death of his father, Meng Yi could not let Chi Hao go today. Damn it, it's you all. Swish! Chi Hao shouted angrily, wielding the Qingfeng sword, and took the initiative to attack. He dashed out like a black shadow, heading straight for Meng Yi. Meng Yi snorted angrily, his Yuan Qi surged, and the Jiaoling sword swung out, releasing a wave of sword light. Tianju sword net. The sword light took shape, transforming into a dense net of sword energy, defending in front of Meng Yi. This Tianju sword net is Meng Jia's strongest defensive sword technique and the only spirit martial level combat skill, although it is only a low-level spirit martial combat skill. In terms of defensive strength, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to break through with a single strike when executed by Meng Yi. Chi Hao's sword moved like a shooting star. A glimmer of cold light gathered at the sword tip. Cold star break. Boom! As the Qingfeng sword touched the Tianju sword net, the cold light burst forth, and a highly condensed sword energy instantly pierced through the sword net. With a splat, it struck Meng Yi's chest. Meng Yi let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying the moment the sword net shattered. Husband, father, Lu Yun, Meng Xian, and Meng Qingran cried out in shock. No one expected that Meng Yi would be defeated by a single sword strike from Chi Hao. despite using the Jiaoling sword to summon the Tianzhu sword net. Splat! Splat! Ah! Just as Lu Yun was rushing toward Meng Yi, two beams of sword light suddenly flashed, severing her arms at the shoulders. In agony, Lu Yun's severed arms spurted blood as she staggered a few steps, blood soaking the ground before she fell. The excruciating pain from her severed arms made her writhe on the ground, screaming in despair. Upon seeing his parents defeated, Meng Xian, in terror, turned to flee outside the courtyard. Whoosh! The Qingfeng sword shot out like a meteor from Qi Hao's hand, flying towards Meng Xian. Splat! The Qingfeng sword pierced Meng Xian's left shoulder, the powerful impact pinning him against the courtyard wall. No, don't kill me. Qi Hao. Although the Meng family has wronged you in many ways, I have never done anything wrong to you. Meng Xian, ignoring the pain, hurriedly begged for mercy. Meng Qingran was already stunned by this series of changes. She stood there in a daze. Her father was pierced through the chest by sword energy and fell heavily. Her mother had her arms severed and was incapacitated. Her brother was pinned to the wall, weakly begging for mercy, only she was still relatively unharmed. But what use was that? Not to mention that she couldn't use any Yuanli right now, even if her Yuanli could be used normally. How could she possibly be a match for Qi Hao? Qi Hao coldly glanced at the four members of the Meng family. Then he raised his hand, and the Jiaoling sword that had fallen to the ground swiftly flew into his hand. Qi Hao coldly walked up to Meng Yi. His sword energy was not something to be taken lightly. Although Meng Yi was only pierced through the chest by sword energy, the residual sword energy left in Meng Yi's body had already brutally shattered all the meridians in his body. Meng Yi was not dead, but he was already a waste. Hand over the spirit key, Qi Hao asked coldly. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and laughed in anger. Before I returned, I had ordered someone to send the spirit key to Lingwu sect. Now, my Meng family can be considered an affiliated force of Lingwu sect. And if you dare to kill us, Lingwu sect will not let you go. Qi Hao scoffed. Is that all you have to say for your last words? Qi Hao, I do not seek your forgiveness with my father-in-law, but for the sake of your relationship with Qingran, please spare Qingran and your brother Xian. Lu Yun lay on the ground, her face pale, trembling as she spoke. She knew that there was no way for her and Meng Yi to survive. So she wanted to plead for Meng Xian and Meng Qingran. Qi Hao glanced at Lu Yun and sneered. Since everything is a deception, then there can only be hatred. Where is the affection? Lu Yun hurriedly said. Regardless of anything, Qingran has given you her purity. Qingran, you girl, hurry and plead with Qi Hao. Save your life and your brother's. Meng Qingran was brought back to her senses by Lu Yun's shout, and she quickly dropped to her knees in front of Qi Hao. Qi Hao, please, spare us. As long as you are willing to spare us, I will do anything for you in the future, even if it means being your furnace for a lifetime. I am willing. Qi Hao coldly laughed. Be my furnace? Yes. Be your furnace. As long as you need, I can let you take advantage. Meng Qingran quickly said. She just needed to buy time to survive. As long as Wei Zhao arrives, even if Wei Zhao no longer finds her attractive, he will surely be enraged and will definitely kill Qi Hao to vent his anger. With her parents incapacitated, the Meng family was likely finished. Her pure Yin body had also been broken, and Meng Qingran had little desire to live. But even if she were to die, she wanted to drag Qi Hao down with her. Qi Hao mocked. Do you really think I don't know that you're trying to buy time for Wei Zhao to come and save you? Meng Qingran's pupils shrank. You actually know about Wei Xiao's own. Qi Hao sneered. I not only know him, but I also know that he can't save you. Whoosh. Qi Hao swung his sword, and a beam of sword energy shot out, slicing Lu Yun in half. Madam, Meng, he screamed in agony. Chapter 7. You can leave now, mother. Qi Hao, you beast. You actually killed my mother. Seeing her mother being split in half by a sword, Meng Qingran's eyes widened in horror as she screamed at Qi Hao. After Meng Yi's wail, his eyes were filled with endless fear. If Qi Hao dares to kill Lu Yun, then he truly dares to kill all the Meng family members. This kid really doesn't care about the Lingwu sect's pursuit. Qi Hao, what will it take for you to spare us? Meng Yi gritted his teeth, angrily asking. Having just returned from the Lingyuan secret realm with great ambitions, Meng Yi did not want to die. Qi Hao's expression was cold, and he said in a chilling voice, Are you finally feeling despair? Then obediently answer me a few questions. When did you start colluding with Wei Zhao from the Lingwu sect? Meng Yi's eyes flickered. Since you already know about Wei Zhao, does it even matter when we got involved with him? Whoosh! The long sword was slanted, and a beam of sword energy moved along the ground, slicing through Meng Yi's left shoulder and severing his left arm. Ah! Meng Yi let out a miserable howl. Crying out in pain, we knew Wei Zhao a long time ago. At that time, you hadn't yet married into the Meng family. Qi Hao's cold and ruthless methods made Meng Yi no longer dare to waste words. Qi Hao narrowed his eyes. So, the scheme against me also involves Wei Zhao. Otherwise, how could a young master of the Lingwu sect allow me to marry Meng Qingran? Meng Yi trembled. It was our plan, and Wei Zhao knew about it. We assured Wei Zhao that we would not let Qingran fall into his hands, and promised him that after locating the position of the Ling Yuan secret realm and exploring it once, we would present both the location of the secret realm and the spirit key to the Ling Wu sect. Wei Zhao then promised us that he would accept the Meng family as an affiliated family of the Ling Wu sect, and that Xian would become an inner disciple of the Ling Wu sect. Qi Hao glanced at Meng Qingran and said, "What about Meng Qingran?" Meng Yi's eyes trembled as he replied, "After your death, Qingran will publicly announce that she will remain a widow for life, but in reality, she will become a secret furnace kept by Wei Zhao." Qi Hao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why kept in secret?" Meng Yi replied solemnly, "Because Wei Zhao is betrothed to Lu Hongying, the daughter of the master of the Xian Chang sect. Lu Hongying has stated that if Wei Zhao wishes to marry her, he cannot take concubines or keep a furnace. Therefore, the relationship between Qingran and Wei Zhao cannot be known." Qi Hao suddenly understood. No wonder Meng Qingran endured so much humiliation without using Wei Zhao to threaten him. It turned out she was afraid to expose their relationship, and the Meng family wanted to eliminate him, not only to eradicate the roots, but also to facilitate Wei Zhao and Meng Qingran's illicit affair. This family truly had a poisonous mind. He looked at Meng Qingran and sneered, "You really are both laughable and pitiful. Even being reduced to someone else's furnace must be kept in the dark." Meng Qingran's face turned pale, biting her red lip, and said, "I'm doing all this for the Meng family. You, someone who is not tolerated by your own family, will naturally not understand my sacrifice." Qi Hao said indifferently, "I truly cannot understand your foolishness. But it doesn't matter. My doubts are resolved, and you three should be on your way." Meng Yi's pupils contracted as he angrily exclaimed, "Qi Hao, since you are lucky enough to be alive, don't court death. If you dare to kill us, Wei Zhao will definitely not spare you." Qi Hao sneered, "I said that today, none of the four of you from a Meng family can leave this courtyard alive. I should honor my word, shouldn't I?" You huffed. In a moment of rage, Meng Yi had his head severed by Qi Hao's sword energy. "Help! I don't want to die." Meng Xian screamed in terror, wetting himself. Huffed. A sword energy swept across Meng Xian's neck. As the head fell, Meng Xian fell silent forever. Meng Qingran collapsed to the ground, trembling, her pupils filled with fear. All her support had turned into a wraith at this moment. She trembled and raised her eyes to Qi Hao, pleading, "Qi Hao, are you really going to kill me too? You were so good to me before. As long as you spare me." Before Meng Qingran could finish, a beam of sword light swept across her snow-white neck. Meng Qingran, terrified, clutched her neck as blood gushed through her fingers, quickly dyeing the ground in front of her red. "You truly disgust me," Qi Hao said coldly. Bang! Meng Qingran fell back, her blood-stained body convulsing. Her eyes filled with fear, staring blankly at the sky, gradually losing all life. Rustle! At this moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard outside the courtyard. Qi Hao had dealt with the four members of the Meng family in a short time. Moreover, to secretly kill Qi Hao, Meng Yi had deliberately sent away the nearby Meng family guards before coming. If it weren't for Meng Xian's desperate cry for help before his death, perhaps no one would have known that Meng Yi and the others were dead by the time Qi Hao left. A group of Meng family's experts rushed to the courtyard entrance and were stunned. The head of the family had been decapitated, the matriarch was cut in half, and the eldest son's headless corpse was nailed to the courtyard wall. The young lady lay on the ground, clutching her bleeding neck. The 4 members of the Meng family were all gone. Along with Meng Yi, the 4 guest elders were also headless, lying on the ground. Only Qi Zhuye stood with his sword, his expression cold. This bizarre scene made the arriving elders and guards of the Meng family dare not act rashly. The Meng family was different from other families in Yuanling City. The Meng family was founded solely by Meng Yi, and in terms of foundation, it was much weaker than other families. Because of this, Meng Yi had been crazily expanding his influence, constantly accumulating strength, wanting to make the Meng family bigger and stronger. He even went so far as to sell his daughter to ally with the young master of the Lingwu sect. If Qi Hao had not awakened the memories of his past life at the brink of death, perhaps with Meng Yi's gains from the Ling Yuan secret realm, in a few years, he could really have become a formidable figure in Yuanling City. But fate had it that Qi Hao was not meant to die. Meng Yi's greed and ruthlessness ultimately led to the demise of the 4 members of the Meng family. Qi Hao raised his eyes and glanced at the stunned crowd outside the courtyard, his gaze flickering over the people, and said indifferently, "You must have some knowledge of the Meng family's indifference, as I was poisoned to death. It's a pity they did not get their wish. Now that I have killed the 4 members of the Meng family, this place will no longer bear the Meng surname. So do you want to take revenge for the Meng family, or are you willing to serve me? Or you can choose to leave." The Meng family was gone, but the assets remained, and Qi Hao would not let these assets go to waste. Therefore, he would continue to stay in Yuanling City for a while, turning the Meng family's assets into his own cultivation resources. The crowd's eyes flickered. In fact, they had already been contemplating this matter before Qi Hao asked. Qi Hao had been poisoned by the black snake, but not only survived, he also killed Meng Yi, a peak 9th level master, which undeniably demonstrated his strength. Additionally, Qi Hao had spent 3 years in the Meng family, so the elders and guards were well aware of his character. Although Qi Hao's actions were a bit extreme this time, it was also because Meng Yi had first sought his life. They never considered avenging the Meng family. 1. They lacked the strength. 2. It was unnecessary since the Meng family was wiped out. Who would they show their loyalty to? They were only considering whether to stay or leave. One of the guest elders, his eyes flashing, smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "I ask, Qi Zhuye, if we choose to serve you, what benefits will we gain?" The other's eyes brightened. This was the question they cared about the most. Qi Hao smiled faintly and said, "You can leave." The guest elder's face changed, and just as he wanted to angrily retort, a wave of blood scent hit him, scaring him into a shiver. And he dared not say anything, turning to leave in defeat. Chapter 8. The wonderful use of the celestial map. The old man fled, his legs weak. He didn't know where he found the courage to ask Qi Hao for benefits in the first place. "You can make a choice now. I won't stop those who want to leave," Qi Hao said to the others, his tone indifferent. Some people's eyes flickered, and they turned to leave silently. Although Qi Hao had been good-natured in the past, his current bloodthirstiness was too much for them to risk following him. Moreover, with the Meng family destroyed, Qi Hao would certainly face a heap of troubles ahead. Gradually, more than half of the people in front of the courtyard left. In the end, only 9 people remained. Most of these were ordinary guards, with only one being a guest elder at the master level. Qi Hao said indifferently, "They all left. Why haven't you?" A middle-aged guard bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Li Jin, willing to follow you from now on." "We are also willing to follow you," the others said, clasping their fists. Qi Hao smiled faintly and said, "I have exterminated the Meng family. There will surely be many troubles coming my way. Are you not afraid?" Li Jin said seriously, "We who remain here all respect you, so regardless of what troubles come next, we are willing to share them with you." Qi Hao nodded, then shifted his gaze to the only remaining guest elder, Qin Zhen. Although Qi Hao did not speak, his gaze made Qin Zhen feel an inexplicable sense of pressure. Qin Zhen quickly cupped his hands and said, "Although I have not interacted much with you, I have seen everything you have done for the Meng family over the past 3 years, and I have always held you in high regard. What the Meng family is facing now is all their own doing. So Qin is also willing to follow the son-in-law." Qi Hao said with a faint smile, "I hope what you say is sincere. Although I cannot promise you any specific benefits, as long as you follow me loyally, I will not treat you poorly. Drag their bodies out and dispose of them." After saying that, Chi Hao turned and returned to the main house. Li Jin looked at Qin Zhen and asked, Elder Qin, how should we deal with these bodies? Qin Zhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, the Meng family is heartless and ungrateful. Such people should be dragged outside the city and disposed of casually. Good, Li Jin replied and began to clean up the courtyard with the other guards. Inside the house, Chi Hao raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Qin Zhen has long had a grudge against the Meng family? In this situation, choosing to stay is actually not wise. Over the years, the Meng family has offended many people in their quest for expansion. Now that Meng, Yi, and Lu Yun are dead, the pillars of the Meng family have collapsed, and the guest elders have scattered. Even without the Lingwu sect's pursuit, the other families in Yuanling City would not miss the opportunity to divide the Meng family's assets. If Chi Hao were one of them, he would definitely choose to leave and seek a new master to depend on, rather than staying for the sake of so-called integrity and sharing risks. Therefore, Chi Hao was puzzled by the choices of Li Jin, Qin Zhen, and others. So he used the palm of heaven diagram to take a look. Li Jin took off the storage rings of Meng, Yi, Lu Yun, and the others, placing them on the stone table in the courtyard, then used a burlap sack to carry away the bodies. Qin Zhen returned to his residence. He took out a small bell from his bosom. His eyes were slightly red. Ling, although Grandpa could not take revenge for you personally, Meng Xian, that scoundrel, has now been killed by Chi Hao, and this beast died a miserable death. You can finally rest in peace. Qin Zhen choked out softly, pressing the small bell tightly against his chest, as if this little bell were his granddaughter. Chi Hao suddenly realized that Qin Zhen entered the Meng family to seek revenge for his granddaughter. Thus, Qin Zhen's decision to stay should be to repay Chi Hao's kindness. Chi Hao shifted his focus from Qin Zhen and chased after Li Jin and the others. The palm of heaven diagram has countless marvelous uses. Observational insight is just the most basic function. This kind of observation leaves no trace, and even those whose cultivation is far superior to Chi Hao cannot detect it. Moreover, this observational ability can ignore any restrictions and barriers. As long as it is within the range displayed by the palm of heaven diagram, Chi Hao can see everything clearly. This ability is even beyond the reach of divine consciousness. During the observation, Li Jin and the others drove a carriage out of the city. They then threw the bodies of Meng, Yi, and the others into a mountain pit outside the city. Meng, Yi, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being blind and heartless. The son-in-law is such a talented individual and has given so much to the Meng family. Yet you only wanted to cling to the Lingwu sect. Now, ending up like this is your own, just deserts. Li Jin spat into the mountain pit and cursed a few times. Then, Li Jin turned to the 7 guards behind him and said solemnly, Brothers, since we have chosen to stay, we must be loyal to the son-in-law from now on and not harbor any thoughts of betrayal. Today, you have all seen the fate of the Meng family. Although the son-in-law is a good master and has not treated us poorly, he will not tolerate any sand in his eyes. If there is betrayal, his methods will be more ruthless than anyone else's. If any of you still want to leave, you should do so quickly. Those willing to return with me, Li Jin, can only have one heart with the son-in-law from now on. Brotherly, since we've chosen stay, we are willing to follow the son-in-law. Yes. How the son-in-law is as a person is not something only brotherly can see. The son-in-law is truly gifted, and this time he not only escaped a great disaster, but also counter-killed the entire Meng family. Following such a talented figure, our future is also promising. Even if my talent is limited and I can achieve great success, as long as I can follow the son-in-law to do something grand, that is an honor and a fulfillment of this life. Well said. From now on, the 8 brothers will follow the son-in-law well and create the chief family in Yuanling City together. Good. In the bedroom, a faint smile appeared in Chi Hao's eyes. Meng Qingran, your vision is truly inferior even to these guards. You have pledged loyalty to me, and I will also grant you fortune and will not disappoint your trust. Originally, the old subordinates of the Meng family were of no concern to Chi Hao whether they stayed or left. In the path of martial arts, one person reaching the peak can dominate the world. The strength of the subordinates is merely for dispatch. Having stronger subordinates only makes things easier for him. However, what Chi Hao did not expect was that the treacherous Meng family still had these clear-sighted people. Since they trust him, Qiao naturally would not be stingy. Although he is already at the 9th rank of the master level, this level of power is still far from enough. In the bedroom, Qiao narrowed his eyes slightly and once again entered the palm of heaven diagram. Switched to spirit shadow mode. Buzz. With a thought, the palm of heaven diagram in a sea of souls suddenly shook slightly. The images on the scroll changed in an instant. Originally, the real appearance of Yuanling City and its surrounding areas suddenly revealed countless strange light groups of different colors and sizes. Chapter 9. The Earth Vortex Spirit Lake. On the scroll, the different colored light groups represent different attributes of spiritual bodies. The largest light group is so close to me, Qiao exclaimed in surprise, focusing his mind on the center of the scroll. In the center of the scroll, there's a green light group about the size of a fist. The other colored light groups, even those the size of soybeans, are very few. The painting is as big as a fist, as large as a mountain. Therefore, the place where this green light group is located must be a place rich in spiritual treasures. As Qihao's mind sank into the location on the diagram, he couldn't help but be stunned. This place of spiritual treasure is actually under the Huang family. The Huang family is just a street away from the Meng family, so its position is very close to Qihao. Although this is not the Meng family, the scene he sees is exactly the place Qihao has visited before. Here, not only is it the Huang family, but also the courtyard of the eldest daughter of the Huang family, Huang Yan. A month ago, Qihao accompanied Meng Qingran to visit Huang Yan. At that time, Meng Qingran intended to test whether Huang Yan was willing to marry her brother Meng Xian. Upon realizing the purpose of the two, Huang Yan directly fell out with Meng Qingran, and they parted unhappily in the end. First, let us see what kind of spiritual treasure is beneath this courtyard. Qihao's mind moved, and he began to probe down towards the ground of the courtyard. After descending 100 meters, a thin, egg-white-like glow was directly penetrated by Qihao's mind without causing any fluctuations in power. This layer of glow is a relatively strong restrictive force. No wonder the spiritual treasure is right beneath the Huang family, but if not for Qihao possessing the palm of heaven diagram, he would never have imagined that deep beneath the Huang family, there is actually a sealed spiritual treasure. This is the Earth Vortex Spirit Lake. I didn't expect that there would be a sealed Earth Vortex Spirit Lake beneath this remote little city. Qihao couldn't help but feel excited. Within the restriction, what Qihao saw was an underground spirit lake with a circumference of about 100 meters. Although the area is not very large, the liquid in this spirit lake is extremely pure spiritual liquid. A drop of spiritual liquid is comparable to 100 spirit stones. This entire lake of spiritual liquid represents an enormous resource for cultivation. Moreover, spiritual liquid is easier to absorb than spirit stones. With this lake of spiritual liquid, it would be enough for Qihao to cultivate to the peak of Lingwu. However, the spirit lake is located in the Huang family, and it is also beneath Huang Yan's courtyard, which is somewhat troublesome. Qihao frowned slightly, thinking of a solution. Since he had discovered the spirit lake, he could not allow it to remain sealed underground. The Huang family is one of the prominent families in Yuanling City, much stronger than the Meng family. But with Qihao's current strength, he could easily invade the Huang family and take it over. However, Qihao had principles from his 2 lifetimes of cultivation. If others do not offend me, I will not offend others. If others offend me, I will return it 100-fold. At present, the Huang family had no grievances with him. He could not commit the act of exterminating their entire family for the sake of a spirit lake. After pondering for a moment, Qihao's eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps this method could work. Qihao chuckled softly, withdrawing his consciousness from the spirit lake. He directed his mind to peek into the upper house. To the right of the main house was a training room. At this moment, a beautiful woman in an elegant yellow dress was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, fully immersed in her cultivation. Her figure was graceful, like a yellow chrysanthemum about to bloom. In front of her were hundreds of spirit stones. As the cultivation technique was activated, wisps of blue energy flowed out from each spirit stone and surged into the woman's body. She was indeed diligent. Unfortunately, the cultivation method was somewhat lacking. Qihao thought to himself, withdrawing his consciousness from the Zhang Tian Tuesday. He found a piece of white paper and took a brush and ink. For someone who had once been a peak martial artist, drawing and writing was an extremely simple task. Soon, a map centered around the Meng family with a radius of 50 miles was created under Qi Hao's brush. The area displayed by the Zhang Tian II was directly related to Qi Hao's cultivation level. The stronger his physical cultivation, the larger the area that the Zhang Tian II would reveal. According to the Zhang Tian II, he marked the locations of slightly larger light clusters on the map. These light clusters were the places where spiritual energy resources were hidden. Although there were densely packed tens of thousands of light clusters on the Zhang Tian II, he ignored those that were too small. He only marked the positions of 72 slightly larger light clusters. The resources hidden in these locations should be quite good. Li Jin, Qin Lao, come my courtyard. Qi Hao moved his lips and used his soul force to transmit the message. Although the master realm belonged to the ordinary martial phase, he could already initially use the ability of soul force to convey sound. Upon receiving the soul force transmission, Li Jin and Qin Jun hurried over. By the time they arrived, Qi Hao was already waiting for them in the courtyard. Master, what are your orders? Li Jin asked with cupped fists. He habitually wanted to call him son-in-law, but then thought the Meng family was gone. So how could he still call him that? The current Qi's son-in-law was the head of the Qi family in Yuanling City. Qin Jun also smiled and cupped his hands, saying if the master has any tasks, just give the orders. I will serve without hesitation. Qi Hao smiled and said, I have a task to assign to you. As he spoke, Qi Hao handed the drawn map to Qin Jun. Qin Jun received the map with confusion, glanced at it, and asked in bewilderment. This drawing seems to be a map of the surrounding area of Yuanling City. But I am foolish and do not understand what the master wants us to do with this map. And what do the circles on this map signify? Li Jin scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, not understanding either. Qi Hao smiled lightly and said, in the past 3 years, I have searched for spirit mines for the Meng family, almost traversing the area within 100 miles of Yuanling City. Besides the spirit mines I have already found, I also discovered some other places that contain spiritual objects. The circles on this map indicate the locations of these spiritual objects. Now I command both of you to take the other guards of the mansion and retrieve these spiritual objects according to the map. Qin Jun and Li Jin looked at Qi Hao in shock. The circles on the map were actually the locations of spiritual objects. This map was undoubtedly a treasure map. The master actually entrusted them with this treasure map, just like that. What immense trust this was. Master, do you really trust us this much? Qin Jun said, trembling. He thought that, even if he stayed, Qi Hao would not quickly trust him. He had prepared himself to be tested by Qi Hao, so he had just expressed his willingness to serve without hesitation upon meeting. But Qi Hao immediately handed him a treasure map, marking 72 locations of spiritual objects. Regardless of the value of these spiritual objects, adding up 72 locations would definitely amount to a huge fortune, enough to make one green with envy, even leading to thoughts of betrayal. Indeed, Master, you should keep this map secret yourself. How can you casually give it to us? Li Jin said while urging Qin Jun. Qin Lao, quickly fold the map. We cannot look at this. Upon hearing this, Qin Jin hurriedly attempted to fold the map. Qi Hao smiled lightly and said, Since you have chosen to follow me, you must do as I instruct. Keep this map. I, Qi Hao, have always trusted those I use. If I doubt someone, I will not use them. Now hurry and go. Chapter 10. If you doubt my words, then come and test it with your life. Since the master trusts us, we will definitely handle this matter well. Qin Jun said solemnly as he put away the treasure map. Perhaps this immense temptation was the master's test for the old man and Li Jin. Qin Jun thought to himself, when you reach the marked points, search diligently. If you find nothing, do not force it too much, Qi Hao said lightly. Although the positions revealed by the Zhang Tian II must contain spiritual objects, ordinary means might not be able to discover them, just like the spirit lake sealed beneath the Huang family. If it were not for the insight provided by the Zhang Tian II, Qi Hao would not have been able to find it. After the two left, Qi Hao turned back into the house, cultivating while waiting for trouble to come. Previously, Meng Qingran had sent a guard to the Lingwu sect to fetch help. Given the pace of that guard, if he could successfully meet Wei Zhao, The people sent by the Lingwu sect should be arriving soon. However, since Wei Zhao was betrothed to Lu Hongying and his dealings with Meng Qingran were not above board, Qihao speculated that Wei Zhao would not personally show up. In the eyes of the Lingwu sect, the Meng family was merely a small family. So the people dispatched for this rescue would not have a high status or strong cultivation. Therefore, Qihao was not worried at all. Sure enough, a day later, a group of extraordinary martial cultivators arrived at the Meng residence with a fierce aura. Among these people, 10 were in blue robes, 2 were in black robes, and 1 wore a white robe. The blue robes were disciples, the black robes were stewards, and those draped in white robes symbolized the status of elders. Bang! 2 black-robed stewards stepped forward without saying a word, directly raising their palms to smash open the gate of the Meng residence. The servant guarding the door was frightened and hurried to report to Qihao in the small courtyard. Although most of the former guest elders of the Meng family had left, the servants in the mansion had all stayed behind. After all, these lower-class people would find it difficult to make a living after leaving the Meng residence. "Master, it's bad. A group of people has barged in," the servant exclaimed anxiously. In the bedroom, Qihao slowly opened his eyes. "You inform the others to stay in the backyard," Qihao said. The servant was taken aback. Was the master protecting them? The previous Meng family members would only use them like cattle and horses, never caring about their lives. While the servant was dazed, Qihao had already walked out of the house. "No matter what happens, you all must not come over and interfere," Qihao glanced at the servant and said. The servant's eyes turned red, touched, and said, "We are not martial artists and cannot help you. It's just that Elder Qin and Gardley have gone out. What should we do? It's fine. They're just small characters. Just don't run around," Qihao instructed, walking towards the front courtyard. When the gate was broken, Qihao had already taken a glimpse with the Zhang Tian Tuesday. With just one glance, he knew that the people from the Lingwu sect had come to his door. At this moment, the group from the Lingwu sect had already rushed into the front courtyard. "Who is Qihao? Get out here," a black-clad steward shouted angrily, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glint. The elder in white robes remained calm, his eyes lowered. If it weren't for the order from the young sect master, he would never have set foot in such a small family in his lifetime. "Elder, apart from that servant just now, it seems the Meng family has no one left. Could it be that the kid has already escaped these past few days?" The steward frowned and said. "Elder," in Yuntao replied, "he has already arrived." The steward raised his eyebrows. Qihao's figure calmly walked out from a round door. "You're the Meng family's son-in-law, Qihao?" The black-clad steward sneered and asked. Qihao glanced at him and said, "You dare to bark after breaking into my Qi family? Is this how your Lingwu sect operates?" "Qi family?" The steward sneered. "This is clearly the Meng family. You, a son-in-law, think you could take over?" And Yuntao squinted and stared at Qihao, saying, "You seem to be quite aware of our identities. In that case, let's skip the nonsense. Qihao, I advise you to hand over the Meng family's eldest daughter. If she suffers even a scratch, I will not spare you," the black-clad steward threatened menacingly. Qihao smirked. "Then you are too late. Meng Qingran's body should already be starting to rot. If your young sect master has a preference for corpses, I can tell you where to dispose of it." "What?" And Yuntao and the others' expressions changed drastically. "Meng Qingran is dead? You can't fool us. I don't believe you dare to kill her." And Yuntao's eyes turned fierce. Since Qihao knew about the relationship between Meng Qingran and their young sect master, how could he dare to kill her? And Yuntao didn't believe that a son-in-law from a small family would have such courage. Qihao coldly laughed. "If you don't believe me, you can go out and inquire. By now, everyone in Yuanling City should know that the 4 members of the Meng family have all been killed by me. Also, when you go back, tell Wei Zhao for me to return the spirit key of the Lingyuan secret realm. Otherwise, when I go to the Lingwu sect to get it back, the price he has to pay may not be something he can bear." The Lingwu sect members' faces turned furious. "Daring to threaten our sect's young master. You're looking for death." Whoosh! One of the black-clad stewards, who loved to show off, shouted angrily and rushed forward, striking toward Qihao with a palm. This person had the cultivation of a 9th-grade master. Such cultivation was already peak in Yuanling City. He believed that with one move, he could easily severely injure Qihao. After all, Qihao was just a young man in his 20s, How much cultivation could he have? Bang! However, the fact was that the black-clad steward hadn't even reached Chi Hao before being struck by a powerful punch, hit in the chest, and sent flying. Wow! As the steward flew back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his entire chest was about to explode. And Yun Tao's gaze darkened. What a domineering punch. It seems the 4 members of the Meng family truly didn't escape your clutches. Chi Hao replied coldly. They all deserve their fate. I advise you to leave now and relay my message. Otherwise, I will only leave one person alive to deliver my message. How arrogant! And Yun Tao laughed angrily. Chi Hao coldly stared at Yun Tao. If you doubt my words, then come and try with your life. You. And Yun Tao's chest heaved with anger. He couldn't believe that someone dared to threaten him in a small place like Yuanling City. He was an elder of the Lingwu sect, a true master. How dare this kid be so arrogant in front of him? But the cold expression on this kid's face, along with those eyes filled with an inexplicable pressure, made Yun Tao feel an unexplainable sense of dread. Could it be that this kid's strength truly surpassed that of a master? But how could that be possible? Elder, this kid is too arrogant and has injured Steward Sunday. If we don't kill him, how can we uphold the reputation of our Lingwu sect? Moreover, if he doesn't die, the matter between the young sect master and the Meng family, once it spreads, could affect the young sect master and Miss Lu's marriage. Therefore, he must die. Another steward said, with killing intent in his eyes. Although Steward Sun was severely injured by Chi Hao's punch, this person was still very shocked. But Yun Tao was a 4th-grade master, so he had absolute confidence in Yun Tao. Chapter 11. Did I let you go? And Yun Tao's eyes narrowed fiercely. Although Chi Hao's displayed strength was somewhat unexpected, Lin Steward was right. The matter between the young sect master and the Meng family could not be leaked out. Chi Hao, you might as well take your own life. That way, I can at least leave you with a whole corpse. And Yun Tao revealed his killing intent, releasing the aura of a master. Chi Hao tilted his lips in a sneer. Not much strength, but you sure can put on a show. With your cultivation, you're probably just an outer elder in the Lingwu sect, right? And Yun Tao's face twitched. So what if he was an outer elder? An outer elder is still an elder. This kid actually dared to look down on him. My not so impressive cultivation is more than enough to kill you. And Yun Tao laughed angrily and charged forward. And Yun Tao's speed was like a flash of lightning. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Chi Hao. A punch, gathering power and bursting forth. Thunderstorm, fist. Seeing that Chi Hao didn't even have time to react, and Yun Tao grinned coldly, his fist shadow angrily smashing toward Chi Hao's heart. This punch, with the power of thunderstorm, was enough in his view to shatter Chi Hao's body into pieces. Lin Steward and the other disciples of the Lingwu sect also revealed fierce smiles. Once elder and made his move, this arrogant Chi Hao would surely have no choice but to die obediently, right? You little brat, you won't even have time to regret it now. Lin Steward coldly laughed. Boom! Just as the members of the Lingwu sect thought Chi Hao was doomed, a figure suddenly flew back rapidly, crashing into Lin Steward and the others. Caught off guard, several people were knocked away by the rapidly retreating figure, screaming in unison. Lin Steward reacted relatively quickly, dodging to the side in time. But at this moment, he wore a face of disbelief. The person who flew back was actually Eldarin. The fallen Yun Tao spat out a long stream of blood, his originally fierce momentum now pale and terrified. Just now, his thunderstorm fist had clearly been about to land on Chi Hao, but in that moment, a punch faster than his own struck him in the abdomen, and he didn't have time to defend at all before being sent flying. His dantian was now in excruciating pain, as if it had been shattered. Why you dare to destroy my dantian? And Yun Tao trembled, pointing at Chi Hao and shouting angrily. Lin Steward's pupils constricted. Elder N's dantian was destroyed? Wasn't that equivalent to being crippled? If even Elder N became crippled, who here could rival Chi Hao? Lin Steward's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but think of Chi Hao's earlier threat. I will only leave one person alive. Chi Hao, just wait for us. We will go back and relay your message to the young sect master. Lin Steward shouted with a pale face. The other Lingwu sect disciples also saw that the situation was not good and quickly formed a formation. protecting the injured in Yuntao and the already unconscious steward's son in the center. But each of them couldn't hide the fear on their faces. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and help Eldarin. Eldarin is seriously injured and must return to the sect for healing. Lin's steward scolded the group of disciples. He was furious inside. These fools should be thinking about how to escape quickly. What formation are they even trying to set up? With your level of cultivation, can you protect that old waste in Yuntao? The disciples reacted quickly and hurried to help in Yuntao. And Yuntao did not resist. Face is small, but life is big. Did I let you go? A cold voice, like piercing ice, entered the ears of Steward Lin and the others. Chi Hao, Eldarin has already been injured like this by you. What more do you want? I warn you, our sect's strength is not something you can provoke. Even if you can escape, your chief family cannot escape. Steward Lin said angrily, trying to appear calm despite his inner panic. Chi Hao shook his head and sneered. I didn't expect the people of Lingwu's sect to be so weak. But since you refused to listen to my advice and have attacked me twice, I can no longer let you leave alive. As he spoke, Chi Hao stepped forward, slowly walking towards Steward Lin and the others. In Yuntao and Steward Lin's pupil shrank. Could it be that Chi Hao really dared to kill them all? This kid must be crazy. They represented the Lingwu sect. Chi Hao, I advise you not to court death. If you dare to kill anyone from our sect, Lingwu sect will never let you go. PFF. And Yuntao was angrily threatening when a sword light flashed by, and Steward Lin's eyes bulged as he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Immediately after, he saw a burst of blood in front of him. Elder, he killed Steward Lin. Elder, what should we do? What are you still talking about? Help me run. This kid has gone mad. And Yuntao exclaimed in fright. If he weren't so heavily injured, he would have already turned around and fled. Chi Hao smiled coldly and stepped forward, his sword flashing. As the sword energy swept through, screams echoed. Swish! The sharp sword tip was pressed against the throat of the only remaining survivor. The others, including in Yuntao, had already fallen in a pool of blood. Boom! The disciples of Lingwu's sect felt the fear of death. Their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary outer sect disciple. I just joined Lingwu's sect a few days ago, just a few days after joining. And you already have the cultivation of a level 2 martial master? You have quite a talent. Chi Hao said indifferently. Cough. I was too scared just now and said it wrong. I meant I've been a disciple of Lingwu's sect for a few years. The little disciple quickly explained. Chi Hao coldly said, Did you remember what I wanted you to pass on? The little disciple hurriedly replied, I remember everything. After I go back, I will definitely tell the young sect master to have the spirit key sent back to you. As long as you remember, you can go. Chi Hao sheathed his sword and said coldly. The little disciple was scolded, but was overjoyed. He never expected that among this group, the one with the weakest cultivation, would survive. He immediately got up and ran away from the Chi family. Come, deal with these corpses. After Chi Hao collected the storage rings of Yuntao and the others, he sent a message to the backyard. When the servants of the Chi family came over, they were all pleasantly surprised. The master is really impressive. These people look so fierce, but they died so quickly. Who are these people? Who cares who they are? They're all dead now. Just drag them out and throw them into the mountains. As the bodies of the Lingwu sect members were dragged out of the Chi family on a cart, several spies hidden around the Chi family rushed back to report this news to their respective masters. The Meng family's assets were a big piece of fat meat, and there would naturally be no shortage of people eyeing it. Chapter 12, Who's there? What? You say the ones who rushed into the Meng family had only one person flee in panic, while the others were all killed. Yes, I saw with my own eyes the servants of the Meng family pushing a cart of corpses out of the city. But did you find out who those people were? I don't know their specific identities, but they looked like they had some background. Immediately go and capture that fleeing person, and make sure to find out their identities. Only by understanding their identities can we further assess Chi Hao's current strength. Yes, in various families within Yuanling City, similar master-servant dialogues unfolded. The news of the Meng family's massacre had already spread. The thoughts of the various clans in the city were already stirring. However, they had not yet figured out Chi Hao's specific strength, which was why they had not acted rashly. After all, from the scattered guest elders, These families knew that when Meng Yi was killed, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. If they acted rashly and were careless, they might end up like Meng Yi. These families did not expect that before they could act, a group of unfamiliar faces rushed into the Meng family. Even more unexpected was that these people, who had burst into the Meng family with great momentum, were all lying down and coming out shortly after. It seems that Qi Hao has become increasingly formidable. The heads of the various families felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If Qi Hao was strong, then it would be difficult to snatch the Meng family's piece of fat meat. On the mountain road outside Yuanling City, Yang Huai ran for several miles in one breath and finally let out a sigh of relief. This Qi Hao is too crazy. He actually killed Elder N and the others. However, he is really stupid, still thinking of letting me pass a message. Once the young sect master knows about this, won't he be furious and definitely send inner sect elders to come and kill this guy? Yang Huai turned his head to look in the direction of Yuanling City and smiled sarcastically. But soon his smile froze. Several figures were rushing towards him at full speed. Damn, it must be that Qi Hao reacted and sent someone to chase me. Yang Huai was scared and hurriedly continued to run. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Biffich! It pierced into Yang Huai's buttocks. Ah! Yang Huai screamed in pain, and then his waist went numb, causing him to collapse to the ground. This arrow not only injured his tailbone, but also coated with a paralyzing potion, causing Yang Huai to lose his ability to move. Don't kill me. Qi Hao said he wouldn't kill me. Yang Huai shouted desperately. Swish, swish, swish. Several people rushed over, and seeing Yang Huai's screams, they exchanged glances in astonishment. Kid, I'm not Qi Hao's person. I ask you, where did you and those who rushed into the Meng family come from? One burly man stepped on Yang Huai's face, grinning and asking. Although these pursuers came from different families in the city, their current goal was the same. So no one stopped the burly man's questioning. Yang Huai was taken aback. You guys are really not Qi Hao's people? Stop talking nonsense. Answer my question. The burly man viciously stomped on Yang Huai's face. Yang Huai winced in pain and quickly said, Don't step on me. I am an outer disciple of Ling Wu sect. The people who rushed into the Meng family with me are our sect's stewards and elders. What? The burly man's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale as he quickly moved his foot away. The person he was stepping on was actually a disciple of Ling Wu sect. Impossible. How dare Qi Hao kill the stewards and elders of Ling Wu sect? One person said coldly. The burly man's face turned green as he realized he had been tricked. Boom! He kicked Yang Huai in the face and cursed. You dog, how dare you trick me? With your pathetic appearance. You still dare to pretend to be a disciple of Ling Wu sect? Woo, I really am a disciple of Ling Wu sect. If you don't believe me, I can show you my identity token. Yang Huai cried, blood pouring from his nose. The burly man's kick had broken his nose. Slap! Yang Huai took out a jade tablet from his storage ring. One of them picked it up to check. On the exquisitely crafted jade token, one side is engraved with the characters Ling Wu, while the other side bears the name Yang Huai, with the words outer sect inscribed above it. This seems to be the identity token of an outer sect disciple of the Ling Wu sect. The person examining the jade token said in a low voice. The burly man's pupils constricted again. If he is truly a disciple of the Ling Wu sect, then I'm finished. The burly man felt a wave of panic inside. The Ling Wu sect, not to mention he couldn't provoke it. Even his own backing couldn't afford to offend it. The expressions of the others also changed dramatically at this moment. Although they hadn't stepped on the face of this Ling Wu sect outer disciple, they had pursued him, especially the person who shot an arrow at Yang Huai, whose face was now even uglier than that of the burly man. We are all involved in this matter today. If the Ling Wu sect investigates, I'm afraid none of us can escape. The person holding the jade token said solemnly. Brother Wang, what should we do? The burly man quickly asked. Wang Zun replied gravely. We can only go all out, as long as he is dead. The people from the Ling Wu sect will think he died at the hands of Qi Hao like the others. Everyone's eyes lit up, right? As long as this Yang Huai is dead, there will be no evidence. Brother Wang, this idea is good. I'll kill him right now. The burly man's eyes turned fierce, grinning savagely. Wang Zun narrowed his eyes. Not so fast. Let us first find out what grievances exist between the Ling Wu sect and Chi how before we act. No, don't kill me. I promise I want to take revenge on you. I can tell you everything you want to know. Yang Huai huddled in fear, trembling as he pleaded. The burly man sneered. Huh, do you think I would gamble my life on your character? If you honestly reveal the truth, you might suffer less torture. Otherwise, I'll make you wish for death. The burly man said, casually taking out a dagger and stabbing it into Yang Huai's body, twisting it around. Yang Huai let out a painful scream. I'll say everything. Knowing he couldn't escape death, Yang Huai now only wished to suffer less pain. Soon, he revealed the purpose of this trip and the transaction between Wei Zhao and the Meng family to everyone. After Wang Zun and the others learned all this, they didn't feel relieved. Instead, their faces grew even uglier. This matter is a secret that must not be leaked to the young master of the Lingwu sect. Now they had all become informed parties. Once Wei Zhao found out, it wouldn't just be their lives at stake. Perhaps their families would also be silenced. You coward! Why did you tell me all this? You dog a son! The burly man shouted angrily, stomping on Yang Huai's neck. With a crack, Yang Huai's eyes widened as he spat blood and died. Everyone must keep today's events under wraps. Even our backers must not be informed. Otherwise, once it leaks and the Lingwu sect finds out, we will undoubtedly die. When we return, we'll say we didn't catch this person. We've never seen him. Wang Zun said with a dark face. If it weren't for his strength not allowing it, he would have killed them all. All right, let us unify our statements and report back to our respective family heads. The burly man hurriedly echoed. How could what happened be treated as if it never occurred? A faint laugh suddenly came from the nearby forest. Who is there? Get out here now. Wang Zun, the burly man, and the others were horrified. Chapter 13. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chi Hao's figure emerged from the forest. Wang Zun and the others' pupils shrank. Chi Hao. They didn't expect that the one hiding in the dark was actually Chi Hao. Chi Hao walked on the mountain path, glanced at Yang Huai's corpse, and then looked at the burly man, smiling faintly. You were quite ruthless. The burly man's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, can I be more ruthless than you? Li Jin and the others had naturally gone to confirm the place where the bodies of the 4 from the Meng family were discarded. When they saw the tragic state of Meng, Yi, and the others, everyone from the various families was filled with cold dread. The various families delayed their actions partly because of Chi Hao's excessively ruthless methods. Cough, young Master Chi, what brings you here? Wang Zun cleared his throat, forcing a smile as he cupped his hands. Chi Hao replied indifferently, just passing by. Wang Zun and the others' faces twitched. Passing by? You mean walking through the forest? Who would believe that? But they had to believe it. Now, Chi Hao was someone in the martial master realm whom they dare not question. Cough, regarding today's matter. How would young Master Chi like us to report back? Wang Zun slightly bowed, awkwardly asking. Chi Hao smiled at Wang Zun. You are from the Lu family. I remember you're called Wang Zun, right? Chi Hao asked. Wang Zun's expression changed. Being remembered so clearly by Chi Hao did not seem like a good thing. Cough, that's right. Wang Zun replied, forcing himself. Chi Hao nodded. You're quite a character, decisive in action, knowing when to be harsh and when to endure. Are you interested in coming to follow me? Wang Zun was taken aback. He didn't expect Chi Hao would actually recruit him. But Chi Hao was in trouble now, and had offended the Lingwu sect. He didn't dare to follow Chi Hao, so he quickly laughed awkwardly. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Chi. But the Lu family has been good to me. I want to leave them. Chi Hao smiled. No problem. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to come find me at the Chi family. Then he glanced at the others and said, go back and tell your backers that I appreciate their concern for me. But don't overdo it, or it might bring trouble. Also, the information just revealed by this person, you should report it truthfully as well. The faces of Wang Zun and the burly man instantly turned pale. If they reported truthfully, wouldn't they be unable to conceal the matter of killing Yang Huai? Bang! The burly man suddenly knelt down, his face flushed as he said, Young Master Chi, we can't report this truthfully. If the family head finds out I killed a disciple of the Lingwu sect, he will definitely kill me. Yang Huai died because he broke his neck under his foot. So the burly man was the most terrified at this moment. Wang Zun trembled. Yes, young Master Chi, We all had a part in Yang Huai's death. If our backers find out, they will definitely silence us to prevent this from leaking. Please, young Master Qi, spare us a life. Qi Hao smiled lightly. We're all grown men. If you dare to do it, you should dare to admit it. If your backers intend to silence you, just say you've joined me. Perhaps it can save your lives. As for whether the family heads will give him face, that depends on their luck. The expressions of the group were either pale or filled with bitterness. They had only followed their family's orders to investigate the identities of those from the Lingwu sect. How did they end up trapped in a dead end? That's it, everyone, let us head back to the city. Qi Hao smiled faintly and started walking towards Yuanling City. Brother Wang, what should we do? The burly man glanced at Wang Zun, asking with a miserable expression. Wang Zun looked at Qi Hao's back. He really didn't have the courage to stab him in the back. At this point, what else could be done but to report truthfully? Wang Zun sighed, feeling powerless as he followed behind. Qi Hao had long noticed the spies from various families arranged outside the Qi family. He also guessed that the people from the various families would be curious about the identities of those from the Lingwu sect. So he left them the weakest, Yang Huai. This way, the secret Wei Zhao wanted to conceal would no longer be hidden without him having to expose it. If Wei Zhao wanted to kill him and secretly collude with Meng Qingran, how could he let Wei Zhao smoothly marry Lu Hongying? On the other hand, upon learning that he dared to kill even members of the Lingwu sect, the people from various prominent families would likely suppress their restless thoughts. Qi Hao wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to be entangled in unnecessary issues. As for the Lingwu sect, even if he didn't kill anyone today, Wei Zhao wouldn't let him off. So what was there to fear? After returning to the city, everyone dispersed. Soon, the spies from these families walk heavily to their respective family heads, kneeling nervously and reporting everything. What? That group was actually from the Lingwu sect. Among the dead, there was even an elder from the Lingwu sect. You all conspired together to kill that outer disciple of the Lingwu sect. Outer disciples are also disciples of the Lingwu sect. How dare you kill them? You fool! You've brought great disaster upon our clan. The heads of the various clans were furious after hearing the truthful reports. At the same time, they were extremely frightened. After all, the Lingwu sect was an overwhelmingly powerful sect force that they couldn't compete with. The only way out of this was to silence you fools so that we, the various clans, wouldn't fall into danger. Lord Wang, I know you have always been loyal, but this time, I cannot keep you. Once I kill you, I will go speak to the other clan heads, letting those present accompany you in death. That way, you won't be too lonely down there. The head of the Lu family, Lu Fengyin, had a sinister look in his eyes, a murderous intent bursting forth, as a powerful source of energy gathered in his right palm. Wang Zun's heart trembled. Sure enough, the family head wanted to kill him to silence him. Family head, even if we all die, this matter can't be hidden. When we killed Yang Huai, Qi Hao appeared, Wang Zun said solemnly. Lu Fengyin's pupils dilated, and his hand movements suddenly froze. How could Qi Hao appear? Did he see you kill Yang Huai? Lu Fengyin asked, trembling. Wang Zun's life was easy to take, but Qi Hao was someone who could slay an elder of the Lingwu sect. Wang Zun lowered his head and recounted what had happened after Qi Hao appeared. Lu Fengyin gritted his teeth and cursed. That dog Qi Hao is deliberately setting us up. No wonder he killed so many people but spared Yang Huai. He is intentionally using Yang Huai to let us know about the shady dealings between Wei Zhao and the Meng family. That dog is simply too sinister. Wang Zun lowered his head, speechless. Although Qi Hao had set him up, Lu Fengyin had truly intended to kill him just now, which made him feel even colder. Lu Fengyin's face darkened, and after pondering for a moment, he said, in that case, even if I kill you, it won't help. Since Qi Hao wants to recruit you, you should go find him. But I hope you know whose person you truly are. Chapter 14. Returning with gains half an hour later. In the courtyard of the Qi family, 7 people were waiting. Wang Zun and Lu Biao were among them. Lu Biao, as his name suggests, was the 2-meter-tall, muscular man who had stomped Yang Huai to death on the mountain path. Why are there still 2 missing? I remember we were 9 before, right? Lu Biao asked suspiciously. Wang Zun lowered his eyes and said solemnly, they probably died. If I hadn't mentioned that Qi Hao appeared in time, I would have been a corpse by now. Those family heads no matter how benevolent they usually were, would show no mercy towards outsiders when it came to their family interests. Lu Biao's face stiffened. Then he sighed lightly. It's a good thing I spoke up in time. I've already pledged allegiance to Qi, or else I would probably be dead too. This time, I finally see through that Zhang Sheng. Wang Zun forced a smile, but said nothing more. The Lu family and Zhang family are unjust. Changing sides to Qi Hao's banner won't lead to anything good. The world is as dark as crows. At that moment, Qi Hao walked out from the round door. We have seen the head of the Qi family, and wish to serve the Qi family from now on. We implore the head of the Qi family to take us in. As soon as everyone saw Qi Hao, they hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Qi Hao smiled faintly. Having offended the Lingwu sect, the family head will want to silence you, so your current situation is indeed not easy. Everyone's expressions twitched slightly. The reason they had fallen into their current predicament was not due to Qi Hao. However, no one dared to voice this thought at the moment. Regardless of what purpose you came to the Qi family with, I hope you understand that the only one who can protect your lives now is me. Qi Hao said with narrowed eyes. Wang Zun cupped his hands and said, we understand. As long as the head of the Qi family is willing to take us in, my life will belong to the head of the Qi family from now on. Qi Hao smiled. Indeed, without experiencing some changes, it's hard for people's hearts to change. Wang Zun's face turned red. Half an hour ago, he had rejected Qi Hao's offer, citing loyalty to the Lu family. Now, he was begging Qi Hao for acceptance. Then let's all stay. Anan, go arrange accommodations for them. Qi Hao smiled and instructed his servant Anan beside him. Anan hurriedly responded, yes, family head. Everyone, please follow me. Wang Zun and the others bowed to Qi Hao and followed Anan. Family head, they are all from various prominent families. Will it be a problem to take them in like this? The servant Abei asked cautiously. Anan and Abei were brothers, one 15 and the other 14. Half a year ago, their village was raided by bandits and everyone in the village was slaughtered. Only these two brothers, who were out gathering herbs, managed to escape. The brothers sold themselves to the Meng family to bury their relatives and villagers. Qi Hao felt that the brothers had strong loyalty, so he kept them by his side. Qi Hao smiled lightly. Even if there's a problem, it won't be a big one. If the family head is heartless, profit will confuse their hearts. Once they discover that what they gain from me is far more than what they receive from their old masters, as long as they are not fools, they will know where they should stand. Abei scratched his head, unsure if he understood, but he awkwardly smiled. Wang Zun and the others all had strengths above the 6th rank of the martial master realm. This level of strength was already above average in Yuanling City. As long as he provided some support, it wouldn't be difficult for them to step into the Grandmaster realm. The most important thing was that regardless of whether these people were genuinely following him, having killed disciples of the Lingwu sect, they no longer had a path of retreat. Wang Zun and the others stayed in the Qi family for 2 days without being summoned by Qi Hao or being assigned any tasks. This made Wang Zun, Lu Biao, and others feel somewhat anxious. Although being jobless was light, staying like this without any resources would likely lead to them not getting any distribution of resources. Without resources, they couldn't improve their strength. Brother Wang, does the family head not trust us? Should we go find a family head and express our loyalty again? Lu Biao said with a frown as he came to Wang Zun's courtyard. Wang Zun said solemnly, it's normal for the family head not to trust us. Although the family head is young, trust cannot be gained through mere words of loyalty. Lu Biao scratched his hair vigorously. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait like this? Wang Zun nodded. Let's wait for the family head's arrangements. Once we have tasks, we will do our best to complete them. As for the rest, we will leave it to time. Inside the room, Qi Hao slowly opened his eyes. Over the past 2 days, he had focused on his cultivation, and his strength had increased a bit more. He had reached the 4th rank of the Grandmaster realm. Unfortunately, his spirit stones were depleted. He hadn't expected that in Yun Tao, as an elder of the Lingwu sect, would have only 200,000 spirit stones in his storage ring, which was quite poor. Qi Hao shook his head helplessly. No matter how exceptional his cultivation method was, without sufficient resources, it was quite difficult to rapidly improve his strength. Fortunately, Li Jing, Qin Zhen, and others were already on their way back. Qi Hao half closed his eyes, waiting for Li Jin and Qin Zhen to return as he planned to visit the Huang family. Once he dealt with the Huang family, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Qi Hao got up and went to the storeroom. In the warehouse, several baskets were placed. Each basket was filled with spirit stones. Chi Hao frowned. Why are there so few spirit stones sent back? It seems someone has been up to no good. The Meng family had a total of 7 spirit mines. Among them, 3 were old mines with low output. But the 4 new mines produced over 100,000 spirit stones each month. Thus, the 7 spirit mines should yield at least 10,000 spirit stones on average per day. However, the spirit stones in these baskets didn't even add up to 10,000. And this was the output for 5 days. Daring to touch my spirit stones is truly seeking death. Chi Hao's eyes turned cold, and he transmitted his soul sound. Wang Zun, gather Lu Biao and the others, come to the front hall. Wang Zun's eyes widened, and he quickly called Lu Biao and the others, hurrying to the front hall. Please give your orders, family head, Wang Zun said promptly. Chi Hao said coldly, someone in the spirit mine is embezzling the spirit stones. I command you to lead a team to investigate. You must recover the spirit stones and behead the embezzlers as a warning to others. Yes, Wang Zun and the others immediately accepted the order. Wang Zun and Lu Biao were tough characters, and they probably had no ties with those in the spirit mine. Furthermore, they were eager to perform and gain his trust. Entrusting this matter to them should yield good results. Not long after Wang Zun and the others left, Li Jin, Qin Zhen, and others returned to the residence, excited to report to Chi Hao. Family head, according to the map you provided, we have indeed made significant gains these days. Upon meeting, Qin Zhen said excitedly. Now he possessed more spirit items than he had seen in his entire life. Although the map only indicated 72 locations, some marked points had appeared in groups of spirit items. While speaking, Qin Zhen presented a storage ring to Chi Hao with both hands. 2 pieces of spirit marrow stones, 9 spirit ginsengs, 70 spirit fruits, and 162 spirit herbs of grade 4 or above. This harvest is indeed quite good. Chi Hao glanced at it and smiled lightly. Li Jin grinned. It's a pity that there are still more than 20 locations where we couldn't find the spirit items. Otherwise, we could have gained even more. But the total value of these spirit items should exceed 200,000 spirit stones. With these and your abilities, family head, it won't take 2 years for the Qi family to become the strongest clan in Yuanling City. However, Qin Zhen was not as optimistic as Li Jin. He expressed his concerns. Family head, although we have these, the Qi family's foundation is sufficient, but if the Lingwu sect learns about the Meng family's matter, they might come to seek retribution. I suggest we make some arrangements before the Lingwu sect takes action. Chi Hao smiled lightly. The people from the Lingwu sect have already come. Li Jin and Qin Zhen were shocked upon hearing this. They came? What did they say? Both were actually quite surprised. Since the Lingwu sect's people had come, how could the family head still be fine? They came to cause trouble, so I killed them all. Chi Hao said casually. Li Jin and Qin Zhen stared wide-eyed, almost petrified, unable to react for a long time. The family head killed the Lingwu sect's people? This has completely offended the Lingwu sect. What, are you scared? Chi Hao teased with a smile. Cough. I was a bit anxious, but when I decided to follow the family head, I was prepared for everything, Li Jin said with a dry laugh. Qin Zhen added, I'm all alone at my age, so it doesn't matter to me. I just worry for the family head. Chi Hao smiled lightly. You two's loyalty in bringing back these spirit items, I naturally do not doubt. Here, Chi Hao extended his right hand, handing a flat black jade stone to Qin Zhen. This jade slip contains a spirit martial art of the Lingwu level. Take it and comprehend it in order. The jade slip is a type of soul jade that has been specially refined. Martial artists above the master realm can use their soul consciousness to inscribe information inside the soul jade. Other martial artists only need to enter the jade slip with their mental power to know its contents. Qin Zhen and Li Jin showed ecstatic expressions. They didn't expect that the jade slip contained a spirit martial art of the Lingwu level. It's worth noting that no one in Yuanling City had heard of a family possessing a Lingwu level martial art. Meng, he had only managed to obtain a few Lingwu level martial arts from the Lingyuan secret realm. But before he could begin cultivating, he was killed by Chi Hao. Family head, this is a Lingwu level martial art. Even among the various spirit sects, this is a secret level martial art. Are you really giving this to us? Qin Zhen asked excitedly. Chi Hao smiled lightly. Although spirit arts are precious, loyalty is even harder to find. Those who share weal and woe, Chi Hao, will not treat lightly. You can accept it with peace of mind. When Wang Zun and the others return, I will also grant you some spirit stones to aid in your cultivation. Thank you, family head. Qin Zhen and Li Jin bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. You two go rest. I will step out for a while. Chi Hao smiled and walked away. At this moment, Qin Zhen and Li Jin were not in the mood to rest and hurried back to comprehend the Lingwu level martial art in the Jade Slip. This Jade Slip was not personally inscribed by Chi Hao, but rather obtained by Meng Yi from the Lingyuan secret realm. Chi Hao looked down on such low-grade martial arts, but it was good for winning people's hearts. Moments later, Chi Hao arrived outside the Huang family's residence. The doorman of the Huang family, upon seeing Chi Hao, immediately tightened his expression, showing some fear. Chi Hao had a considerable reputation in Yuanling City, and now that he had killed Meng Yi's family, his notoriety only increased. Go and inform your family head that Chi Hao has come to visit, Chi Hao said with a light smile. Okay, I'll go right away. The servant hurriedly ran into the residence. Soon, he returned and respectfully said, Young Master Chi, our family head requests your presence. Chi Hao nodded and followed the servant into the Huang residence. They made their way through the halls until they reached the guest hall. In the guest hall, not only was Huang Meng present, but also the Huang family's old master, Huang Xingyao, who had long devoted himself to cultivation and ignored worldly matters. Chi Hao, why have you come to my Huang family? Huang Meng asked straightforwardly, narrowing his eyes upon seeing Chi Hao. Huang Meng actually did not want to deal with Chi Hao now, but out of obligation, he agreed to see him. Chi Hao respectfully greeted the seated Huang Xingyao. I am Chi Hao, here to greet old Master Huang. Huang Xingyao nodded lightly, saying nothing. He was merely there to support Huang Meng and add some authority to the situation. After all, everyone in Yuanling City knew that Chi Hao was not easy to deal with. Uncle Huang, do you mind if I sit down and chat? Chi Hao smiled at Huang Meng. Seat. Huang Mang zet ponde in dai fun. Chi Hao walked into the guest hall and sat down with a smile. Buzz. Chi Hao waved his hand. And 6 5th-grade spirit ginsengs, 66 spirit fruits, and 66 spirit herbs of grade 4 or above filled the tea table in front of him. Huang Meng and Huang Xingyao's eyes widened in shock. Huang Xingyao even stood up suddenly. Chi Hao, what are you doing? Huang Meng swallowed hard, asking with a trembling voice. So many spirit ginsengs, spirit fruits, and spirit herbs. Not even the Huang family's collection over several generations has this much. Chi Hao smiled. These are all my betrothal gifts. Betrothal gifts? Huang Meng and Huang Xingyao were taken aback. Did Chi Hao intend to marry one of their daughters? This ruthless man who had just killed his father-in-law's entire family actually came to their Huang family to present betrothal gifts? Huang Meng's mouth twitched. After the incident with the Meng family, who would still dare to be Chi Hao's father-in-law? In addition to these, there are also 2 Lingwu-level martial arts. Chi Hao smiled slightly and took out 2 jade slips from the storage ring, placing them on the tea table. Huang Meng and Huang Xingyao's eyes widened again. Lingwu-level martial arts. And there were 2. Although Chi Hao was a son-in-law that no one dared to accept as a father-in-law, these betrothal gifts were simply too tempting. Huang Meng swallowed again and asked, Which daughter of my Huang family do you have your eye on? Chi Hao smiled. Your eldest daughter, Huang Yan. What? You have your eye on Yenna? That's not acceptable. Absolutely not. Huang Meng's expression changed, and he quickly shook his head. If Chi Hao had taken a liking to one of his nieces, Huang Meng might have considered it. But to have him be Chi Hao's father-in-law, he absolutely wouldn't agree. After all, Chi Hao's last father-in-law's body hasn't even rotted away yet. Chi Hao smiled lightly and said, Why not? Is it because I'm not good enough? Or is the betrothal gift not substantial enough? Huang Meng's lips twitched as he replied, You know the reason very well in your heart, so why ask more? Besides, I've heard that you've offended the spirit martial sect. If I were to marry Yenner to you now, wouldn't I be pushing my daughter into a fire pit as a father? Chi Hao smiled and said, Has Uncle ever thought about why I killed the entire Meng family and offended the spirit martial sect, yet still dare to stay in Yuanling City without fleeing? Huang Meng and Huang Xingyao were taken aback. Yes, why is that? Huang Xingyao squinted and said, Chi Hao, since you want to marry my Huang family's daughter, let's be clear. If you can convince us, this marriage could be possible. Chi Hao smiled and replied, the reason is simple. I have backing, and I'm not afraid of the spirit martial sect. As for more details, with our current relationship, it's not appropriate to say much. As he spoke, Chi Hao stood up and pointed to the items on the tea table, saying, I will leave these things with the Huang family for now. I hope within 3 days, the Huang family can give me a clear answer. Chapter 16. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. Huang Xingyao hurriedly said, you should take these items back for now. Once we discussed it, we will give you a reply. The spiritual items were fine, but leaving the jade slips could lead to trouble if Chi Hao accused the Huang family of peeking. Chi Hao chuckled and said, it's fine. Even if your final reply is to disagree with this marriage, I will only take back these spiritual items. As for these 2 jade slips, consider them a gift from Miss Huang Yan. Huang Meng was surprised and said, as far as I know, you and my daughter Yin'er are not very familiar. Why are you being so generous to her? Chi Hao smiled and said, even if there is fate but no connection, it is still proper to express my feelings. Moreover, spiritual power is not precious to me. Huang Meng and Huang Xingyao's eyes widened in shock. Spiritual power is not precious? Could it be that Chi Hao has techniques that are even higher than spiritual power? Please stay, both of you. Chi Hao smiled and took his leave, leaving the Huang father and son in shock, unable to shake off their astonishment. Father, what kind of existence do you think is behind Chi Hao? Huang Meng asked. Huang Xingyao shook his head and said, I dare not imagine. But someone who can make him unafraid of the spirit martial sect must be a terrifying existence that our Huang family cannot compete with. Huang Meng's lips twitched. Isn't this just nonsense? Forget about the person behind Chi Hao. Even Chi Hao himself is someone the Huang family might not be able to provoke. What about this marriage? Huang Meng hesitated, seeking advice. Huang Xingyao said solemnly, Chi Hao has been very polite today, but if we really refuse him, he might not be so amiable anymore. Then does father agree to this marriage? Huang Meng was taken aback. Let's ask Yin'er what she thinks. This child has always had her own ideas since she was little. If she is unwilling, forcing it would ultimately lead to unpredictable consequences, Huang Xingyao said. All right, I will go find Yin'er and ask her. Huang Meng hurriedly left for Huang Yan's courtyard. After the father and daughter met and Huang Meng recounted what had happened, Huang Yan pondered for a moment before saying, I agree to this marriage. Yin'er, how did you decide so quickly? You didn't fancy so many suitors before. Could it be that you already have feelings for Chi Hao? Huang Meng asked in surprise. Huang Yan shook her head and said, I have only met Chi Hao a few times. How could I have feelings for him? But for him to come personally to propose with such a heavy betrothal gift, it not only shows his intentions, but also his determination to marry me. If the Huang family refuses, it might bring great trouble. For the sake of the Huang family, I am willing to marry him. Chi Hao's notorious reputation and his impressive strength already made him formidable. Now he even claims to have a powerful backing. A Huang family has no confidence to refuse. Even though Huang Yan is not entirely willing, she sees the situation clearly. Chi Hao has given the Huang family enough face. If they do not accept, they would only humiliate themselves or even lead to their own downfall. Rather than that, Huang Yan decides to stake her own future. If Chi Hao can truly withstand the pressure from the spirit martial sect, not only will Chi Hao achieve greatness in the future, but the Huang family can also rise with him. Huang Meng was silent for a moment and sighed. You've suffered for this. Huang Yan smiled and said, Father and grandfather have never looked down on me for being a daughter. They treat me like a treasure. Now that I have grown up, it is time for me to repay father and grandfather. Besides, aside from the Meng family's affair, Chi Hao's character is said to be quite good. His martial talent is also outstanding among his peers. In terms of talent, I'm not even worthy of him. Nonsense. To marry my daughter. That is the fortune Chi Hao has earned over 800 lifetimes. How could you not be worthy of him? Huang Meng's not. Huang Yan merely covered her mouth and smiled. 3 days later, Huang Meng sent a servant to the Qi family, inviting Chi Hao to the Huang family for a discussion. It seems the Huang family has agreed to this marriage. Chi Hao secretly laughed. If they hadn't agreed, Huang Meng wouldn't have invited him to discuss. Upon re-entering the Huang family, this time Huang Meng met Chi Hao not in the guest hall, but in the main hall. In the main hall, over a dozen members of the Huang family were gathered. These were all high-ranking figures in the Huang family. Chi Hao had met old Master Huang and various Huang family uncles. As Chi Hao entered the main hall, he smiled and greeted them. Hee, Chi Hao, come sit down and chat, Huang Xingyao said with a laugh, pointing to an empty seat on the left side reserved for him. Although Chi Hao is younger in age, no one dares to treat him as an ordinary junior due to his current strength and achievements. Reserving the left side for Chi Hao shows that the Huang family recognizes his status and identity. Chi Hao did not hesitate and sat down. Mang, you speak, Huang Xingyao said to Huang Mang. Huang Mang nodded and smiled at Chi Hao, saying, Chi Hao, 3 days ago you came to my Huang family to propose. And as a father, I have already asked Yin'er for her opinion. She is willing to marry you. If you have not changed your mind, you will be my Huang family's son-in-law from now on. Chi Hao stood up and respectfully said, Thank you, father-in-law, for your approval. I, Chi Hao, also promise to all the elders of the Huang family that as long as we are united as husband and wife, I will not let down the Huang family's kindness today, nor will I let Yin'er down in the slightest. Huang Mang raised an eyebrow. This promise comes with a condition. If it were someone else speaking, Huang Mang would have definitely told them to get lost. But since it is Chi Hao, he decided to endure it. Ha, good. So when do you plan to marry Yin'er? Huang Mang asked with a smile. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. If father-in-law has no objections, let me marry Yin'er tomorrow. Chi Hao said with a smile. This matter is naturally better sooner than later. The faces of the Huang family members twitched. They had checked the calendar. Tomorrow is clearly an ordinary day, not an auspicious day. The nearest auspicious day is still half a month away. But the hall fell silent, and no one dared to speak up against it. Ahem, since you are already prepared for the wedding, we naturally have no objections. I have no other requirements. I only hope you can take good care of my daughter. If you mistreat her, my Huang family will not let you off lightly, Huang Mang said with a smile. By the time he said the last sentence, he felt a bit embarrassed. But if he didn't say it, he felt he would be letting down his daughter. Rest assured, father-in-law, I will treat Yin'er like a treasure. Chi Hao smiled. Huang Xingyao laughed and said, Since the date is set, Chi Hao, you should go back and prepare. All right, then I will take my leave, Chi Hao said with a smile as he stepped back. As soon as Chi Hao left, Huang Mang's face darkened slightly, and he said, This kid is really too impatient. Huang Xingyao also smiled bitterly and waved his hand, saying, Since it's already settled, there's no need to say such things. Go inform Yin'er, and the rest of you can disperse. When Huang Yin learned that she was to marry Chi Hao the next day, she was dazed for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she frowned and said, Father, Chi Hao is so eager to marry me. There can't be some hidden agenda behind this, right? Chapter 17. Being manipulated? Huang Mang shook his head and said, I don't know about that either. But apart from you, there shouldn't be anything in our Huang family that Chi Hao would covet. After all, the betrothal gifts he sent are worth at least 5 million spirit stones. Even if we sold all our assets, we wouldn't be able to reach that amount. Among the betrothal gifts, the spiritual items alone were valued at over 1 million spirit stones. As for the spiritual techniques, they have never been auctioned for less than 2 million spirit stones at some large auction houses in the Eastern Spirit Domain. Huang Yin took a deep breath and pursed her lips, saying, Now we can only hope that he won't harm our Huang family. The next morning, a grand wedding procession from the Qi family arrived at the Huang family's residence. Chi Hao, dressed in a bright red wedding robe and wearing a faint smile, looked spirited and handsome. Soon, Huang Yin, also in a wedding dress and covered by a red veil, was escorted out by her family. Chi Hao, you must treat my daughter well, Huang Yin's mother, Yilan, said with tears in her eyes. Chi Hao bowed and smiled, saying, Rest assured, mother-in-law, I will take good care of Yin'er. Yilan choked up for a moment, waved her hand, and indicated that Chi Hao could take Huang Yin away. Amidst the sounds of celebration, the wedding procession began to return. Chi Hao did not invite guests for this wedding. Firstly, the major families in Yuanling City were like wolves eyeing the Qi family's assets. Secondly, Chi Hao had just tricked them, and even if they came to support him, it was unlikely they would show good faces. On such a joyous occasion, Chi Hao certainly wouldn't seek out unhappiness. After the ceremony, Chi Hao entered the new house. In the new house, upon hearing footsteps, Huang Yan's red lips slightly pursed, feeling a bit nervous. Chi Hao smiled slightly and moved to lift the red veil. Huang Yan raised her eyes her clear gaze shining like spring water. So beautiful. It's a good thing you didn't take a liking to Meng Xian back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this fortune to marry you. Chi Hao teased with a smile. Huang Yan's peach-like cheeks turned slightly red, and she opened her lips delicately, saying, Chi Hao, we are already married. Can you now tell me why you wanted to marry me? Chi Hao's lips curved up as he gently pinched Huang Yan's chin and teased. Could it be that I can't simply want to marry you because of your beauty? Huang Yan smiled lightly and replied, if you were that superficial, I would be relieved. Chi Hao laughed and said, the affection between men and women is indeed quite superficial. There's no need for my lady to overthink it. The spring night is fleeting. Let us complete the most important step. Huang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. It was still early in the day, far from noon. Was Chi Hao really that anxious? But since they were already married, she would eventually become Chi Hao's woman. So, Huang Yan did not refuse. She slowly closed her eyes. A bit of tenderness brushed her lips, like spring rain nourishing the earth. Layer upon layer fell away, revealing smooth skin. A light boat slowly entered the gorge. With soft whispers and gentle bites on her neck, a red plum blossomed, marking the hearts of both. Huang Yan did not expect that Chi Hao was much gentler than she had imagined. This man who suddenly became her husband seemed quite nice. After the cloud and rain, they lay quietly together, and Chi Hao let the still shy Huang Yan rest her head on his arm. My lady, from now on, we will truly be a family, Chi Hao said with a light laugh. Huang Yan responded, that's only natural. But you must consider your husband in everything, Chi Hao replied with a smile. Huang Yan's heart shook slightly. Did Chi Hao mean to imply something? Thinking of this, she softly said, as long as it doesn't harm my maternal family, I am willing to do anything for my husband. The most important reason she agreed to this marriage was to protect the Huang family. If Chi Hao wanted to use her to harm the Huang family, even though she had become Chi Hao's person, she would not agree. Chi Hao tightened his embrace around Huang Yan, smiling as he said, the Huang family is your maternal family, and I will take good care of them. How could I harm them? So there's no need for you to worry about that. Huang Yan felt relieved and murmured in response. Have you checked the 2 spiritual techniques in the betrothal gifts? Chi Hao asked with a smile. Huang Yan shook her head and said, I haven't checked yet. I thought I would look at them on the day I return home. Chi Hao was surprised. He didn't expect Huang Yan, who was diligent in her cultivation, to resist the temptation of the spiritual techniques. Then there's no need to look. I have an even better technique to pass on to you, Chi Hao said with a slight smile, raising his right hand to reveal a black jade slip in his palm. Huang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Husband, you have a spiritual technique. As soon as she said it, she realized how foolish it sounded. If Chi Hao didn't have a better spiritual technique, how could he have given those 2 as betrothal gifts to the Huang family? This is not a spiritual technique. It's an immortal method, Chi Hao said with a smile. Huang Yan's pupils constricted. An immortal method? That's something legendary. There isn't even one in the entire Eastern Spirit domain. Huang Yan excitedly turned to Chi Hao, disregarding her shyness, and pressed herself against him, her lips trembling as she said, Husband, you're not lying to me, right? This is really an immortal method? Chi Hao smiled and said, you could try cultivating it now, and then you'll know if I'm lying to you. Just right, your body will be a bit inconvenient these days, so you can cultivate it here. 3 days later, I will accompany you back home. Huang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, I will listen to my husband. She could still resist the temptation of the spiritual techniques, but the allure of an immortal method was beyond her control. Chi Hao handed the jade slip to Huang Yan and got up to put on his clothes. It was still before noon. He couldn't just stay in bed all day. Now that Huang Yan had become his woman, he could offer her even more benefits, as long as Huang Yan had a stronger desire to cultivate. He was not afraid that she wouldn't cooperate with him to secretly divide the power of the spiritual lake beneath the Huang family. On the other hand, Chi Hao passing the immortal method to Huang Yan was also to show her his strength and confidence. Who would have no one backing them if they had an immortal method? Would they still fear the spiritual martial sect? Indeed, after checking the jade slip, Huang Yan was not only ecstatic, but also completely believed Chi Hao's words in the Huang family. How could Chi Hao have an immortal method if he didn't have a powerful backing? But she did not know that this so-called immortal method was something Chi Hao had painstakingly weakened by 100 times from a top-tier technique that he remembered from his past life before it was presented. There was no way around it. The techniques he remembered from his past life were too powerful to be casually revealed, so he could only weaken them before passing them on to Huang Yin. If he directly taught her a top-tier technique, not to mention whether Huang Yin could comprehend it, he himself would not be able to cover up the lie. After all, the supreme techniques he possessed had long surpassed the limits of this world. Afternoon, Wang Zun and others returned from the mine. Master, those who embezzled the spirit stones have all been punished. In addition to recovering 130,000 spirit stones, my subordinates also found out that the reason these people dared to embezzle spirit stones from a mine was that they were being manipulated. Wang Zun reported, bowing. Chi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Who were they manipulated by? Chapter 18. Grandmaster Rank 5, the Hong family, and the Zheng family from Yuanwu City. Wang Zun said in a deep voice. Chi Hao sneered. The Hong family and the Zheng family really have grown bold. Yuanwu City and Yuanling City are neighboring cities. The 4 new mines are located right on the border between Yuanling City and Yuanwu City. In the beginning, in order to seize these 4 spirit mines, Chi Hao and the Hong family, as well as the Zheng family, had many disputes. However, since the veins were located near Yuanling City, the Hong and Zheng families did not gain any advantage. Now that the Meng family has been destroyed and Chi Hao is in power, the major families in Yuanling City have not dared to make a move, while the Hong and Zheng families from Yuanwu City are eager to act first. Master, there's another thing, Wang Zun hesitated to say. Chi Hao smiled lightly and said, Wang Zun, I still appreciate the decisive you on the mountain path. If you have something to say in the future, just tell me directly, don't beat around the bush. Wang Zun quickly replied. The trader said that the eldest son of the Hong family, Hong Wenyue, has already been accepted as a disciple by the Xuanxiang sect. But I haven't had the chance to confirm this matter yet. Chi Hao smiled lightly and said, a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect, huh? That's quite good. Wang Zun was taken aback, not quite understanding the master's meaning. Isn't that equivalent to the Hong family having the Xuanxiang sect as a backing? How is that good? Tomorrow morning, you and Lu Biao come with me to Yuanwu City. You can leave now. Chi Hao did not explain further, just waved his hand to dismiss Wang Zun. After that, Chi Hao called for Li Jin and Qin Jun, took out 10,000 spirit stones, and asked the 2 of them to distribute them among the guards who were searching for spirit objects together. Although it was their duty to work for him, giving some proper benefits can motivate his subordinates to work harder and be more dedicated in the future. Wang Zun and Lu Biao were envious of Li Jin and the others upon learning this. 10,000 spirit stones was a significant amount of money for them. To put it in perspective, in their previous families, they only earned 1,200 spirit stones for a year's worth of service. In one night, Chi Hao absorbed the remaining 120,000 spirit stones and finally improved his cultivation to the 1st rank. Fortunately, I still have 2 pieces of spirit marrow stone. Otherwise, the earnings from these spirit mines wouldn't be enough for my cultivation. Chi Hao sighed helplessly, ending his cultivation and standing up. The Hunyuan Zhao Hua Jing is an extremely powerful method, and the speed of absorption through spirit refining is terrifyingly fast. 120,000 spirit stones would take an ordinary person a year and a half to absorb, but he managed to absorb them all in one night. Before leaving, Chi Hao went to the courtyard where his new house was located. This new house originally belonged to Meng, Yi, and Lu Yun, and Chi Hao ordered someone to tidy it up and redecorate it for use as a new residence. His own courtyard was reserved for cultivation. Madam, I'm coming in. Chi Hao smiled at the door. Please wait, husband. I'm breaking through to the master realm. Huang Yin quickly replied, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Yesterday, she was still at the 6th rank of martial master. She never expected that after just one night of cultivation, she would be on the verge of breaking into the master realm. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. My wife is amazing, about to step into the master realm so quickly. When we go back to visit, it'll probably shock your father and mother. Chi Hao's lips curled up in a smile. Although Huang Yan's talent was not particularly good, after cultivating the immortal method, her improvement speed was naturally fast. Moreover, before establishing her foundation, She was merely at the ordinary martial stage, and with suitable techniques and sufficient resources, it wouldn't be difficult to improve. In the room, Huang Yin, sitting cross-legged in the breakthrough process, blushed and shyly said, "Husband, please don't tease me. It's not that I'm amazing. It's clearly because of the immortal method you taught me. Please don't disturb my concentration. I need to focus on breaking through." Chihao helplessly thought, breaking through to the master realm and getting so nervous? He waited outside for a quarter of an hour, and finally, Huang Yin successfully broke through to the master realm. Creak! Huang Yin opened the door. Her pretty face flushed, and the brightness in her eyes was even more dazzling than the night stars. "Husband, I successfully broke through to the master realm." "Thank you, husband." Huang Yin stood on her tiptoes, shyly pecking Chihao's face. Immediately, she hurriedly lowered her blushing face, not daring to look at Chihao again. Although they had not been together for long, Huang Yin had already sensed that Chihao truly cared for her. Plus, she was quite excited after just breaking through, which gave her the courage to express herself a bit. Chihao touched the spot on his face where Huang Yin had kissed him, teasingly said, "Just one kiss? Isn't that a bit too little? Then you come in." Huang Yin said shyly, "I feel like my body is fine now." Chihao chuckled, "I need to go out for a while. When I come back, we can make up for it." Huang Yin shyly replied, "Okay." Chihao smiled. "As for the immortal method, you just need to know it yourself. If others find out, they might get greedy." Huang Yin quickly looked up and said seriously, "Husband, don't worry. I'm not someone who doesn't know the weight of things. I will never mention the immortal method to anyone other than you." Chihao reminded her once, although Huang Yin was a smart person, without his reminder, she might not keep this secret from the Huang family. After leaving Yuanling City, Chihao took Wang Zun and Lu Biao, riding swiftly towards Yuanwu City. "It would be great if we could get a spirit beast," Chihao thought secretly while galloping. Although the horses they rode were the strongest from the Qi family stables, their speed and endurance still did not satisfy Chihao. "Besides Dongling City, do you know where else we can get spirit beasts?" Chihao asked Wang Zun and Lu Biao during their ride. In this life, Chihao's knowledge was quite limited. Before marrying into the Meng family, he basically spent his youth in the Qi family's courtyard. After marrying in, he was stuck in Yuanling City. Matters outside Yuanling City were known only through hearsay and books. Wang Zun said, "Spirit beasts are rare and precious, and they are powerful. Besides having been auctioned in Dongling City, I don't know where else there might be. Even if someone encounters them in the mountains and forests, if they can leave alive, they wouldn't casually tell others about the spirit beasts. They would only sell the news to those in Dongling City who specialize in hunting spirit beasts. So, it seems we have to go to Dongling City to get a spirit beast?" Chihao frowned. Dongling City is over 1,000 miles from Yuanling City, and if it were just for a spirit beast, he wouldn't bother making the trip. "Cough. Master, I have heard of a place where spirit beasts might appear, but I can't guarantee how accurate the information is," Lu Biao said with a dry laugh. Chihao's eyes brightened. If the place wasn't far, he could go take a look. With the Zhangtian map in hand, as long as the spirit beast truly exists, finding it wouldn't be difficult. "Where's this place?" "If it's too far, then don't bother," Chihao asked with a smile. "It's not far at all, just 80 miles north of the city, in the Qingwu Gorge," Lu Biao hurriedly said. "After finishing matters in Yuanwu City, we'll go take a look at Qingwu Gorge. If there really are spirit beasts, you won't miss your rewards." Chihao squinted and smiled. Lu Biao's eyes lit up with joy, quickly saying, "Thank you, master." By noon, the three of them finally arrived at Yuanwu City. The overall strength of Yuanwu City was similar to that of Yuanling City. After entering the city, Wang Zun and Lu Biao looked noticeably nervous. Although Chihao's combat power was extraordinary, there were only 3 of them, and this was the territory of the Hong and Zheng families. Chihao first arrived at the Zheng family's residence. The Zheng family servant guarding the door saw that Chihao and the others were unfamiliar faces and arrogantly asked, "Who are you, and why have you come to the Zheng residence?" Wang Zun coldly replied, "Go tell your master that our Qi family master has come to visit." "Qi family master?" The servant couldn't help but grin. "What Qi family master is there in Yuanwu City? Kid, you don't think just because you have the surname Qi and brought 2 people with you, you can call yourself a family master, do you?" "Lu Biao, kill him," Chihao said indifferently. The servant's face changed dramatically, and he quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "This is the Zheng family. How dare you act wildly here? Just you wait." In the midst of shouting, a servant slammed the door open and rushed in. Lu Biao's face showed embarrassment as he muttered, "Master, it's not that I disobeyed your orders. It's just that this guy ran too fast. I didn't have time to react." He didn't have the courage to chase in and attack. Chi Hao smiled lightly and said, "No worries. Some people won't understand their place unless they are frightened." Soon, a group of people stormed over from the Zheng residence, full of momentum. "Today, I want to see which blind fool dares to cause trouble in front of my Zheng family." A middle-aged man with a full beard approached angrily. The servant followed closely beside the middle-aged man, sneering at Chi Hao before quickly saying to him, "Second master, it's this kid. Zheng Kuei, it's been a while." Chi Hao said, raising his eyes casually. Zheng Kuei recognized Chi Hao's face. His expression changed slightly, and he sneered, "So, it's you. What are you doing in my Zheng family?" Although Zheng Kuei knew the reason, he still pretended not to understand and asked coldly. Chi Hao's eyes turned cold as he said, icily, "Now that I am at the Zheng family, do you still want to play dumb? Those traitors have already been killed. But your Zheng family dared to instruct them to steal my spirit stones. You should at least give me an explanation, right?" Zheng Kuei laughed loudly. "Explanation? What do you want from me? I don't understand what you're talking about. You can't even manage your own people, and you come to trouble my Zheng family. Do you think my Zheng family is made of clay?" Chi Hao replied indifferently, "Your Zheng family is not made of clay, but of shit." Both Wang Zun and Lu Biao, who were a bit tense, couldn't help but burst out laughing. You dare insult my Zheng family? Chi Hao, I see you're looking for death." Zheng Kuei's face turned dark as he roared with killing intent. Chi Hao coldly responded, "The one looking for death is not me, but your Zheng family. If Zheng Yin doesn't come out to see me soon, your Zheng family will soon see blood." Zheng Kuei laughed in anger. "Do you think I was raised in fear? To be so arrogant in front of my Zheng family, I'll cripple you first." Swish! Zheng Kuei charged forward angrily, throwing a punch at Chi Hao. Just as Wang Zun and Lu Biao were about to intervene, Chi Hao had already stepped forward, throwing a punch to meet Zheng Kuei's. Zheng Kuei was at the 6th rank of the Master Realm, and neither Wang Zun nor Lu Biao was his match. Therefore, Chi Hao did not plan to let them make unnecessary sacrifices, especially since he needed to show the Zheng family the consequences of provoking him. Boom! The two fists collided like thunder, but the outcome was immediately evident. At the moment of impact, Zheng Kuei let out a scream, feeling a terrifying force surge through his entire right arm, causing him immense pain. Bang! Before Zheng Kuei could stabilize himself after being sent flying, his entire right arm suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Zheng Kuei's heart-wrenching scream and the sight of his arm bursting into a mist of blood left the Zheng family's attendant stunned. The second master of the 6th rank of the Master Realm not only lost, but had his arm blown off. "How dare you hurt my family's second master? Quickly report to the master and the old man." The Zheng family's attendants instantly fell into chaos. Some rushed to support Zheng Kuei, while others turned pale and trembled, guarding in front of Zheng Kuei, afraid that Chi Hao would strike again. Chi Hao did not strike again. Killing Zheng Kuei was merely a matter of raising his hand. But he did not come to the Zheng family today to kill. "Chi Hao, you dare to cripple my arm. My Zheng family will not let you go," Zheng Kuei said, trembling with anger. Upon learning that Meng Yi had been killed by Chi Hao, the Zheng family thought Chi Hao had used some underhanded means to scheme against Meng Yi. That's why the Zheng and Hong families dared to instigate those in the spirit mine to betray Chi Hao without restraint. However, dividing those few spirit stones was not their ultimate goal. The traitors were merely pawns. They originally intended to use these traitors to intensify the conflict. As long as Chi Hao couldn't hold back his anger and came to seek trouble, the Zheng and Hong families could take the opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, the spirit mind of the Meng family would belong to the Zheng and Hong families. But Zheng Kuei never expected Chi Hao's strength to be so astonishing that he could cripple his arm with a single punch. Chi Hao glanced at Zheng Kuei and said indifferently, "If you dare to bark again, I will cripple your other arm as well." Zheng Kuei was furious, but he couldn't help but take a step back. Chi Hao's strength was clearly above his. If he really charged over, relying on the useless guards around him, they probably wouldn't be able to protect him. The master is truly fierce. Wang Zun and Lu Biao were both shocked in their hearts. Generally speaking, it is normal for families to have conflicts and fights, but they usually wouldn't go too far to avoid creating a deadly feud that leads to a situation where neither side can survive. But now that Chi Hao had crippled Zheng Kuei's arm, this grudge was no different from a deadly feud. Chi Hao, you really have the guts to dare to injure my second brother in front of my Zheng family. In a fit of rage, Zheng Yin and Zheng Jingxiao rushed over with more than a dozen Zheng family guests. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly surround this brat. Upon seeing Zheng Kuei's injury, Zheng Jingxiao roared. Swish, swish, swish. The Zheng family's guests quickly rushed out and surrounded Chi Hao and the others. Wang Zun and Lu Biao were trembling inside. Being surrounded by 12 masters was an experience they had never encountered in their lives. Chi Hao ignored the encirclement and calmly looked at the fierce Zheng Yin, asking lightly, You Zheng Yin, do you acknowledge that you instructed people in my mind to betray the Qi family and embezzle spirit stones? Zheng Yin laughed in anger. What difference does it make whether I acknowledge it now? You crippled my second brother's arm, and you won't be leaving Yuanwu City alive today. Chi Hao replied indifferently. It seems I was too lenient and didn't make your Zheng family remember the lesson. Since that's the case, let the blood in front of your Zheng family spill even more. Chapter 20. Killing you is like slaughtering chickens. Still so arrogant. Can't you see the situation? Zheng Yin was almost laughing in anger at Chi Hao. Surrounded by 12 masters, even a grandmaster might not be able to gain an advantage. Moreover, Chi Hao was just a young man in his 20s. Even if he had some talent, how could he possibly be a grandmaster? Big brother, this kid's strength is indeed a bit formidable. I estimate that his cultivation is at least at the 8th rank of the Master Realm. Zheng Kuei gritted his teeth and reminded, even if he is at the peak of the 9th rank of the Master Realm, he will definitely die today. Zheng Jingxiao said coldly. Zheng Kuei quickly added, That's right, with father here, this kid has no chance of survival. Zheng Jingxiao had entered the Grandmaster Realm half a year ago, and although he was only at the 1st rank of the Grandmaster, this level of cultivation was among the top 3 in Yuanwu City. Chi Hao, you've crippled my arm. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it won't help. Just wait to die. Zheng Kuei sneered at Chi Hao. Chi Hao disdainfully curled his lips, and with a flick of his right hand, the Jiaoling sword was grasped in his hand. Boom! His powerful aura erupted violently. The masters who had originally surrounded him all shrank their pupils and stepped back in shock. This aura was that of a grandmaster. He is also a grandmaster. No wonder he dared to come to our door. If it really comes to a fight, I must be careful not to lose my life for nothing. The Zheng family's guests trembled in their hearts. The Zheng family trio also looked astonished, especially Zheng Jingxiao. He clearly felt that Chi Hao's aura was slightly stronger than his own. So you've already reached the Grandmaster Realm. No wonder Meng Yi, that fool, fell at the hands of his own son-in-law. Zheng Jingxiao said in a deep voice. Chi Hao replied indifferently, You didn't say anything wrong. Meng Yi is indeed a fool, and you're not much smarter than him. Zheng Jingxiao's face darkened, and he laughed in anger. Don't think that you are the only Grand Master. Boom! Zheng Jingxiao took an angry step forward, and the aura of a Grand Master erupted violently. It's just a mere rank. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Chi Hao sneered. You! Zheng Jingxiao was so furious he nearly spat blood. He admitted that his aura was slightly weaker than Chi Hao's. But he shouldn't be seen as a weakling, right? This kid's words were too infuriating. Chi Hao, don't be too arrogant. You're a grandmaster, and so is my father. Besides, our Zheng family has so many grandmaster guest elders. If we all gang up on you, you will still die. Zheng Kuei shouted angrily. He snapped an arm, determined to make Chi Hao pay the price. They couldn't let Chi Hao's status as a grandmaster trivialize the matter. Chi Hao glanced at the surrounding grandmasters and said lightly, You have one last chance to choose. Leave now, and you may still live. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although these people were guest elders of the Zheng family, they had no enmity with Chi Hao. As long as they no longer served the Zheng family, it wouldn't hurt to spare them. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Our Zheng family has supported them for so many years. How could they betray us for your few words? Zheng Kuei sneered. However, Zheng Yin and Zheng Jingxiao's expressions had been changing darkly. After Qi Hao revealed his Grand Master cultivation, they had actually begun to hesitate internally. Although Zheng Kuei was severely injured, the future of the Zheng family was more important. Even if they could ultimately surround and kill Qi Hao, the Zheng family would pay an extremely heavy price. By then, the Zheng family's strength would weaken, and they would not only face oppression and bullying from other families in the city, but the Hong family, who they had colluded with, might not honor their previous agreement to share 2 spirit mines with the Zheng family. So, only Zheng Kuei continued to shout in unwillingness, while Zheng Yin and Zheng Jingxiao remained silent. The Zheng family's guest elders, although their eyes flickered, no one spoke up or retreated. Although they were a bit scared, they had been guest elders in the Zheng family for many years. It was impossible for them to be frightened away by a single sentence from Qi Hao. See? My Zheng family's guest elders would never be scared away by you. Zheng Kuei grinned savagely. Qi Hao replied indifferently. They do have some courage, but unfortunately, they chose a path to death. Remember to follow the right people in your next life. Swish. As soon as Qi Hao finished speaking, his figure suddenly turned into a shadow, moving at a terrifying speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, circling around Wang Zun and Lu Biao. You dare! Zheng Jingxiao exclaimed, his figure exploding out. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Zheng Jingxiao rushed out from the door, Qi Hao had already returned to his original position, and the 12 Grand Master guest elders of the Zheng family had all fallen to the ground, lying on their backs. Each of them had a line of blood gushing from their necks. Zheng Yan's face turned pale. Zheng Kuei couldn't even make a sound. Instantly killing 12 Grand Master guest elders. Was the power of a Grand Master really this terrifying? Could it be that their father was a fake Grand Master? The two were certain that their father could not achieve this. At least, he could not match this speed. Break Mountain Crazy Shadow Blade. Swish! Zheng Jingxiao, his face flushed with anger, suddenly jumped and slashed down, the violent blade aura forming a thick layer of blood-red blade light on the edge of his battle knife. Zheng Jingxiao believed that this was the strongest strike he had ever made in his life. Although Zheng Jingxiao was reluctant to fight to the death, Qi Hao had killed 12 Grand Master guest elders of the Zheng family, causing great damage to the Zheng family's strength, leaving him with no other choice. Today, as long as the Zheng family existed, Qi Hao must die. Master, be careful, Wang Zun exclaimed. Zheng Jingxiao's strike was, in his eyes, an extremely powerful killing move. Qi Hao coldly looked on, facing the blade light, and swung his sword. The incredibly condensed sword energy wrapped around the Jiaoling sword, drawing a black shadow in the space. Boom! When the blade and sword clashed, Zheng Jingxiao's blade light exploded suddenly. Following that, the entire blade also snapped, shattering into countless fragments. Zheng Jingxiao felt a tremendous shock in the tiger's mouth of his right hand, and his whole body was propelled away at an angle. Swish! The sword energy flew at an angle, cutting through Zheng Jingxiao's neck with a puff. A head twisted in agony rolled to the ground. The headless corpse fell, blood gushing out, staining the ground outside the Zheng family red. Father, you dare to kill my father. I will fight you to the death. Second Master, we're no match for him. Don't be impulsive. Let go of me. You cowards. You couldn't even defeat him when you had 2 hands. Now, there's no way you can be his opponent. The Zheng family guard, pale-faced, tightly grasped Zheng Kuei, urgently advising. He was secretly furious. Zheng Kuei was left with only one left hand. What was he still trying to prove? What Zheng Kuei and Zheng Yin should do now was to urgently lead the way in begging for mercy, kneeling for their lives. Zheng Yin shifted his gaze from Zheng Jingxiao's corpse, glaring with bloodshot eyes at Qi Hao, gritting his teeth and shouting, Qi Hao. The voice sounded as if he was about to crush his teeth. Qi Hao coldly replied, I already said killing him is like slaughtering a chicken. And he dared to attack me. That was his own death wish. Furthermore, if your Zheng family had admitted your mistakes earlier and offered compensation, would it have come to this? Now, I ask you one more time, do you acknowledge the matter of the spirit mine or not? Chapter 21. A kind reminder at this moment. Although Zheng Yin was filled with grief and resentment, he was not foolish. Continuing to be stubborn with Qi Hao would surely lead the Zheng family to share the same fate as the Meng family, being completely wiped out. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "The matter of the spirit mine was indeed my fault, but now my father is dead at your hands, and my second brother has lost an arm because of you. The price my Zheng family has paid is already heavy enough." Qi Hao replied coldly, "A debt is a debt. No matter how tragic the Zheng family is, it is self-inflicted. Since you have acknowledged it, you still have to compensate for my losses." Zheng Yin furiously said, "Fine. From those people, my Zheng family has only received a total of 50,000 spirit stones, and I will return them all to you." Qi Hao replied indifferently, "How many spirit stones is not up to you to decide." Zheng Yin gritted his teeth and asked, "How many do you want?" 2,000,000. And I only give you half a day. Whether you sell off assets or borrow, 2,000,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless," Qi Hao said flatly. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. 2,000,000 spirit stones. How could Qi Hao say that? Even if they sold all of the Zheng family's assets, they probably couldn't gather 2,000,000 spirit stones, right? You want to drive my Zheng family to death." Zheng Yin shouted angrily. "Big brother, let's fight him. He wants to extort my Zheng family, no way." Qi Hao replied indifferently, "Whether it's being driven to death or dying immediately, you can choose for yourselves. I'm fine with either. However, let me kindly remind you, the so-called as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as people are alive, there is always hope. Your Zheng family has been entrenched in Yuanwu City for many years. You should have some connections. Gathering 2,000,000 spirit stones in half a day shouldn't be too difficult." Wang Zun's face twitched. He finally understood why the headmaster didn't directly kill Zheng Yin and Zheng Kuei. Even if he took over the entire Zheng family, he wouldn't get 2,000,000 spirit stones. By keeping the lives of the Zheng brothers, allowing them to borrow spirit stones, he would actually benefit even more. The headmaster was not afraid of the Lingwu sect's revenge, so why would he care about the brothers' future retaliation? The headmaster was not only ruthless, but had an even darker heart. It was terrifying. Wang Zun couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, I didn't plan to truly act as Lu Fengyin's spy. Otherwise, my future would also be extremely tragic. However, I still need to confess this matter to the headmaster as soon as possible to avoid future misunderstandings. Wang Zun thought to himself. He planned to confess everything to Qi Hao on the way back. Otherwise, he would live in constant anxiety. "All right, I'll give you 2,000,000 spirit stones. But you must guarantee that after receiving the spirit stones, you won't harm a single member of the Zheng family." Zheng Yin, who was struggling internally, finally made a compromise. "Big brother, you can't agree to this." Zheng Kuei shouted with red eyes. "Shut up. You've become useless, and your death is of no concern. But do you really want to see the entire Zheng family wiped out?" Zheng Yin reprimanded. The phrase wiped out hit Zheng Kuei like a heavy hammer to the chest. Yes, he was not afraid of death, but what about his son, daughter, and the little grandson who had just been born? Qi Hao was a madman who had killed even his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and if he didn't get the compensation he wanted, he would definitely annihilate the Zheng family. Zheng Kuei trembled and fell silent, his already pale face turning even whiter. Seeing this, Qi Hao said indifferently, "As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, and you don't seek your own death, I won't bother to kill anyone." He glanced back at Wang Zun and Lu Biao and said lightly, "You two, come with me to the mansion and wait. If the spirit stones aren't presented within half a day, you will take action." Lu Biao grinned menacingly and said, "Rest assured, Master, if they fail to gather enough spirit stones, I will ensure that not a single member of the Zheng family is left." "Good, be ruthless." Qi Hao smiled slightly and stepped toward the Zheng mansion. The Zheng family guards at the entrance hurriedly made way. Watching Qi Hao walk in like this, Zheng Yin and Zheng Kuei were furious, yet unwilling, but they dared not stop him. "Help second master back to recuperate," Zheng Yin commanded with a dark face. Zheng Kuei's eyes trembled as he said, "Big brother, how do you plan to gather these 2,000,000 spirit stones?" Zheng Yin replied in a deep voice, "You don't need to worry about this." Zhang Kuei's severed arm injury would lead to death if not treated. With only half a day left, Zhang Yin didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. At the Hong family, a spy was reporting to the family head, Hong Qiantao, about what had happened in front of the Zhang family. Outside the Zhang mansion, blood was splattered everywhere, and such a major event quickly reached all the clans in Yuanwu City. What? That scoundrel Qi Hao not only killed 12 master guest elders of the Zhang family in an instant, but also killed Zhang Jingxiao? Hong Qianhao was shocked, and his face paled. In his memory, Qi Hao, although fierce, was only at the 9th rank of the martial artist realm. In the past, he had refrained from taking action against Qi Hao for the sake of face. Otherwise, during the struggle for the spirit mine, he could have easily killed Qi Hao with a wave of his hand. Now, did he suddenly find himself unable to kill Qi Hao? His subordinates didn't know, but the strength Qi Hao had displayed was indeed very formidable. Master, since Qi Hao knows that there was a traitor in the spirit mine and that it's related to the Zhang family, he must also know that the Hong family was involved. You must prepare early. A Hong family guard carefully reminded. Hong Qiantao's eyes flickered, and after pondering for a moment, he snorted, "What has to be afraid of? My son is already a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect. I don't believe that Qi Hao would dare to touch the Zhang family and still dare to touch my Hong family." The guard fell silent, not daring to say more. But he had seen Qi Hao's arrogance in front of the Zhang family and felt that Qi Hao was not only arrogant, but also quite mad. The Hong family might not be safe. At this moment, a guard hurriedly approached. "Master, the head of the Zhang family is requesting an audience outside the mansion." The guard said respectfully. Hong Qiantao waved his hand and coldly said, "Humph, why would I see him at this time? Am I to share in his misfortune? Tell him that I am in a critical period of seclusion and cannot meet." The guard was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes. The Zhang family is truly useless, having lost so many people and still not able to harm Qi Hao." Hong Qiantao snorted angrily. Though he spoke harshly, he was actually a bit frightened inside. If the Zhang family could injure Qi Hao severely, he could take advantage of the situation. Why would he need to be anxious? Outside the Hong family, Zheng Yin, who was refused entry, had a furious expression, pointing at the Hong mansion and cursing, "Hong Qiantao, you dog son of a bitch, you see death and do nothing, right? I'll expose your Hong family soon. If I can't have peace, neither will you." The guard looked awkward. Although Zheng Yin cursed harshly, he was just an ordinary guard of the Hong family and didn't dare to say anything back to Zheng Yin. After a few curses without a response, Zheng Yin could only leave in anger. After all, time was limited, and he couldn't waste it outside the Hong mansion. If he couldn't gather 2 million spirit stones, the Zheng family would be finished. Although Zheng Yin didn't want to admit it, he knew he regretted it. He regretted wanting to touch the Meng family's spirit mine, and regretted provoking the madman Qi Hao. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Even if they could survive this calamity, the Zheng family would forever bear enormous debts, and their power would surely decline, making it difficult to regain their former glory. Chapter 22. Wrong place to waste time? Time passed quickly, and as the agreed time approached, Zheng Yin still hadn't returned. The people of the Zheng family were pale and weak, their legs trembling. Half an hour earlier, Wang Zun and Liu Biao had already driven everyone from the Zheng mansion to the central courtyard, gathering them together. A total of over 200 people, including about 30 close relatives of the Zheng family. "Master, could Zheng Yin have run away?" Liu Biao asked suspiciously. Qi Hao, sitting in a high-back chair, slowly opened his eyes and smiled lightly. He wanted to run away. Although he appeared to be meditating, he had been observing the entire Yuanwu city and Zheng Yan's movements through the heavenly map. At this moment, Zheng Yin was indeed rushing back. Qi Hao knew all this, but the others did not. Just then, a young man from the Zheng family suddenly stepped out of the crowd, trembling as he bowed to Qi Hao and said, "Master Qi, 2 million spirit stones is a huge amount, and my father may have difficulty gathering it in a hurry. I wonder if our Zheng family could offer another way to compensate you?" "Another way? What do you want to use?" Qi Hao squinted and asked. The young man speaking was Zheng Yin's eldest son, Zheng Jie, who was also the definite future head of the Zheng family. Zheng Jie quickly said, "I have several younger sisters who are quite beautiful. The Zheng family is willing to send them to your residence as servants to serve you. We only ask that if my father fails to gather enough spirit stones, Master Qi could show mercy and spare our Zheng family. Zheng Yin hadn't returned by this time, and Zheng Jia felt very uncertain. Big brother, how can you do this? Big brother, you would sell us out just to survive. Are you even human? I want to agree. A few young girls in the crowd were scared and began to cry. Shut up. If you can serve Master Qi, that would be your fortune. If you keep whining and spoil Master Qi's mood, do you believe I'll sell you all to a brothel for spirit stones? Zheng Jia turned around and angrily threatened his younger sisters. He didn't want to die. He was still waiting to inherit the position of head of the Zheng family. Qihao dismissed him, saying, "You're really a good big brother. It's a pity that they harbor resentment against me. Such servants are like carrying poison, and I won't use them." Zheng Jia quickly said, "Master Qi, rest assured, they absolutely wouldn't dare to defy you." Qihao coldly laughed. "Lu Biao, go cripple him." Zheng Jia's pupils constricted in fear, and he quickly knelt down, saying, "Master Qi, why are you doing this? I'm offering my own sisters to you. Why would you still want to cripple me? I don't understand." Qihao coldly replied, "Because I despise people like you who betray their family." Lu Biao grinned menacingly and strode toward Zheng Jia. "No, please don't." Zheng Jia panicked and begged for mercy, trying to escape. "Dare to run? You'll die," Qihao said coldly. Zheng Jia, who had just stood up, suddenly froze in despair and collapsed to the ground. He had no doubt about Qihao's words. "It's better to be crippled than dead. Qihao, my elder brother has already gone to borrow spirit stones, and you promised not to harm anyone from the Zheng family anymore." Zheng Kuei said fiercely, gritting his teeth in anger. Lu Biao glanced back at Qihao. Qihao said, "What I promised was that once I received the spirit stones, I wouldn't harm your Zheng family members again. But I haven't received the spirit stones yet." Lu Biao grinned and immediately kicked out with force, hitting Zheng Jia right in the groin. "Ah!" Zheng Jia let out a miserable scream, and his whole body was kicked several meters away, sliding into the crowd of Zheng family members. Wang Zun's face twitched. Lu Biao's kick probably not only crippled Zheng Jia, but might have even killed him. Qihao's mouth twitched, and he said irritably, "Lu Biao, you are too cruel. I just wanted you to cripple his cultivation, not to ruin him there." "Huh?" Lu Biao looked confused. Did he kick the wrong place? Ahem. I'll go give him another kick. I definitely won't kick the wrong place this time. Lu Biao chuckled awkwardly and walked towards Zheng Jia. In pain and rolling on the ground, Zheng Jia quickly endured the suffering and pleaded, "Master Qi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed my family. Please spare me." Lu Biao didn't hear Qihao speak, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. With a cruel smile, he gathered his energy and stomped on Zheng Jia's abdomen. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted from Zheng Jia's mouth, and he fainted. After being severely injured, it's already a miracle he didn't die. But his dantian has been stomped to pieces by Lu Biao. Even if he wakes up, he will only be a waste from now on. "Jier!" Zheng Yin rushed over in a fury, but he was one step too late. "Qihao, what is going on?" Zheng Yin asked, his eyes red with anger. Clenching his fists, Qihao replied, "Why don't you ask your daughters?" Zheng Yin shot a fierce glance and angrily asked his daughters, "You fools, how did you offend him?" "Father, we didn't offend him." "Yes, father, it was elder brother who wanted to give us to Qihao, but Qihao said he hates those who betray their family. So he crippled elder brother." "What? Zheng Jia has been crippled?" Zheng Yan's pupils dilated in rage. Zheng Jia is not only his eldest son, but also the most talented among the younger generation of the Zheng family. How could he be crippled? "Qihao, you promised me you wouldn't harm anyone from the Zheng family." Zheng Yin shouted angrily. Qihao replied, "You can only blame yourself for coming back too late. If you don't hand over the spirit stones soon, you will exceed our agreed time. At that time, not only will you not be able to protect the Zheng family, but I will also take the storage ring from your hand." "You!" Zheng Yin was so angry he almost spat blood. This Qihao still thinks about killing and taking rings? "Elder brother, if you have gathered enough spirit stones, hurry and give them to him. If he doesn't leave, the Zheng family won't have a moment of peace." Zheng Kuei gritted his teeth and said. Zheng Yin took a deep breath, waved his hand. In 5 large boxes, he crashed to the ground. 200,000 spirit stones, not a single one missing. I hope you can keep your promise and spare my Zheng family. Zheng Yin said solemnly. He didn't dare to say any threatening words anymore. Firstly, he didn't have the confidence to threaten Qi Hao, and secondly, he didn't want to risk losing the spirit stones he had finally gathered while failing to protect the Zheng family. You guys go take a look. Qi Hao instructed. Wang Zun and Lu Biao hurried over to open the boxes for inspection. Master, the spirit stones are in full quantity. Soon, the two reported respectfully, their eyes full of awe for Qi Hao. The master only came to Yuanshi City and effortlessly obtained 200,000 spirit stones. Other families have to work hard and struggle for decades to save this much spirit stones. Qi Hao nodded and said, since the spirit stones are in full quantity, let's put the Zheng family's matter behind us. Qi Hao walked over and stored the boxes away. Let's go. Qi Hao walked towards the outside. Wang Zun and Lu Biao followed with smiles. Zheng Yan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned around, shouting at Qi Hao's back. Qi Hao, the traitors on your mind who betrayed you are not only from my Zheng family. The Hong family is also involved. Qi Hao turned his head and smiled. Aren't you afraid of the Hong family's retaliation for selling them out? Zheng Yin only said in a deep voice. The Hong family is much richer than my Zheng family. Not to mention 200,000 spirit stones. They can come up with 300,000. Qi Hao teased. But Hong Qiantao's son is more outstanding than your son. Are you trying to take revenge on the Hong family while also plotting against me? Zheng Yan's face turned pale, and he looked shocked. He didn't expect that Qi Hao could see through all his thoughts. He originally thought that if Qi Hao went to the Hong family and killed a wave, not only could it make the Hong family decline along with the Zheng family, but it could also make Qi Hao offend the Xuanxiang sect. This nearly perfect plan to kill two birds with one stone was about to be shattered at the very beginning. Zheng Yan, I advise you. The Zheng family has barely managed to survive. In the future, just be content. If you have any more bad thoughts, you won't be able to borrow enough spirit stones to save your life. Qi Hao sneered and left. Chapter 23, I wait for you at the Qi family. Master, are we going back? After leaving the Zheng family, Lu Biao asked with a grin. Now he is in awe of Qi Hao, this new master, to the point of worship. Qi Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Biao strangely. Back. I haven't received the compensation from the Hong family yet. How could I go back? Qi Hao said. If you go to the Hong family, wouldn't that be fulfilling Zheng Yan's intention? Lu Biao said in confusion. Earlier, Qi Hao had already exposed Zheng Yan's scheme in the Zheng family, and he thought Qi Hao wouldn't go to the Hong family anymore. Qi Hao said, he can't get what he wants. Lu Biao was a bit confused. Wang Zun laughed. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. We just follow the master. Qi Hao smiled and said, go find someone to lead the way. Yes, they were all unfamiliar with Yuanshi City. Taking Wang Zun and Lu Biao along, they let them handle the trivial matters of finding someone to lead the way. Soon, under the guidance of a local, the three of them arrived at the Hong family gate. Before Lu Biao could step forward to speak, the door of the Hong residence suddenly opened with a loud bang. Hong Qianhao had a cold expression on his face, staring directly at Qi Hao. Behind him followed a group of guest elders and guards from the Hong family. Qi Hao, my Hong family is not as weak and easy to bully as the Zheng family. If you also want to extort my Hong family, then you are making a big mistake. Hong Qiantao said coldly. Qi Hao said, I thought the matter of the Zheng family would make you more sensible, but I didn't expect you to be this blindly confident. Do you really think that because your son became a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect, I wouldn't dare to touch your Hong family? Hong Qiantao's eyes trembled. Could it be that this crazy Qi really dares to offend the Xuanxiang sect? The Xuanxiang sect is a truly powerful sect. Don't think that just because you say a few mad words, I will be scared. Want my Hong family to compensate you with 200,000 spirit stones? Absolutely impossible. However, regarding the matter of the spirit mine, my Hong family indeed has some wrongdoings. So I have prepared some compensation for you. Lin Kexing, bring the things I prepared to Master Qi. Hong Qiantao instructed a guest elder beside him. Lin Kexing walked up to Qi Hao and took out a small wooden box from the storage ring. Open it. Qi Hao said. Lin Kexing hesitated for a moment and opened the box. Qi Hao glanced at it and let out a cold laugh. The box contained only about 100,000 spirit stones. Hong Qiantao snorted. These spirit stones have far exceeded the share of spirit stones my Hong family should receive. You should be content. I will also tell you the truth. Before you came, I had already sent someone to the Xuanxiang sect to notify my son. If you continue to entangle, just wait for the elders of the Xuanxiang sect to come looking for you. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Hong Qiantao, are you sure you want to anger me? Chi Hao squinted and said, your Hong family's people are not enough for me to kill. Hong Qiantao's heart trembled again. Every threatening word from Chi Hao put immense pressure on him, but he also dared not show weakness, because once he bowed his head, it wouldn't just be a matter of face. He would end up being extorted just like the Zheng family. But Chi Hao was right. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Waiting for his son to return, he and the bodies of the Hong family would likely be cold by then. Hong Qiantao, I don't like to beat around the bush. Before nightfall, prepare 2 million spirit stones, and your Hong family can remain safe. If you refuse, I will send you on your way right now, Chi Hao said coldly. Hong Qiantao's face twitched, gritting his teeth and saying, 2 million is too much. The Hong family can't possibly come up with that many spirit stones. That's your problem. If you fall short of even 1 spirit stone, your Hong family will face a calamity today. If you dare to touch what belongs to me, Chi Hao, you must pay the price. Chi Hao replied icily. We, the Hong family, accept this compensation. An elderly voice came from behind the Hong family. Father. Hong Qiantao quickly turned around and bowed to the old man approaching from behind. Hong Shuyang ignored Hong Qiantao and looked at Chi Hao with indifference, saying, the younger generation is formidable. The head of the Qi family was able to kill Zheng Jingshao, which indeed makes our Hong family wary. Moreover, it was our Hong family's fault to begin with. Chi Hao smiled lightly. It's good that the old man understands. Hong Shuyang smiled faintly. It's just that we are not as strong. However, 2 million spirit stones is not a small amount. The families in Yuanwu City have just been borrowed from by the Zheng family, and our Hong family likely won't be able to borrow much at this time. So, I would like to ask the head of the Qi family to extend a few more days. At that time, I will definitely bring the full amount of spirit stones and deliver them personally to the Qi family. Chi Hao asked with a smile. The old man wants me to extend a few days? At most 10 days, the spirit stones will definitely be delivered to the Qi family. All right, then I will give the Hong family 10 days. Chi Hao smiled faintly. Seeing that Chi Hao had indeed agreed, a hint of joy appeared on Hong Qiantao's face. 10 days is enough time for his son to return with the elders of the Xuanxiang sect. Hong Shuyang cupped his hands, saying, thank you very much. Head of the Qi family. Chi Hao smiled lightly. I just hope the old man can always be so reasonable. If any unworthy thoughts arise, it will truly lead the Hong family to an irreparable disaster. Hong Shuyang's eyes trembled slightly. I'll be waiting for you at the Qi family, old man. Let us go. Chi Hao dropped a line and turned to leave. After walking a distance, Liu Biao couldn't help but say, head, that old man from the Hong family is clearly trying to buy time. He must be waiting for Hong Wenyuan to come back. Once Hong Wenyuan knows about the situation in Yuanwu City, he definitely won't come back alone. Wang Zun smiled. If you can think of it, can the head not? Then why did he agree to them? Liu Biao scratched his chin in confusion. Wang Zun smiled. Although I don't know the reason, since the head has acted this way, there must be profound meaning behind it. TSK, saying that is like not saying anything. Liu Biao rolled his eyes. Chi Hao glanced at Wang Zun and smiled lightly. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Wang Zun chuckled awkwardly. The head's insight is like a torch. How could I dare to deceive? Is that so? You really don't have anything to hide from me? Chi Hao looked at Wang Zun playfully. Wang Zun's eyes trembled, and without caring that they were still on the streets of Yuanwu City, he sank to his knees in front of Chi Hao, hurriedly saying, I indeed have one thing I didn't tell the head, but I never intended to deceive. I just haven't had the opportunity to confess to the head. Now you have the opportunity. Chi Hao said lightly. Liu Biao was dumbfounded on the side. Wang Zun hurriedly said, before I pledged allegiance to you, Lu Fengyan hinted to me to become his spy beside you. But as you expected, after returning from the mountain path that day, Lu Fengyan intended to kill me to silence me. It was your reputation that saved my life. I am already disillusioned with the Lu family. Since I have followed you, I will definitely not have any second thoughts. Chi Hao nodded. Get up. It's best if you have no second thoughts. As long as you are loyal to me, I will not treat you poorly. He glanced at Lu Biao. Lu Biao quickly said, Head, Zhangxing didn't ask me to be a spy. He probably knows I'm not cut out for that. Chi Hao laughed. You really aren't cut out for that. Chapter 24. Controlling Hearts. When Chi Hao returned to Yuanling City, it was already late at night. This made him once again lament that traveling by horse was too slow. Tomorrow, I will go to Qingwu Gorge, he thought as he dismounted. Chi Hao took out 2 portions of spirit stones, piled them on the ground, and smiled. You have worked hard following me this time. I reward each of you with 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Zun quickly said, Head, we did not contribute much this time. How could we deserve such a reward? I am rewarding you. Just take it. Being my subordinate requires not only loyalty, but also strength. If you cannot reach the Master Realm within 6 months, then you can leave, Chi Hao said lightly. What? 6 months to reach the Master Realm? Head, how could I do that? Lu Biao immediately laughed bitterly. He was currently at the 6th rank of the Martial Master Realm, and normally, with his aptitude, it would likely take him 2 to 3 years to reach the Master Realm. Wang Zun, however, showed a look of surprise and knelt on one knee, declaring, I will definitely work hard and not disappoint the head's training. Chi Hao smiled slightly. As expected of someone Lu Fengyan dared to use as a spy. This mind is indeed much smarter than Lu Biao's. Chi Hao smiled and turned to leave. Lu Biao was first stunned. Then with a bitter smile, he asked Wang Zun, Brother Wang, what does the head mean by this? Wang Zun said excitedly, You fool, since the head said we should reach the Master Realm in 6 months. It indicates that the head has the intention to cultivate us. As long as we can continue to be loyal to the head and practice diligently, it shouldn't be too difficult to enter the Master Realm in 6 months. What? How can we improve so fast? Lu Biao scratched his forehead in confusion. Still unable to figure it out, Wang Zun rolled his eyes at him and said impatiently, How would I know? But the head will definitely have a way. Whether we can seize this opportunity depends on our performance afterward. With your brain, you don't need to think too much. Just remember to not be lazy in your cultivation, and do whatever the head asks you to do earnestly. Oh, thank you for your guidance, Brother Wang. Tomorrow, I will treat you to flower wine. Lu Biao expressed his gratitude. Cough, that's acceptable. Wang Zun squinted and smiled. Though it was late at night, the lights in the main house were still bright. Chi Hao smiled slightly and knocked on the door. Is that you back, dear husband? Huang Yan's joyful voice came through, and the door was opened immediately. Chi Hao smiled. It's so late, and you're still not asleep, my lady. Huang Yan's face turned slightly red as she shyly said, Since my husband has not returned, how could I sleep alone? Besides, I usually practice until late at night. Chi Hao stepped forward, pressing her back into the room with his chest. A mischievous smile on his face as he said, Actually, I have a technique here that won't interfere with your cultivation and allows you to sleep. I wonder if my lady is willing to practice it? Huang Yan's face was burning. As a practitioner herself, she naturally understood that the technique Chi Hao mentioned was definitely a dual cultivation technique. But such techniques were often rumored to be lewd and indecent. However, facing Chi Hao, she could not bring herself to refuse. Instead, there was a hint of expectation mixed with shyness in her heart. The lights went out, and the people were not quiet. Under the moonlight, shadows danced, and the dragon kissed the hibiscus. As the bells chimed during the weeping, dew fell onto the floating red. As dawn broke, the two nestled together. After 2 intimate encounters, Huang Yin gradually adapted to her identity as Chi Hao's wife. She felt like a little bird. Even though Chi Hao's antics had left her somewhat tired, a sweet smile still hung on her face. Chi Hao's hand caressed Huang Yan's smooth, fragrant shoulder as he lightly asked, Why don't you ask me where I went yesterday? Huang Yin softly replied, If my husband wants to say, I will listen. If my husband does not wish to speak, I will not ask further. It seems I did not misjudge you this time. Chi Hao smiled. Huang Yin suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Among those guest officials who left the Qi family, the Huang family had taken in one, so she knew some reasons behind Chi Hao's slaughter of the Meng family. However, the guest knows very little. All she knows is that the Meng family is involved, that they let Chi Hao die without helping, and even stole Chi Hao's spirit key to present it to the Lingwu sect. The dirty deal between Meng Qingran and Wei Zhao is unknown to the guest, and naturally, Huang Yin is also unaware of it. The people tracking Yang Huai on the mountain path do not belong to the Huang family, which means that the Huang family has not coveted the Meng family's assets. This is also one of the reasons why Qi Hao is generous and polite to the Huang family. Husband, Yana may not speak much, but I can promise you that as long as you do not betray me, I will never betray you. Huang Yin raised her head, looked at Qi Hao, and said seriously. Qi Hao chuckled and teased, lifting Huang Yan's chin. Is this what you call not speaking? Your words have warmed my heart. Huang Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly buried her face in Qi Hao's chest. Qi Hao smiled and recounted the grievances between him and the Meng family, as well as the dirty dealings between Meng Qingran and Wei Zhao, to Huang Yan. Upon hearing this, Huang Yan couldn't help but feel angry. The Meng family is so shameless. Not only did they kill your father and steal your spirit key, but they also want to use your name, which is merely a facade, to cover for Meng Qingran and Wei Zhao. No wonder you would kill them all. They deserve to die. Ha! They indeed deserve to die, and that's why they are all dead. I tell you this to hope you understand that I, your husband, am not a madman, nor someone who doesn't know how to cherish others. But some people simply do not deserve to be cherished, Qi Hao said with a smile. Huang Yin softly laughed. Although I felt a bit uneasy before our marriage, after these 2 days of getting along, I am no longer afraid of you, and my heart is filled with affection. Then we shall be a pair of immortal lovers. Qi Hao laughed heartily and flipped over, pinning Huang Yin down, and once again, it was a scene of a dragon playing with a phoenix. After Qi Hao got up, he took out 2 large boxes from his storage ring and placed them in the room. These 2 boxes contain 800,000 spirit stones, which can help you cultivate. I still need to go out again today. You should cultivate well at home. Otherwise, your delicate body won't be able to withstand my late-night activities. Qi Hao said with a mischievous smile. The shock that had just appeared on Huang Yan's face was instantly replaced by shyness. Husband, why are you giving me so many spirit stones? Huang Yan asked shyly. She truly did not expect Qi Hao to bring out 800,000 spirit stones at once. Even though she was cherished in the Huang family, she had never possessed so many spirit stones before. Qi Hao smiled and said, now that you are cultivating immortal techniques, spirit stones are consumed quickly. As long as they can help my wife improve her cultivation, what do these spirit stones count for? Wife, I'm leaving now. Lying in bed alone isn't much fun. It would be better for you to get up and wash up quickly. When I return, we can lie in bed together. Qi Hao threw Huang Yin a mischievous smile and left the Qi residence, heading alone towards the Qingwu Gorge. Chapter 25, Qingwu Gorge. Silver Feather Thunder Eagle to the north of Yuanling City. In the center of a vast forest, a deep gorge hundreds of feet deep has split open. Looking down, the green mist swirls in the gorge like a sea of green clouds, completely obscuring the bottom. Above the gorge, a person stands. Next to an ancient tree, a chestnut-red steed is tied. Where the green miasma rises, there must be poisonous creatures. This Qingwu Gorge is indeed a treasure trove for refining poison. Qi Hao's eyes flickered slightly as calculations rose in his heart. You should first see if there are any spirit beasts here. Qi Hao whispered and sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked into his soul's sea, and the Zhantian map quietly floated. Demon spirit mode. Buzz. The Zhantian map trembled slightly, and countless light spots of different colors suddenly appeared on the image. These light spots are mainly concentrated in 6 blocks. These 6 blocks correspond to 6 small towns surrounding the Qingwu Gorge. The light spots represent living beings that contain elemental spirit power or demon elemental power. Qi Hao muttered softly in his heart. Apart from him, there are actually 6 light spots in the Qingwu Gorge. 5 of these light spots are clustered together, while the other one is 4 miles away from the 5. It seems that I am not the only one aiming for this spirit beast. Qi Hao chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards a silver light spot in the Qingwu Gorge. The silver light spot stands out prominently on the Zhantian map. After all, lightning attribute powers are quite rare. Peering into the green miasma, there's a natural stone cave between the cliffs of the gorge. Inside the cave, there lies a massive fierce bird. This fierce bird resembles an eagle, with silver feathers that reflect bright white light, like pieces of steel covering its body that is over 2 meters long. Qi Hao's expression brightened. In the spirit energy-depleted Eastern Spirit Domain, a silver feather thunder eagle has appeared. My luck is simply too good. However, judging from the size of the light spot on the Jantian map, this silver feather thunder eagle is at least at the third level of foundation establishment. Not to mention whether I can subdue it with my current strength. If it takes flight, I won't be able to catch up to it. After the initial excitement, Chi Hao fell into contemplation. He wanted to capture a spirit beast as a mount. A flying spirit beast, like the silver feather thunder eagle, is undoubtedly the most suitable. But the difficulty of capture will also be greater. Being called a spirit beast, they must at least have foundation establishment cultivation. Chi Hao understood this before he came. If it were a land beast, he would have confidence in defeating and taming it with his own means. But for a flying predator like the silver feather thunder eagle, Chi Hao truly has little confidence. After all, the sky is high and birds can fly freely. He has not entered the foundation establishment realm yet, and his elemental power has not yet transformed into spiritual power, so he cannot fly. But there is still a chance. Chi Hao squinted his eyes and used the Jantian map to look towards the 5 light spots in the gorge. As his vision drew closer, a group of 5 people clearly appeared in Chi Hao's sight. These 5 consisted of 3 men and 2 women, 2 old and 3 young. The 2 old men had restrained auras, their eyes sparkling with intelligence, and their cultivation was not low. Could that person's information be wrong? We've been walking in this Qingwu gorge for half a day and haven't seen any spirit beasts. One of the women in a blue dress said suspiciously, I told you, it's impossible for a small place like this to have spirit beasts. If I encounter that scammer again, I will certainly teach him a lesson. The fair-faced young man snorted coldly. If there were really spirit beasts, they wouldn't let us find them easily. Moreover, that person also said that the existence of spirit beasts in Qingwu Gorge was merely his personal speculation. We came here just to try our luck. The woman leading the group said lightly. This woman had green eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes, a handsome face, and a flawless complexion. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and paired with her dark blue long robe, she looked very capable and spirited. Walking in the front means she holds a high status among this group. The 2 strongest cultivators, the old men, walked at the back. But I hate poisonous insects the most. Sister, why don't we leave? The girl in the blue dress pouted, tugging at the ponytailed woman's arm. The ponytailed woman smiled helplessly. Let's look for another hour. If there's still no gain, we will leave. Is that okay? Hee, you're the best, sister. The girl in the blue dress giggled. The ponytailed woman smiled. Let's keep moving forward. I have a feeling that person's speculation might not be wrong. I share the same feeling, an old man in the back said with a light laugh. The ponytailed woman's eyes brightened, and she said excitedly, Elder Ma, with your insight, you wouldn't just rely on feelings like I do. Have you discovered something? Elder Ma smiled and said, have you noticed that although there are many poisonous insects in this gorge, they are unusually docile? Indeed, the girl with the ponytail looked even more delighted and exclaimed, I understand now. The reason these poisonous insects are so well-behaved must be that there is something they're extremely afraid of. The girl in the green dress laughed and said, Sister, what they fear is exactly us, right? Not to mention that the 3 of us are all at the Master Realm, and the 2 elders are at the Foundation Establishment stage. That's enough to scare these annoying poisonous insects into submission. The ponytailed girl shook her head and said, These poisonous insects, although they are highly venomous, have not yet reached the Foundation Establishment stage and lack spiritual intelligence. They will not fear us humans who have entered their territory under normal circumstances. They will instinctively feel the urge to attack. So, what they fear cannot be us. The girl in the green dress was taken aback. Could it be that they fear the spirit beast that lives here? So, there really is a spirit beast here? The white-faced man said, the fact that these poisonous insects do not dare to act recklessly does not necessarily mean they are afraid of something. It's daytime now, which is not when poisonous insects are active. This could also be a reason. Eldermon nodded and said, but throughout this journey, not a single poisonous insect or snake has attacked us, which is a bit unusual. The white-faced man frowned. Although he still did not believe that such a small place could have spirit beasts, he did not refute Elder Ma's words. Let's keep searching. If there really isn't anything, we won't lose anything. The ponytailed girl said with a faint smile. The group of 5 continued on their way. Before long, they arrived at the cave where the silver feather thunder eagle was perched. The silver feather thunder eagle which had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its shimmering silver eyes, revealing a glint of ferocity. In the next moment, it spread its wings and fiercely dove into the canyon. Be careful. In the canyon, two Foundation establishment elders sensed danger approaching at the same time. As they shouted their warnings, one of them summoned a layer of spiritual light to shield the three young men and women, while Elder Ma shot up and struck towards the swirling green mist above. Chapter 26. Spirit Talismans. Elder Ma, who had just charged up, let out a scream. He quickly fell into the canyon. Elder Ma. The ponytail girl and the others were horrified. Bang! Elder Ma crashed to the ground, his clothing ripped into strips, revealing 5 bloody wounds that were visibly deep. Brother Sun, quickly protect them and leave the canyon. Elder Ma gritted his teeth against the pain and urgently called to the other elder. It's too late. Elder Sun's eyes trembled as he gritted his teeth and said, Miss, this spirit beast strength is probably beyond what we can handle. You all go first. I will hold this beast back. Elder Ma's cultivation was the same as his, and seeing Elder Ma so quickly injured, Elder Sun knew it was impossible to subdue this spirit beast. Whether they could survive now depended on luck. Elder Sun retracted the spiritual shield, and a red long sword appeared in his right hand. Crimson Yuan, Sword Chi. Boom! A beam of fiery red sword light shot into the sky. At this moment, a gigantic silver feather eagle was also diving down. The silver feather thunder eagle flapped its wings downward, unleashing 2 silver, lightning-like waves of demon energy, forming 2 silver wind blades that collided with Elder Sun's Crimson Yuan Sword Chi. Boom! With a deafening roar, Elder Sun's Sword Chi was shattered. Such domineering demon energy. Elder Sun's pupils contracted. It was the silver feather thunder eagle, at least at the 3rd rank of Foundation establishment. Elder Sun's heart trembled. Although he and Elder Ma both had Foundation establishment cultivation, they were only at the 2nd rank. Originally, with their combined strength, they should have been able to deal with an average 3rd rank Foundation establishment spirit beast. But now, with Elder Ma severely injured in their first encounter, the spirit beast that appeared not only surpassed the 3rd rank, but was also a ferocious bird with lightning attributes. The odds were almost non-existent. How could there be a spirit beast above the 3rd rank in such a small place? We're doomed. The white-faced young man was filled with terror. He had originally doubted that such a place could have spirit beasts, let alone one with the cultivation of a 3rd rank Foundation establishment silver feather thunder eagle. Let's run. The white-faced young man grabbed the 2 sisters and was about to flee. I can't leave Elder Ma and Elder Sun behind, the ponytail girl said angrily, shaking off the white-faced young man's hand. Xiao Jun, you take care of Qing Yun and leave. Sister, you're only at the Master Realm. You can't help by staying. Lin Qing Yun said anxiously. Lin Hongwan said solemnly, I insisted on coming. Even if I can't escape death, I want to buy you more time with Elder Sun. You all hurry and go. If you delay any longer, no one will survive. Qing Yun, don't hesitate. Your sister is right. Hurry and come with me. Xiao Jun gritted his teeth and pulled Lin Qing Yun away. Sister. Lin Qing Yun was dragged away, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, the silver feather thunder eagle, which had just broken through Elder Sun's Sword Chi, did not rush to attack again, but circled above, seemingly adjusting its attack direction. Elder Sun was filled with mighty spiritual power, his gaze as fierce as the eagle's. Elder Ma gritted his teeth and stood up, ready to fight the silver feather thunder eagle to the death. Miss, you shouldn't have stayed. Elder Sun said through gritted teeth. Although my cultivation is insufficient, I still have a few spirit talismans. Lin Hongwan said in a deep voice, suddenly producing a long, fire-red talisman in her pale right hand. Crimson Fire Spirit Talisman. Elder Sun's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Screech. Suddenly, the silver feather thunder eagle let out a cry, its broad silver wings spreading out, and its entire body dove down fiercely. With its sharp claws surging with lightning energy, the eagle-like spirit beast's strength was already unmatched. With the addition of its lightning attribute, its combat power became even more terrifying. The 3 people below couldn't help but show strong fear and panic in their eyes. After all, if they couldn't scare off the silver feather thunder eagle, they would definitely be torn to pieces by it. Lin Hongwan bit her tongue to keep calm and said in a deep voice, "Elders, don't rush to attack. Wait for it to get closer. I'll detonate the Crimson Fire Spirit Talisman first, and then you two elders will strike together while it's in chaos." Good. Both Sun and Ma responded simultaneously. The power gap between both sides was already significant. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle moved quickly. If their attacks missed, they would not only waste their spiritual energy, but also give the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle a chance to tear them apart. Whoosh! The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle charged down, its wings creating a powerful gust that blew the three's hair and clothes wildly. It's coming. Seeing the distance closing in, Lin Hongwan infused her own energy into the talisman and threw it with all her might. Boom! In an instant, the Crimson Fire Spirit Talisman exploded 5 meters above their heads, flashing out a large area of crimson flames. This was the power of spirit fire, not ordinary flames. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, capable of melting ordinary copper and iron in an instant. Screech! The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle screeched, swiftly retracting its wings and then rapidly spreading them again. Those shiny silver wings acted like 2 huge fans, generating 2 powerful lightning energy hurricanes. Boom! The spirit fire power instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. It actually wasn't afraid of spirit fire. Lin Hongwan's face turned pale. Sword flow cloud. Mountain crushing palm. Boom! Boom! Although the Crimson Fire Spirit Talisman did not achieve the expected effect, Elder Sun and Elder Ma still launched their attacks at the moment the spirit fire shattered. At this point, the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle was already too close to them. If they didn't strike now, they might not even have the chance to attack. The powerful sword aura slashed out by Elder Sun was like a red rainbow soaring into the sky, quite imposing. Elder Ma, although severely injured, resolutely gathered all the spiritual energy within him and concentrated it into this palm strike. However, the power of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle exceeded their imagination. Boom! The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle opened its mouth and spat out a chain of lightning, which instantly shattered the combined killing move of Elder Sun and Elder Ma in midair. This is truly the end. Both elders fell into complete despair. Cloud Sky Sword Talisman. Go! Whoosh! As a white light flickered and shot out, it transformed into a 3-foot sword shadow made entirely of spiritual energy, piercing towards the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle in an instant. Hope reignited in the eyes of Elders Sun and Ma. They never expected that the young lady still carried such a powerful Cloud Sky Sword Talisman. Under normal circumstances, the power of the Cloud Sky Sword Talisman was enough to kill a 3rd-grade Foundation establishment cultivator in seconds. Killing a monster bird should be no problem, right? Bang! However, the greater the hope, the more complete the despair. Just as the spiritual sword shadow was about to stab into the chest of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle, it was suddenly crushed and exploded by the eagle's claws. Screech! Yet, the massive spiritual explosion produced by the sword shadow also sent the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle flying, making it sway unsteadily. Chapter 27. Subduing the Thunder Eagle Bang. After summoning the Cloud Sky Sword Talisman, Lin Hongwan also felt darkness before her eyes and fainted on the ground. With her cultivation level, successfully summoning the Cloud Sky Sword Talisman came at a significant cost. This sword talisman was originally a life-saving item given to her by her father, but could only be used in a true desperate situation. Although Elder Ma and Elder Sun were worried about Lin Hongwan's condition, at this moment, it was their last chance to heavily injure the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle. So both of them simultaneously gathered all their spiritual energy and launched an attack at the swaying Silver Feather Thunder Eagle. Boom! Boom! The sword shadow and palm force soared into the air. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle, still somewhat dazed, failed to dodge in time and took 2 solid hits, letting out a cry of anguish before flapping its wings to flee. The opportunity had come. Witnessing all this, Chi Hao's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly got up and chased after the direction the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle had flown. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle did not fly too far. After flying for more than 10 miles, it landed on a protruding boulder at the cliff, gently nibbling at its abdominal wound. Its silver feathers were stained red with blood, and blood continued to drip, indicating that its injuries were severe. Just as the silver feather thunder eagle crouched down, preparing to heal itself with its demon essence, a figure suddenly pounced down from above. Screech! Hearing the noise, the silver feather thunder eagle let out an angry cry and was about to flap its wings to escape. However, Chi-Hao had calculated the distance before jumping down. Just as the eagle's wings opened, Chi-Hao landed on its back, locking its neck tightly with both hands. His legs also clamped down firmly on both sides of the silver feather thunder eagle's body. Screech! The silver feather thunder eagle was furious. Its eyes filled with murderous intent as it struggled and shook, trying to throw off the human who dared to ride on it. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't shake off Chi-Hao, who clung to it like a stubborn plaster. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Just obediently submit and acknowledge me as your master, becoming my spirit beast. Chi-Hao taunted, in both his past and present lives. He had never captured a spirit beast in this manner. In his previous life, he could never afford to do this. But in this life, without even having foundation establishment cultivation, it was better not to forcefully confront such a ferocious bird. Screech! The silver feather thunder eagle opened its mouth to roar angrily, as if mocking Chi-Hao's foolish dreams. The next moment, the silver feather thunder eagle suddenly flew off the boulder. It thought Chi-Hao would be scared, but instead, it heard Chi-Hao laughing. Not bad, not bad. This experience is quite enjoyable. You are indeed very suitable to be my mount. Screech! The silver feather thunder eagle let out a fierce roar and soared directly out of the canyon, flying to an altitude of over 1,000 meters. Chi-Hao squinted his eyes. At this height, if he fell, he might not die, but he would certainly be maimed. Suddenly, Chi-Hao's body shook violently, and he began to spin rapidly in the air. The silver feather thunder eagle was trying to use the force of flight to shake him off. Ha ha ha! Oh, you're the mighty silver feather thunder eagle, not a wild duck. Why are you still quacking? The teasing laughter made the silver feather thunder eagle want to cry. What kind of human is this? Not only can't I shake him off, but he also wants to drive me crazy. If it weren't for you almost choking my neck, why be making such weird quacking sounds? And the pain from my abdominal wound is excruciating. It felt as if a foot had been shoved into it. This human, who is even more beastly than itself, has he been treating its wound like a stirrup? The silver feather thunder eagle had to slow down its spinning, already injured, and with Chi-Hao choking its neck and stepping on its wound, it felt weak and dizzy, flapping its wings unsteadily as it began to descend. Chi-Hao felt relieved. If the silver feather thunder eagle had truly fought him to the end, and both of them fell from 1,000 meters high, even with the protection of the primordial creation sutra and the eagle as a cushion, it wouldn't feel good. After landing, the silver feather thunder eagle lay weakly on the ground, half closing its eyes, pretending to be dying. As long as this human mistakenly believed it was truly dying and got off its back, it would immediately flap its wings and fly away. Unfortunately, Chi-Hao was not fooled. After all, this silver feather thunder eagle had a cultivation level of 3rd grade foundation establishment. How could it be so easy to kill? Stop pretending. Hand over your demon's soul mark, and let me be your master. I will help you heal. Chi-Hao patted the silver feather thunder eagle's head and smiled. The silver feather thunder eagle ignored him and continued to play dead. Chi-Hao rolled his eyes. This beast, gaining spiritual intelligence, isn't necessarily a good thing. It has learned to deceive. All right, keep pretending. I will now pluck all the silver feathers from your neck and turn you into a bald vulture. As Chi-Hao spoke, he grabbed a handful of silver feathers from the silver feather thunder eagle's neck. Just as he was about to pull hard, the silver feather thunder eagle suddenly sprang up, twisting its head and glaring at Chi-Hao. A violent surge of thunder elemental demon power began to gather wildly within it, and it was about to spray it from its mouth. Caw! Chi-Hao tightened his grip on the silver feather thunder eagle's neck, and a surge of pure elemental force transformed into intricate elemental seals, blocking the transmission of the demon essence within the silver feather thunder eagle. Still want to spray me? It seems that just turning you into a bald vulture isn't enough. I will have to roast you like a chicken. Chi-Hao sneered coldly, his eyes bursting with icy, killing intent. This killing intent made the silver feather thunder eagle's pupils shrink. This human, clearly not very powerful. Why does his killing intent have such a strong oppressive force? Don't think that just because I have my eye on you, you can act recklessly. This mount, I don't have to take. I will give you one last chance. Hand over your demon soul mark, or die. Listening to Chi Hao's chilling threat, the silver feather thunder eagle hesitated slightly, but nodded, the thunder elemental power it had gathered dissipating. It truly had no strength left to struggle. Chi Hao smiled faintly. That's right. You know what is good for you. I won't bully you. Following me, you won't lose out. The silver feather thunder eagle felt a bitter feeling that it couldn't express, but at this moment, it also knew that it could only submit to this human in front of it to save its life. Buzz, a black demon soul, emerged from above the silver feather thunder eagle's head. This black demon soul took the form of falcon but was only the size of a palm. The demon soul mark is the innate soul imprint condensed by spirit beasts after they establish their foundation and awaken intelligence. Handing over the demon soul mark means it will be under someone else's control. Chi Hao released a trace of soul power, merging it into the Thunder Eagle's demon soul mark. This recognition of the master is now complete. As long as Chi Hao has a thought, he can detonate the demon soul seal of the silver feather thunder eagle and take its life. Chi Hao smiled in satisfaction and left the silver feather thunder eagle. He placed his right hand over the wound on the eagle's abdomen. Immediately, his primordial energy surged and flowed into it. The silver feather thunder eagle, which had initially shown disdain, suddenly trembled and looked at Chi Hao in surprise and shock. It did not expect that this human with mediocre cultivation would possess a miraculous healing effect with his primordial energy. In just a moment, the sword chi remaining on its abdomen was dispersed, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The Hunyuan Creation Sutra that Chi Hao practiced was not only powerful in combat, but also had the ability to create. Healing such a minor injury was naturally no trouble at all. Soon, the silver feather thunder eagle's injuries were completely healed. All right, let's go home, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. However, the silver feather thunder eagle's eyes turned fierce as it looked towards the canyon. Although it had become Chi Hao's spirit beast, it did not want to let go of those who had injured it so easily. Want to take revenge? Chi Hao asked with a smile. The silver feather thunder eagle nodded repeatedly. Chapter 28. I like your attitude, Chi Hao rubbed his chin and said with a sly smile. But I managed to subdue you successfully, and they helped me in a way. If I let you go for revenge, wouldn't that be a bit ungrateful? Hearing this, the silver feather thunder eagle lowered its head in disappointment. Its life was now in Chi Hao's hands, and without his agreement, it could not seek revenge. But now you are my spirit beast. If you've been bullied and I don't help you stand up for yourself, wouldn't that also make you feel disheartened? Chi Hao teased. The silver feather thunder eagle looked up, staring blankly at Chi Hao. So, what exactly does this guy mean? How about this? We want to take their lives, just ask for some compensation. Whatever we get, we can convert into things you can use. What do you think? Chi Hao said with a smile. The silver feather thunder eagle thought for a moment and nodded. Chi Hao smiled slightly and jumped onto the eagle's back. Then let us go find them. The silver feather thunder eagle's eyes flashed with fierceness, spreading its wings and flying into the misty canyon. In the canyon, Elder Sun was supporting one person and carrying another on his shoulder, staggering while nervously glancing back, fearing that the silver feather thunder eagle would return. Lin Hongwan had exhausted her primordial energy and fainted. Elder Sun had given her several pills, but she still did not wake up. He dared not delay, so he could only carry Lin Hongwan away. Elder Ma's torn wound on his chest had not stopped bleeding despite taking several pills. Remnants of thunder currents remained in the wound, preventing it from healing. He staggered along, leaving a trail of blood. At this rate, he would probably bleed out before they even made it out of the misty canyon. Elder Sun, I'm afraid I can't make it out. You should take the young lady and leave. Elder Ma said weakly, his face pale. How can that be? We've just barely repelled the silver feather thunder eagle and survived. How could I possibly leave you here? Elder Sun resolutely refused. But that silver feather thunder eagle might chase us down at any moment. Supporting me is too much of a delay for you. Elder Ma sighed. It won't. That beast just cried out in agony. It must be seriously injured. Elder Sun said, Look, That beast is crying out again. Elder Sun added. Elder Ma's face twitched as he said, this sound. Why does it seem a bit close to us? Elder Sun's pupils shrank. It seems to be a bit close. Swish. He suddenly turned around. His pupils instantly widened. Elder Ma, you really are a harbinger of doom, Elder Sun said, trembling. When Elder Ma turned around, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground in despair. Whoosh! The silver feather thunder eagle swooped down, whooshing past Elder Sun's head. The powerful airflow pressed Elder Sun flat against the ground, and Lin Hongwan, who was on his shoulder, rolled aside and bumped her head against a rock. The pain in her head made her frown, and her long eyelashes fluttered twice before she suddenly opened her eyes wide. I'm not dead, she exclaimed in surprise. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you will still die. Chi Hao leaped down from the silver feather thunder eagle, his expression indifferent. Lin Hongwan looked at Chi Hao in shock. This person actually came down from the back of the silver feather thunder eagle. Could it be that this silver feather thunder eagle already had an owner? Elder Ma and Elder Sun's faces brightened. If there was someone, then they could negotiate. This young brother, we are from the Lin family of East Spirit City. I think there might be some misunderstandings between us. Elder Sun quickly stood up, a smile plastered on his face. Normally, if he encountered a young man like Chi Hao outside, he would not be so polite. But now, he was almost out of primordial energy, carrying two injured companions, while a ferociously staring silver feather thunder eagle stood beside Chi Hao. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes. Misunderstanding? When I saw my spirit beast, all I saw were its injuries and the look of grievance in its eyes. If it weren't for my means, it might not have survived. The silver feather thunder eagle was utterly speechless. When did it ever show a look of grievance in front of Chi Hao? Stop being disgusting. Okay. Elder Sun forced a smile and said, little brother, you only saw the injuries on your spirit beast and didn't see that the three of us almost died at its hands. Moreover, it was actually it that attacked us first. Chi Hao's expression turned cold. So you don't intend to give me an explanation, but instead want me to give you one? Cough, I didn't mean that. Since it's all a misunderstanding, why don't we just let it go? We want to pursue it, and you let us leave? How about that? Elder Sun laughed awkwardly. Given the current situation, he dared not ask Chi Hao for any explanation. No, how about that? Chi Hao said coldly. Even if my spirit beast acted first, do you dare say that you came here not to target it? Elder Sun's face flushed red. This young master, we were misled by others, thinking that the spirit beasts here were unowned, which is why we planned to hunt them. We truly bear full responsibility for the misunderstandings caused. After secretly observing Chi Hao for a long time, Lin Hongwan stood up at this moment and cupped her hands in salute. Chi Hao nodded. I like your attitude. If you make a mistake, you should admit it. Don't look for other excuses. Elder Sun's face twitched but said nothing more. Lin Hongwan's face turned slightly red. No one had ever spoken to her in such a tone. Moreover, this young master looked several years younger than her, yet spoke as if he were an old sage. May I ask what you require for us to be allowed to leave? Lin Hongwan asked, her eyes flickering. Having survived with great difficulty, she naturally did not want to complicate things further and put herself and the two elders in danger. She now only hoped that this young master would not make overly excessive demands, like asking her to stay as a furnace or something. Chi Hao said, now that my spirit beast's life is no longer in danger, you don't need to pay with your lives. However, you can leave alive. But the storage rings in your hands must be left to me. After all, I paid a considerable price to heal its injuries. Elder Sun and Elder Ma's faces changed drastically. Leave the storage rings? Those storage rings contain most of our lifetime's savings. Lin Hongwan's eyes also widened, feeling that this person was indeed very greedy. But after pondering for a moment, she nodded and said, all right, no problem. Saying this, she took off her storage ring. Elders, take off your storage rings too. Whatever we lose, I will make it up to you in full when we get back. Lin Hongwan said, turning around. As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her voice and said, as long as we can leave safely, that's more important than anything else. Elder Sun and Elder Ma gritted their teeth and took off their storage rings. They were not afraid of death. They just didn't want Lin Hongwan to be implicated because of the storage rings. Lin Hongwan walked up to Chi Hao with 3 storage rings in hand, extended her fair palm, and smiled. Please accept this, young master. Chi Hao looked directly at Lin Hongwan and smiled. Miss, your temperament is indeed quite rare. Lin Hongwan's heart tightened. This person must not take a liking to me. Although he must have a significant background, I, Lin Hongwan, will not easily submit to anyone. We should leave soon. Give this pill to that old man. Otherwise, with his injuries, he might not hold on for long. Chi Hao smiled faintly, took out a pill from the storage ring, and handed it to Lin Hongwan. Lin Hongwan stared blankly at Chi Hao. This skinning youth actually had the kindness to give her a pill? Chapter 29. There is something off about this courtyard. What? Afraid this pill is poisonous? Seeing Lin Hongwan in a daze, Chi Hao teased. Lin Hongwan quickly said, No, thank you, young master. If Elder Ma can recover safely, I will definitely repay you. Chi Hao waved his hand and said, No need for that. The tranquility of this place has already been disturbed by you. I won't stay here any longer. You all can leave. Chi Hao placed the pill in Lin Hongwan's palm, casually took the 3 storage rings, and turned to sit on the back of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Only then did Lin Hongwan and the others let out a sigh of relief. Elder Ma, take this pill. Lin Hongwan turned and brought the pill to Elder Ma's lips. Elder Ma was growing weaker, and his eyes could hardly open, although the pill looked ordinary. Lin Hongwan could not afford to think too much about it, given Elder Ma's injuries. Elder Ma struggled to swallow the pill, but soon his eyes widened in surprise. Such pure and powerful energy. The power of this pill was indeed rapidly healing his injuries. Elder Ma, filled with joy, quickly tore open the cloth around his chest. As the energy from the pill spread, he felt a tingling sensation in his chest. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. The wound was starting to heal. What kind of pill did that young master give? The effect is simply comparable to that of a celestial pill. Elder Sun exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hongwan took a deep breath and said, This young master's background is definitely not simple. He must be a disciple from some celestial sect traveling here. Elder Sun felt embarrassed and said, Fortunately, this young master has a good temperament. Otherwise, if we didn't die under the claws of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle, we would have died at the hands of this celestial sect disciple. Truly fortunate. Lin Hongwan sighed. Oh no. Suddenly, Lin Hongwan's face flushed red as she exclaimed. Elder Sun and Elder Ma's expressions tightened. Miss, what's wrong? In nothing, Lin Hongwan hurriedly replied. She just remembered that her personal belongings were all in that storage ring, and some of them were recently changed and had not yet been washed in the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle's cave. Chi Hao checked the items in the 3 storage rings. The total value of the items was about 300,000 spirit stones. Later, I'll buy a monster essence pill worth 300,000 spirit stones for you. And let today's matter be forgotten, Chi Hao said with a smile. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle seemed a bit doubtful. After all, 2 of those 3 people were at the foundation establishment stage. Although the woman had slightly lower cultivation, she was the young lady of a big family and had previously used 2 valuable spirit talismans to attack it. How could the total collection in the 3 storage rings be only 300,000 spirit stones? You seem a bit skeptical. Are you doubting your master's character? Chi Hao raised an eyebrow, showing an unhappy expression. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle quickly shook its head, indicating it did not dare to doubt. Rest for now. We have something important to do later, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle was filled with confusion, wondering what this shameless master was up to again. Half an hour later, Chi Hao rode the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle back into the canyon. Drive all the poisonous insects on both sides of the canyon over here, Chi Hao instructed as he sat cross-legged. Since they were here, they had to prepare a special gift for the guests who would soon arrive. When they returned to the Chi residence, it was already late at night. Before entering the city, Chi Hao stored the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle in the Spirit Beast pouch. Lin Hongwan and her group had come prepared, so they had already prepared Spirit Beast pouches in their storage rings, saving Chi Hao a lot of trouble. In the new house, the candlelight was still bright. The next day, Chi Hao and Huang Yin got up early. Even after a night of dual cultivation, the young couple was still full of energy. Today was the day Huang Yin returned to her family. The 2 held hands and arrived at the Huang residence's door. The servant guarding the door upon seeing them, joyfully shouted toward the house. The young lady and the son-in-law have returned. Chi Hao smiled, his eyes shining. Husband, let us go in, Huang Yin said softly with a smile. Chi Hao replied, Yinner, since you married me, I haven't bullied you. When we see your parents later, you must say some good words about me. Huang Yan's face flushed, thinking to herself, Haven't I've been bullied by you enough these past few days? Does such a person as my husband still care about my parents' opinion? Huang Yin laughed and said, Of course you care. Chi Hao smiled, That's a must. Huang Yin felt sweet in her heart. In fact, with Chi Hao's current strength and background, he didn't need to care about others' opinions at all. Instead, it should be the Huang family that needed to serve this new son-in-law cautiously. After entering the residence, they greeted the elders and served tea. The interaction was filled with joy and laughter. Chi Hao noticed that Huang Mang's elemental power had become much more refined, indicating that he had already begun practicing spiritual techniques. Yinner, these two spiritual techniques are a betrothal gift from Chi Hao to you. Please take them back. After the customary rituals were completed, Huang Mang chuckled and took out 2 jade slips. As for the spirit stones and spirit materials in the betrothal gifts, Huang Mang did not dare to keep them and allowed Huang Yin to take them as her dowry to the Qi residence. Only these 2 spiritual techniques were kept by Huang Mang. In recent days, he and Huang Xingyao had been focused on understanding and practicing, and now that they had memorized the techniques, the jade slips should be returned to Huang Yin. Huang Yin smiled and said, Father, let these 2 jade slips stay in the Huang family. I've already practiced another spiritual technique. Huang Mang was overjoyed and excitedly looked at Chi Hao. Chi Hao, is that true? Chi Hao smiled and said, Yes, the other spiritual technique is more suitable for Yinner to practice. As for these 2 spiritual techniques, let them be used as the Huang family's inheritance. Haha, then I won't be polite, father-in-law. Huang Mang said excitedly. With spiritual techniques as inheritance within 100 years, the Huang family would surely thrive. You must know that those strong clans in Dongling City became incredibly powerful precisely because they had spiritual techniques as their inheritance, enabling them to rival small sects in strength. After the family banquet, Huang Yin led Chi Hao back to the courtyard where she had lived since childhood. Oh! Upon entering the courtyard, Chi Hao let out a low exclamation. Huang Yin was taken aback. What's wrong, husband? Yinner, there is something off about your courtyard. Chi Hao said, raising his eyebrows slightly. Huang Yin was bewildered. What's off about it? She had lived here for over 10 years and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Chi Hao shook his head. I can't confirm yet. Let me take a look first. After saying that, Chi Hao sat cross-legged. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his expression was very serious. His demeanor made Huang Yin nervous. Husband, what exactly is wrong with my courtyard? Could it be hiding some evil thing? Huang Yin quickly asked. Chi Hao shook his head. It's not an evil thing, but an extremely rare cultivation treasure land. Cultivation treasure land? Huang Yin was even more confused. Although she didn't understand how her courtyard became a cultivation treasure land, if it really was a treasure land. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Seeing Huang Yan's confusion, Chi Hao said solemnly, Beneath your courtyard lies an immense reservoir of pure spirit liquid, akin to a small spirit lake. Even the celestial sects would be envious if they knew. Therefore, while this is indeed a treasure, it could also bring disaster to the Huang family. The words disaster to the family made Huang Yan's pupils constrict, and her face turned pale. She naturally understood the principle of a man is innocent but has a jewel, so she immediately said, We absolutely cannot let outsiders know. Chi Hao shook his head and said, I can sense the existence of the spirit lake below. Others with slightly stronger cultivation can naturally sense it as well. The Huang family has been safe until now purely by luck. Then what should we do, my husband? Huang Yin asked anxiously. Chapter 30, A Win-Win Solution. Chi Hao smiled and said, I do have an idea, but I don't know if my lady will agree. Huang Yin grabbed Chi Hao's arm, shaking it in annoyance, and said shyly, My husband, what are you teasing me about at a time like this? Quickly tell me your idea. Chi Hao smiled and said, If we, as a couple, quietly absorb all this spirit liquid and turn this treasure land into an ordinary place, the hidden danger for the Huang family will naturally disappear. Huang Yin was delighted, but then thought, since she couldn't even sense the spirit liquid. How could she absorb it? Suddenly, Huang Yan's heart jolted, and she looked at Qi Hao in shock. It seemed she finally understood why Qi Hao wanted to marry her. If there really was a large amount of spirit liquid underground, Qi Hao must have discovered it long ago, possibly during his last visit with Meng Qingran. Huang Yan felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart, but she didn't voice her thoughts. "My lady, what is wrong? Are you unwilling?" Qi Hao gently held Huang Yan's hand and asked with a smile. Huang Yan forced a smile and said, "This method of my husband is excellent. How could I be unwilling? I will do everything as you say. I just worry a bit for the Huang family." Qi Hao smiled and said, "As long as we absorb the spirit liquid below, the Huang family's territory will no longer be coveted. Moreover, by then, both our cultivations will surely see significant improvement, allowing us to better protect the Huang family. But one thing, my lady must remember, too many mouths can lead to trouble. This matter cannot be disclosed to anyone else for now. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, those large sects in the Eastern Spirit domain will inevitably come to fight over it, and the Huang family will find it hard to escape." Huang Yan nodded and said, "I understand. I won't tell anyone." Qi Hao smiled. He knew Huang Yan was a smart person and had likely guessed the real reason he married her. He got up and embraced Huang Yan, saying, "If a weak clan wants to thrive, it must first concentrate its resources and cultivate a true powerhouse. Only by having a strong person to guard the clan can a weak clan have a real chance and time to rise. The hope for the Huang family's prosperity lies entirely with you, my lady. Now that you are cultivating the immortal method and have the spirit lake to assist you, in a few years, no one in the Eastern Spirit domain will dare to provoke the Huang family. By that time, the Huang family can safely enter a period of rapid growth." Feeling the warmth in Qi Hao's embrace, Huang Yan's eyes also brightened slightly. Although she knew Qi Hao's marriage to her had ulterior motives, his kindness towards her did not seem feigned. Moreover, with Qi Hao's strength, he could easily seize the Huang family and take everything for himself, but Qi Hao did not do that. Instead, he married her, gave her a name, taught her the immortal method, and left the Huang family intact. Thinking of this, Huang Yan raised her arms and wrapped them around Qi Hao's waist, softly saying, "I am already my husband's wife, so I fully trust you. Whatever you say, I will do." Qi Hao smiled, gently stroking Huang Yan's beautiful hair. Although he had concealed some things from her before, it was for the best for both him and Huang Yan. Qi Hao could have forcibly taken over the Huang family, but that was not his style. Moreover, seizing the Huang family without any grievances would easily raise suspicions from other forces, drawing more attention to the Spirit Lake. By marrying Huang Yan and becoming the son-in-law of the Huang family, then absorbing the power of the Spirit Lake together with her, it would be a win-win situation. After embracing for a moment, Huang Yan curiously asked, "My husband, why can't I sense the Spirit Lake you mentioned?" Qi Hao gently pushed her away and smiled. "Because it is deep underground, with another layer of seal, ordinary means cannot sense it. If we want to draw the spirit liquid from it, I need to set up a formation. Later, you can tell your father that you are cultivating at the Qi family and cannot concentrate, wanting to stay here for closed-door training. I believe your father will not refuse." "All right, I will go tell my father right away," Huang Yan said with a smile. Qi Hao raised his hand and playfully scratched Huang Yan's flawless nose, grinning. "Once everything is ready, we will cultivate together day and night." Huang Yan's face turned completely red. A quarter of an hour later, Huang Yan and Qi Hao met with Huang Meng. Huang Yan expressed her desire to stay in her small courtyard to cultivate. Although Huang Meng felt it was somewhat inappropriate, seeing that Qi Hao showed no displeasure, he agreed. Qi Hao then took his leave and returned to the Qi family alone. "Yinner, you just married Qi Hao and now want to return to cultivate? Does Qi Hao really have no objections?" Huang Meng asked suspiciously after Qi Hao left. Even though the two had not spent much time together and their feelings were not too deep, they were newlyweds, and physically, it was a time of passion. How could Qi Hao be willing to be apart? Huang Yin smiled and said, "My husband has some matters to attend to these days. Once he is done, he will come to the Huang family to accompany me for closed-door training." "What? That kid wants to come to the Huang family to cultivate? This seems a bit inappropriate, right?" Huang Meng's eyes widened in shock, nearly biting his tongue. Although Qi Hao, as a son-in-law, had performed well, he was still a major disaster star. Occasional visits he could accept, but if he were to stay long-term at the Huang family, it made him, the father-in-law, feel quite uneasy. After all, the Meng family, when Qi Hao stayed, had ultimately become the Qi family. Huang Yin understood Huang Meng's concerns and worries, smiling. "Father, you need not worry. The Huang family is not like the Meng family, which is so ungrateful." Cough. "Our Huang family would never do such heartless things as the Meng family. All right, even though you are married, this will always be your home. You can cultivate wherever you like," Huang Meng said with a smile. "Thank you, Father," Huang Yin said, bowing in thanks. Then she waved her hand, and 2 large wooden boxes landed on the ground. "Father, these boxes contain spirit stones. My husband specifically instructed me to present them to you." Huang Yin smiled. Huang Meng's eyes widened. Such large wooden boxes, if filled, likely contained 60,000 spirit stones. He opened the boxes to find they were indeed filled with spirit stones. This kid is too generous. This is not just a gift. He's tried to directly buy over his father-in-law. Huang Meng exclaimed. Huang Yin covered her mouth and laughed. "These are for my son-in-law. Father can rest assured and accept them. This is not just a token of filial piety. It is also compensation for the Huang family. After all, if the spirit lake were converted into spirit stones, it would be worth trillions." After returning to the Qi family, Qi Hao summoned Li Jin, Qin Zhen, and others to his side. "How has the search for the items gone?" Qi Hao asked. Qin Zhen hurriedly replied, "We're still missing 3 items that we have not found. Wang Zun and Lu Biao have gone to search nearby cities." Qi Hao nodded and said, "First, bring me what you have found. For the remaining 3 items, deliver them to me immediately once you find them." "Understood." Qin Zhen quickly handed over the items to Qi Hao. These items were all materials needed for setting up the formation. Before marrying Huang Yin, he had already instructed Qin Zhen, Li Jin, and others to search. Chapter 31. The person you're looking for is already dead. During the days of waiting, Qi Hao naturally didn't remain idle. While utilizing the resources he had to cultivate, he rode the silver feather thunder eagle and swept through the spiritual materials within hundreds of miles around Yuanling City. With the silver feather thunder eagle as his flying spirit beast, traveling became extremely convenient. Coupled with the precise positioning of the heavenly map, Qi Hao was able to gather materials with pinpoint accuracy. In just a few days, his storage ring was filled with various heavenly treasures and earthly materials. One day, while Qi Hao was cultivating in his room, several screams suddenly reached his ears. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed in Qi Hao's eyes as he rushed out of the room. In the front courtyard of the Qi residence, several guards' bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Whoosh! A sharp sword energy was directly aimed at Qin Zhen's heart. Spirit Mountain Stone Shield. Startled and enraged, Qin Zhen quickly summoned a yellow light shield imprint. Boom! Although the shield imprint was instantly shattered by the sword energy, it absorbed a significant amount of the sword's power, causing Qin Zhen to be knocked back, but not killed on the spot. What an interesting spirit skill shield technique. The young man wielding the sword narrowed his eyes slightly. Mu Xian did not expect that among the small families in Yuanling City, a guest elder would actually have cultivated spirit skills. Uft! Qin Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fierce. "Who are you? Why did you barge into my Qi residence to kill?" It wasn't just Mu Xian who broke into the Qi residence. Behind him were 2 men, 3 women, and an elderly man with gray hair and drooping eyes. However, only Mu Xian made a move. Mu Xian smirked. "What a Qi residence! The Meng family has indeed changed. Since you weren't killed by my sword, I will give you a chance to live. Tell me, where is Meng Yi's family now?" Qin Zhen coldly laughed. "If you want to find Meng Yi, then just cut your own throat and go find him. Meng Yi is actually dead? Have you seen our spirit martial sect's outer elder in Yintao?" Mu Xian raised an eyebrow. "The person you're looking for is already dead. Now I will send you to meet them." As the cold voice echoed, Qi Hao, with a murderous intent in his eyes, rushed in swiftly, stabbing directly at Mu Xian with his sword. What speed! Mu Xian was startled, quickly swinging his sword to form a twisting sword light, crashing toward Qi Hao. This sword, named Sword Tornado, was a spirit martial sword technique that only inner disciples of the spirit martial sect could cultivate. Boom! However, Mu Xian's confident sword strike was instantly pierced by Qi Hao's Jiaoling sword. The tip of the sword glinted with cold light, rapidly closing in on Mu Xian. Terrified, Mu Xian hurriedly retreated. The elderly man, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his figure flashing like a shadow, landing in front of Mu Xian. Shocking spirit palm. The old man shouted inwardly, his right palm striking directly at the tip of Qi Hao's sword. The powerful palm force erupted with an intense spirit shock power, pushing Qi Hao, along with the sword, back several meters. The old man furrowed his brow. He did not expect that his palm would only push Qi Hao back a few meters. With his master's strength, he could only do that. His master was at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Could this young man be at the Foundation Establishment stage? Mu Xian and the other young men and women were secretly astonished at this scene. Song Changfeng squinted his eyes, coldly staring at Qi Hao. What did you just say? Our sect's elder and is dead too? Qi Hao coldly laughed. He wanted to kill me, so he naturally had to die. Wei Zhao cannot sit still. Has he sent you over so soon? And Yun Tao and the others had not been dead for long. Moreover, there were no survivors to report back. Qi Hao initially thought that it would take some time for the spirit martial sect to send someone again. But not everything went as he expected. Not waiting for Yun Tao to return with a report, Wei Zhao was on edge. After all, Meng Qingren had fallen into Qi Hao's hands and could lose her pure Yin body at any moment, which might expose his relationship with Meng Qingren. If word got out, it would directly affect his marriage with Lu Hongying. So, since Yun Tao did not return to report as scheduled, Wei Zhao quickly found Song Changfeng and asked him to take 6 disciples to Yuanling City. But Song Changfeng did not expect that not only had Meng Yi's family been wiped out, but even Yun Tao was dead. A flash of fury crossed Song Changfeng's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. You really have some guts to kill even our spirit martial sect's people. Qi Hao scoffed. Talking to you is just as ridiculous as talking to Yun Tao. But if you're as foolish as he is, you might just lose your life here. Song Changfeng was immediately enraged. I admit you have some skill, but to speak so arrogantly in front of me, don't you think you are being too ignorant of your own limitations? Song Changfeng laughed with anger. Qi Hao mocked. The fact that I dare to stay in Yuanling City means I'm not afraid of you. But I advise you to keep your life first and go back to tell Wei Zhao that he has seized my spirit key and secretly dallied with Meng Qingren. And now all the families in Yuanling City know about it. It's possible that news has already reached the Xuanqiang sect. And what he should be doing now is to think about how to appease his fiancée and not to come looking for trouble with me. But if you all die here, this news cannot reach Wei Zhao's ears. And if the news continues to spread, your young sect master fails to remedy it in time. The alliance between the spirit martial sect and the Xuanqiang sect may really fall apart. Song Changfeng's face changed dramatically. You dare to spread the news? You really are courting death. Song Changfeng shouted angrily. Qi Hao replied coldly. You spirit martial sect people are truly shameless. Wei Zhao seized my secret realm, coveted my wife, and wanted to kill me. I merely revealed his disgraceful acts. And it turns out I'm the one courting death? Song Changfeng's expression darkened. If he killed Qi Hao today, those who heard the news would think that he was silencing the young sect master. The rumors would then be completely substantiated. I can spare you for now, but you must return to the spirit martial sect with me. When necessary, you will need to clarify things for our sect's young master. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is death. After a moment of contemplation, Song Changfeng said coldly, "Ha, what a dreamer." Qi Hao laughed coldly. In 3 breaths. If you people do not leave, apart from this person who must stay to pay for my guards' lives, then you will all die here. You can take my words as arrogance, but the price will be the lives of all of you. Master, Qi Hao is simply too arrogant. Why not just kill him? Mu Xian laughed angrily. This Qi Hao actually wants him to pay for those lowly guards' lives? It's simply laughable. The other 5 disciples of Song Changfeng also looked at Qi Hao with ridicule, leaving the lives of the 7 of them. What Qi Hao said was not just arrogant. It was sheer lunacy. With their master here, a mere Qi Hao could not possibly have such capability. However, Song Changfeng squinted his eyes, staring intently at Qi Hao. This Qi Hao was the most arrogant young man he had ever seen, yet he also gave him a very special feeling. Qi Hao's arrogance was too calm, making it difficult for him to find any flaws. Could it be that this kid really has some means to leave all of us alive? Song Chanfeng couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful in his heart. 3, 2. While Song Chanfeng was in doubt, she had already coldly started the countdown. Chapter 32. Hurry, this place is very dangerous. Wait, Song Chanfeng suddenly snorted coldly. We can leave first, but you want me to leave my disciples behind? That is absolutely impossible, Song Chanfeng said coldly. Chi Hao replied coldly. Killing my Qi residence's people means you can never leave alive. Don't leave him. Then all of you can stay. You. Song Chanfeng glared angrily. However, the more arrogant Chi Hao became, the more unsettled Song Chanfeng felt. A guest elder actually practiced spiritual techniques. Chi Hao, a young man barely over 20, possessed an unusually swift body technique and strength beyond the ordinary. The Qi family was somewhat abnormal. First, the Mengyi family was slaughtered. Then, Yun Tao and his group were completely wiped out. Now, Chi Hao faced him, a 6th-grade foundation establishment cultivator, yet remained unafraid and imposing. Although this kid was not weak, his own strength was not enough to challenge an old man like him. Could it be that there was actually a true powerhouse hidden within the Qi family? This person was Chi Hao's greatest trump card? Song Chanfeng's heart jolted. Without a trump card, who would dare to be so arrogant? This is common sense. It seems you are indeed as foolish as Yun Tao. Chi Hao coldly smiled. His smile instantly became a deadly warning signal in Song Chanfeng's eyes. All right, you can keep Xian for now, but you must spare his life. Otherwise, you'll never have the chance to retrieve the key to the Lingyuan secret realm, Song Chanfeng said solemnly. Mu Xian's eyes widened in shock. Master, you can't leave your disciple behind. If I fall into this kid's hands, even if I don't die, I'll be skinned alive, Mu Xian hurriedly said. He found it hard to believe that his powerful master was actually afraid. If not for the fear, how could the master agree to Chi Hao's request? Shut up. The matter of the young master is the priority and cannot be delayed, Song Chanfeng scolded angrily. He would never admit that he was afraid. And Yun Tao must have never believed he would die, and then he died. Song Chanfeng did not want to be blindly confident like in Yun Tao and die, because of stupidity. Master, Mu Xian pleaded desperately, but Song Chanfeng ignored him. Chi Hao did not directly respond to Song Chanfeng's demands. Only coldly said, go back and tell Wei Zhao to come himself next time. I'm waiting to take his dog life. Song Chanfeng's eyes narrowed. It was certain there must be a powerful trump card hidden behind Chi Hao. Otherwise, how could he dare to speak such wild words? Although the young master had low cultivation, he had the entire Lingwu sect behind him. It seemed that Chi Hao was not as simple as the young master described. Before dealing with this kid, he must find a way to clarify the hidden power behind him. Song Chanfeng thought to himself, turning coldly and saying, Others, come back to the sect with me. Master, Mu Xian called out after him, his pale face no longer showing the previous vigor. Song Chanfeng did not look back and strode away from the Qi residence. Chi Hao coldly smiled and said to Mu Xian, How does it feel to be abandoned? Mu Xian glared in anger. Even so, you will never have me at your mercy. When my sect's people arrive at the Qi family, you will definitely die. Chi Hao scoffed. Did you never think that I let your master and them leave just to attract more people from the Lingwu sect to come and die? Mu Xian's pupils constricted. You don't have that strength. Fool. Swish. Chi Hao mocked, suddenly stomping his foot, his figure turning into a shooting star, charging towards Mu Xian. You dare! Mu Xian exclaimed in shock, just about to draw his sword to attack, but he only managed to utter 2 words before his throat was pierced by Chi Hao's sword. Mu Xian stared in disbelief. He never expected Chi Hao's speed to be so terrifying. As a disciple of the Lingwu sect's inner door, a 7th-grade grandmaster, he had no chance to even strike against Chi Hao, just as they stepped out of the Qi residence. Song Chanfeng and the others felt a sudden tightening in their hearts at the sounds from behind. Master, the senior brother, one of them trembled. Hurry. It's dangerous here. If we don't leave now, we might all stay here. Song Chanfeng whispered urgently, quickening his pace. This Chi Hao had already attacked Mu Xian before he left the Qi residence. This only further proved that he had some reliance. Inside the Qi residence, Chi Hao glanced at the 4 guards he had killed. Qin Jun, hunched over, stood up, his face pale, Master, it's my incompetence for not being able to stop them. Chi Hao waved his hand. In the martial world, life and death are fated. Besides, Mu Xian should be a 7th grade grandmaster. He was not someone you could deal with. Qin Jun had only been cultivating spiritual techniques for a short time. Although he had improved 2 ranks recently, he was still only a grandmaster and not a match for a grandmaster. Sit down. I'll heal your injuries first, Chi Hao said. Qin Jun hurriedly replied, I'm fine. I can just rest for a few days. How could I trouble a master? Chi Hao smiled. There are hardly any people in the residence. And now that 4 have fallen, I can't afford to let you rest. Li Jin, Wang Zun, and others had gone out to find what he needed. And now there were no guards left in the residence, only servants and maids. Chi Hao directly pressed Qin Jun's shoulder, forcing him to sit down, then began to channel the power of the Hunyuan Transformation Sutra into Qin Jun's body. As the energy surged in, Qin Jun's pupils widened in shock. The turbulent blood energy within him instantly calmed down, and his internal injuries were rapidly healing. What kind of heaven-defying technique did the master cultivate? The spiritual energy for healing had such miraculous effects. This is even better than any elixir. Qin Jun was overjoyed, although he was curious inside. He knew better than to ask. He couldn't ask a single word. All right, you go and take off this kid's storage ring. The items inside will be used to provide for the families of these 4 guards, Chi Hao said, retracting his hand and speaking seriously. In the martial world, life and death are fated. Anyone could be killed. The deaths of the 4 guards did not stir much in Chi Hao's heart. It was not that he was indifferent, but having seen too much life and death, he had long since become indifferent. Okay, Qin Jun replied, and quickly walked over to take off Mu Xian's storage ring. When he checked, he couldn't help but exclaim, Master, there are more than 500,000 spirit stones in this storage ring, and quite a few elixirs and spiritual materials. This is what they exchanged their lives for, no matter the amount, shared among their families. But since the amount is large, be discreet when distributing it to avoid attracting covetous eyes. Otherwise, it would harm their families, Chi Hao instructed. Qin Jun stared blankly at Chi Hao. So many spirit stones. And the master is actually willing to part with them? Qin Jun, at his age, had never seen someone like Chi Hao. I thank the master on behalf of these guards. Qin Jun bowed deeply. Once back in the room, Chi Hao sat cross-legged. It seemed he needed to find someone with some strength to guard the door for him. After all, he couldn't always keep an eye on the surroundings. If something like today happened a few more times, his few subordinates would be killed off. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Chapter 33. A word shocking the soul. A bundle of trash, although Chi Hao did not take the people of the Lingwu sect seriously. The martial cultivators in Yuanling City were not powerful, and it was hard to find suitable candidates. According to Chi Hao's thoughts, the strength of the gatekeeper must at least be at the foundation establishment level. It seemed he would have to take a trip to Dongling City. Chi Hao pondered. Wang Zun and the others had not sent any news, and Chi Hao did not want to wait idly. Dongling City was the central city of the Dongling domain, gathering many spiritual martial families, and the martial resources were richer. He should be able to find what he needed. This old man hasn't left yet. Chi Hao coldly smiled. In the Zhangtian map, Chi Hao saw Song Changfeng and the others hiding in a nearby forest after leaving Yuanling City. Old Qin, bring Mu Xian's body to my courtyard, Chi Hao conveyed. Qin Jun had just finished collecting the bodies of 4 guards and was about to send someone to throw Mu Xian's body outside to feed the wild dogs when he heard Chi Hao's voice transmission. He quickly told a few male servants, don't feed him to the dogs yet. Take the body to the master as courtyard. Soon, Mu Xian's body was sent to Chi Hao's small courtyard. Chi Hao stuffed a note into Mu Xian's mouth, while Qin Jun and the others were still in shock. Chi Hao didn't avoid them and released the silver feather thunder eagle. This is a spirit beast, the silver feather thunder eagle. Qin Jun's eyes widened. What? A spirit beast? I heard that spirit beasts are all in the Foundation establishment realm. The servants were also shocked. In a small grove in the south of the city, a few people were hiding. Throw this body to them. After throwing it, leave quickly. Don't get killed, Chi Hao said to the silver feather thunder eagle. The silver feather thunder eagle nodded, immediately grabbed Mu Xian's body with its claws, spread its wings, and flew into the sky. The powerful force generated by its flapping wings instantly knocked the servants down. Chi Hao shook his head and said, You really are weak. Old Qin, give the order. Starting tomorrow, everyone in the Qi residence will practice martial arts. First, teach them high-level, ordinary martial arts techniques. If they perform well later, we can teach them spirit techniques. Also, triple everyone's monthly salary. The servants were overjoyed when they heard this. They had never dared to think that they, who were regarded as lowly, could also cultivate. Moreover, they would start with high-level ordinary martial arts techniques. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Several servants knelt down and shouted. Qin Jin chuckled and cupped his hands, saying, Old man obeys your command. After thinking for a moment, he added, Master, haven't those people from the spirit martial sect left yet? Qi Hao smirked. Don't worry. They wouldn't dare to stay overnight. If they do, I would have to think more highly of them. In the small grove in the south of the city, Song Chongfeng sat cross-legged on the ground. 5 disciples were not far from him, all looking despondent. They had come with great momentum, but unexpectedly fled from the Qi residence so quickly. Now not only was their senior brother dead, but they also had to hide in the woods like rats. All of you, pull yourselves together. After dark, you will quietly enter the city and inquire about Qi Hao from those families. Only by thoroughly understanding this kid will you have a chance to avenge your senior brother in the future. Did you hear that? Song Chongfeng scolded with his eyes closed. He was also quite annoyed. After leaving the Qi residence, he felt that the way these disciples looked at him had changed compared to before. Bang! Just as Song Chongfeng finished speaking, the sound of something heavy falling came, accompanied by the screams of the 5 disciples. Song Chongfeng was taken aback and turned to look. He saw a bloody corpse lying between the 5 disciples. 3 of the disciples had their legs crushed by the body, screaming in agony, while the other 2 were worse off, their necks crushed and lifeless. Who is it? Get down here! Song Chongfeng shouted angrily, looking up. When he looked up, he was immediately dumbfounded. The thick foliage above had no one hiding, but in the sky above, there was a giant silver bird soaring away. The silver feather thunder eagle. There is such a rare spirit beast here. No, the body that fell is actually Mu Xian. Could it be that this silver feather thunder eagle is Qi Hao's spirit beast? How could a kid who hasn't even established a foundation tame a spirit beast? Hiss! Song Chongfeng's pupils constricted as he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he was the lowest-ranking elder in the inner sect of the spirit martial sect, he was still definitely one of the inner elders. Even he didn't have the qualification to possess a spirit beast. Yet Qi Hao had such a rare spirit beast. The silver feather thunder eagle, as a pet. Doesn't this once again prove that Qi Hao is not just making empty threats, but truly has strength and confidence? Master, my leg is broken. Please save your disciple. Woo-woo, Master, the one who fell down seems to be our senior brother. There's a note stuffed in senior brother's mouth. Song Chongfeng was startled and rushed over to pull the note out of Mu Xian's mouth. Get lost. The note had only this one word, but it made Song Chongfeng's pupils constrict in shock. He actually knew our whereabouts so well. Song Chongfeng's heart shook violently. After leaving the city, he had clearly been cautious and had not noticed anyone following them. Yet their movements were still known to Qi Hao. No, it's not Qi Hao. It must be the person behind Qi Hao. Go. Leave this place immediately. Song Chongfeng gritted his teeth, but the disciples' legs were broken and they couldn't walk. Woo-woo. My leg is also broken. Looking at the 3 sobbing disciples, Song Chongfeng's face twitched as he thought, why not just crush all 3 of you to death together? Now, does he really have to carry these crippled disciples back to the sect? But even if he does carry them, he can't carry all 3. You 3 pile on top of each other. I'll carry you first. When we get to the nearby town, I'll buy a carriage. Anyway, we absolutely cannot stay here any longer. Song Chongfeng gritted his teeth. Although Qi Hao wrote just one word get lost to Song Chongfeng's eyes, it was no different from a death sentence. The 3 disciples with broken legs piled on top of each other's backs, howling in despair. Song Chongfeng felt both angry and mournful. Before leaving the sect, he never imagined that he would leave with 6 disciples and return with none intact. Qi Hao, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, dare to bully my spirit martial sect like this. Just wait to die. Song Chongfeng roared in his heart, collecting Mu Xian and the other 3 corpses into a storage ring, then taking a rope to tie the 3 broken-legged disciples together like bundles of firewood and sprinting away. This Song Chong Fong is truly a remarkable talent. Inside the Qi residence, Qi Hao looked amused. Qi Hao smiled and leaped onto the back of the silver feather thunder eagle. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. We should set off now. Chapter 34. The Young Man with the Sword in Dongling City. Although there are 1,000 miles between Yuling City and Dongling City, with the silver feather thunder eagle, this distance was no longer a problem. In less than half an hour, Qi Hao had crossed 1,000 miles and arrived near Dongling City. The silver feather thunder eagle is quite a rare spirit beast, and Qi Hao didn't want to draw too much attention upon his arrival in Dongling City. So, he had the silver feather thunder eagle land outside the city and stored it in the spirit beast pouch. Those from the Lin family probably haven't returned yet. Looking at the outline of the city ahead, Qi Hao couldn't help but think of Lin Hongwan and the others. Although he didn't know much about the Lin family, there were 2 foundation establishment experts accompanying Lin Hongwan, so the Lin family's influence in Dongling City should not be weak. However, Qi Hao didn't want to rely on the Lin family. If they encountered him, the Lin family might even cause him trouble. After all, he had even taken Lin Hongwan's underwear. Let me see what kind of strength this Dongling City has. Qi Hao smiled slightly and sat down cross-legged. Demon Spirit Mode. The heavenly map trembled, and immediately countless light groups flickered on the scroll. The size of the light groups represented the capacity of the spirit hidden within. The size of this capacity also reflected the level of cultivation. According to the light groups, Dongling City indeed had some strength. There were more than 70 martial artists above the foundation establishment realm. Among them, the 4 largest light groups should all belong to Golden Core Realm experts. Qi Hao narrowed his eyes. Even though he possessed the cultivation techniques from his past life, he was starting over in this life. He could disregard the foundation establishment realm, but the strength of the Golden Core Realm was enough to crush him now. The Peng family, the Xiao family, the Dong family, and the Lin family. The 4th Golden Core Realm expert actually belonged to the Lin family. Qi Hao raised his eyebrows. He used the celestial map to not only locate the 4 Golden Core Realm powerhouses, but also to see their appearances. He then shifted his gaze to the front door of their residence. From the plaque on the door, one could tell which family these individuals belonged to. My luck seems to be too good. The troubles with the Spirit Martial sect and the Xianchong sect haven't been resolved, and now I've provoked the Lin family. However, since I did save that old man Ma's life, Lin Hongwan shouldn't kneel and plead with her family's ancestor to come after me, right? Qi Hao wore a look of helplessness. The foundation establishment cultivators concentrated in the various families were probably unmovable. After all, they were already bound by interests to their respective families. He could only start with those individual loose cultivators, which might yield something. Qi Hao's thoughts shifted as he looked towards those solitary foundation establishment cultivators. To win someone over, one must first understand their basic habits and character. Understanding their habits allows one to know what they want. Understanding their character helps determine whether this person is worth bringing under his wing. By the time Qi Hao decided to enter the city, the sky had darkened. After entering the city, Qi Hao arrived at a dilapidated alley. Brother Ji, our gang leader, is truly sincere. The gang leader has promised that as long as Brother Ji is willing to join our Earth Dragon gang, the position of deputy leader will be yours. Outside the alley, a middle-aged man with a mustache stood in front of a house, accompanied by 6 attendants carrying large boxes, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting. Go back and tell Wang Man that I will not join the Earth Dragon gang. If you disturb my mother's rest again, don't say I, Ji Dongshan, don't know how to treat guests. A cold voice came from inside the house. The mustache man's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. If it weren't for the Ji family having an extraordinary son, would he come to this shabby alley? Brother Ji, please reconsider. Our gang leader sincerely wants to invite you to join the Earth Dragon gang. The gang leader knows that your mother is in poor health, so he specifically ordered us to bring 6 boxes of spiritual materials to help her recover. The mustache man forced a smile. Bang! The door swung open, and a cold-faced young man, arms crossed holding a sheathed long sword, stepped out. Do you want me to draw my sword? If I draw my sword, you will surely die. Ji Dongshan coldly stared at the mustache man. His gaze was as sharp as a swordlight, frightening the mustache man so much that his heart trembled. Let us go, we're leaving. The mustached man hurriedly laughed dryly. The mustached man and his companions quickly left. Come out, Ji Dongshan said coldly. In the dim light, Chi Hao walked over from a corner with a faint smile. A mere dog-headed military strategist from the Earth Dragon Gang was not enough for Ji Dongshan to reveal himself. The real reason he came out was because of Chi Hao. Although Chi Hao's aura was not very strong, for some reason, the sword in his hand had just emitted a tremor. This situation usually only occurred when he encountered a powerful sword cultivator. True dragons do not associate with snakes. Brother Ji is quite wise, Chi Hao said with a smile. Although Chi Hao wore a grin, Ji Dongshan remained cold, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. Who are you, and what brings you to my home? Chi Hao smiled. I can save your mother's life and teach you a stronger sword technique. Haha, teach me a sword technique? Ji Dongshan sneered coldly. It seems you don't know much about my lineage. Chi Hao replied. Indeed, I don't know much. However, your sword heart may be resilient, but your sword intent is not pure enough. This alone indicates that the sword technique you are currently practicing is not advanced. It should only be a mid-tier spirit martial sword technique. Ji Dongshan's eyes narrowed. The sword technique he practiced was indeed a mid-tier spirit martial sword technique. However, among the entire Eastern Spirit domain, while it wasn't the strongest, it was still a high-tier method. After all, high-tier spirit martial techniques were rare in the Eastern Spirit domain, and they were mostly held by powerful martial sects with deep foundations. You certainly have a big mouth, but I'm not interested in your sword technique. However, if you can truly save my mother's life, we can discuss it. But if you dare to deceive me, no matter who you are, I will not let you leave alive, Ji Dongshan said coldly. Chi Hao smiled. Your tone resembles mine a bit. Ji Dongshan's face twitched. It's a pity that this young man was actually a few years younger than him. Otherwise, if it were an older man, Ji Dongshan would have thought it was his long-lost, useless father who had come. Let me in. The sooner you save your mother, the less pain she will endure, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. Ji Dongshan said gravely. You have never seen my mother's condition. Are you sure you can save her? Chi Hao replied with a faint smile. Once you have absolutely powerful means, you too will be able to be as confident as I am. Ji Dongshan. He felt that this young man was overly pretentious. Normally, even if he didn't draw his sword, he would rush up and slap the other party twice. But now, Chi Hao's confidence was just what he hoped for. Chapter 35. An unexpected discovery, all right. As long as you can heal my mother, I can agree to anything. Ji Dongshan no longer asked about Chi Hao's intentions and said seriously, while opening the courtyard door. Chi Hao smiled slightly and walked in. The two entered the house and turned into a bedroom. Although the house was dilapidated, it was exceptionally clean and tidy inside. In the bedroom, a woman lay weakly on the bed, her haggard face evident at a glance. Hearing the commotion, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Ji Dongshan rushed to the bedside, knelt on the ground, held one of her hands tightly, and choked. Mother, you finally woke up again. This person says he can heal you. Let him try. The woman shook her head with difficulty, managing a faint smile. Silly child, Mother knows her fate is up. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Once you've handled my affairs, you can return to the mountain and cultivate well with your master. No, I can't be without my mother. Ji Dongshan's eyes turned red. You quickly let me see my mother. Ji Dongshan, give my word. As long as you can heal her, I will agree to anything. Ji Dongshan said to Chi Hao earnestly. Chi Hao smiled. Then you should step aside. Ji Dongshan hurriedly got up and moved aside. Chi Hao approached the bedside and was about to grasp the woman's hand when she withdrew her palm. This young master need not waste your efforts. My old ailment is too deep and no one can heal it, the woman said solemnly. Chi Hao smiled faintly. Indeed, it is a deep-seated ailment. This illness of yours has probably been around for nearly 20 years, right? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chi Hao. Ji Dongshan's expression darkened. His eyes filled with fury. Can you even diagnose? My mother's illness clearly only started 5 years ago. Chi Hao smirked. It's just that you only knew about it 5 years ago. Am I right, Aunt? The woman's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, she said, I didn't expect that although you were young, you do have some insight. But this illness of mine, as long as you believe me, it will be easy to treat, Chi Hao said with a smile. The woman looked at Chi Hao in surprise. Ji Dongshan quickly said, I am willing to believe you. His mother's words amounted to acknowledging that her illness had indeed lasted for 20 years. May I ask which sect you are a disciple of? The woman asked. Chi Hao smiled. I come from a small place just 1,000 miles away in Yuanling City. I wonder if you have heard of it. Both the woman and Ji Dongshan were taken aback. Yuanling City? Although they had never been there, they had indeed heard of it. It was indeed a small place. Both Ji Dongshan and the woman instinctively thought that Chi Hao must be a disciple of some large sect. In any case, I am definitely not your enemy. So you need not have any other concerns, Chi Hao said with a narrowed smile. Ji Dongshan frowned. What do you mean by that? Does my mother have enemies? In his eyes, his mother was just an ordinary person, so how could she have enemies? The woman took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Dongshan, you go out first. Your mother wants to talk to this young master alone. Ji Dongshan hesitated a bit. After all, Chi Hao was a stranger to him. Chi Hao smiled and said, Good son, listen to your mother and wait outside. I guarantee that when you see your mother again, she will definitely not be as weak as she is now. All right. Ji Dongshan gritted his teeth and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, he could only trust Chi Hao. After all, over the years, he had sought many famous doctors and alchemists, but none could cure his mother's strange illness. In fact, these people couldn't even figure out what was wrong with her. In the bedroom, only Chi Hao and the woman remained. It seems your son doesn't know that you were once a martial cultivator and a powerful one at that, at the golden core stage. Chi Hao said lightly as soon as Ji Dongshan left. The woman's pupils widened in shock as she said solemnly, Are you her disciple? If you came to take my life, you have seen my condition. I won't live much longer anyway, so there's no need for you to stain your hands with blood. I only ask that you spare my son. He knows nothing. She didn't believe that someone could see through her past at a glance, unless this person was very clear about her background. Chi Hao smiled and said, It seems Annie still doesn't believe me, but that's okay. Once I cure you, you will naturally believe me. Before seeing the woman, Chi Hao was only confident he could cure her, but he didn't expect her to have been such a powerful martial cultivator at the golden core stage. This was indeed an old treasure he stumbled upon. Chi Hao didn't argue much with the woman, but lifted a corner of the bedding and grasped her palm in his hand. The power of the Hunyuan Zhao Hua Jing flowed into the woman's body through his palm. The blocked meridians in the woman were immediately impacted by a warm force, gradually dispersing the blockages and becoming smooth. The woman looked at Chi Hao in astonishment. This young man was indeed helping her heal her injuries. Moreover, this method was more effective and sophisticated than anything she had ever seen. It seemed that this youth was indeed not her disciple. She didn't possess such means, and her subordinates were even less likely to have such abilities. The woman thought to herself, and her mind gradually relaxed a bit. The meridians are easier to open, but repairing the Dantian is not something that can be done in a day. Annie, you may need to return with me to Yuanling City and stay for a while. Chi Hao said with a light smile. The woman was surprised and asked, You really come from Yuanling City? Chi Hao smiled and said, Although Yuanling City is a small place, there are indeed hidden experts. My master is a hidden martial cultivator, so I have some skills. The woman realized. No wonder this young man had such remarkable abilities at such a young age. It turned out he had a powerful figure behind him. The woman's eyes flickered slightly as she said, I believe you have the means to help me rebuild my Dantian. But I want to know why you are going to such lengths to save me. Or do you want my son to do something? Chi Hao smiled and said, I need a few gatekeepers, so I came to Dongling City to scout for talent. Your son is quite good. He has talent and strength, along with a rare filial piety. His strength and character meet my requirements. The woman looked at Chi Hao in disbelief, finding it hard to accept. This person went to such lengths just to have her son guard a gate? If you don't speak the truth, then there's no need for you to worry about my illness, the woman said solemnly. Chi Hao was quite helpless. Was there no one who believed him when he spoke the truth? Annie, please take a good look at the situation. You have a son, not a daughter. At your age, and in this condition, what could I gain from your family? The only thing I can gain is your son's strength. To have him act as a gatekeeper to deter some petty thieves, Chi Hao said somewhat impatiently. The woman's mouth twitched. Although Chi Hao's words were a bit harsh, they seemed to make sense. Seeing the woman fall silent, Chi Hao smiled again and said, As long as you agree to let your son guard the gate for me, I can not only help you rebuild your Dantian, but also teach your son a stronger sword technique. With your son's qualifications, he can step into the golden core stage in less than 10 years, and by then, you will also be able to recover to your peak state. Then, you will have hope for revenge. Moreover, although you are a mother and son living alone, you still have a relative. But if you die, your son will truly have no family left. He is so filial that he might collapse because of it, damaging his will, and from then on, he could go from a once great talent to an ordinary person. Chapter 36. The blacksmith Ji Yurong had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect such a remarkable person to speak so straightforwardly. Shi Hao smiled and said, "Being straightforward and sincere can touch people's hearts. Your brother Ji is still waiting outside. Why not call him in and ask for his opinion?" "All right, but please keep my mother's condition confidential for now and do not tell my son," Ji Yurong earnestly requested. Shi Hao nodded and said, "No problem. Dongshan, you come in." With Ji Yurong's call, Ji Dongshan hurried in and asked anxiously, "Mother, how are you feeling?" "Much better. This young master truly has real skills," Ji Yurong said with a smile. Ji Dongshan was excited and said, "But your illness is not completely cured. It will be." Shi Hao smiled and replied. Ji Dongshan didn't blame him. After all, if his mother's illness were easy to treat, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. "Do you have confidence in completely curing my mother?" Ji Dongshan looked at Shi Hao eagerly and asked. Shi Hao nodded and said, "I can definitely completely cure her within 3 months. But you and your mother must go with me to Yuanling City. After all, I can't stay here forever. Moreover, for the next 10 years, you will need to stay in Yuanling City to guard my home. After 10 years, we will part ways, and you can go wherever you want." Ji Dongshan was overjoyed and without any hesitation said, "All right, as long as you can cure my mother, not to mention 10 years. Even if you wanted to work for you my whole life, I agree." Shi Hao laughed heartily and said, "You are quite talented. Making you work for me would be somewhat of a waste of talent. Auntie, since Brother Ji has agreed, then it must be no problem for you." Ji Yurong said, "If everything is as the young master says, my son and I are willing to follow the young master to Yuanling City. Once my injuries heal, I will surely repay the young master with my remaining strength," the woman said. "Haha, good." Shi Hao smiled, naturally not refusing. Once Ji Yurong's dantian was rebuilt, he could cultivate again, and his speed would be much faster than that of ordinary martial cultivators. "When shall we set off?" Ji Dongshan asked. "I have some matters to attend to in Dongling City. I will come to find you when I am ready to leave." Shi Hao smiled. "All right," Ji Dongshan replied. "Then I won't disturb Annie any longer. I'll take my leave." Shi Hao cupped his hands in farewell. Ji Dongshan sent Shi Hao out of the courtyard and deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you, young master, for saving my mother. May I ask for your name?" "Shi Hao. But from this moment on, you can also call me the master of the house." Shi Hao smiled. Ji Dongshan was astonished. He didn't expect Shi Hao to be so young and already the master of a house. Could it be that Shi Hao had established a new family in Yuanling City? Otherwise, at such a young age, even if he was exceptionally talented, the elders of a clan wouldn't pass the position of master to him so early. Ji Dongshan speculated in his heart. Suddenly, Ji Dongshan knelt down on one knee, clasping his fists in salute, and said, "From today onwards, I, Ji Dongshan, will serve Shi Hao as my master. As long as the master can completely save my mother, Ji Dongshan vows to follow you to the death." Shi Hao smiled and said, "Then you can't run away, because I can absolutely cure your mother." Ji Dongshan was extremely excited. "Go back and take care of your mother." Shi Hao smiled lightly and stepped away. It was time to find the next gatekeeper. This one was still an unexpected existence. Although the night was already deep, Dongling City remained lively. On an old street, in front of a blacksmith shop, the furnace blazed brightly, and the sound of hammering was strong and clear. "What kind of ironware does the young master wish to forge?" "If it's weapons, I can only craft some ordinary swords and blades here," said a burly old man, bare-shouldered, as he focused on hammering a glowing red iron block without looking up. Shi Hao chuckled lightly. "I'm not here to forge anything." The old man raised an eyebrow and finally looked at Shi Hao. "Then what brings you here?" Shi Hao smiled faintly. "I just wanted to see that your skills aren't quite up to par, so I thought I'd come over to give you some guidance." The old man's face twitched, and then he coldly snorted, "Young master really loves to joke. If you want to know whether I'm joking, let me give it a try. If I ruin this piece of iron, I'll compensate you with a spirit stone. How about that? Chi Hao smiled. The old man's eyes narrowed as he set down his hammer. If the young master wants to play, then play, he said, stepping aside and gesturing for Chi Hao to proceed. He wanted to see what this young man could do in front of him. He had been forging iron in Dongling City for decades and had never had anyone challenge his skills. Now, out of nowhere, a young brat was saying his skills weren't good enough, which made the old man quite displeased. Chi Hao smiled slightly and waved his hand, moving the iron block back into the furnace. With a hum, he injected his own elemental energy into the fire, causing it to roar and blaze several times brighter, the temperature rising significantly. The old man squinted his eyes but said nothing, as the iron block began to show signs of melting. Chi Hao raised his hand to pull it out and placed it on the forging table. Old man, you need to watch closely from here on, Chi Hao said with a squint and a smile. The moment the hammer struck, it was like a torrential storm, continuous and unending. Sparks flew, and the brilliant light from the sparks formed a perfect roundness, without a hint of disorder. This is impossible, the old man couldn't help but exclaim. Although the sparks could be controlled by the force and angle of the hammering, how could every spark be perfectly projected at the same distance during continuous strikes? Moreover, the flames were perfectly round like a solar halo, which meant that in an instant, Chi Hao had struck dozens of times, and each strike was at different positions and angles. Yet, the force was completely the same. This was simply beyond what a human could achieve. Hearing the old man's exclamation, Chi Hao couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. He didn't believe that after showing this skill, this hidden blacksmith in Dongling City wouldn't be eager to follow him back to Yuanqing City. Finally, Chi Hao delivered the last blow. The originally fist-sized iron block had shrunk to the size of a pigeon egg. Ah, old man, take a look. Why has this iron block shrunk so much? It wouldn't really be ruined by me, would it? Chi Hao turned his head and asked the astonished old man with a smile. After a moment, the old man finally came back to his senses and glared fiercely at Chi Hao, saying, Brat, stop pretending. Speak, what are you really here for? Chi Hao chuckled lightly. Recently, my home has been plagued by thieves, and I want to ask you to use this hammer to help guard my house. In addition to a fixed monthly salary of 1,000 spirit stones, I can also teach you the hammering technique I just used. Chapter 37. What kind of family is this kid from? Although the old man was tempted, he did not agree immediately. His real name was Zhong Tianlei, and as Chi Hao had guessed, he was a blacksmith. Due to certain reasons, he had hidden himself in the marketplace and had never revealed his cultivation or forging abilities. But today, this obviously skilled young stranger had suddenly approached him, making Zhong Tianlei feel a sense of vigilance. Guarding a house? What kind of good person would let a blacksmith guard their home? Brat, since you have already uncovered my identity, be sincere. Stop with the flattery. I admit, that hammering technique you just showed did indeed attract my interest, but I won't sell myself for just a hammering technique. Zhong Tianlei sneered coldly, revealing a hint of fierce light in his eyes. If Chi Hao continued to deceive him, he wouldn't mind teaching this kid a lesson. Chi Hao felt helpless. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. All right, actually, my family needs a blacksmith. Although I have the skills, I'm too lazy to do it myself. If you find my skills acceptable, come with me. I want to make you my apprentice. Just forge for me for free for 10 years, and in return, you can keep that hammering technique, Chi Hao said with a smile. Zhong Tianlei narrowed his eyes. Is that true? Although you were just using brute force to hammer. Looking at the way the force was applied, that hammering technique is definitely not of low quality. Chi Hao laughed. Absolutely true. I don't want to be a rough man. To me, this skill is just a burden. Zhong Tianlei's face twitched. So he was a rough man? He couldn't help but look at himself, and indeed, he appeared quite rough. Where is your home? Zhong Tianlei asked. In Yuanqing City, 1,000 miles away, Chi Hao smiled. Zhong Tianlei was stunned. Is it the Yuanqing City located in the northwest? Yes, that's the one, Chi Hao confirmed with a smile. Zhong Tianlei frowned. How could such a small place have such a powerful hammering technique inheritance? Ever since Chi Hao appeared, everything seemed so unbelievable. Regardless of the truth, he might as well follow this kid to see what was going on. If he dared to deceive him, Zhong Tianlei wouldn't hesitate to deal with him. After all, It was just a matter of a few days' delay. Zhong Tianlei thought to himself. Qi Hao was still using elemental energy without even reaching the foundation establishment stage. Teaching this kid a lesson was certainly within his capability. All right, I will follow you to take a look. If what you say is true, then I will have gained a benefit, Zhong Tianlei said. Qi Hao chuckled. No problem, just a small advantage, so I'll take it. I'll come find you when I leave tomorrow. Qi Hao turned to leave, and Zhong Tianlei squinted his eyes. This kid, knowing that his cultivation was far superior to his, could still stand confidently in front of him. His confidence didn't seem like that of an ordinary family. But when did Yuansheng City produce such remarkable figures? How come he had never heard of it? Zhong Tianlei was both suspicious and curious about Qi Hao. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Qi Hao wandered around the night market, buying some items that were barely decent. As the night deepened, the lively Dongling City gradually quieted down. Qi Hao, however, went out of the city alone. Spirit shadow mode. A light orb appeared, and countless brilliant lights made Qi Hao grin widely. Deep beneath Dongling City lay a massive spiritual vein. Because the spiritual vein was buried too deep to be mined, these martial cultivators simply settled here to cultivate. Countless years passed, leading to the current scale of Dongling City. In every corner of the world, cities exist for a reason. The reasons for the formation of cities primarily revolve around cultural and geographical factors. Geographically, it mostly refers to resources. After a busy night, Qi Hao reaped considerable rewards. Although the areas around Dongling City had been searched countless times, not everyone possessed a divine artifact, like the heavenly chart. Some deeply hidden spiritual objects could not be discovered by just anyone. The next morning, Qi Hao visited several major businesses in Dongling City, and not only did he acquire all the necessary items, but he also found several good treasures. It was time to return, as the agreed date with the Hong family was only a few days away. If the Hong family arrived early, with just Qin Zhen and Wang Zun, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Qi Hao thought to himself as he headed back towards the blacksmith shop. Zhong Tianlei didn't start a fire today and was already sitting idly in the shop, munching on sunflower seeds, waiting for Qi Hao. When he saw Qi Hao, his eyes lit up. Kid, are we leaving? Qi Hao smiled and said, You should thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be having such a leisurely day. Zhong Tianlei snorted. It's just the last bit of leisure. I don't believe you. Are you really just taking me along to guard the door while you forge? Qi Hao shook his head, thinking to himself, With your strength, you can only guard the door for me, nothing more. However, he didn't say this out loud to spare Zhong Tianlei's feelings, lest this old duck, once caged, fly away. After picking up Zhong Tianlei, they met up with Ji Yurong and her son. The four of them walked more than 10 miles out of the city when Zhong Tianlei frowned and said, Kid, you don't mean for us to walk all the way to Yuanling City, do you? You should at least hire a carriage. Ji Dongshan added, Yes, master. The journey is long, and I'm worried my mother can't handle it. How about I buy a carriage when we reach the next town? Qi Hao laughed and said, I'm lazier than you. There's no way I'm walking back. This is about enough. With a slight smile, Qi Hao released the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle. Silver Feather Thunder Eagle. The three exclaimed in surprise. Mother, how do you know about such a rare spirit beast? Ji Dongshan looked at Ji Yurong in astonishment. Ji Yurong cleared her throat and said, I heard a storyteller describe the appearance of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle, so when I saw it, I blurted it out. Ji Dongshan suddenly understood and didn't doubt her further. Kid, you actually have such a rare spirit beast. No wonder you didn't let it out in the city. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for you to leave the city smoothly. Zhong Tianlei squinted and smiled. The appearance of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle made him see Qi Hao's extraordinary nature once again, and he became increasingly curious about Qi Hao and the forces behind him. I'm also afraid that I won't be able to control my temper and might kill someone, so I've made you all walk more than 10 miles with me. Qi Hao smiled. Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan raised their eyebrows in unison. Qi Hao still dares to kill in East Spirit City? Thunder Eagle, you've worked hard. First, I'll reward you with a 4th grade demon essence pill, and when we get back, I'll give you 10 more. As Qi Hao chuckled, he tossed a 4th grade demon essence pill into the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle's mouth. The eagle's eyes instantly brightened. 10 demon essence pills were enough to raise its cultivation by another level. Damn, What kind of family does this kid come from? So generous? That one fourth-grade demon essence pill costs over 10,000 spirit stones. Zhong Tianlei was shocked. Not to mention, he didn't have a spirit beast. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to afford to feed it like this. Chapter 38. Just building a foundation, the thunder eagle soared into the sky, crossing thousands of miles. Whether it was Zhong Tianlei, who was of a certain age, or Ji Dongshan, who was inwardly proud, both were envious along the way. For martial cultivators, besides pursuing their own strength, some external possessions are also what they dream of. A compatible spirit beast is one of them. However, for most martial cultivators, let alone compatibility, just acquiring a spirit beast is a luxury. Here we are, the Qi residence below is my home. Qi Hao smiled lightly in the air above Yuanling City. Zhong Tianlei carefully used his spiritual sense to scan the Qi residence. He wanted to see the strength of this residence while also being afraid of alarming the strong ones within. In his opinion, since Qi Hao was so outstanding, there must be great powers nurturing him. Although he was at the foundation establishment stage, in front of such true great powers, he was nothing. But as he scanned with his spiritual sense, Zhong Tianlei was indeed a bit confused. The Qi residence not only lacked the powerful aura he imagined, but there wasn't even a Grand Master present. In fact, there were hardly any people at all. Don't be surprised. There are only these few people in my family. Qi Hao squinted and smiled. Zhong Tianlei chuckled lightly, saying, I understand. This is just where you live. As long as you keep your promise and teach me that set of hammer techniques, I won't be curious about what I shouldn't see. Qi Hao smiled and gave Zhong Tianlei a thumbs up. Since this old guy likes to imagine things so much, let him do it. The group landed in the courtyard of the Qi residence. Qin Zhen, Li Jin, and others quickly came to greet them. Master. Everyone was delighted and saluted. Qi Hao nodded and asked, Has anything happened at the residence? Nothing happened. It's just that those families in the city came to visit one after another yesterday. But since the master wasn't home, I politely declined them. Now that the master is back, I guess they'll be coming back soon. Qin Zhen smiled. Yesterday, when a silver feather thunder eagle flew into the sky, everyone in Yuanling City who wasn't blind saw it. Word spread, and everyone knew that the silver feather thunder eagle had flown out of the Qi residence. The combat power of a foundation establishment spirit beast was enough to crush these families in Yuanling City. Now, these families no longer dared to covet the legacies left by the Meng family. Their visits were also to ease relations. Although they hadn't had the chance to do anything to Qi Hao, they couldn't pretend they hadn't sent spies to monitor the Qi residence. Qi Hao smiled lightly, saying, I don't have the time to deal with them. If they come later, I'll still refuse. By the way, tell them that as long as they don't provoke me, we can coexist peacefully. The families in Yuanling City had never been taken seriously by Qi Hao since he awakened his past life's memories. He also had no intention of swallowing these families. Just as he said, as long as they didn't provoke him, they could coexist peacefully. If someone was foolish enough, they would lose their heads along with their brains. Understood, Qin Zhen responded with a smile, while his gaze swept over Zhong Tianlei, Ji Yurong, and Ji Dongshan. Qi Hao smiled and said, Let me introduce you. This is Elder Zhong Tianlei, and this is Brother Ji Dongshan. From now on, the gate of the Qi residence will be entrusted to them. Li Jin, have someone build 2 wooden houses as quickly as possible on the left and right sides behind the gate. Oh, and make a forging platform outside the wooden house on the left. Listening to Qi Hao's orders, not only Qin Zhen and Li Jin were stunned, but Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan also widened their eyes. This Qi Hao was really asking them to guard the gate. After Qi Hao finished instructing Li Jin, he smiled at Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan, saying, I will fulfill my promise to you in a few days. You can settle down for now. Since we're here, we might as well settle down. I have no objections. Zhong Tianlei rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless inside. Just thinking about how he might have to hide behind the gate and hammer away for the next 10 years made him feel quite sorry for his past self. Before going into seclusion, he was quite a prominent figure. But who would have thought that Qi Hao really meant for him to guard the gate? Hubby. Just then, a figure rushed over. Qi Hao was momentarily stunned. Wife, when did you come back? When she got closer, Huang Yin slowed her pace a bit, slightly bowing to Zhong Tianlei and the others before responding, I heard something happened at the residence yesterday, so I came back. Seeing that you were at home, I stayed here. Chi Hao felt a warmth in his heart. The Chi family was now a dangerous place. The fact that Huang Yin stayed at home, waiting for him to return, showed her intentions. Silly girl, when I'm not at home, you should stay with your father-in-law. Those troubles are coming for me. If you're not at home, they probably won't come looking for you. Chi Hao smiled as he pinched Huang Yin's nose. Huang Yin blushed slightly and scolded. Hubby, there are so many people. We are deeply in love. They would be envious of us. Chi Hao grinned. After introducing Huang Yin to Zhong Tianlei and the others, Chi Hao took Huang Yin's little hand and returned to the main courtyard. Yinner, I plan to build my foundation today. You and the Thunder Eagle stay in the courtyard and protect me. In the main courtyard, Chi Hao smiled. Huang Yin exclaimed in surprise, Husband, are you about to establish your foundation? She knew that Chi Hao's cultivation was quite high, but she didn't expect that he was already ready to establish his foundation. After these days of cultivation, Chi Hao had already raised his cultivation to the peak of a grandmaster at the 9th rank. Only after establishing his foundation could he use spiritual power to set up formations, drawing upon the spiritual energy from the spirit lake of the earth vortex for him and Huang Yin to absorb and cultivate. Chi Hao smiled and said, Trust your husband. It won't be long before you can easily establish your foundation as well. After all, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Huang Yan's soft waist and said with a mischievous smile, After all, my nurturing is like the sweet dew from jade. It's the best for nurturing a person. Husband, you go to embarrass me, Huang Yin exclaimed, feeling both shy and annoyed. Her husband was great in every way, but he was often not serious, frequently speaking lewdly, making her feel uncomfortable. Ha! Chi Hao laughed heartily and entered the house. Huang Yin, meanwhile, observed the silver-feathered Thunder Eagle, which was standing guard in the courtyard. The eagle's face looked somewhat dark. It had been promised that if it carried someone back, it would be rewarded with 10 monster essence pills. Huang Yin curiously looked at the silver-feathered Thunder Eagle. It was her first time seeing a spirit beast. Can I touch you? Huang Yin tentatively reached out her hand. The silver-feathered Thunder Eagle narrowed its eyes and turned its head away. Just as Huang Yin felt a bit awkward, Chi Hao's voice came out. This is your mistress. Do you dare to throw a tantrum? Only then did the silver-feathered Thunder Eagle obediently extend its head towards Huang Yin for her to gently stroke. Husband, focus on establishing your foundation. Don't let these small matters affect you, Huang Yin hurriedly said. It's just establishing a foundation. I'll be out before lunch. Chi Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Yan's eyes widened. It was less than an hour until lunch. She had heard that establishing a foundation in spiritual martial arts required several days just to adjust one's state. To wash the marrow and forge the spiritual foundation with elemental power would take even more than 10 days to complete. How could her husband possibly complete establishing his foundation in just 1 hour? Boom! To Huang Yan's surprise, with just a quarter of an hour left until 1 hour. A powerful aura surged from the main house, soaring into the sky. At the same time, Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan both looked up in shock towards the main house. What is going on? In such a short time, that kid has entered the foundation establishment realm? Zhong Tianlei stared in disbelief. What kind of monstrous talent was the head of the Qi family? Back then, I prepared for 3 days to establish my foundation, and the entire process took 10 days. Even then, my master praised me as a genius among geniuses. Ji Dongshan was stunned. Compared to Chi Hao, he suddenly felt that he was not a genius among geniuses at all, but a complete waste. Chapter 39. The formation is complete. The Hong family arrives. Ji Yorong's eyes were also filled with astonishment. Chi Hao's talent was terrifyingly unmatched, not just in the Eastern Spirit domain, but across the entire Great Spirit continent. It seemed that Chi Hao's background was even stronger than she had imagined. Being able to establish a foundation so quickly required not only innate talent, but also powerful techniques. Ji Yurong couldn't help but feel excited. If Chi Hao was this strong, he might really be able to repair her Dantian. In the main house, 2 spirit marrow stones had already turned to dust before Chi Hao. Luckily, he could set up the earth-connecting spirit arrays soon. Otherwise, his resources would fall behind his cultivation speed. With a squint and a smile, Chi Hao got up and walked out of the main house. Husband, you're amazing. You really established your foundation so quickly. Huang Yan exclaimed excitedly. Chi Hao raised his hand and pinched Huang Yan's smooth, delicate face, grinning as he said, "How could you not have known how amazing I am, Yana? Why are you still so surprised? Husband, please tone it down. The big eagle is still here." Huang Yan stomped her foot in embarrassment. Chi Hao grinned, waved his hand, and sent 10 fourth-grade monster essence pills flying towards the silver-feathered thunder eagle. Find a place to refine these. The silver-feathered thunder eagle's eyes lit up with joy, swallowing the 10 monster essence pills in one gulp before soaring away. Yinner, the formation materials are ready. Let us head back to the Huang family. The sooner we set up the formation, the sooner you can rapidly increase your cultivation and establish your foundation. Chi Hao smiled. I'll listen to you, husband. Huang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meng Qingran. Oh, Meng Qingran, how foolish can you be to be so blind? How can you not cherish such a monstrous husband and instead shamelessly serve Wei Zhao? Huang Yan felt lucky, but couldn't help but think of Meng Qingran. After arriving at the Huang family, Huang Meng and Huang Xingyao, who was in closed-door cultivation, hurried out to meet Chi Hao and inquire about yesterday's events. Chi Hao briefly explained, reassuring them not to worry, before returning to the small courtyard with Huang Yan. For martial cultivators in Yuanling City, formations were extremely advanced techniques. But for Chi Hao, it was not difficult at all. In his past life, at his peak, he could easily set up the universe great formation with a wave of his hand. Although his cultivation was weak in this life, setting up some simple formations was still a piece of cake. After half a day's setup, 2 formations rose one after the other, completely enveloping the small courtyard. The outer formation was the Hidden Heaven Conceal Spirit formation. This formation, aside from having certain defensive properties, mainly served to hide spiritual energy and prevent others from probing with their mental force. The inner formation was the Earth Connecting Spirit Array. This formation could connect to the spirit lake of the Earth Vortex and, through the power of the array, extract the spiritual energy from the lake into the Earth Connecting Spirit Array. Although the extraction speed of the array would be greatly reduced due to the seal, the extracted spiritual energy would still be sufficient for Chi Hao and Huang Yan to cultivate at their current levels. Boom! As the Earth Connecting Spirit Array activated, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from below, flooding into Huang Yan's courtyard. My heavens, so much rich spiritual energy is pouring out. I feel like I'm soaking in a spiritual spring. Husband, does this courtyard now count as a paradise? Huang Yan exclaimed excitedly, her face turning red with excitement. Chi Hao smiled and said, "It can indeed be considered a paradise. So now you should understand why I asked you to keep it secret, right?" Huang Yan nodded repeatedly, saying, "I understand. I'm afraid, even among the great sects like the Spirit Martial sect and the Xiangun sect, there isn't such a cultivation-blessed land. Once they find out, the Huang family's end will come." Chi Hao affectionately stroked Huang Yan's pretty face and smiled. "Don't worry. With me around, I will never let anything happen to you. But unnecessary troubles should be avoided. Our time should be spent on improving our own cultivation, not wasted on irrelevant people." Huang Yan excitedly replied, already eager to start cultivating. Chi Hao smiled. "Then let us begin cultivating. However, we must first cultivate together. Husband, you." Amidst the shy voices, spring colors swirled, and silk garments fell throughout the boudoir. 2 days later, Chi Hao, who was in the midst of cultivation, narrowed his eyes slightly. After stepping into the Foundation Establishment realm, the range of the Heavenly Map's observation had expanded to a radius of 120 miles. Even for Golden Core realm martial cultivators, their mental probing range was only about 100 miles. Yuanwu City happened to be within the range of the Heavenly Map. It seemed that Hong Wenyue wasn't doing too well in the Xiangun sect. He only brought back 2 disciples from the Xiangun sect and couldn't even bring back an elder. It was truly disappointing. Chi Hao frowned, thinking to himself. Although it wasn't yet the agreed-upon day, in the eyes of the Hong family, Hong Wenyue's return meant that this matter could be settled. Early the next day, as expected, a group from the Hong family set off from Yuanwu City towards Yuanling City in a grand procession. Outside Yuanwu City, Zheng Yin and Zheng Kuei were hiding in the shadows, watching. Big brother, do you think these people from the Hong family can deal with that kid Chi Hao? Zheng Kuei said with a sullen face. Zheng Yin squinted his eyes and sneered. If Hong Wenyue can bring his master back, it might work. But with just these people, they'll only humiliate themselves. Zheng Kuei's eyes widened in shock. Hong Wenyue is a disciple of the Xuanqiang sect. Does Chi Hao really dare to offend the Xuanqiang sect? Zheng Yin said in a deep voice. Yesterday, the people I sent to Yuanling City have returned. Chi Hao is a lunatic who has killed elders of the Lingwu sect. Hong Wenyue is just a disciple of the Xuanqiang sect. Chi Hao won't take him seriously. Zheng Kuei grinned savagely. Now I actually hope Chi Hao can continue to be reckless. If he kills Hong Wenyue, then there will be a good show to watch. It would be best if all the Hong family members died in Yuanling City. Zheng Yin smiled coldly. Half a day later, the Hong family arrived outside the Qi residence. The main gate of the Qi residence was closed, and they could vaguely hear the sound of knocking from behind the door. The members of the Hong family frowned. How come there isn't even a doorman to relay messages at the Qi residence? Hong Qiantao said suspiciously. The young man beside him sneered. They probably knew that my brother and sister were back and were scared to close the door. But since he dared to provoke my Hong family, he can't escape. You too, go and break the door down for me. This young man was Hong Qiantao's eldest son, Hong Wenyue. As Hong Wenyue gave the order, two accompanying guards were about to step forward when the gate suddenly creaked open from the inside. Immediately, a black-faced old man holding an iron hammer and a young man holding a sword appeared with cold expressions in front of the Hong family. Who wants to break the door? Zhong Tianlei narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Hong Wenyue sneered. Old man, I advise you not to court death. Quickly go and call Chi Hao out for me. Since I'm here, he can't avoid it. Chapter 40. If you can't endure, don't endure, ha. The young people nowadays are really arrogant. Zhong Tianlei smiled with a sinister expression. Ji Dongshan said lightly. Some young people are arrogant because they have real skills. But some young people are just recklessly arrogant without brains. Hong Wenyue's face darkened. He could tell that the old and young were mocking him. I see you're looking for death. Hong Wenyue roared angrily and was about to draw his sword when a cold voice came from behind. Wenyue, don't be impulsive. We are here to resolve the grievances today, not to create more trouble. This cold voice clearly carried a hint of displeasure. Hong Wenyue quickly turned around and said, Sister Nan, it's all because of Chi Hao. He's been bullying my Hong family too much. I just want to vent my father's anger. Xiaonan ignored Hong Wenyue and instead cupped her hands toward Zhong Tianlei, saying, Old man, please inform the master and tell him that the members of the Hong family and the disciple of the Xuanqiang sect, Xiaonan, have come to visit. Zhong Tianlei raised an eyebrow. You are a disciple of the Xuanqiang sect? Although he had already noticed that among this group of useless people, there were two young men with decent talent, he didn't expect that they were from the Xuanqiang sect. No wonder Chi Hao wanted me and Ji Dongshan to watch the door. With the trouble he caused, ordinary guards couldn't keep the door secure. Xiaonan replied, yes. So I hope you can give me this face. Zhong Tianlei thought for a moment and glanced at Ji Dongshan. Ji Dongshan said, I'll go see the family head. After speaking, Ji Dongshan turned and walked into the house. Zhong Tianlei narrowed his eyes and smiled. As fellow disciples of the Xuanqiang sect, your demeanor is much better than some people. Hong Wenyue gritted his teeth and said angrily, if it weren't for you closing the door, would I be so furious? Zhong Tianlei sneered. Just a waste try to rely on power to bully others. Even if you're a disciple of the Xuanqiang sect, I still won't look at you any differently. You. Hong Wenyue was so angry he wanted to explode. Wenyue, how can you not have a bit of composure? Let's wait until we see Chi Hao. Xiaonan frowned. The young man beside Xiaonan bowed to her and said, Sister, Wenyue just joined the sect not long ago. His temperament still needs to be tempered. But this Chi Hao is indeed too excessive. The two families only have a small grievance. Yet he demands 200,000 spirit stones as compensation. Being bullied like this, who could remain calm? Hong Wenyue felt delighted inside. The dinner at the restaurant last night was indeed not in vain. I ask you, Miss Xiao and young Master Li, to definitely be the masters for my Hong family. Hong Shuyang and Hong Qiantao hurriedly bowed in greeting. Rest assured, old Master Hong and the head of the Hong family with my sister and I here today? Your grievances with the Qi family can surely be resolved, Li Xiang said confidently. Does this little family head in Yuanling City dare to not give face to my Xuanxiang sect? Xiaonan frowned, but said nothing more. Zhong Tianlei watched all this with a slight cold smile. Although he still didn't know what grievances Qi Hao had with the Hong family. That kid Qi Hao didn't seem like someone who was afraid of trouble. Strange. Why haven't Ji Dongshan and Qi Hao come yet? After waiting for a while, not only did they not see Qi Hao coming, but Ji Dongshan also hadn't returned, which made Zhong Tianlei feel puzzled. The Hong family members' faces darkened again, and they clenched their fists. Hong Wenyue wanted to get angry, but thinking of being scolded by Xiaonan earlier, he endured it. However, some people couldn't hold back. Isn't the Qi residence that big? Is the Qi family intentionally leaving us waiting here? Li Xiang said with a dark expression. Zhong Tianlei curled his lips and didn't respond. He was only responsible for guarding the door. As long as the people in front didn't force their way in, he wouldn't take action. Xiaonan also frowned. Sister, why don't we just go in directly? The sooner we resolve this matter with Wenyue, the sooner we can return to the sect to cultivate. This place is not worth us wasting too much time, Li Xiang said in a deep voice. Xiaonan took a deep breath and said to Zhong Tianlei, "Old man, please go and pass the message again. If we still don't see the family head, we will have to go in and find him ourselves." Zhong Tianlei shook his head and said, "If Ji Dongshan can't summon the family head, it would be useless for me to go. You can either continue waiting or go back." Hong Qiantao narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily into the Qi residence. "Humph, Qi Hao, aren't you a bit too arrogant? How dare you refuse the high disciples of the Xuanxiang sect at your door?" Hong Shuyang also said coldly, "Qi Hao, the matters between our two families must be resolved. Why are you avoiding us? They couldn't just leave like this." If Xiaonan and Li Xiang returned to the Xuanxiang sect, wouldn't their Hong family be at the mercy of Qi Hao, that lunatic? What's all the barking about? Like a dog? It makes people uncomfortable. A lazy voice came as Qi Hao and Ji Dongshan walked over slowly. Xiaonan's face twitched. Qi Hao really had no filter, saying whatever came to mind. "Qi Hao, you finally dare to come out." Hong Wenyue sneered. Although it was his first time seeing Qi Hao, he had just met Ji Dongshan, and the other young man was undoubtedly Qi Hao. Qi Hao glanced at Hong Wenyue indifferently before shifting his gaze with a smile to Hong Shuyang. "Old Master Hong, have you prepared the spirit stones?" Hong Shuyang's face twitched. The people from the Xuanxiang sect were here, and this kid still dared to ask him for spirit stones? Hong Wenyue, being ignored by Qi Hao, was furious and laughed angrily. "You still want to extort my Hong family? Qi Hao, you are simply dreaming." Qi Hao narrowed his eyes. That day at the Hong family, the old master personally promised me that he would deliver 200,000 spirit stones to the Qi family within 10 days. I trusted the old master's character, but I didn't expect it to be so lacking. It's truly disappointing. Hong Shuyang's old face turned red, and he snorted. "It's not that I lack credibility, but the compensation you proposed is simply unreasonable. Today, with the high disciples of the Xuanxiang sect present, you, Qi Hao, won't be able to play any tricks." Qi Hao grinned. "So, the support has arrived, and now you have the backbone to deny it. All right, let me see if the backing you found can be trusted. Among you, who is the high disciple of the Xuanxiang sect that Hong Shuyang mentioned? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't seem to tell." Li Xiang's expression darkened as he angrily said, "You really are just as arrogant as what the Hong family said." Qi Hao curiously sized up Li Xiang and remarked, "You don't look like someone who should be a high disciple of the Xuanxiang sect. This young lady here, however, has a bit of the aura of a high disciple of a grand sect." Li Xiang's face instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten something terrible. "Senior sister, I can't hold back any longer," Li Xiang shouted angrily. Qi Hao laughed. "If you can't hold back, then don't. Let me see if you are worthy of the title of high disciple of the Xuanxiang sect. Are you trying to challenge me?" Li Xiang laughed in anger. Qi Hao disdainfully replied, "You aren't even qualified to fight me. You can pick any one of my two guards, as long as you could defeat either of them. Not only will the Hong family's compensation be waived, but I will also apologize to you for my arrogance. But if you lose..." Qi Hao's eyes suddenly turn cold, then get lost. Don't pretend to be impressive when you don't have the strength. Chapter 41. The Qi family is too bullying. Li Xiang's eyes turned blood red with anger. His gaze was so vicious, it seemed as if he wanted to swallow Qi Hao whole. Qi Hao shook his head. You still say Hong Wenyue's temperament is lacking? Your temperament is on the same level as his. It's just that you can pretend a bit more. Qi Hao, I'll kill you. Li Xiang shouted angrily, ready to charge forward. Calm down. Xiao Nanan shouted, raising her hand to stop Li Xiang. Senior sister, he insulted me like this. It's intolerable. Even if I don't kill him today, I must teach him a lesson. Even if master punishes me later, I will accept it, Li Xiang said angrily. Xiao Nanan coldly looked at Qi Hao and said, Qi Hao, we are here to mediate the matter between you and the Hong family. Don't provoke my junior brother any further. Qi Hao smiled. Miss Xiao might not understand. First, the Hong family provoked me first. If I didn't have some strength, perhaps my Qi family's spiritual mind would have already been conspired to be taken by him and the Zheng family. If that were the case, Miss Xiao wouldn't have had the chance to mediate anything today. Secondly, I didn't want to humiliate anyone, but some people insist on jumping out to be clowns. Humiliating him is just to match the role he is trying so hard to play. Otherwise, wouldn't he be too insignificant? Senior sister, listen to him. He is humiliating me again. If you don't let me take action today, my Dao heart will be damaged. Please, senior sister, don't stop me any longer. Li Xiang roared. The veins on his neck bulged, looking like large dark worms. Seeing that Qi Hao was unyielding and continuously provoking Li Xiang, Xiao Nanan's anger also surged. Since you give no face to the Xuanqiang sect, I will no longer stop my junior brother. I must warn you, my junior brother is at the 6th rank of Grandmaster. If he strikes in anger, it will definitely not be light. Xiao Nanan said solemnly. Sorry. I really couldn't hold back. Zhong Tianlei chuckled and quickly held back his laughter, bowing to the crowd. Old man, what are you laughing at? Do you think my senior brother's strength is not enough to deal with you? Hong Wenyue shouted angrily. Zhong Tianlei laughed. Enough, this is a 6th rank Grandmaster. Just hearing it sounds strong. Li Xiang felt like he was going crazy. If he didn't vent his anger soon, he felt like he would be driven to death by his own rage. All right, since you are so arrogant, I will kill you first, then teach Qi Hao a lesson. Li Xiang shouted. Hey, young man, don't bully the elderly. You can pick on him. He is easier to bully. Zhong Tianlei pointed at Ji Dongshan. Ji Dongshan stepped forward. Boom. His 3rd rank of foundation establishment erupted. Li Xiang was instantly scared into a backward lean, his previously angry face turning pale in an instant. Why, you are actually at the foundation establishment stage. This is impossible. How could there be someone at the foundation establishment stage in this small Yuanqing city? Li Xiang screamed as if he had lost his mind. Xiao Nanan's pupils also shrank as she looked at Ji Dongshan in shock. A foundation establishment stage at such a young age. This terrifying talent could rival the 5 prodigies in the sect. The members of the Hong family were all stiff, staring wide-eyed, not a single breath escaping them. Who would have thought that the Qi family could have someone at the foundation establishment stage? This really makes it hard to live. Zhong Tianlei said irritably, Ji Dongshan, what are you doing? They came from afar with a belly full of anger. Why don't you just spar with him a bit? Now that your aura is revealed, does he still dare to make a move? Ji Dongshan said indifferently. The reason I revealed my cultivation is that I don't want to fight him. He isn't qualified to be my opponent. Li Xiang's face turned skyward. The blood surging within him could no longer be contained, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood mist. Junior brother, senior brother. Xiao Nanan and Hong Wenyue exclaimed in shock. Xiao Nanan hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Li Xiang. Senior sister, this Qi family is too bullying. Li Xiang choked, his eyes red. As a talented martial artist and an inner disciple of the Xuanqiang sect, Li Xiang had always been praised and was a dazzling presence in the crowd. But today he was humiliated and pressed to the ground, and, at this moment, he no longer had the slightest confidence to shout. Xiao Nanan took a deep breath, her gaze cold, and said softly, There are always people stronger than you, junior brother, so don't take it too hard. She turned to Ji Dongshan and asked, This young man should not be a member of the Qi family, right? May I ask which sect you belong to? Ji Dongshan replied indifferently. As of now, I am merely a servant watching the door for the family head. Xiao Nanan narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the smiling Qi Hao, The head of the Qi family is quite a skill to recruit such young talents. But even so, the head of the Qi family should not bully the disciples of the Xuanxiang sect like this. Qi Hao helplessly said, Miss Xiao, I thought you were someone who understood reason, but I didn't expect you to help your kin without being fair. If it weren't for your junior brother barking like a mad dog, who would have the leisure to humiliate him? Xiao Nanan's face twitched. Although Li Xiang's performance today was somewhat impulsive, he still represented the Xuanxiang sect. Her junior brother was humiliated, and as his senior sister, she couldn't just stand by without saying anything. But Qi Hao's words left her speechless. Miss Xiao, in my opinion, you might as well take your junior brother back. It would be best if you didn't get involved in the Hong family's matters. Qi Hao smiled. Hong Xiang's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Miss Xiao, you are one Yue's senior sister. You can't just ignore our Hong family. If you leave, Qi Hao will definitely destroy our Hong family. Well, you're not wrong about that. Qi Hao smiled. For people like you who are untrustworthy, I never show mercy. However, if you can hand over 200,000 spiritual stones, I can spare the rest of the Hong family and only kill you. Hong Xiuyang's pupils shrank, terrified to the extreme. Qi Hao dared to say he would kill him in front of Xiao Nanan. Who else could save his life? Qi Hao, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think that with a helper at the foundation establishment stage by your side, you can look down on everything? Hong Xiuyang shouted in anger, trembling. Qi Hao mocked. Hong Xiuyang, you brought this upon yourself. You can blame no one else and don't expect anyone to save you. You can go back now to gather spiritual stones and prepare your coffin. I will come to the Hong family tomorrow at this time to collect the spiritual stones and take your life. Miss Xiao, look at how arrogant he is. Miss Xiao, please help me say something. Hong Xiuyang called out in a panic. Senior brother Hong Wenyue also hurriedly tugged at Xiao Nanan's sleeve, pleading. Xiao Nanan had a breath stuck in her chest, feeling pain on both sides. But what could she do? Even if she went back to the sect to fetch help, there wouldn't be enough time. Xiao Nanan lightly bit her rosy lips and looked at Qi Hao, saying, Qi Hao, what do you want to do to let go of old Master Hong? After all, he is my junior brother's grandfather, and since I'm here, I can't just watch you kill him. Qi Hao smiled and replied, Miss Xiao is a top disciple of a great sect with high morals and righteousness. I naturally understand that, so I let Miss Xiao leave first. That way, when I go to kill him tomorrow, Miss Xiao won't see it, right? If it weren't for considering Miss Xiao, would I have spared his old life until tomorrow? Chapter 42. Fragrant spirit fruit. Xiao Nanan was taken aback, realizing that Qi Hao actually thought of her by letting her leave. Although out of sight means out of mind, she had already come. So how could she just leave the Hong family behind? Qi Hao continued with a faint smile. The Xuanxiang sect is considered a strong sect in the Eastern spirit domain. With thousands of disciples, if each disciple brings their family's troubles to the sect to solve, the future of the Xuanxiang sect would be worrying. After all, helping these disciples once means creating an enemy once. If Hong, when you were top genius, I could understand the Xuanxiang sect protecting him, but he is clearly an incompetent fool. I really don't understand why Miss Xiao is protecting him so much. Hong, when you jumped up in anger, shouting, Qi Hao, you bastard! Who are you calling a fool? My being accepted as a disciple by the sect proves my talent. Also, stop trying to fool my senior sister. She is intelligent and won't fall for your tricks. He looked at Xiao Nanan pleadingly. Senior sister, you will definitely help our Hong family through this crisis, right? If Xiao Nanan turned to leave at this moment, the Hong family would really be doomed. Xiao Nanan took a deep breath and bowed to Qi Hao, saying, Qi Hao, I admit what you said makes sense, but as a fellow disciple, since I am here, I cannot ignore my junior brother. If you can spare the Hong family, then I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need anything, I can help you unconditionally once. Qi Hao shook his head and smiled. There aren't many foolish people like Miss Xiao. Fine, considering your face, as long as the Hong family compensates 1 million spirit stones, this matter will be settled. What? You dare to ask for 1 million spirit stones? Qi Hao, you really have a guts. Hong Wenyu shouted angrily. Qi Hao's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you keep shouting, I'll cut out your tongue. The Hong family has offended me. They should be exterminated. You should take a look at what happened to the Zheng family. Do you really think that with the Xuanxiang sect protecting you, I wouldn't dare to destroy your Hong family? In my eyes, your Hong family is just a group of jumping clowns. To spare you 1,000,000 spirit stones is already considering that Miss Xiao is somewhat reasonable. Otherwise, just because of the scene you put on today, it would be enough for me to destroy your Hong family 10 times. Miss Xiao, I have given you face. If you plead for them again, don't blame me for killing all the members of the Hong family in front of you. Chi Hao's gaze toward Xiao Nanan also turned cold. Xiao Nanan took a deep breath. She could feel the ferocity in Chi Hao's eyes was not feigned. This person is ruthless, fierce, and wild. If provoked, he would definitely kill. All right, I will do as you say, Xiao Nanan nodded. Senior sister, Hong Wenyu's face turned pale, almost in disbelief. Shut up. Xiao Nanan scolded sharply. Junior brother Wenyu, this matter was indeed wrong on the part of your Hong family, and you are at fault. Now that the head of the Qi family has already reduced the compensation to 1,000,000 spirit stones and spared your grandfather's life, what more do you want? If you still can't see clearly, then don't come back to the sect with me. Hong Wenyu's pupils constricted. He couldn't afford to lose his identity as a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect. Once that identity was lost, the Hong family would be completely finished. I will listen to senior sister. Hong Wenyu quickly bowed his head. However, a cold and ruthless glint flashed in his lowered eyes. Xiao Nanan, today, you sided with outsiders like this and didn't protect me. Just wait until my cultivation surpasses yours in the future. I will see how I humiliate you. Chi Hao waved his hand and said lightly, the Hong family can leave. Remember, if I don't see the spirit stones at this time tomorrow, then there will be no more words to say. Be prepared for bloodshed. Hong Shuyang and Hong Qiantao's faces turned ugly. They understood that today's matter had been settled and could no longer be changed. Leave, Hong Shuyang said darkly, turning to leave. The Hong family members followed suit. Head of the Qi family, we will take our leave as well, Xiao Nanan said politely. Chi Hao smiled and said, Miss Xiao, please stay. You have a chance to repay the favor I did for you now. As for those two fools, let them return to Yuanwu City with the Hong family. Li Xiang's face turned green. After finally calming down some of the restless blood energy, it was about to surge again. Isn't the fool Hong Wenyu? How come he also became a fool? Xiao Nanan's face twitched slightly. To be honest, judging by Chi Hao's performance, she was indeed a bit afraid of being alone with him. This person was wild and unpredictable, capable of doing anything. She also didn't know how Chi Hao would want her to repay this favor. All right, Xiao Nanan agreed reluctantly. After all, this was a promise she made herself, and it wouldn't be right to go back on it so quickly. You all go back to Yuanwu City, Xiao Nanan said to Hong Wenyu and Li Xiang. Senior sister, you must be careful of this Chi Hao. This guy is not a good person. Li Xiang gritted his teeth. Xiao Nanan felt bitter. With two foundation establishment experts by Chi Hao's side, no matter how careful she was, what good would it do? Although Zhong Tianlei did not reveal his cultivation, Xiao Nanan could guess that his cultivation was unlikely to be lower than Ji Dongshan's. Both were guarding the door for Chi Hao, and Zhong Tianlei spoke casually, which indicated he had absolute strength. After the Hong family and Li Xiang left, Chi Hao smiled slightly and invited Xiao Nanan into his residence. Chi Hao led Xiao Nanan into his training courtyard, set up 2 plates of spirit fruits, and poured 2 cups of spirit fruit wine. Xiao Nanan was surprised. Although she was an inner disciple of the Xuanxiang sect, it was her first time being treated with such luxury. Head of the Qi family, just tell me how you want me to repay the favor. There is no need to waste this, Xiao Nanan said with a smile. Chi Hao smiled and said, It seems I scared Miss Xiao just now, making you quite wary of me. Xiao Nanan lightly coughed and said no. Indeed, the Hong family was at fault first, and I know it's unreasonable, but as fellow disciples, we should support each other, so I'm in a difficult position. Chi Hao smiled and said, I like people like Miss Xiao who are reasonable and value friendship, which is why I treat you differently. Xiao Nanan's face turned slightly red, and she shyly said, Head of the Qi family, you flatter me. Try it. I guarantee it's not poisonous. Chi Hao chuckled as he handed a spirit fruit to Xiao Nanan. Xiao Nanan felt she couldn't refuse anymore, so she accepted it and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up. This fruit had abundant spiritual energy, with a sweet and fragrant taste. But she had never seen this kind of spirit fruit before and wondered if the head of the Qi family could tell her about it. Chi Hao smiled and said, This fruit is called the fragrant spirit fruit. and it only grows on dry high peaks over 3,000 jong. It takes 10 years to grow a leaf, and after 10 leaves, it can bloom. The flowering period lasts 3.5 years, and it takes 17 years to bear fruit. Xiao Nanin's pupils constricted, exclaiming, "Then this is indeed a 5th-grade spirit fruit." Qihao nodded with a smile. Indeed. Xiao Nanan looked at the spirit fruit she had bitten into and wanted to return it. But the bite mark on the fruit left her wondering if Qihao would want to eat it again. Chapter 43. I have a strange temper. Qihao smiled as he watched Xiao Nanin's awkward expression. This reasonable girl indeed had a delicate face. "Miss, since you've already taken a bite, why not just finish it? Otherwise, the spiritual energy will be wasted," Qihao said with a smile. Xiao Nanan felt a bit uncomfortable under Qihao's smiling gaze, and upon hearing his words, she said, "Thank you, head of the Qi family, for your generous gift." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly raised her sleeve to cover her pretty face and began to nibble on the fragrant spirit fruit. Before long, the fruit was consumed, and its abundant spiritual energy gathered in her lower abdomen, surging violently. Xiao Nanin's expression changed slightly as she exclaimed, "I think I'm about to break through. Head of the Qi family, may I borrow your training room?" Qihao replied with a smile. "The room behind me is my training room. Miss Xiao can go ahead. I will protect you here." Seeing Qihao's calm demeanor, Xiao Nanan was taken aback. Did the head of the Qi family anticipate that the spiritual energy from this fragrant spirit fruit would help me break through? Qihao smiled slightly. When it comes to human favors, they only count when they are tangible. "Miss Xiao, you now owe me another favor." Xiao Nanin's face turned slightly red. She had initially come to repay a favor, but now she owed Qihao an even greater one. Xiao Nanin's original cultivation level was already at the peak of the Great Master 9th rank, and this 5th-grade fragrant spirit fruit directly provided her with the momentum to break through. If successful, she would be able to establish her foundation and embark on the path of spiritual martial arts cultivation. This favor was much more significant than the previous one. "All right, I will remember the favor from the head of the Qi family. I cannot delay any longer. I must excuse myself." Xiao Nanan hurriedly responded and dashed into the room. If she had better options, she would never have rushed into a man's room. However, she was unfamiliar with Yuanling's city, and the spiritual energy within her was in turmoil. She simply had no time to consider other places. Xiao Nanan stayed in Qihao's room for a whole night. By the next day, during the Shen hour, a powerful aura emanated from within the room. Strange, how is there a sound of successful foundation establishment coming from the head's room? Ji Dongshan's eyes widened. It should be that Miss Xiao who has successfully established her foundation. Zhong Tianlei narrowed his eyes and said, "However, I observed her aura yesterday, and she clearly wasn't ready. It would take her at least 2 more years to reach the conditions for foundation establishment. How could she succeed after just 1 night in the head's courtyard?" Ji Dongshan pondered. Our head is truly inscrutable. Moreover, his actions are indeed hard to decipher. Zhong Tianlei chuckled. Indeed. Yesterday, that Li Xiang and the Hong family were furious and returned home. Yet this Miss Xiao has received such great fortune. TSK, do you think the head has taken a liking to her? Ji Dongshan nodded. If that's the case, everything makes sense. In Qihao's small courtyard, with a creak, a delighted Xiao Nanan, her pretty face flushed, walked out. "Congratulations, Miss Xiao, on successfully establishing your foundation and stepping into the realm of spiritual martial arts," Qihao said with a smile, cupping his hands in congratulations. Xiao Nanan's face turned even redder, and she bowed in return, saying, "I owe it all to the head of the Qi family. My master said that under normal cultivation progress, it would take me at least 2 years to meet the conditions for foundation establishment. I never expected to succeed here. I merely provided a little assistance. The most important thing is that Miss Xiao has talent. If it were those 2 useless ones, even if they ate 2 fragrant spirit fruits, it would be of no use." Qihao smiled slightly, gesturing for Xiao Nanan to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Nanan no longer hesitated and sat down naturally. Qihao had protected her for a night without any ill intentions, making her trust him much more. She was even filled with curiosity about this man. After all, Qihao clearly showed no reverence for the disciples of the Shuangguang sect. He displayed not even a hint of goodwill, Yet he offered her such a significant favor. Head of the chief family, why do you help me like this? Xiao Nan asked with a bit of heat in her cheeks. The 5th grade spirit fruit was quite valuable, and not everyone would be willing to give it away for free. In the sect, there were often senior and junior brothers who brought gifts to win her favor, but it was clear they wanted to pursue her and become her partner. Xiao Nan wondered if Chi Hao had similar intentions. However, Chi Hao's behavior did not seem to indicate anything obvious. Chi Hao smiled. Miss Xiao, don't overthink it. I have a strange temperament. For those I appreciate, I am willing to make friends. For those I do not, they are just useless trash in my eyes. This has nothing to do with their status, only their character. I do not know how Miss Xiao views me, but since you appeared until now, I have always recognized and appreciated you. Xiao Nan was taken aback. Was it just that? Did he have no other intentions? Cough. The head of the Qi family really does have a peculiar temperament. Just like that, you gave me a 5th grade spirit fruit, but I will remember this kindness. Xiao Nan smiled. Chi Hao said, Miss Xiao is joking. Yesterday, I was just teasing you. This is my voluntary gift and does not count as a favor. However, the favor you owe me for helping the Hong family must be repaid. Xiao Nan's heart tightened slightly, and she said seriously, what does the head of the Qi family want me to do to repay this favor? I will not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. Chi Hao smiled. It's simple. Just take this letter to Lu Hongying for me. As he spoke, Chi Hao took out a pre-sealed envelope and handed it to Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan was stunned. Is it really that simple? If someone else owed her such a big favor, it definitely wouldn't be that easy to repay. Who told you it was Miss Xiao who owed me a favor? Chi Hao chuckled. Xiao Nan's pretty face flushed again, feeling a bit shy inside. What does he mean by saying that? I can help you deliver this letter to Senior Sister Lu, but it doesn't count as repaying your favor. Do you need my help with anything else? Xiao Nan asked as she took the envelope. Chi Hao smiled. No more. After saying this, he stood up and smiled. The time we agreed upon with the Hong family has passed. I should head to Yuanwu City now. Miss Xiao also needs to meet with your 2 junior brothers. So why not come with me? All right. Xiao Nan stood up. Just as she was about to prepare to leave, a sudden gust of wind blew, and the cry of a hawk echoed in her ears. Caw! The silver feather thunderhawk flapped its wings and soared into the sky, circling twice before slowly landing back in the courtyard. Xiao Nan's almond-shaped eyes nearly popped out. Silver feather thunderhawk. This can't be your spirit beast, right? Xiao Nan was incredulous. There were a total of 4,000 people in the Shuangguang sect, but only 5 spirit beasts. Among these 5, 4 belonged to sect elders, and the last spirit beast belonged to the sect leader's most cherished daughter, Lu Hongying. It was already surprising for 2 foundation establishment cultivators to appear in this small Yuanling city, but now there was also a spirit beast. And these unexpected entities were either under Chi Hao's command or were Chi Hao's own spirit beast. Is Chi Hao really as shameless as Hong Wenyue said? A son-in-law who slaughtered his father-in-law's entire family? I think he knows nothing about Chi Hao at all. How dare he deceive my master like this? When I return, I will see how my master punishes him. While shocked, Xiao Nan also felt a surge of anger rising within her. If it weren't for Hong Wenyue deceiving her master and portraying Chi Hao as a shameless scoundrel who killed his father-in-law's family and usurped his position, her master would not have let her and Li Xiang leave the sect to help the Hong family. Without this deception, there would have been no conflict at the sect's entrance yesterday, and Chi Hao wouldn't have developed such a strong prejudice against the Shuangguang sect. If she had encountered Chi Hao at a different time, perhaps she and Chi Hao— Miss Xiao, come sit on my thunderhawk, Chi Hao said, waving to her as she was lost in thought. That smile in Xiao Nan's eyes was as bright as a spring breeze. It didn't seem like a shameless scoundrel at all. Chapter 44. Until we meet again, Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, but seeing the Thunderhawk's spacious back, she did not refuse. Xiao Nan sat behind Chi Hao, with a small distance of half a foot between them. Thunderhawk, set off. We're going to Yuanwu City to collect our debts, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. The silver feather thunder eagle suddenly raised its head and soared into the sky. This was the first time Xiao Nan rode a flying spirit beast, and with no experience, she felt her body drop back violently as the eagle took off, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing her to instinctively cry out in terror. She quickly extended her arms and tightly wrapped them around Chi Hao's waist, pressing her chest against his back. Chi Hao couldn't help but smile slightly. "Don't panic. It will stabilize soon," he said with a light laugh. "I'm so sorry. I was rude." Xiao Nanin's face turned crimson, feeling so embarrassed that she could hardly face anyone. She had actually taken the initiative to hug a man's waist and press the softest part of her body tightly against his back. How utterly mortifying! Fortunately, as Chi Hao said, after the Thunder Eagle ascended to a high altitude, although it was flying very fast, her body did stabilize a lot. Only then did Xiao Nanin carefully loosen her grip. "It's fine to hold on. We are both martial cultivators, so why bother with such trivialities?" Chi Hao said with a squint and a smile. Xiao Nanin's face heated up again, and she thought to herself, "Of course it's fine for you. I'm still an innocent young lady." Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle accelerated. The sudden surge of force almost threw Xiao Nanin out of the sky, and she screamed again, clutching Chi Hao tightly. At that moment, her arms were rigidly locked around his waist, while the rest of her body felt completely limp, as if she had no strength left. "I didn't expect flying on a spirit beast to be so terrifying," Xiao Nanin stammered. In the past, she considered herself a bold woman, courageous and fearless. But today, she realized that she too was capable of feeling fear. Chi Hao laughed heartily. "You just establish your foundation and haven tea, yet practice the art of flying. So it's natural to feel afraid. Once you master the technique, you won't find it terrifying." Xiao Nanin's eyes suddenly widened in shock as she looked at the back of Chi Hao's head. "Could it be that you have also established your foundation?" She suddenly realized that she had never seriously considered Chi Hao's cultivation level. In her subconscious, she thought Chi Hao was at the level of a great master. As mentioned by Hong Wenyue, Chi Hao chuckled. "Establishing the foundation is not such a remarkable thing. Why is Miss Xiao so surprised?" Xiao Nanin's face twitched. Establishing the foundation is not remarkable? In the entire Eastern Spirit domain, spanning thousands of miles, there are millions of martial cultivators. Yet, there are only a few hundred above the foundational level. As one of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Spirit domain, the Xuanxiang sect had only a little over 100 members above the foundational level. Chi Hao was indeed arrogant, but he had the confidence to back it up. However, with his own abilities, no matter how talented he was, it would be difficult for him to achieve such accomplishments at this age. After all, even if he had the Meng family's resources, that alone was not enough to support his smooth establishment of the foundation. Moreover, the arrogance he displayed in front of her sect was not the kind born of ignorance. Could it be that behind him there was some powerful backing? Xiao Nanin, coming from major sect, understood better than ordinary martial cultivators how difficult it was to establish the foundation. After all, within the Xuanxiang sect, there were many talented senior brothers and sisters who had been stuck at the peak of the great master level for years, even decades, without being able to establish their foundation. Chi Hao could establish his foundation so early. Besides his innate talent, there had to be more than just luck involved. "Miss Xiao, the Thunder Eagle is about to land," Chi Hao said with a smile. "Oh," Xiao Nanin, lost in thought, responded absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she let out a scream again as the eagle dove sharply, causing her head to bury into Chi Hao's neck. Her soft lips pressed tightly against the right side of his neck, until the Thunder Eagle landed in the courtyard of the Hong residence. Xiao Nanin was still unable to recover from the shock. Swish, swish, swish. Figures rushed in from the Hong residence, their faces filled with shock. Before Chi Hao could respond, another fierce bird descended from the sky. Which divine being had the Hong family offended to bring such misfortune upon themselves? "Father, it's that Chi Hao." Hong Qiantao, who had originally felt some fear, suddenly saw that the person riding the silver feather Thunder Eagle was Chi Hao, and he exclaimed in surprise. Hong Shuyong gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not blind. I didn't expect this Chi Hao to have such a fierce beast as his mount." "Senior sister, why did you come with Chi Hao? And why are you holding him so tightly?" Li Xiang asked with an extremely ugly expression. He had long admired Xiao Nanin and thought that this trip with her would bring them closer together. Who would have thought he would see Xiao Nanin hugging Chi Hao so tightly? Moreover, It was his admired senior sister who had taken the initiative to embrace Chi Hao. With her head still buried in Chi Hao's neck, Li Xiang felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. The surrounding commotion made Xiao Nanan realize that they had safely landed. Her face flushed as she released Chi Hao and jumped off the Thunder Eagle. Before she could explain, Chi Hao coldly glanced at Hong Shuyang and said, "Are the spirit stones ready?" Hong Shuyang gritted his teeth and snorted. He waved his hand, and 3 large wooden boxes fell to the ground. 1,000,000 spirit stones are all here. If you don't believe it, count them yourself. Hong Shuyang said in a deep voice. This 1,000,000 spirit stones not only emptied the Hong family's coffers, but also involved selling 2 spirit mines under the Hong family's name at a low price just to gather the amount. Although a spirit mine was worth much more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, mining spirit stones required time. The families in Yuanwu City certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to pick up cheap deals. Chi Hao raised the corner of his mouth. No need to count. Even though you are untrustworthy, you are still a cowardly person, so I believe you wouldn't risk your life to deceive me. Chi Hao, the spirit stones have been given to you. Why do you still humiliate me? Hong Shuyang shouted angrily. If it weren't for his lack of confidence in defeating Chi Hao, he would have rushed up to tear him apart. Chi Hao disdainfully replied, "It is your own lack of integrity and capability that has given others the chance to humiliate you. If you had been upright, the Hong family would not have fallen to this state today. From now on, do not harbor any ill intentions toward my chief family. Otherwise, no matter who pleads for you, your Hong family will not be saved." The people from the Hong family, though filled with anger, dared not speak out. "Miss Xiao, then we shall part ways here. I hope to see you again." Chi Hao turned and immediately changed to a smiling face, cupping his hands toward Xiao Nanan. Xiao Nanan's face turned slightly red as she cupped her hands and said, "Okay, hope to see you again." Chi Hao smiled slightly. "Next time, I'll take you to ride my big eagle. Goodbye." Before Chi Hao could give any further instructions, the silver feather thunder eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, quickly flying away. "Senior sister, why did you come with that Chi Hao? Where did you stay last night?" Li Xiang asked, trembling. Xiao Nanan frowned and said coldly, "What do you mean by that, junior brother? Are you suspecting something?" Li Xiang gritted his teeth. "I just don't want to see senior sister make a mistake." "Yes, senior sister, you've seen what kind of person Chi Hao is. He is a shameless madman. Please don't be confused just because he has a big eagle." Hong Wenyue quickly added. Xiao Nanan didn't want to explain anything, but hearing the two of them speak about her, she felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What if I like to ride his big eagle? Do you two have big eagles? You two probably don't even have a little chick. Since the matter with the Hong family has been resolved, we should not linger any longer. Let us set off back to the sect immediately." Hong Wenyue's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Senior sister, the day is getting late. Why not wait until tomorrow morning to leave? If you don't want to return to the sect, you don't have to." Xiao Nanan snorted and directly stepped toward the gate of the Hong residence. Hong Wenyue's face looked extremely ugly. Li Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "What on earth happened this night? Why has senior sister become so close to that Chi Hao?" Chapter 45. Sword Technique and Hammer Method. Hong Wenyue said gloomily, "Senior sister doesn't have any acquaintances in Yuanling City. Today, she came here with Chi Hao, behaving intimately. And now she's even disregarding our brotherhood for Chi Hao. Brother, their relationship might be much closer than we imagined. Damn Chi Hao, I must kill him." Li Xiang clenched his fists and said angrily. Hong Wenyue hurriedly said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Although Chi Hao deserves to die, with our strength, it's not easy to kill him. Not to mention that spirit beast by his side, there's also a Foundation establishment expert in the Chi family. If we want him dead, we need to plan carefully." Li Xiang sneered coldly. "It's not just him. Chi Hao will find allies too." Hong Wenyue raised his lips. Hong Shuyang and Hong Qiandao stood behind the two, but there was a hint of worry in their expressions. Chi Hao was domineering and fierce. They were indeed a bit afraid. If Li Xiang and Hong Wenyue couldn't kill Chi Hao, and if Chi Hao dared not confront the Xuanqiang sect but could easily come to Yuanwu City, that would be too easy. Riding on the eagle, Chi Hao quickly returned to the Chi family and called for Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan. "Master," Ji Dongshan said respectfully. Zhong Tianlei stroked his beard and smiled. looking a bit casual. She had in mind, although Zhong Tianlei had become his gatekeeper, he hadn't received any benefits from him yet, so he naturally wouldn't be too respectful. Not getting impatient was already good enough. I called you here to fulfill the promise I made to you before. However, before I fulfill my promise, you have one last chance to choose. If you acquire my hammer method and sword technique, you won't be able to withdraw for the next 10 years. Chi Hao said with a faint smile. Zhong Tianlei pouted and said, the master didn't tell us before we were brought to Yuanling City that the Qi family had offended the Xuanxiang sect and the spirit martial sect. Chi Hao smiled slightly. If the trouble we stirred up weren't a bit annoying, would I need 2 foundation establishment experts to guard the door for me? Although I didn't state it clearly, I thought that with Elder Zhong's intelligence, you must have guessed it. Zhong Tianlei's lips twitched. If he said he hadn't guessed, wouldn't that mean he wasn't smart enough? Ji Dongshan clasped his fists and said, as long as the master can completely cure my mother, Ji Dongshan swears to guard the Qi family until death. Chi Hao smiled. Brother Ji's filial piety is touching. In the future, you won't regret today's decision. Your mother's illness is on me. She will definitely be cured within 3 months. Ji Dongshan said excitedly, thank you, master. Chi Hao casually tossed a jade slip to Ji Dongshan. Ji Dongshan was momentarily stunned. Although he caught the jade slip, he hesitated and said, master, although I serve the Qi family, I still want to continue practicing the sword technique passed down by my master. Chi Hao raised his lips slightly. I've given you the sword technique. Whether you learn it or not is up to you. But I think you should at least take a look at this sword technique I gave you. Ji Dongshan thought it made sense. Looking at it wouldn't hurt. He focused his mind and probed into the jade slip. Ji Dongshan's pupils widened, showing extreme fear. Zhong Tianlei was astonished. Ji Dongshan was usually very steady. But today, just looking at the sword technique content made him so terrified. After a long time, Ji Dongshan slowly regained his composure, but his body couldn't help but tremble. Bang! Ji Dongshan suddenly knelt down. Thank you, master, for granting me the sword technique and bestowing me with fortune. From today on, Ji Dongshan is willing to dedicate my life to the master, even to the point of death. Ji Dongshan said solemnly. Chi Hao smiled slightly and raised his hand. Go ahead. Yes. Ji Dongshan hurriedly got up and left in a hurry. Zhong Tianlei looked suspiciously at Chi Hao master. What kind of sword technique did you give him to make this kid so excited? Chi Hao smiled. Everyone has their own fortune. Elder Zhong's talent is not in swordsmanship, so there's no need to worry about Brother Ji's matters. I still don't know what Elder Zhong's final decision is. Zhong Tianlei rolled his eyes with the old lady here. Is there anything more to say? Although the Qi family's troubles are considerable, at my age, I'm not afraid anymore. Chi Hao waved his hand again and tossed out a jade slip. Zhong Tianlei's eyes lit up as he caught the jade slip. Is this the hammer method you demonstrated in my shop before? Zhong Tianlei excitedly asked. Chi Hao shook his head and laughed. What I showed that day was just an entry-level basic hammer method. This is the complete heavenly shattering, falling sun hammer method. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. The hammer method that amazed him that day was actually just an entry-level basic hammer method? How advanced could this complete heavenly shattering, falling sun hammer be? Zhong Tianlei couldn't help but check the information in the jade slip on the spot. The next moment, just like Ji Dongshan just now, his pupils widened in horror. This is definitely not a power that spirit martial level techniques can possess. Could it be that this heavenly shattering falling sun hammer is a celestial martial level technique? Zhong Tianlei was so excited he almost had a heart attack. Chi Hao smiled faintly. This hammer method can not only greatly enhance Elder Zhong's forging skills, but it should also be enough to help Elder Zhong regain confidence and push towards the golden core. Zhong Tianlei's expression changed. How did you know? Chi Hao smiled slightly. Elder Zhong doesn't need to be too curious about me. Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Just remember that fortune is hard to come by. When you encounter it, cherish it and don't self-sabotage. All right, Elder Zhong, you should go to the main gate. Zhong Tianlei took a deep breath, bowed, and said, Thank you for the grace of fortune, master. I will definitely serve with all my strength. Zhong Tianlei turned and left. Chi Hao raised the corners of his mouth. This old man finally put away his arrogance in front of him. But then again, A peak ninth-grade foundation establishment expert without a bit of pride would be strange. Besides Chi Hao, no one would have thought that this rough old man, Zhong Tianlei, was a peak ninth-grade foundation establishment expert. With these two gatekeepers guarding the door for me, I can also go to the Huang family to cultivate for a while with peace of mind. Chi Hao smiled faintly, and then went to find Ji Yorong. Reconstructing Ji Yorong's Dantian requires the power of the Primordial Transformation Sutra and needs to be nurtured slowly for a period of time. After finishing that, he went to the Huang family. Husband, has the Huang family matter been resolved? In the Great Formation, Huang Yin gently leaned into Chi Hao's arms and asked with a smile. Chi Hao chuckled. It's already been resolved. In these past few days, have you missed me? Husband. Huang Yin shyly bumped Chi Hao's chest twice. Ha! Chi Hao laughed heartily and picked up Huang Yin for a round of dual cultivation. After the clouds and rain, Huang Yin leaned on Chi Hao's shoulder and said shyly, Husband, you are becoming more and more powerful. Yinner can hardly bear it. It would be great if I had a sister to share the burden. Chi Hao smiled inwardly, thinking that Huang Yin was clever. Huang Yin must have heard about Xiao Nan from the Huang family, which is why she intentionally said this. It not only showed generosity, but also tested Chi Hao's feelings for Xiao Nan. Chapter 46. In the Spirit Show Mountain, inside the Xuanxiang sect, as for taking a concubine, let it be a matter of fate. For now, I have no plans in this regard, Chi Hao said lightly. With the memories of his past life, it was impossible for him to be pure and devote himself to one woman for life. He didn't want to deceive Huang Yin about this. Huang Yan's eyes trembled slightly, feeling a bit lost. But soon, she became relieved. Although she was Chi Hao's legitimate wife, the strength of the Huang family and Chi Hao was clearly not on the same level. Thus, her marriage with Chi Hao was not merely a superficial union, but rather a forced coexistence under invisible pressure. Only by understanding all this could she and the Huang family continue to exist peacefully. Huang Yin didn't speak again, but leaned tighter against Chi Hao's chest. With Meng Qingran's lesson learned, Huang Yin naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. She believes that as long as she fulfills her duties as a wife, even if Chi Hao has someone new, he will not treat her and the Huang family poorly. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. A haggard-looking Song Changfeng finally returned to the foot of Lingxi Mountain, where the Lingwu sect is located, accompanied by 3 disciples with broken legs. We're back. We finally returned. The 3 young men and women with broken legs looked up at Lingxi Mountain, their eyes filled with tears. The 4 outer disciples guarding the mountain quickly came over to pay their respects. Disciple has seen Elder Song. As they bowed, the corners of their eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance at the 3 injured on the cart. These 3 were all senior brothers and sisters from the inner sect. How had they ended up like this? Moreover, if they remembered correctly, Elder Song had left with 6 senior brothers and sisters. Why had only 3 returned? The other 3 couldn't he have perished, right? Upon returning, Song Changfeng felt very complicated inside. The guarding disciples also had many thoughts. Song Changfeng took a deep breath and said solemnly, You 3, carry them back to the inner sect. Yes, the guarding disciples dared not ask further and quickly complied. Song Changfeng, with a dark expression, proceeded alone. Lingxi Mountain towers into the clouds, standing 3,000 zhang high. Below 1,000 zhang is the outer sect land. From 1,000 zhang to 2,000 zhang is where the inner sect is located. Above 2,000 zhang is the forbidden area of Lingfeng, the place where the golden core ancestors of the Lingwu sect cultivate in seclusion. After entering the inner sect area, Song Changfeng went directly to a small courtyard shrouded in formation. I, Song Changfeng, seek an audience with a young sect master. Song Changfeng bowed and saluted. Ha! Elder Song, you finally returned. I knew you wouldn't be like that waste in Yintao, unable to handle even a small matter. With loud laughter, the spiritual shadow above the small courtyard flickered and the formation dissipated. Song Changfeng's face twitched. Although he had returned alive, it seemed he was no different from that waste in Yintao. Soon, a young man dressed in brocade walked out of the courtyard. This young man was Wei Zhao, the young sect master of the Lingwu sect. Wei Zhao was similar in age to Chi Hao, probably in his early 20s. Elder Song, you must have worked hard on this trip. I will definitely reward you handsomely later, Wei Zhao said with a smile as he approached. Song Changfeng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Young sect master, this old man is incompetent." Wei Zhao's expression immediately stiffened. He said with a slightly heavy gaze, "What do you mean by that, Elder Song? Did you fail to save Meng Qingran?" Song Changfeng sighed bitterly and immediately recounted everything that had happened after arriving at Yuanling City. Wei Zhao's face began to twist in anger when he heard that Meng Qingran had been killed. When he learned that the relationship between him and Meng Qingran had been widely publicized by Qi Hao, and that all the major families in Yuanling City were already aware, his face turned extremely ugly. After hearing everything, Wei Zhao laughed in anger. "So, you didn't even formally confront Qi Hao and hurriedly fled back from Yuanling City?" Song Changfeng's old face turned red as if it were about to bleed. He admitted yes, because I suspect there is a powerful, mysterious expert hiding behind Qi Hao. If I had acted, not only would I not have been able to kill Qi Hao, but no one would have been able to bring this news back to inform the young sect master. Haha, Wei Zhao sneered. I didn't expect that a dignified 6th grade foundation establishment cultivator like you would fall for Qi Hao's feigned weakness. He is merely a discarded pawn of the Qi family in Yuanlang City. How could he possibly have a powerful backing? If he really had such support, why would he enter the Meng family and become a son-in-law? Song Changfeng hurriedly said, "Young sect master, Qi Hao is definitely not as simple as you think. He not only remained unscathed under my palm strike, but also possesses a spiritual beast mount like the silver feather thunder eagle. All of this indicates that he is anything but ordinary." Wei Zhao coldly laughed. "So, according to you, if I want to kill him, I need to ask the ancestor to take action?" Song Changfeng lowered his head and said nothing. Looking at Qi Hao's fearless demeanor, he feared that even if the ancestor took action, he might not be able to kill Qi Hao. But if he said this out loud, it would likely only infuriate the young sect master further. You can go back now. You don't need to meddle in this matter any longer," Wei Zhao said coldly. In his eyes, Song Changfeng had become just like in Yun Tao, a waste. Song Changfeng took a deep breath and cupped his hands, saying, "If that's the case, this old man shall take his leave. But I still want to remind the young sect master that the urgent matter now is to find a way to marry Lu Hongying as soon as possible. Once those unfavorable rumors about the young sect master spread, this marriage might face changes." Wei Zhao's eyes narrowed. He had already lost the superb furnace Meng Qingran, and the marriage with Lu Hongying absolutely must not encounter any issues. Elder Song should go back and take good care of your frightened heart. You don't need to worry about this young sect master's affairs," Wei Zhao said coldly. Song Changfeng felt a wave of desolation in his heart. This trip not only caused him to lose face and lose several disciples, but also resulted in the young sect master no longer valuing him. His days in the Lingwu sect would likely not be easy from now on. After Song Changfeng left, a ruthless glint flashed in Wei Zhao's eyes. "Qi Hao, no matter what kind of backing you have, if you dare to provoke this young sect master, you must die." However, Song Changfeng was not wrong. The marriage with Lu Hongying was indeed urgent. After the wedding, it wouldn't be too late to deal with Qi Hao. Wei Zhao's eyes flashed as he decided to head to the Xuanxiang sect early the next morning to try to move the wedding date forward. The next day, Wei Zhao, accompanied by several inter-sect elders, flew on swords, heading straight for the Xuanxiang sect. Meanwhile, the weary Xiao Nannan and the others finally returned to the Xuanxiang sect. Disciple pays respects to the master. In the Jifeng courtyard, Xiao Nannan and the others bowed to a middle-aged man who was meditating. The middle-aged man had a scholarly appearance. Seeing the 3 disciples return, he smiled and asked, "Was everything smooth?" Bang! Hong Wenyue's eyes turned red, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, sobbing, "Master, please. You must uphold justice for your disciple." Su Chonggang frowned slightly and asked, "What happened? Did you return late? Did the Hong family suffer at the hands of that shameless son-in-law?" Xiao Nannan shot a cold glance at Hong Wenyue and said to Su Chonggang, "Master, the Hong family is safe and sound. Not a single person has fallen. But today I learned that junior brother Hong is quite the actor." "Sister, I wasn't acting. You saw how badly the Hong family was tricked by Qi Hao." Hong Wenyue knelt on the ground, wiping his tears. Li Xiang said with a dark face, "Master, that Qi Hao is relying on his influence in Yuanling City truly bullying others. Su Chonggang said solemnly, "What exactly happened?" Xiao Nanan quickly explained, "Master, I've already investigated the entire incident. It all started with Qi Hao being harmed by the Meng family. She then recounted how Qi Hao was harmed by the Meng family, narrowly escaped death, counterattacked the Meng family, and took over everything from them. The Hong and Zheng families in Yuanwu City took the opportunity to incite the personnel from the Meng family's spiritual minds to embezzle spirit stones, as well as Qi Hao's strong pursuit of the Zheng and Hong families upon arriving in Yuanwu City. Although Qi Hao's methods were indeed forceful and overbearing, it was true that the Hong family had been at fault first. Since the Hong family was in the wrong, the disciples felt it was not appropriate to use the sect's name to exert pressure. In the end, Qi Hao, considering the sect's face, only demanded 100,000 spirit stones in compensation from the Hong family. Xiao Nanan said solemnly. Su Chonggang, upon hearing this, shot a cold glance at Hong Wenyue. "Wenyue, is what your sister said true?" Hong Wenyue's eyes flickered as he replied, "I'm not very clear about the Meng family's matters, but regarding the spiritual minds, I did ask my father after returning, and it seems to be the case. However, our Hong family clearly only received a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Qi Hao demanding 100,000 spirit stones is clearly extortion." Su Chonggang snorted angrily and said, "Since you are not very clear about the affairs of the Meng family, why did you insist before me that Qi Hao is an ungrateful and shameless person who slaughtered his father-in-law's entire family? And regarding Qi Hao's pursuit of your Hong family, you claimed it was due to the dispute over the spiritual mind, that Qi Hao was domineering and bullying. But you didn't mention that it was your Hong family that took advantage of the situation to plot against other spiritual mind." Hong Wenyue's face turned pale, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Master, I know I was wrong. At that time, I only knew that our family was being bullied without clarifying the facts. Now I understand my mistake. Please forgive me this time." Su Chonggang said coldly, "If it weren't for your senior sister uncovering everything, you would probably still be full of lies. Go to the back mountain and reflect for 10 years. Hong Wenyue's eyes were full of fear, and he quickly said, "Please show mercy. Master, spare me this time." Su Chonggang said icily, "If you say any more, I will directly abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect." Hong Wenyue was horrified and trembled. "I will go to the reflection cliff right away." Hong Wenyue hurriedly stood up and ran towards the reflection cliff. Although Li Xiang felt a bit sympathetic towards Hong Wenyue, he did not dare to plead for him at this moment. He only said, "Master, although Qi Hao has the upper hand, demanding 1,000,000 spiritual stones is indeed a bit greedy. Moreover, during the negotiations, this person showed no respect for our Xuancheng sect. I think we should teach Qi Hao a lesson to establish our sect's prestige." Su Chonggang looked up at Li Xiang. Li Xiang couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Since the Hong family was in the wrong, even if we were not at fault, do you still expect others to respect our sect? This matter has been resolved, and that is that. You are not to intervene in the affairs between the Hong family and Qi Hao." Su Chonggang said in a deep voice. "Yes." Li Xiang quickly replied. "You can leave now." Su Chonggang snorted and waved his hand. Li Xiang hurriedly bowed and left. Su Chonggang then fixed his intense gaze on Xiao Nanan and smiled. "Nanan, have you already broken through and successfully established your foundation?" Xiao Nanan smiled and said, "Master, you truly have sharp eyes. Even though I didn't reveal a hint of my aura, you still saw through it." Su Chonggang was pleasantly surprised. "You really have succeeded in establishing your foundation. Did you encounter some great fortune during your time away from the sect?" Xiao Nanan immediately told him about Qi Hao gifting her the fragrant spirit fruit and protecting her. She hadn't mentioned it earlier because she didn't want Hong Wenyue and Li Xiang to know. If they found out she had benefited from Qi Hao, they would probably start gossiping. Su Chonggang was astonished. Xiao Nanan's early success in establishing her foundation must have been due to some fortune. However, he never expected that this fortune was given by Qi Hao. Su Chonggang's eyes flickered slightly as he said solemnly, "Nanan, tell me honestly, does Qi Hao have any intentions towards you? Although the 5th grade spiritual fruit is precious, it pales in comparison to your lifelong happiness." 2 blushes appeared on Xiao Nanan's face as she hurriedly replied, "Master, Qi Hao shouldn't have that kind of intention. He said it was because of my character that he gave me the fragrant spirit fruit. Su Chonggang smiled lightly and said, "This kid indeed has a knack for recognizing people. Among all my disciples, your character is the most upright. However, Chi-Hao also has a somewhat sinister temperament and heavy malice. In the future, unless necessary, you should avoid contact with him." Xiao Nanan hurriedly said, "But I still owe him a favor. If I don't see him, how can I repay him?" Su Chonggang said, "I will have your senior brother send him some fourth-grade pills as thanks later. Although a fourth-grade pill is not as valuable as that fragrant spirit fruit. If the quantity is sufficient, it can still make up for this favor." Xiao Nanan could only agree, "I understand." However, she fell a bit down, not knowing if she would have another chance to ride Chi-Hao's big eagle in the future. "I have a few spirit-quenching pills here. Take them to stabilize your realm." Su Chonggang smiled slightly, took out a bottle of pills, and handed it to Xiao Nanan. Xiao Nanan said happily, "Thank you, master." After Xiao Nanan left, Su Chonggang couldn't help but furrow his brows. The girl seemed a bit off just now. Could it be that she really has developed feelings for Chi-Hao? "Su Hanzhan, you rascal, come here right now." Su Chonggang's mind stirred, and a soul sound was sent out. Su Hanzhan, the eldest son of Su Chonggang, was also the senior brother in the Stormwind courtyard. Soon a simple-minded, tall young man holding a black iron spear, with sweat dripping down his face, came over. "Father, I've been focusing on my cultivation these days. I don't seem to have done anything wrong." Su Hanzhan looked at Su Chonggang with a confused expression. Seeing his foolish look, Su Chonggang couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I should have named you Su Hanhanshan back then." Su Hanzhan was taken aback. "Father, it's one thing for my brothers and junior brothers to call me that. But why would you want to call me Su Hanhanshan? What? Someone really calls you Su Hanhanshan?" Su Chonggang's face darkened, and there was a hint of anger in his brows. Su Hanzhan grinned and said, "Father, these are all trivial matters. I didn't pay much attention to it. You call me here, what is it about? I still haven't practiced enough with my spear today." Su Chonggang said helplessly as a man, "All you know is to practice with that broken spear in your hand. No wonder you still don't have a wife at this age." Su Hanzhan scratched his head and laughed. "I don't practice dual cultivation methods. What use is a wife to me? My only goal in this life is to become the #1 spear of the immortal spirit." Su Chonggang's face twitched. His son was indeed a bit foolish, but he was also a rare martial arts enthusiast. At just 25 years old, he had already reached the 4th-grade foundation establishment. Not only was he the strongest among his peers in the Xuanqiang sect, but even in the entire Eastern Spirit domain, he ranked among the top 5 among his peers. "You don't want a wife, but I still want grandchildren. I previously mentioned to you about pursuing your junior sister. Have you done that?" Su Chonggang snot. Su Hanzhan was taken aback. "I don't think so." "Father, which junior sister did you want me to pursue?" "I can't quite remember." Su Chonggang rubbed his temples. "This fool really doesn't resemble the young him at all. Your junior sister Nanan. I warn you, if you don't take action soon, your junior sister Nanan will be snatched away by someone else." Su Chonggang reminded him impatiently. Su Hanzhan chuckled and said, "It's fine. I have plenty of junior sisters. If Nanan won't do, I can just switch to another junior sister." "No, you can only marry your junior sister Nanan. Among the female disciples in the sect, aside from your junior sister Lu, the junior sister Nanan has the best talent. She is also the daughter-in-law I like the most." Su Chonggang snot. "Oh, then I will go ask junior sister Nanan if she is willing to be with me and give you a big grandson." Su Hanzhan said with a silly smile and turned to leave. Su Chonggang was stunned. He felt that his son was not just foolish. "Hey, you little rascal, come back." Su Chonggang smiled bitterly. "Father, what's wrong again?" Su Hanzhan turned back and asked in confusion. Su Chonggang said helplessly, "This matter. I should find a chance to talk to your junior sister myself. If you go, it will definitely mess things up. You take these few bottles of pills to the Qi family in Yuanling City and give them to Chi-Hao, saying it's a thank you gift for helping your junior sister Nanan establish her foundation." Su Chonggang waved his hand, and 4 bottles of 4th-grade pills flew towards Su Hanzhan. Su Hanzhan raised his hand and stored them in his storage ring, showing a bitter smile. "Father, Yuanling City is quite far away. This will delay my cultivation. Can't you send someone else?" Su Chonggang squinted his eyes and said, "Chi-Hao is also a martial arts genius. After you go, you can spar with him. If you can win, that broken cloud gun will be yours." Su Hanshan's eyes lit up with joy. Father, you keep your word. I've been eyeing that broken cloud gun for a long time. Su Chonggang rolled his eyes. You can win first. Although Chi Hao is younger than you, his strength may not be weaker than yours. Su Hanzhan raised an eyebrow. This Chi Hao is actually younger than him? This was the first time his father asked him to find someone younger for a spar. I'll set off right away. Although he hadn't met Chi Hao yet, Su Hanzhan was already full of curiosity about him. Remember, it's just a spar. Don't hold a grudge, Su Chonggang reminded him. Su Hanzhan grinned. I know, father. After Su Hanzhan left, Su Chonggang sighed softly. If you lose, I won't have to say anything. The Xuanqi sect was founded on spear techniques. The entire sect had 12 sets of spirit weapon level spear techniques. In correspondence with these 12 sets of spear techniques, the Xuanqi sect established 12 martial arts academies. The Storm Academy was one of them. At this moment, Xiao Nanan didn't rush to stabilize her realm. Instead, she went to the outside of the Tianqing Academy, one of the 12 academies, to seek her senior sister, Lu Hongying. Junior sister Xiao, please follow me, a senior brother from Tianqing Academy said with a warm smile. Among the 3 fairies of Xuanqi sect, Xiao Nanan was not only one of them, but also the most admired by male disciples. Although Lu Hongying ranked first in both talent and beauty, she was cold and proud, and had long been betrothed to the young master of the spirit martial sect, making her someone else's property. Another fairy, while also beautiful, was significantly lacking in martial talent compared to Lu Hongying and Xiao Nanan. Thank you, senior brother, Xiao Nanan politely replied, following the senior brother to a small courtyard. Senior sister Lu, junior sister Xiao, is looking for you. Is it convenient to see her? The senior brother outside the courtyard asked with a smile. No one responded from within, but soon Lu Hongying frowned slightly and walked out. Junior sister Xiao is looking for me? Lu Hongying asked suspiciously. She knew Xiao Nanan, but they hadn't had much interaction in the past. Xiao Nanan bowed and said, Senior sister Lu, I have a friend who asked me to bring you a letter. Saying this, Xiao Nanan took out the letter Chi Hao had given her from her storage ring and handed it to Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying was even more confused. However, it was just a letter, so she accepted it. She tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. In the next moment, her originally somewhat cold and beautiful face suddenly turned frostbitten. What is your friend's surname and name? Lu Hongying asked coldly. Xiao Nanan was taken aback. Senior sister, what's wrong with this letter? Don't you know? Lu Hongying said coldly. Xiao Nanan quickly shook her head. Senior brother Ding, you may leave for now. I want to talk to junior sister Xiao alone, Lu Hongying said in a deep voice. Senior brother Ding smiled and left, sensing the situation. You can read it yourself. Lu Hongying snorted coldly and handed the letter to Xiao Nanan. Xiao Nanan suspiciously looked at the letter. She was quite curious about what Chi Hao had written that could make senior sister Lu so angry. But when she saw the only 3 characters on the letter, her face suddenly became extremely shocked. Lu Vying? Chi Hao deliberately misspelled senior sister Lu's name. What did this mean? Did he mean to say that senior sister Lu was being cheated on? Lu Hongying said coldly, Junior sister Xiao, now you can tell me who this friend of yours is, right? I want to personally ask him what he meant by writing these 3 words to me. Xiao Nanan thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. Senior sister, he probably wanted to remind you that Wei Zhao's character has issues. Lu Hongying said coldly, Junior sister Xiao, although I focus on cultivation and have little experience, I'm not a fool. I understand what this green character represents. But to spread such words, there must be evidence. Without solid proof, I will never allow anyone to slander my future partner. So please, junior sister Xiao, tell me the truth. Who is this person? If you don't say, I will have to go find Uncle Su in the Storm Academy. Xiao Nanan pressed her lips together and said, his name is Chi Hao. He is currently the head of the Qi family in Yuanling City. Although Lu Hongying was quite angry at the moment. Since Chi Hao had asked her to deliver the letter to Lu Hongying, he likely wasn't afraid to meet her. Lu Hongying frowned slightly. Yuanling City? That seems a bit far. How could junior sister know someone from Yuanling City? Lu Hongying found it strange. Xiao Nanan was not from Yuanling City. After joining the sect, she had also been diligently cultivating and rarely left the sect. Given that Yuanling City was in a remote location, Xiao Nanan shouldn't have had any interaction with someone from there. After thinking for a while, Xiao Nanan told Lu Hongying about the entanglement between Qi Hao and the Hong family, as well as the Meng family matter. As for Wei Zhao, Qi Hao didn't mention a word about him in front of me. I thought he wrote the letter because he was already acquainted with you, senior sister, Xiao Nanan said. Then I will personally go ask him. If Wei Zhao truly has improper conduct, I will remember this favor. But if he is slandering, even if he has had a tragic experience, I will never let him off lightly, Lu Hongying said in a deep voice. Xiao Nanan said, although I haven't known Qi Hao for long, I believe he wouldn't joke about such matters. If senior sister truly wants to confront him, I am willing to accompany you. Lu Hongying nodded. All right, then it will be hard on junior sister Xiao to accompany me. We will set off first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Just as Xiao Nanan was agreeing, Ding Xiao, who had just left, returned. Junior sister Lu, young Master Wei has arrived and is currently in the main hall. The sect leader wants you to go there, Ding Xiao said with a smile. Lu Hongying's expression darkened. What does he want now? Ding Xiao said. I vaguely heard him talking with the sect leader. It seems he wants to advance your wedding date. Advance the wedding date? Lu Hongying narrowed her eyes, and a chill suddenly rose in her heart. Generally speaking, once a wedding date is set, it is not casually changed. Wei Zhao's sudden desire to advance the wedding date definitely has some special reason behind it. Lu Hongying couldn't help but lower her head to look at the letter in her hand. Is Wei Zhao afraid that he can't hide this green character from me? Lu Hongying sneered inwardly. Chapter 49. Visitors from the Qi family junior sister, the sect leader, and young Master Wei are still waiting, Ding Xiao reminded with a smile. Lu Hongying sneered. I don't want to see him. Please tell my father that I suddenly feel a breakthrough opportunity and am preparing to establish my foundation. I may not be able to marry Wei Zhao as scheduled. Please try to postpone the wedding date. Ding Xiao was taken aback, but Lu Hongying was always proud. So he didn't persuade her much and simply said, all right, I will convey junior sister's words to the sect leader. Once Ding Xiao left, Lu Hongying's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Xiao Nanan and said, Junior sister Xiao, I've thought about it. We should leave the mountain immediately and head to Yuanling City. If we don't clarify this matter, I will always be burning with anger, which will surely be extremely detrimental to my cultivation. Xiao Nanan was taken aback. Leaving now is not a problem, but will it just be the two of us? Although Qi Hao treated her well, Lu Hongying was the daughter of the sect leader and held a noble status. If something happened, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the sect. Lu Hongying pondered and said, for now, I don't want too many people to know about this. Since junior sister has safety concerns, I will go ask Uncle Luo to accompany us. Xiao Nanan's eyes lit up. Having Uncle Luo with us would be the best. The Uncle Luo they mentioned was Luo Bingyun, the head of the Ice Academy. Luo Bingyun was at the 8th rank of Foundation Establishment, practiced the Xianbing spear technique, and had strong combat power. As long as they didn't encounter a Golden Core powerhouse, he could protect the two of them without worry. In the main hall, Wei Zhao was still flattering Lu Chong, hoping that this future father-in-law would agree to advance his wedding date with Lu Hongying. Little did he know that Lu Hongying and the others had already quietly left the sect. What's going on? Why hasn't Hongying arrived yet? Lu Chong frowned, feeling puzzled. Although marriage is generally determined by parents, Lu Chong was very fond of Lu Hongying, and he wanted to hear her opinion on advancing the wedding date. Sect leader. At this moment, Ding Xiao entered the hall alone and respectfully greeted. Lu Chong raised an eyebrow. Didn't I ask you to call your junior sister over? Where is she? Ding Xiao glanced at Wei Zhao and then bowed, saying, Sect master, my junior sister suddenly felt a breakthrough opportunity and is preparing to go into seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. She said she might not be able to marry young sect Master Wei as scheduled and hopes to postpone the wedding date. What? Postponing the wedding date? Wei Zhao's face immediately changed. He couldn't believe that Lu Hongying just happened to have a breakthrough opportunity and was preparing to establish her foundation at this time. Could it be that the matter of Yuanling City has reached Lu Hongying's ears, making her have a different opinion about me? Wei Zhao's expression darkened. Lu Chong, however, showed an excited expression and exclaimed, Hongying is going to establish her foundation? This is great news. The wedding date can be changed, but such an opportunity is rare. Let her focus on establishing her foundation. If she successfully establishes her foundation before the wedding date, then we can marry as scheduled. If she comes out of seclusion after the wedding date, we can choose another auspicious day to proceed with the wedding. All right, I will go now, said Ding Xiao hurriedly. Wei Zhao said, Nephew, it seems you wanted to advance the wedding date, but that will not work. Lu Chong chuckled lightly. Wei Zhao's face twitched, forcing a smile as he said, Although I am anxious to marry Sister Hong Ying as soon as possible, it's indeed a good thing that she is going to establish her foundation, and I am also happy for her. Since I can't see Sister Hong Ying today, I will return to the sect and work harder to establish my foundation early, so that I could be worthy of her. Haha, with your talent, nephew. Establishing your foundation is just a matter of time. Lu Chong laughed heartily. After leaving the Xuanqiang sect, Wei Zhao's expression immediately became grim. Don't return to the sect. Follow me to Yuanling City, Wei Zhao said coldly. Regardless of whether Lu Hongying's absence was due to hearing some news, he could not let Qi Hao live any longer. If Qi Hao doesn't die, his anger will not subside, and he will not find peace. After a few rare quiet days, Qi Hao's cultivation was steadily improving. The spiritual liquid under the spirit lake was abundant, so he had no worries about resources. In just a few days, he had raised his cultivation to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. For an ordinary martial artist, advancing from the 1st to the 3rd level would take at least several years of effort. Even for those with exceptional talent, it would take a year. But Qi Hao only took 9 days. Huang Yan's cultivation was not high, and the improvement effect was even more pronounced. At this moment, she had successfully stepped into the Grandmaster realm and raised her cultivation to the 6th level of Grandmaster. This was something Huang Yan had never dared to dream of before. Husband, our cultivation is improving so fast. Will it raise suspicions? One day, after their dual cultivation, Huang Yin nestled in Qi Hao's arms and said, Qi Hao smiled lightly, even if someone suspects. As long as I remove the formation before they break in and the spiritual energy from the underground no longer flows out, they will not discover the secret of the spirit lake. So, you just focus on your cultivation and don't worry about these things. Even if something happens, I will take care of it. Huang Yin then felt reassured. Qi Hao, come out for a moment. Suddenly, a voice from outside the courtyard called. Could something have happened outside? Huang Yan's expression tightened. After all, she had instructed the Huang family members long ago to avoid disturbing their cultivation unless it was urgent. Moreover, since they obtained the spiritual technique, the Huang family had been busy in seclusion and had no time to look for them. Qi Hao smiled and said, I'll go take a look. Qi Hao got dressed and walked out of the formation. Huang Meng was there, accompanied by Qin Zhen. Old man, I've seen the family head. Qin Zhen quickly saluted. Qi Hao smiled and said, No need for formalities, just get to the point. Huang Meng smiled and said, Qi Hao, you and your servant can chat. I'll head back first. All right. Thank you for running over, father-in-law. Qi Hao clasped his hands. Haha, no problem. Huang Meng laughed and turned to leave. Qin Zhen then said, Family head, the Qi family has come, and they are currently waiting in the manor. Qi Hao raised an eyebrow. This must be the Qi family from Yuanling City, since he married into the Meng family. No one from the Qi family has come to see him. Why are they here now? Who is it? Do you know their name? Qi Hao asked. They call themselves Qi Jun and look to be a few years younger than the family head. They also brought 4 guest elders who are grandmasters. So they should be a young master from your family, Qin Jun replied. Qi Hao's lips curled up. So it's him. Let us go back together. Yes. Soon, Qi Hao and Qin Jun returned to the Qi manor. Zhong Tianlei stepped forward and said, Family head, the one inside is from your own family. So we didn't stop them and let them in. Qi Hao said indifferently, From now on, apart from me and my wife, anyone else should be stopped at the door. Zhong Tianlei hurriedly replied, Understood. Since obtaining the hammer technique of heaven shaking and setting sun, Zhong Tianlei has shown much more respect towards Qi Hao. Elder Qin, you can go about your business. No need to follow. Qi Hao instructed and then walked toward the main hall. With his current mental cultivation, he could easily sense Qi Jun's presence. Inside the main hall, a young man dressed was lying back on a chair with his eyes closed. He had his legs stretched out, resting on the back of a kneeling servant from the Qi manor. On either side of his legs, there were 2 maidservants giving him a massage. Chapter 50. Revenge. Qi Hao slowly walked into the main hall. Who gave you the authority to command the people in my manner like this? Chi Hao said coldly. Qi Jun opened his eyes, glancing at Chi Hao with a playful expression. Oh, isn't this my cousin Chi Hao from the fourth Uncle S family? I must say, the way you speak now does have a bit of the head of the family-esque demeanor. However, do these servants in your manner know how you lived when you were in our chief family? It seems it wasn't much better than them, right? Chi Hao said lightly. Let us hear your purpose first. Qi Jun grinned. It's nothing much. Just that brother Qi Zheng is getting married on the 16th of next month. Grandfather asked me to inform you. Although you've married into the Meng family, you are still a Qi, and as a cousin, you should prepare a congratulatory gift and attend the wedding. But grandfather certainly wouldn't have thought that your marriage into the Meng family is just a facade, and the real goal is to seize their property. TSK. I really didn't expect that the you who used to be bullied and didn't dare to say a word would have such means. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes. It turned out Qi Jun came to Yuanling City just to inform him of Qi Zheng's wedding. My means are many more than you can imagine, Chi Hao said lightly. Walking towards Qi Jun raised an eyebrow. The four Grandmaster guest elders behind him narrowed their eyes and tensed up. You all step aside. Chi Hao instructed the kneeling male servant and the two maidservants. Qi Jun snorted. I haven't finished enjoying myself yet. You can't go anywhere. The three servants looked terrified, unsure whether to retreat or not. Chi Hao said coldly, Don't forget who you are serving, whose orders you should follow. Get out of my way. Chi Hao's anger made the three servants hurriedly retreat to the side. Qi Jun's expression darkened, angrily saying, Chi Hao, I walked over 300 miles just to deliver this message to you. What is wrong with having your lowly servants massage me? Chi Hao smirked. Then let me give you a personal massage. Saying this, Chi Hao suddenly bent down and pressed his hands on Qi Jun's knees. Crack, crack, The sound of bones breaking and Qi Jun's scream almost echoed simultaneously as Chi Hao's hands came down. Chi Hao, how dare you? The four Grandmaster guest elders were shocked. Although they had been on guard, they never expected Chi Hao to act so quickly and ruthlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The four shouted in anger, raising their hands to strike at Chi Hao. Boom. However, Chi Hao merely raised a hand, and a powerful force exploded their attacks entirely. The residual force sent the four guest elders flying. PFFT, 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 PFFT. As the four flew back, they all spat out blood. Dare to strike at me again, and you will die. Chi Hao coldly glanced at the four. Fear was evident in their eyes. Even without Chi Hao's threat, they wouldn't dare to act again. At this moment, Qi Jun was both panicked and angry. He looked at Chi Hao with trembling eyes and said, You dare to break my legs. When Grandpa finds out, he won't let you off. Chi Hao scoffed disdainfully, his hands like claws reaching for Qi Jun's knees again. No, don't. Chi Hao, stop. I won't dare to use your servants again. Qi Jun's pupils contracted in fear as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Although his legs were already broken beyond repair, if they were grabbed again, it would definitely cause him unbearable pain. The three servants of the Qi family beside them were also pale with fright. They never expected that just because Qi Jun had ordered them around, the head of the family would crush Qi Jun's legs. With this little courage, you dare to act tough in my territory, Chi Hao said coldly, retracting his hands. Seeing this, Qi Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still gasped in pain. He never imagined that Chi Hao had become so crazy. I've received the message. Whether I go back or not depends on my mood. You can leave now, Chi Hao said indifferently. For guest elders, take me away from here. Qi Jun cried out. The four guest elders quickly suppressed their internal injuries and rushed to Qi Jun's side. Looking at Qi Jun's bloody legs, all four gasped in shock. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and take me away. Qi Jun cried out. I'm seriously injured. I can't carry young Master Jun. One of the guest elders said with a pale face. The other three also wore bitter expressions, whose injuries weren't severe. If they hadn't been using their energy to suppress the shock within, they felt their organs would have ruptured. I can't do it. It's hard for me to even walk right now. I can't either. Standing is a struggle, let alone carrying someone. Then I'll do it. The last one gritted his teeth. But as soon as he managed to carry Qi Jun on his back, he strained himself, and his face turned red. A surge of blood rushed up, and this guest elder instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Chi Jun on his back naturally fell to the ground too, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The three guest elders were flustered and somewhat reluctant to watch. One of them trembled and bowed to Chi Hao, pleading, "Young Master Hao, could you please have someone from your household help young Master Jun to the carriage?" When they came here, they were full of superiority. But now, all they felt for Chi Hao was fear. Today, as Chi Hao, although still an orphan not valued by the Chi family, was no longer the same as before in strength and ruthlessness. Chi Hao's cruelty sent shivers down their spines. "The people in my household can only serve me. If he wants to get on the carriage, either you carry him or he crawls over." Chi Hao said indifferently, "Are you three very idle? Is there nothing to do at home?" Chi Hao frowned at the three servants. "The servants will leave right away." The three quickly jogged away from the main hall. "Chi Hao, I'm your cousin. How can you be so ruthless to me?" Chi Jun cried out in pain, gritting his teeth. Chi Hao said indifferently, "If it weren't for our relationship, do you think you would only have broken legs? This little bone injury will heal in half a year if you take care of it. But I hope you remember this lesson. If you dare to disrespect me again, I will kill you directly." Chi Jun's pupils contracted fiercely. Kill? Chi Hao still dared to kill him? No, he had even wiped out his father-in-law's entire family. How could he not dare to kill him? This person had gone mad. Chi Jun shivered suddenly and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I won't provoke you again. That's best." Chi Hao said coldly as he stepped away. As for how Chi Jun and the others would leave, that was no longer his concern. Having returned, he decided to visit Ji Yorong's courtyard. Chi Hao's harshness towards Chi Jun was not only because Chi Jun had been abusing his power in the Chi family, ordering his servants around, but also because back when he was in the Chi family, those people had bullied him a lot. In the past, he had no one to protect him, and resisting would only lead to a worse outcome. Now he could protect himself, revenge for revenge, so as not to damage his heart. Chapter 51. You can make your move in Ji Yorong's courtyard. After a round of nurturing, Chi Hao smiled and said, "Your recovery is even better than I expected." Ji Yorong bowed and smiled. "It's all thanks to the head of the family." Chi Hao replied, "It's because of your good foundation. I have a set of Qi nurturing techniques here. When you have time, you can practice in the courtyard. Although your dantian is damaged and you can't gather energy, practicing will still help to nourish your body and warm your meridians. If you persist in your training, it should allow you to rebuild your dantian half a month earlier." Saying this, Chi Hao took out a small notebook from his storage ring. He had written the Qi nurturing techniques in it. Ji Yorong happily took it and said, "Thank you, head of the family. I will definitely practice diligently according to your instructions. I look forward to you reuniting your golden course soon." Chi Hao smiled slightly and got up to leave. Calculating the time, Chi family should be quite lively in the coming days, so he didn't plan to return to the Huang family. Returning to his small courtyard, Chi Hao entered the Zhangtian II to observe in demon spirit mode. Within a radius of 180 miles, no new powerful spirit groups had appeared. This meant that no strong spirit cultivators from outside had come to this region. Although Chi Hao appeared quite arrogant in front of others, he was actually very cautious in private. Almost every day, he would enter the Zhangtian II to check once or twice, in case the Lingwu sect sent a golden core old thief to kill him. If a golden core cultivator came to kill him, he would have to avoid their edge. However, golden core cultivators were already peak experts in the Eastern Spirit domain, and such beings generally had a high opinion of themselves and wouldn't act easily. Even if the Lingwu sect wanted to make a big deal, Chi Hao guessed they would mostly just send more foundation-building cultivators to trouble him. The next day at noon, Chi Hao habitually entered the Zhangtian II to check. 50 miles away, there were 3 formidable spirit groups moving toward Yuanling City. The first group had only 1 spirit group. Judging by its size, it should be a 4th-grade foundation-building martial cultivator. The second group had 3 spirit groups of varying sizes clustered together. These 3 people, from lowest to highest in cultivation, should be a 9th-grade grandmaster, a 1st-grade foundation builder, and an 8th-grade foundation builder. The third group had 6 spirit groups. Except for 1 small fry, the other 5 were all foundation-building cultivators, with the strongest being an 8th-grade foundation builder. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked towards the 3 groups. It seemed that today would be the day for excitement. Chi Hao's lips curled up. Half an hour later, outside the Chi family gate, a tall young man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su Hanzhan looked up at the Chi family plaque and smiled broadly. Finally arrived. Su Hanzhan from a Xuanxiang sect, here to pay a visit. Please open the door. Seeing no one guarding the door, Su Hanzhan shouted loudly. Behind the door, Ji Dongshan raised an eyebrow. Why is the Xuanxiang sect here again? I'll go inform the head of the family. Old Zhong, you hold them off. Ji Dongshan quickly went to Chi Hao's small courtyard. Zhong Tianlei smirked and said, These little brats are so annoying. Every day they delay my hammer training. If they come to cause trouble again today, I'll definitely give them a few hammer strikes. Boom. Zhong Tianlei opened the gate with a dark face. He crossed his arms and glared at Su Hanzhan, asking, What do you want at the Chi family? Su Hanzhan raised his eyebrows, wondering if the old man hadn't heard him clearly. I am Su Hanzhan, a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect's Jifeng courtyard. Here to find someone named Chi Hao. Please let him come out. Su Hanzhan said. Zhong Tianlei snorted and replied, Wait outside. Although Su Hanzhan was a bit displeased, he held back his temper. Soon, Chi Hao and Ji Dongshan walked over. This person really came for me. However, he is also a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect. YISNT he with Xiao Nanan and the others. Chi Hao thought, puzzled, and smiled lightly, saying, I am Chi Hao. What do you want with me? Su Hanshan's curious eyes scanned Chi Hao from head to toe. He was indeed a few years younger than him. But apart from being young, he couldn't see any signs of a martial arts genius in Chi Hao. He was skinny and lacked muscle. Perhaps he couldn't even lift his own Xian iron spear? Two things. Su Hanzhan didn't beat around the bush and held up two fingers, saying, The first thing is that my father asked me to deliver 4 bottles of elixirs to you as a thank you for helping my junior sister with her foundation building. With a wave of his hand, 4 bottles of elixirs flew through the air towards Chi Hao. Chi Hao waved his hand and easily dispersed the spiritual energy wrapping around the 4 elixir bottles, storing them all in his storage ring. Su Hanzhan grinned. It seems you do have some strength. You should be a worthy opponent. The second thing I came here for is to spar with you. I hope you can agree. Chi Hao smiled lightly. What if I don't agree? Su Hanzhan was taken aback, not having considered the possibility of refusal. He scratched his head in confusion and said, We are both martial artists. ISNT it normal to spar? Why won't you agree? Chi Hao smiled lightly. I don't want to waste my effort. If you really want to spar with me, then let us have some stakes. Su Hanzhan was delighted. All right, what stakes do you want? You decide. Chi Hao said with a smile. If you win, you can ask for anything you want. If I win, you will stay with me as a guardian for 10 years. How about that? Although Su Hanzhan seemed a bit dim-witted, being able to cultivate a low-tier technique to the 4th rank of the foundation building realm at his age showed he had decent martial arts talent. Moreover, his father could provide him with 4 bottles of 4th rank elixirs, indicating he had some standing within the Xuanxiang sect. Keeping Su Hanzhan as a guardian in the Qi residence could help him avoid a lot of trouble. Su Hanzhan hesitated. 10 years is not a short time. What? You don't have confidence in winning against me? Then why bother? Just go back, Chi Hao said disdainfully. Su Hanzhan was angered by this and huffed. Who says I don't have confidence in winning? I'm just thinking if you lose and I ask for something, you might not be able to give it. I want to lose. Chi Hao smiled and said, You can make your move now. Su Hanzhan was surprised right here. Chi Hao raised the corner of his mouth. Winning against you is easy. No need to change places. Arrogant. Even Su Hanzhan, who seemed a bit foolish, was provoked by Chi Hao's arrogance. Boom. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot forward. A black Xian iron spear shot through the air like a black dragon, directly stabbing towards Chi Hao's chest. Ji Dongshan's expression changed slightly. 4th rank of the foundation building realm. Zhong Tianlei frowned. Although he knew Chi Hao was not weak, he had only recently broken through to the foundation building realm. Bang! However, the next moment, both of them nearly had their eyes pop out. They saw a shadow flash through the air, and with a heavy sound, Su Hanzhan, along with a spear, was sent flying out. Chapter 52. Kindred Spirits? Su Hanzhan flew back over 10 meters and barely stabilized himself with the Xian iron spear. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Chi Hao in disbelief. How did you do that? Su Hanzhan asked in amazement. Chi Hao, with his hands behind his back, replied with a faint smile. It's just about being able to perfectly control my own spiritual energy. What Su Hanzhan was asking about was not Chi Hao's ghostly-like agility and incredible speed, but rather how he had clearly taken a blow from Chi Hao, and when that terrifying spiritual energy struck him, he felt he would be turned to dust. Yet, miraculously, that spiritual energy dissipated instantly, pushing him out strongly, leaving him with only a slight shock injury. Not a big deal. It felt as if the spear that had stabbed him had suddenly transformed into a shield that pushed him away. Chi Hao's exquisite control over his energy left Su Hanzhan in awe. At least among the people he knew, no one could achieve such a level. Do we still need to fight? Chi Hao asked with a faint smile. Su Hanzhan bitterly shook his head. If it were a life-and-death battle, that last palm of yours would have been enough to take my life. I am no match for you, I concede. Chi Hao smiled, realizing that Su Hanzhan was indeed an honest and simple person. He said, then you must fulfill the bet. Su Hanzhan solemnly replied, don't worry, I, Su Hanzhan, am willing to bet and accept defeat. For the next 10 years, I will be your guardian. However, I need to go back and explain this to my father. Even though he set me up, if I don't go back, he will definitely worry. Chi Hao was surprised. Why do you say your father set you up? Su Hanzhan bitterly smiled. My father said that as long as I beat you, he would give me the treasured high-level spiritual weapon, the Breaking Cloud Spear. So I came to challenge you. Chi Hao couldn't help but laugh. There are many sons who are set up by their fathers, but a father who sets up his son is quite rare. Su Hanshan's father must have learned from Xiao Nanan that Chi Hao was also in the foundation-building realm, so he wanted Su Hanzhan to test his strength. Unexpectedly, this test resulted in his son losing for 10 years. All right, you can go back, but not now. Follow me into the residence first, Chi Hao said. Su Hanzhan put away his Xian iron spear and suspiciously followed Chi Hao into the residence. Zhong Tomlei narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Dongshan, saying in a deep voice, our family head has shown us another skill. Whether it was the movement just now or the control of spiritual energy, these are not techniques that can be found in the Eastern Spirit region. Even at the peak of the 9th rank in the foundation-building realm, I admit I cannot achieve the perfect control like Chi Hao. Ji Dongshan smiled faintly. I thought Elder Zhong would have guessed this when the family head taught us the new techniques. Zhong Tianlei rolled his eyes. It's better not to be too curious about the family head. Just do our duty and guard the door. That's enough. I have a feeling that as long as we remain loyal, the family head will bring us more surprises and fortunes, Ji Dongshan said with a bright gaze. Zhong Tianlei smiled and said, that makes sense. The two closed the door, one practicing sword techniques and the other practicing hammer techniques. But after a short while, 3 people came outside again. This time, before the calls from outside could be heard, Zhong Tianlei abruptly stopped the hammer in his hand. Ji Dongshan also frowned and looked towards the outside of the residence. Please inform Elder Zhong and Brother Ji that Xiao Nanan has come to pay a visit, Xiao Nanan said with a smile, cupping her hands outside the residence. What's going on with this girl? She even brought a tough one with her. Zhong Tianlei said in a solemn tone. I'll go report to the family head, Ji Dongshan said. Zhong Tianlei nodded and went to open the door. Miss Xiao, it's only been a few days since you left. Why are you here again? Have you taken a liking to our family head? Zhong Tianlei said with a smile, crossing his arms. Beside him, Luo Bingyun frowned, and Xiao Nanan's face flushed as she hurriedly said, Elder Zhong, don't joke. We are here for an important matter to find the family head. Or rather, it's the family head who intentionally led us back to the Qi residence. Zhong Tianlei raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that under normal circumstances, the family head would be over at the Huang family, cozying up with his little wife. Yet, he had stayed at the Qi residence these past few days, seeming to be waiting for someone. Then you all wait here. Ji Dongshan has already gone to report. Zhong Tianlei said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Nanan replied with a smile. Luo Bingyun squinted her eyes slightly and took a step forward, saying, I heard that both gatekeepers of the Qi residence are at the foundation establishment stage. May I ask what level of foundation establishment you are at? Zhong Tianlei smiled faintly and replied, I'm just an old man. As long as Dean Luo doesn't cause trouble at the Qi residence, my existence can be ignored. Luo Bingyun's eyes flashed. You actually know me. Zhong Tianlei smiled and said, I've never seen you, but the 12 deans of the Xuanxiang sect are well known. So I've heard of you. Among the 12 deans, You're the only female dean, so it's easy to guess. Luo Bingyun said coldly, from what you just said, if I were to cause trouble at the Qi residence, would you be able to stop me? Zhong Tianlei merely smiled and did not respond. Lu Hongying said solemnly, Master, this old man's strength is probably not ordinary. Luo Bingyun narrowed her eyes slightly, and she felt the same way. Sister Xiao, have you seen him act? Lu Hongying asked in a low voice. Xiao Nanan shook her head and said no. Since Dean Luo is here, Elder Zhong, please take them over. Qi Hao's soul voice suddenly came with a laugh. Zhong Tianlei smiled and said, Ladies, the master has summoned you. Please follow me. Let's go. Luo Bingyun's eyes flashed as she led Lu Hongying and Xiao Nanan into the Qi residence. After entering the residence, they saw the small houses on both sides of the gate and couldn't help but feel surprised. Soon, Zhong Tianlei led Luo Bingyun and the others to the small courtyard of Qi Hao. Su-Han's Han, senior brother, what are you doing here? Luo Bingyun and Xiao Nanan were both surprised to see Su-Han Han, who was sitting in the same courtyard. Su-Han's Han awkwardly stood up and greeted Luo Bingyun, saying, I've met Dean Luo. What did you end up here? Luo Bingyun asked. Su-Han's Han replied, the master of the Qi family previously helped Sister Xiao successfully establish her foundation. So my father asked me to bring a few bottles of pills as a token of thanks. He did not mention the bet. Xiao Nanan was stunned, not expecting her master to act so quickly. It seemed her master really did not want her to have any contact with Qi Hao. Xiao Nanan couldn't help but bite her red lips. Ladies, the courtyard is simple. Please make yourselves comfortable. Qi Hao smiled slightly. Lu Hongying's gaze finally landed on Qi Hao as she said in a deep voice, So you're the one who had Sister Xiao pass me the message? Qi Hao smiled and said, Indeed, it was me. If Miss Lu wishes to understand in detail, you might as well sit down first. I hope you can clarify and prove that what you said is true. Otherwise, you'll have to face the wrath of both sects. Lu Hongying said coldly. Qi Hao smiled lightly and replied, Miss Lu and I are kindred spirits, so you can rest assured that what I say is absolutely true. Lu Hongying was taken aback. Kindred spirits? Could it be that Qi Hao has also been wronged? Chapter 53. Wei Zhao comes seeing Qi Hao speak so confidently. Lu Hongying and the others finally sat around the stone table. Zhong Tianlei stood outside the courtyard and did not enter. If it weren't for the presence of a powerful figure like Luo Bingyun, he would have returned to his work by now. Speak. What exactly did Wei Zhao do behind my back? Lu Hongying said in a deep voice. Qi Hao smiled lightly and said, I suppose Miss Lu has already heard from Sister Xiao that I wiped out the Meng family, right? Lu Hongying nodded and replied, Sister Xiao did mention this to me. But this is your grudge with the Meng family. I want to comment on it, nor do I wish to know more. Qi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone became colder as he said, In fact, what Sister Xiao knows is not comprehensive. Meng Qingran, although she is nominally my wife, had already made a dirty agreement with Wei Zhao long before we married. As Qi Hao recounted the story, revealing his own misfortunes, Lu Hongying, Luo Bingyun, and the others felt both anger and a hint of sympathy toward Qi Hao. His experiences were even more tragic than they had known. After explaining the whole situation clearly, seeing the sympathy in the eyes of the three women, Qi Hao chuckled and said, I'm not sharing this to gain your sympathy. My grudge with the Meng family has already dissipated the moment I personally killed them. Now that I control the Qi family and have allied with the Huang family, marrying a beautiful wife, my life is much better than before. The reason I had Sister Xiao send a message to Miss Lu was that I couldn't stand Wei Zhao's vile character and didn't want Miss Lu to be deceived and ruin her life. Secondly, I wanted to ruin his marriage and take my revenge. You're quite honest, Luo Bingyun said solemnly. Qi Hao smiled and replied, Since I don't know Miss Lu well, I naturally want to purely act as a good person. Lu Hongying's eyes flashed with cold anger as she said, Although I can sense that you probably haven't lied to me, now that you have completely wiped out the Meng family, and Wei Zhao will definitely not admit to anything. It means there is no evidence. Luo Bingyun said, Indeed, without actual evidence, how can we trust you? Qi Hao smiled and said, Although you can't see the evidence, you can hear the truth. Lu Hongying frowned and said, The so-called truth you speak of cannot be a reason for me to cancel the engagement. Qi Hao said, It's not my truth that matters, but rather Wei Zhao's truth. Lu Hongying's expression changed. You want us to capture Wei Zhao and force him to reveal the truth? Luo Bingyun said solemnly, that's impossible. Even if Wei Zhao has questionable character, he is still the young master of the Lingwu sect. If we capture him, it will definitely cause a major conflict among the sects, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Qi Hao smiled lightly and said, there's no need to capture him. As long as you stay with me for a few days, he will come on his own. In front of me, he won't hide anything. Lu Hongying's eyes brightened. That's right. If what Qi Hao says is true, Wei Zhao will definitely find a way to silence him. At that time, even if Wei Zhao doesn't come himself, those sent to silence him will surely be his confidants. As long as someone from the Lingwu sect admits the connection between Wei Zhao and Meng Qingran, I will have enough reason to cancel the engagement. No wonder you didn't mention Wei Zhao to Sister Xiao earlier and intentionally wrote just those 3 words to provoke me. You set up this plan not only to draw me here for clarification, but more importantly, to let me witness a grand show. Qi Hao, you truly have a deep mind, Lu Hongying exclaimed. Xiao Nan was astonished. The usually aloof and proud senior sister Lu would also express such emotions. Qi Hao chuckled and said, there's no way around it. I'm weak and without evidence, so I can only resort to this strategy, letting Miss Lu come and see for herself. All right, then we will stay at the Qi residence for a few days. But can you assure us that Wei Zhao's people will definitely come? Lu Hongying asked. Qi Hao replied, rest assured, they have actually come twice already. The first time, I killed all of them. The second time, I humiliated them and then let them go, even telling them to pass the message to Wei Zhao to personally bring my spiritual key. As long as the message reaches Wei Zhao, if he has any temper, he will certainly come to kill me. Qi Hao's words left Lu Hongying and Xiao Nan in shock. Even Luo Bingyun looked at Qi Hao in disbelief. This guy has actually killed people from the Lingwu sect, and he has been deliberately provoking Wei Zhao. Doesn't he fear the Lingwu sect? Although there are 4 foundation establishment cultivators in the Qi residence, including Qi Hao and that large eagle, such strength is still nothing but small fry in front of the Lingwu sect. Outside the courtyard, Zhong Tianlei's mouth twitched repeatedly. He finally understood why Qi Hao had gone to Dongling City to find him and Ji Dongshan to guard the entrance of the Qi residence. It turns out Qi Hao wants to confront the entire Lingwu sect head-on. Old man, is it too late to back out now? Zhong Tianlei thought with a bitter smile in his heart. Although he was also very proud, he couldn't help but want to run when faced with the entire Lingwu sect. After all, there are genuine core formation experts in the Lingwu sect. If I were Wei Zhao, I would definitely come, Luo Bingyun said coldly. Qi Hao also smiled coldly in his heart. Wei Zhao would not only come, but had already arrived. Boom! A violent sound suddenly came from the direction of the Qi residence's gate. Zhong Tianlei and Luo Bingyun's expressions darkened. It can't be this coincidental, right? Xiao Nan said in surprise. Lu Hongying sneered. It must be Wei Zhao who found out I was unwilling to move the wedding date forward and directly brought people to Yuanling City. Old Zhong, you should go take a look. Ji Dongshan alone shouldn't be able to hold them off, Qi Hao reminded. All right. Zhong Tianlei's eyes darkened, and in a flash, he disappeared like a thunderbolt. Luo Bingyun was taken aback. What incredible speed. Qi Hao, is this old Zhong perhaps at the 9th level of foundation establishment? Zhong Tianlei's speed left Luo Bingyun feeling inferior. Xiao Nan and Lu Hongying also looked at Qi Hao in astonishment. Qi Hao, isn't this the son-in-law who was almost killed by the Meng family? How could he have such a powerful old servant by his side? Qi Hao smiled. Old Zhong is indeed at the 9th level of foundation establishment. You all could just watch the show here. I need to go retrieve what belongs to me. Luo Bingyun said solemnly. Qi Hao, just get the spirit key back. If you harm Wei Zhao, the Lingwu sect will definitely not let you off. At that time, even old Zhong won't be able to protect your Qi family. Qi Hao chuckled. Thank you for the reminder, Dean Luo. As he spoke, Qi Hao walked towards the gate of the residence. At this moment, in the open space behind the gate, Ji Dongshan had already drawn his long sword. His face extremely grim. You are Qi Hao. No wonder you could kill that useless Meng. Turns out you are a foundation establishment. But even so, You won't escape death today. Wei Zhao looked coldly at Ji Dongshan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had never seen Qi Hao and had mistaken Ji Dongshan for him. Although Ji Dongshan was somewhat surprised, he didn't explain, looking at the aggressive group in front of him. If he could block a calamity for Qi Hao by pretending to be him, he was more than willing. Master, don't come over. The intruders are very strong. Our family's forces can't stop them. Please, Master, quickly take my mother and leave through the back door. Ji Dongshan quietly transmitted his voice to Qi Hao. Chapter 54. Wounded or killed. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Wei Zhao mocked, looking at the cold-faced Ji Dongshan, who remained silent. Although his cultivation was not as high as Ji Dongshan's, he had 5 foundation establishment experts by his side. This lineup was enough to wipe out the Qi family 800 times. Whoosh! The wind howled, and a person rushed forward, landing beside Ji Dongshan. Old Zhong, it seems we might be in trouble today, Ji Dongshan said solemnly. Zhong Tianlei smiled. Not yet, we won't fall. Another foundation establishment? Wei Zhao frowned. Although Zhong Tianlei's aura was not revealed, his speed was extremely fast, and his tone was quite arrogant. Wei Zhao, as long as he wasn't foolish, could tell that Zhong Tianlei should also be at foundation establishment. So it was you who gave Qi Hao the audacity. Wei Zhao glared at Zhong Tianlei, coldly saying. Zhong Tianlei glanced at Wei Zhao and said disdainfully, my family's master's confidence has always come from himself. Only trash like you relies on others to boost your confidence. If not for these 5 behind you, you wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of the Qi family. Wei Zhao's face turned green with anger, unable to help but roar. Old fool, I see you're looking for death. Zhong Tianlei curled his lip, not caring for such impotent rage. I didn't expect young Master Wei to be so sensible, letting you bring the spirit key over, and you actually came. A faint laugh came from a corner. Then, Qi Hao, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked over. Ji Dongshan's face tightened, and he hurriedly said, Master, why didn't you leave? Qi Hao smiled. The relic my father left for me is still in his hands. Of course, I can't leave. Wei Zhao's eyes darkened, his cold gaze landing on Qi Hao. You are Qi Hao? Wei Zhao coldly asked. Qi Hao replied indifferently. That's right. I am a Qi Hao who was almost cuckolded by you. But heaven favored me and did not let you succeed. Meng Qingran's pure Yin body is ultimately in my possession. A fierce expression flashed across Wei Zhao's face. Although he was confident in his ability to reach foundation establishment through self-cultivation, the extraordinary use of a pure Yin body could not only help a grandmaster easily establish a foundation, but also enhance one's qualifications by using Yin to complement Yang. Such a top-notch furnace that should have belonged to him was ruined by Qi Hao. Oh, it seems something is off. To be precise, you were the one who was cuckolded by me. After all, before I married Meng Qingran, she was already attached to you, so she was considered yours. Young Master Wei, I didn't expect you to be so generous. For just a spirit key, you sent such a top-notch furnace to my lap. Qi Hao's lips curled up in a playful smile. Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan's mouths twitched. Xiao Nan and Lu Hongying in the small courtyard also felt their faces flush. Wei Zhao's eyes grew more vicious, his tightly clenched fists trembling violently. Qi Hao, don't get too proud. Even if you took advantage before, today, you will undoubtedly die. Wei Zhao laughed angrily. Qi Hao sneered, is that so? Even if you can kill me, the marriage between you and Lu Hongying won't continue. I've already sent someone to inform the Xuanxiang sect about your affair with Meng Qingran. I believe the news should have arrived by now. Wei Zhao scoffed, what are you? Do you think that just because you sent the news, the people from the Xuanxiang sect will believe you? Qi Hao replied indifferently, even if they don't believe it. It will plant a seed of doubt in Lu Hongying's heart. From now on, you won't be able to secretly nurture a furnace anymore. Wei Zhao sneered. What if she suspects? As long as she enters my Wei family, how things go from then on will be up to me. TSK. As expected of young Master Wei, what a spirit. Qi Hao said with a smile. Wei Zhao coldly sneered. Don't think that this means I will spare you. You destroyed my furnace and killed my disciples. I will never let you go. Qi Hao raised his lips slightly. You are so confident that you can kill me? Wei Zhao narrowed his eyes, revealing murderous intent. Your alliance is just these 2 useless old and young people. Once they are dead, let's see how you act. Elder Shui, Elder Qian, kill these two. I want to slowly torture Qi Hao to death. Two of the 5 powerful figures beside Wei Zhao stepped forward. Ji Dongshan was about to meet them, but Zhong Tianlei squinted and said, "These two are both at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. You are not their match. Leave it to me." Ji Dongshan's eyes widened in surprise. "Old Zhong, are you confident?" Zhong Tianlei had never revealed his cultivation level, so Ji Dongshan naturally did not know Zhong Tianlei's true strength. Qi Hao smiled lightly. "Just trust old Zhong. He can take on 10 of these kinds of trash." Elder Shui and Elder Qian's expressions changed in unison. They hadn't revealed their cultivation levels yet, and this old Zhong had already seen through their true strength. Those who were shocked also included Wei Zhao and the others. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Wei Zhao sighed, the strongest elder by a Chong fan. Half squinted his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Zhong Tianlei glanced at Bai Chongfan and said indifferently, "You are not worthy to know my name." Bai Chongfan's face turned dark. Not only could Qi Hao act, but even the people beside him could act as well. "Then I want to see what methods you have." Bai Chongfan said coldly, "Elders, you should step back first." As soon as Bai Chongfan's words fell, Elder Shui and Elder Qian quickly stepped back a few steps. Zhong Tianlei looked at Qi Hao and asked, "Master, should I wound them or kill them?" Bai Chongfan's face twitched violently. "This is too arrogant, right? He is an 8th level Foundation establishment expert. Since he is asking for death, then old Zhong will send him on his way." Qi Hao smiled. Zhong Tianlei's eyelids twitched. He really was going to kill. Killing an 8th level Foundation establishment elder of the Lingwu sect would create a huge enmity. Zhong Tianlei smiled. "All right, then let's kill him." The smile on his face seemed a bit stiff. "You truly are arrogant," Bai Chongfan said angrily. "Kill him." Bai Chaofan's eyes turned cold as he raised his right hand, and a long sword engraved with golden cloud patterns suddenly materialized with a hum, with a swoosh, as spiritual energy flowed into the sword's body. A powerful sword aura burst forth from the cloud pattern blade, soaring into the sky. Roar! Faintly, within the soaring sword aura, a dragon's roar could be heard. In the small courtyard, Xiao Nanan looked anxious and hurriedly said to Luo Bingyun, "Director Luo, we can't let them actually fight. If someone gets killed, it will escalate." Luo Bingyun's eyes flickered slightly as she replied, "This is the feud between Qi Hao and the Spirit Martial sect. It's not our place to intervene. Moreover, I already warned Qi Hao before he left. If he doesn't listen, there's nothing I can do." Lu Hongying, seeing how worried Xiao Nanan was for Qi Hao, couldn't help but tease, "Sister Xiao, you're so concerned about Qi Hao. Could it be that you like him?" Xiao Nanan's face turned crimson as she hurriedly said, "No, I'm just showing concern as a friend. Qi Hao helped me successfully establish my foundation before, so I naturally don't want to see him getting himself into a desperate situation for a moment of pleasure." Chapter 55. The head of the family has really gone mad. In fact, ever since he killed the Meng family, his enmity with Wei Zhao had already been established. Regardless of whether he killed someone today or not, the outcome would be the same, Luo Bingyun said lightly. Lu Hongying nodded and said, "That's true. Wei Zhao has repeatedly claimed that Qi Hao is doomed to die with a murderous intent. Qi Hao has long since lost his way out." Xiao Nanan's face turned pale. "So, even if Qi Hao escapes today, he will ultimately find it hard to escape the powerful attack from the Spirit Martial sect?" Director Luo, "Qi Hao has an exceptionally high talent. He's a rare genius. Can you take him under your wing? Once Qi Hao becomes a disciple of our sect, the Spirit Martial sect would have to think twice before trying to harm him." Xiao Nanan earnestly looked at Luo Bingyun. Luo Bingyun shook her head and said, "If he hadn't killed anyone, perhaps he could have been protected as a disciple of our sect. But prior to this, he has already killed several people from the Spirit Martial sect, and now it would be of no use for him to join us. Moreover, with a 9th grade Foundation establishment expert protecting him, and with his own Foundation establishment cultivation, he would not be willing to submit to me. Qi Hao has quite an ambition. He dares to offend the Spirit Martial sect, which likely means he looks down on my Xuanqiang sect." When Luo Bingyun said this, Lu Hongying immediately raised her eyebrows. "He looks down on my Xuanqiang sect? Even if Elder Zhong is powerful, he is only a 9th grade Foundation establishment. Our sect has golden core experts. Luo Bingyun narrowed her eyes and said, "What do you think makes Chi Hao able to have a ninth-grade foundation establishment expert willing to offend the spirit martial sect for him and dare to kill an elder of the spirit martial sect?" Suhan's Han, who had been silent, said in a deep voice, "No wonder I can't defeat him. He must have a super powerful master behind him." Lu Hongying and Xiao Nanan were taken aback. That's right. How did they not think of this? Even if Chi Hao had exceptional talent, without a strong expert to teach him, at his age, he couldn't possibly have achieved what he has now. Luo Bingyun narrowed her eyes. Elder Zhong is about to take action in the open space behind the manor. After Bai Chaofan's sword aura resonated with the dragon's roar in the sky. Everyone in Yuanling City looked up in shock, staring at the Qi residence. Wei Zhao coldly smiled, waiting for Chi Hao's face to turn panic-stricken. However, Chi Hao not only showed no signs of fear, but even curled his lips into a mocking smile. The so-called dragon's roar was merely the sound of the sword aura vibrating the space, which was a clear sign that the sword aura was not refined enough. What a shame that Bai Chaofan still looked so arrogant. Chi Hao just wanted to laugh. Elder Zhong, quickly kill him. Don't let this mediocre sword cultivator waste your time. Chi Hao shook his head. Bai Chaofan was almost so furious that he spat blood. He unleashed this move, Dragon Roar 9 Heavens, to intimidate Chi Hao and the people of the Qi residence, but it ended up being called a mediocre sword cultivator. Fine, old man. I'll finish him off with one blow. Zhong Tianlei's eyes became fierce. Since Chi Hao wanted to kill, then he would kill. Zhong Tianlei waved his right hand, and a black forging hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. This forging hammer had no spiritual light. It was obvious it was not a spiritual weapon, just an ordinary forging hammer. Bai Chaofan couldn't help but angrily shout, "You underestimate me too much. Are you planning to fight me with that forging hammer?" Zhong Tianlei coldly smiled. "Forgive me for being blunt. In my eyes, you are not even as durable as a piece of scrap iron under my hammer." Boom! A surge of crimson fire energy suddenly erupted from Zhong Tianlei's body. His terrifying cultivation aura was finally fully revealed. Peak of 9th grade foundation establishment. You are actually a peak 9th grade foundation establishment spiritual fire cultivator. Bai Chaofan's face changed dramatically, and the soaring sword aura became unstable due to a shock, crashing down. Wei Zhao and the others also changed their expressions and hurriedly retreated. A peak 9th grade foundation establishment spiritual fire cultivator could not only crush Bai Chaofan, but even if all 5 foundation establishment experts from the spirit martial sect attacked together, they wouldn't last long against Zhong Tianlei. Wei Zhao never expected that this wasteful son-in-law from the Meng family would actually have a peak 9th grade expert by his side, and moreover, a powerful spiritual fire cultivator. Chi Hao, today this young sect master admits defeat. Just wait for me. Wei Zhao gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, preparing to retreat. Although Wei Zhao was also quite arrogant, he was not foolish. Facing such a powerful spiritual fire cultivator, not running would be waiting for death. Chi Hao said coldly, "Those who break into my Qi residence will only have one way out, death. Elder Zhong, take action." Chi Hao's icy voice made Zhong Tianlei's nerves tense up instantly. Does the head of the family mean to kill them all? There is still the young sect master of the spirit martial sect among them. If he kills him, won't the spirit martial sect explode? At that time, even the golden core ancestors of the spirit martial sect might directly rush over to wipe out the chief family. The head of the family has really gone mad. Don't hesitate. Chi Hao coldly reprimanded when he saw Zhong Tianlei hesitating. This cold rebuke actually made Zhong Tianlei feel a sense of pressure. Forget it. At worst, I'll just kill these people and run away myself. Doing this for him would also be repaying his kindness. Zhong Tianlei's eyes became fierce, silently thinking. According to his usual style, he wouldn't completely eliminate things. But Chi Hao was indeed a madman who had great kindness to him. So Zhong Tianlei could only accompany Chi Hao in this madness. Swish! Zhong Tianlei leaped forward, charging at Wei Zhao and the others. Bai Chaofan's face turned pale with fright as he shouted, "You all go first. I'll hold him back." Bang! Before Bai Chaofan's words were finished, a a shadow came crashing down, smashing his head into a pulp with a bang. Ah! Quickly go block him. Seeing that Bai Chao Fan was killed so easily by Zhong Tianlei's hammer, Wei Zhao was so scared that he fled towards the exit, urinating in his pants. Bang, 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 bang. He heard 4 consecutive explosive sounds behind him, but didn't dare to look back. Swish! Just as Wei Zhao rushed out of the manor's gate, a figure flashed out and blocked his way. Bang! Ah! Chi Hao kicked out, striking Wei Zhao's abdomen, causing him to scream in pain. His knees buckling as he fell to the ground, pale-faced. Chi Hao, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I can not only return your spiritual key, but also agree to any condition you have. Wei Zhao, suppressing the intense pain, trembled as he begged for mercy. At this moment, Zhong Tianlei, whose face was splattered with blood, walked up to Wei Zhao with a fierce aura. Since we've already killed so many, we can't leave him alive. As long as no one can report to the Spirit Martial sect, we'll have more time to move to other spiritual domains. Zhong Tianlei said with a serious face, raising the forging hammer in his hand. Wait, Chi Hao said lightly. Zhong Tianlei frowned, with everyone preparing to escape. What use is there for a spiritual key? Chi Hao, as long as you spare me, these elders can die, but I am still alive, and everything can still be negotiated. When I return, I will tell my father that we were ambushed by demonic cultivators, which led to the deaths of the 5 elders. I promise it won't implicate you, Wei Zhao said in terror. Chi Hao's madness truly frightened him, at least at this moment. He only felt fear towards Chi Hao and dared not have any other thoughts. Chapter 56. I will send you off, Wei Zhao. I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, with you kneeling and begging for mercy like this today, I will make sure everyone in the Eastern Spirit Domain knows about it. At that time, not only will the Spirit Martial sect be shamed because of you, but you won't have the face to live on either. A cold voice came from within the residence. It was Lu Hongying, Luo Bingyun, Xiao Nanan, and Su Hantan who had approached. The 4 of them glanced at the 5 Spirit Martial sect elders killed by Zhong Tianlei, and they all gasped in shock. Zhong Tianlei was too brutal. Smashed them to pieces. Is he really using the heads of the Spirit Martial sect elders as iron balls to smash? Wei Zhao's pupil shrank, and he turned around abruptly. Lu Hongying, what are you doing here? Wei Zhao exclaimed. Lu Hongying replied coldly. What do you think? If it weren't for your dirty dealings with Meng Qingran, would I have come here? Wei Zhao felt utterly powerless. Even if Chi Hao could spare his life, his marriage to Lu Hongying was impossible now. Chi Hao, since Wei Zhao is the young master of the Spirit Martial sect, you should let him live. After all, for the sake of his own reputation and that of the Spirit Martial sect, he won't come to trouble you again in the future. Lu Hongying said as she looked at Chi Hao. Yes, I absolutely don't want today's events to spread, so when I return, I definitely won't speak carelessly. I swear to the heavens that I will never step foot in Yuanling City again in this lifetime. Wei Zhao hurriedly said. He only wanted to survive now. As for his face, he had long lost it. Chi Hao smiled slightly and extended his hand. Return the spirit key to me. All right. I'll give it to you now. Wei Zhao quickly took out a spirit key from his storage ring, which was as jade-like in color. This spirit key is the medium to open the Spirit Abyss secret realm. Without it, even knowing the location of the secret realm, one cannot open the secret entrance. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, not expecting that the spirit key was indeed still in Wei Zhao's hands, saving him a lot of trouble. Wei Zhao swallowed hard and trembled as he said, The spirit key has been returned to you. Can I leave now? Chi Hao said with a smile, Since you are in such a hurry to leave, then I will send you off. No need, I can leave by myself. Wei Zhao hurriedly said. Crack! As Wei Zhao had just raised his knees to stand, a powerful hand suddenly locked onto his throat, and with a crunch, it broke his throat. Luo Bingyun and the other's pupils widened in shock. Boom! Wei Zhao's body fell to the ground like a dead dog as Chi Hao released him. You are so afraid of death. If I don't send you off, how could you bring yourself to leave? Chi Hao said disdainfully. Chi Hao, you shouldn't have killed him. Luo Bingyun said solemnly. Chi Hao glanced at Luo Bingyun and then at Lu Hongying, smiling lightly, now that he is dead. Miss Lu doesn't need to annul the engagement, which saves a lot of trouble, doesn't it? Lu Hongying frowned tightly. Although Wei Zhao was dead and she didn't need to annul the engagement, it would bring even more trouble. With Wei Zhao killed, she and Luo Bingyun were present at the scene. Even if they didn't kill him, the spirit martial sect would probably vent their anger on them, completely severing ties with the Xuanxiang sect. Moreover, with Wei Zhao dead, the matters between him and Meng Qingran would be even harder to clarify. The spirit martial sect would adamantly deny it, and the relationship between the two sects would surely become even more chaotic. The Qi family head is truly calculating, Luo Bingyun said coldly. Qi Hao smiled slightly. I am merely settling my own grievances. It cannot be considered a scheme. I just hope that one day, when Miss Lu doesn't know the truth, she won't come to me for revenge for her fiancé. We are returning to the sect, Luo Bingyun said with a dark face. Lu Hongying took a deep look at Qi Hao and then followed Luo Bingyun to leave. Xiao Nanan glanced at Qi Hao, wanting to say something but hesitating. Qi Hao smiled at her and said, Miss Xiao, don't worry about me. Just go back. Xiao Nanan blushed and said angrily, Who is worrying about you? You just don't know what's good for you. Director Luo was kind enough to advise you just now. Why didn't you listen? Now no one can do anything. You should hurry and leave Yuanling City. After saying that, she angrily ran off to catch up with Luo Bingyun and Lu Hongying. Su Hanzhan said awkwardly, Qi Hao, should I still come back to be your guard? You should be preparing to escape, right? Qi Hao smiled faintly. If you're a person who does not keep your word, then there's no need to come back. Su Hanzhan snorted. I, Su Hanzhan, am a man of my word. How could I go back on my word? As long as you don't run, I will keep my promise and be your guard. Haha, I'll wait for you to come back. Qi Hao laughed. Su Hanzhan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Qi Hao really plans to stay in Yuanling City and wait for death? No, he has a mysterious and powerful master. That's why he is so fearless. I wonder if I have the chance to be Qi Hao's master's disciple. Su Hanzhan thought, feeling a hint of expectation. After the four from the Xuanxiang sect left, Qi Hao smiled at Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan and said, Come in with me. In the small courtyard, Qi Hao smiled lightly. Today's matter will be considered as you repaying my favor. If you are afraid and want to leave, you can go. Ji Dongshan clasped his fists and said, The 10-year period is not up yet. Wherever the master is, I, Ji Dongshan, will be. Even if the golden core of the spirit martial sect comes, I will not betray my previous promise. Zhong Tianlei's mouth twitched. This Ji Dongshan is really a straightforward coward. Cough. Master, in my old opinion, we might as well temporarily leave Yuanling City to avoid the storm. If a golden core really comes, with our strength, we absolutely cannot resist it, Zhong Tianlei said lightly. He had already thought it through. If Qi Hao insisted on not leaving, then he couldn't be blamed for being unfeeling and ungrateful. Although Qi Hao's kindness was heavy, it was not enough for him to risk his life. The most important thing was that staying here was no different from sending himself to death. Qi Hao smiled lightly. I'm not going anywhere. Since I dare to kill Wei Zhao, I am not afraid of the spirit martial sect's revenge. Old Zhong, if you have lost confidence in me, you can leave. Today you helped me kill those 5 spirit martial sect elders, which is enough to repay the favor. Zhong Tianlei raised an eyebrow. He really wanted to ask Qi Hao what gave him the confidence to not fear the spirit martial sect's revenge. Where does the confidence to face the golden core realm come from? Although he and Su Hanzhan and the others had similar guesses, they hadn't seen the powerful backing behind Qi Hao with their own eyes. But Qi Hao seemed completely unperturbed, steadier than a rock. Old Zhong, one must keep their word. The favor is repaid, but the promise remains. The 10-year period we promised at the beginning has not even reached a month yet. Do you really want to leave? Ji Dongshan said coldly. Although Zhong Tianlei's cultivation and powerful combat strength made him awe-inspiring, Ji Dongshan's cold demeanor made him look down on Zhong Tianlei a bit as he hesitated to speak, clearly indicating he wanted to leave. Zhong Tianlei's face twitched, turning a bit red with anger, and he huffed. When did I say I wanted to leave? I was just worried for the master and making a suggestion. Qi Hao smiled lightly. Since old Zhong has no intention of leaving, then let us proceed with my test. Zhong Tianlei was taken aback. Qi Hao's earlier words were actually testing him. If he really left, what would happen? Would he be directly wiped out by the powerful backing behind Qi Hao? With Qi Hao's madness and killing intent, it was not impossible. As Zhong Tianlei was wildly imagining, Chi Hao stood up and smiled lightly. Since you are so determined to follow me, I will send you another opportunity. Chapter 57. Spirit Abyss Secret Realm. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. Another opportunity? Chi Hao has already taught him a powerful hammer technique from the Xinwu stage. What more fortune can he give him? Ji Dongshan quickly said, Master, you have already helped us a lot. We cannot accept your kindness any further. After glancing at Zhong Tianlei, Chi Hao smiled at Ji Dongshan and said, I'm just taking you to a place. As for whether you can gain fortune in the end, it depends on yourselves. If your strength can successfully improve, you will have more confidence following me in the future. Right? Zhong Tianlei's face turned red. Chi Hao was clearly pointing at him. Cough. We have always had great confidence in the master. It's just that my old self, with decades of cultivation, is still far behind the master. Zhong Tianlei said with a dry laugh. Chi Hao smiled and said, It's not your fault. After all, I have the confidence that you do not. Zhong Tianlei's eyes flashed. Is there indeed a powerful being backing Chi Hao? Screech. Chi Hao released the silver feather thunder eagle. The journey is a bit far, so let's ride it. Chi Hao smiled lightly and leaped onto the back of the silver feather thunder eagle. Ji Dongshan and Zhong Tianlei quickly jumped onto the eagle's back, standing behind Chi Hao. They soared into the wind, racing over 600 miles. Under Chi Hao's guidance, the silver feather thunder eagle slowly descended toward valley. Master, what are we doing here? Zhong Tianlei asked curiously. While probing with his mind, he did not detect any strong spiritual energy fluctuations here. Just follow me. Chi Hao stored the silver feather thunder eagle in the spirit beast bag and walked deeper into the valley. After walking for more than 100 meters, Chi Hao stopped in front of a dead tree. From the outside, this dead tree looked completely lifeless. But as Chi Hao grasped a branch of the dead tree and infused it with spiritual power, the entire dead tree suddenly flickered with a faint white glow. Zhong Tianlei was taken aback. This dead tree is actually a hidden spiritual medium of the secret realm. Ji Dongshan stared blankly at Chi Hao. Any secret realm is an extremely rare treasure. Anyone who discovers a secret realm would probably hide it carefully and quietly use it as a private treasury to continuously extract resources. In the past, the Meng family went to great lengths to persecute Chi Hao to uncover the secrets of this Lingyuan secret realm. But now, Chi Hao has brought him and Zhong Tianlei to the location of the Lingyuan secret realm. What a level of trust this is. Chi Hao raised his hand, and the spiritual key shot out, humming as it merged into the flickering white light of the dead tree. Buzz. Moments later, a white stream of light leaped out from the dead tree, falling to the ground and transforming into a formation imprint pattern. Immediately, a somewhat ethereal white light gate rose from the imprint pattern. This is the Lingyuan secret realm. You can go in first, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. Having arrived here, Ji Dongshan no longer hesitated, and with a serious expression, he cupped his fist toward Chi Hao and stepped into the light gate, vanishing in an instant. Zhong Tianlei awkwardly said, Master, you really make this old man feel embarrassed. Chi Hao laughed. There's no need for that, Elder Zhong. We are not familiar with each other yet, and it's natural to have concerns. However, Chi Hao, do not suspect those I use, nor do I betray those who treat me sincerely. The depth of our friendship in the future will depend on you, Elder Zhong. Zhong Tianlei solemnly said, Since the master treats me so sincerely, I swear here today that for the next 10 years, I will follow you through thick and thin without any hesitation. Chi Hao smiled. Good. To receive Elder Zhong's vow makes this trip worthwhile. Go in. Okay. Zhong Tianlei responded and walked into the formation gate. Chi Hao raised his hand to draw the ancient tree, and the spiritual key flew out, landing in his palm. Only then did he step into the formation gate. Once the spiritual key was taken out, the formation gate would not last long. Sure enough, as Chi Hao entered the secret realm, the formation gate dissipated with a hum. The valley returned to its previous silence. Buzz. In an instant, Chi Hao found himself in a somewhat dim space. This space was extremely vast, and with Chi Hao's current mental strength, he could not probe its limits. Master, Ji Dongshan and Zhong Tianlei both showed excitement in their expressions, especially Ji Dongshan. This was his first time entering a secret realm space. Chi Hao smiled and asked, Elder Zhong, can your mental strength cover the entire Linyuan secret realm? Zhong Tianlei exclaimed excitedly, my mental strength can extend over 50 miles, but I just tried, and not only did I not reach the end, I didn't even touch the center of this secret realm. This Linyuan secret realm, even if it is not at the Xinwu level, must be the top-tier secret realm among the Lingwu level. Secret realms also have levels. This classification is related to the size of the secret realm and the richness of spiritual energy. Generally, secret realms with a radius of less than 100 miles are mostly at the Lingwu level. Such secret realms are usually created by peak Lingwu experts. Although peak Lingwu experts are extremely powerful, the maximum range for them to establish secret realm spaces can only reach about 100 miles. Only those who step into the Xinwu stage can create super large secret realm spaces exceeding 100 miles in radius. Chi Hao smiled lightly and said, when my father entered the secret realm, he was only at the 6th rank of the master realm, so he could only advance 60 miles before he had to stop. But he mentioned to me that from where he stopped, he could see a flowing white glow suspended in the air from afar. I suspect that it should be a spiritual waterfall. Spiritual waterfall. Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan exclaimed in unison. Haha, don't get too excited. It's just my guess. Let's go and take a look, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. Okay, the two responded excitedly. If there really is a spiritual waterfall, it would be extremely beneficial for their cultivation, especially since the techniques they are currently practicing are powerful techniques from the Xinwu stage. Cultivating by the side of the spiritual waterfall would surely allow them to improve rapidly. Although the Linyuan secret realm was dim, the vegetation grew even more vigorously than outside, with towering giant trees visible everywhere. Sizzle. As the three moved forward, suddenly a thick black-backed giant python sprang out from deep within the grass. The giant python charged out, mouth wide open, heading straight for Ji Dongshan's neck. Humph! Ji Dongshan coldly snorted, drawing his long sword and unleashing a sharp sword energy. Slash! The sword light sliced down from the python's head, splitting half of its body apart. Zhong Tianlei laughed and said, as expected of secret realm, even an ordinary black-tailed snake can grow to this extent. This black-tailed snake was nearly 9 meters long, far exceeding the size of a normal adult black-tailed snake. However, unfortunately, it was just large but did not possess any demon essence power. This meant that no matter how big it grew, it could not step into the demon path and transform into a spirit beast. Go and collect it. It would still be good for making snake soup. Chi Hao said with a light laugh. Chapter 58, Yangling Goldstone, et des Zong en Kunte Danger. Although this black-tailed snake is not a spirit beast, its body has been nourished by spiritual energy for years, giving it considerable medicinal properties. If the ordinary guards and servants in the mansion consume it, their physiques will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Ji Dongshan complied and collected the snake's body, and the three continued on their way. Along the path, there were obvious signs of trampling. Occasionally, there were also some foul odors carried by the wind. Suddenly, Chi Hao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Meng Yi and his group are really blind. They didn't even notice such a good thing. Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan were taken aback. What good thing? We didn't notice anything. Chi Hao turned and walked to the left. After walking a few dozen meters, he kicked aside a patch of weeds, revealing a palm-sized, irregularly shaped golden stone. Zhong Tianlei's pupils widened, and he exclaimed in ecstasy, "This is Yangling Goldstone, and such a large piece." Ji Dongshan asked curiously, "Yangling Goldstone? Is this a very precious ore?" His understanding of ores is naturally not as good as Zhong Tianlei's. Zhong Tianlei exclaimed excitedly, "Yangling Goldstone is a rare ore for refining immortal weapons. Isn't it precious? Although no one in the Eastern Spirit domain can forge immortal weapons, just adding a bit of Yangling Goldstone powder when refining spiritual weapons can greatly enhance their quality. In fact, it can even directly forge top-grade spiritual weapons." Ji Dongshan exclaimed, "This Yangling Goldstone is so precious." The sword in his hand, although also a spiritual weapon longsword, is only a low-grade spiritual martial longsword in terms of quality. Chi Hao smiled slightly, picked up the Yangling goldstone and tossed it to Zhong Tianlei. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened, and he hurriedly caught it, trembling as he said, "Master, what is this?" Chi Hao laughed. "Among us, you are the only weapon refiner, so this Yangling goldstone should naturally be kept by you. After we go back, I will trouble you to help me and Brother Ji refine our spiritual swords again." Zhong Tianlei was excited. "No problem, leave it to me. Master, please rest assured. I will never use this Yangling goldstone for personal gain." Chi Hao smiled. "It's fine. Elder Zhong can use it if needed. No matter how precious it is. It's just a piece of ore." Zhong Tianlei stared at Chi Hao blankly. Chi Hao's generosity deeply impressed him once again. Such a master. Probably only Chi Hao exists in the whole world. Let's continue forward. Okay. The three continued onward. Along the way, Zhong Tianlei and Ji Dongshan widened their eyes, looking left and right, afraid of missing any good treasures. Although they had quite a few gains, they didn't find anything comparable to Yangling goldstone. As they ventured deeper, the beasts they encountered became increasingly ferocious. 50 miles away, Ji Dongshan killed 2 robust black tigers. These 2 black tigers were also not spirit beasts, but their combat power was enough to threaten a grandmaster. Chi Hao thought to himself, "My father was indeed lucky back then to venture 60 miles in. Master, there is indeed a spiritual waterfall ahead." Zhong Tianlei exclaimed. "Beside the spiritual waterfall, there's also a red flame spirit python coiled up." Chi Hao smiled. "Since it is a red flame spirit python, Elder Zhong, you should go ahead and see if you can subdue it." Zhong Tianlei was delighted. "Master really wants to give this red flame spirit python to me?" Chi Hao helplessly said, "Elder Zhong, can't we skip the unnecessary talk? Since I said it, can there be any falsehood? Go quickly. Cough, cough." "Thank you, Master." Zhong Tianlei excitedly cupped his fists in gratitude. Then his figure flashed, and he dashed towards the spiritual waterfall. Chi Hao turned to Ji Dongshan and smiled. "Our destination is that spiritual waterfall. After we get there, you should focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation level. Although spirit beasts are rare, there will always be opportunities to encounter them again." Ji Dongshan smiled. "Dongshan understands." Chi Hao smiled slightly. "Then let's take a break. We will go over after Elder Zhong deals with the red flame spirit python." "All right." Chi Hao sat cross-legged, and his mental power entered the heavenly map. The coverage of the heavenly map is broader than that of Zhong Tianlei, who is at the peak of the 9th stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. It should be enough to encompass the entire Lingyuan Secret Realm. Sure enough, on the heavenly map, a regular circular block-shaped terrain was displayed. The location where Chi Hao was about 50 miles away from the center of the entire circular region. It seems that this Lingyuan Secret Realm is just a spiritual martial-level secret realm. Chi Hao thought to himself. The entire Lingyuan Secret Realm has a diameter of about 200 miles. They were teleported to the eastern edge of it, and the spiritual energy in this space is increasingly rich from east to west. The most concentrated spiritual energy is where the spiritual waterfall is located. 30 miles west of the spiritual waterfall, Chi Hao was surprised to see a courtyard. There was indeed a solitary courtyard on the west side. Upon inspection, the solitary courtyard was already somewhat dilapidated, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the stone table in the courtyard. However, the more than 10 spiritual materials planted in the yard made Chi Hao's heart leap with joy. These spiritual materials are quite good top-grade spiritual materials, and each of them has been around for over 1,000 years. Fortunately, this solitary courtyard has a spiritual formation for protection. Otherwise, these top-grade spiritual materials would have long been devoured by those spirit beasts. Around the solitary courtyard, Chi Hao discovered 4 spirit beasts with comparable cultivation. These 4 spirit beasts were likely eyeing the spiritual materials in the courtyard, but they couldn't break the formation protecting the solitary courtyard, so they waited around, hoping to rush in and grab the spiritual materials after the formation's power was completely worn out. If these 4 spirit beasts indeed had such intentions, they would have to wait a long time. Although the 4 elephants' heavenly barrier formation has been worn down over the years, and its power has indeed diminished by more than half, it would still take at least 600 years for the formation's spiritual power to be completely exhausted. These 4 creatures are really meddlesome. Chi Hao frowned and quickly withdrew his mind from the heavenly map. Just then, the four spirit beasts surrounding the solitary courtyard dashed towards the direction of the spiritual waterfall. It was the battle fluctuations between Zhong Tianlei and the red-flamed spirit python that attracted their attention. You wait here. When I send a message, you can go over. Qi Hao left a word and dashed towards the spiritual waterfall. Ji Dongshan's expression changed slightly, and he thought, is there some danger ahead? But that red-flame spirit python is clearly not Elder Zhong's opponent. Ji Dongshan had been focusing his mental power on watching the battle between Zhong Tianlei and the red flame spirit python. Although the aura of the red flame spirit python was strong, it was being thoroughly beaten by Zhong Tianlei. If it weren't for the need to make the red flame spirit python submit to its master, it would have been crushed to death by now. Ji Dongshan naturally didn't know that four even stronger spirit beasts were rushing towards Zhong Tianlei. The spiritual shadows of these four spirit beasts displayed on the heavenly map were roughly the same size as Zhong Tianlei. This means that all four of these spirit beasts are at the peak of the 9th stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Even though Zhong Tianlei's hammer technique is powerful and he has a great chance of winning one-on-one, facing four, it probably wouldn't take long before he would be overwhelmed by the four beasts. Chapter 59. 300 sword shadows surrounding the body. Although the Lingyuan's secret realm only spans 100 miles, it contains dozens of spiritual peaks rising within it. These spiritual peaks are tall and slim, occasionally with caves opening in the mountain walls. From above, they look like giant dark green stone pillars standing in disarray. The spiritual waterfall is located on one of these spiritual peaks. This spiritual waterfall is not a waterfall, but an extremely rich spiritual energy pouring down from a height, forming a mist of spiritual vapor. From a distance, it appears like a waterfall hanging in the air, hence the name spiritual waterfall. At this moment, Qi Hao arrived at this spiritual peak, where spiritual energy was constantly gushing out from a stone hole on a broken wall halfway up the mountain, creating a mist of spiritual vapor. The mist descends, falling 100 meters before gradually thinning out. Not far to the side, Zhong Tianlei was holding the forging hammer, striking the head of the red flame spirit python again and again. Will you submit? Will you recognize me as your master? Do you believe I will smash your head to pieces with the next hammer? Each time the red flame spirit python receive a blow, it would glare angrily at Zhong Tianlei with its triangular eyes. Its more than 30-meter-long serpentine body had already suffered 6 broken bones from Zhong Tianlei's hammer, and now, apart from its head, the serpent body could not exert any strength. Master, you're here. This beast is very stubborn. It's almost dead from my hammering, yet it still shows no sign of submission, Zhong Tianlei said gloomily upon seeing Qi Hao arrive. Qi Hao squinted, then just kill it. For spirit beasts are rushing here. We have a better choice. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. For spirit beasts. His attention had been focused on the red flame spirit python and had not noticed the movements elsewhere. You stubborn creature, I'll give you one last chance. If you keep resisting, don't blame me for smashing your head to smithereens. Zhong Tianlei's eyes flashed with ferocity as he raised the forging hammer. Boom! A scorching and powerful fire spirit force surged from Zhong Tianlei's arm, instantly turning the forging hammer red. With this hammer strike, not to mention the head of the scarlet flame serpent python cracking open, even a lump of iron would burst into iron shards. The serpent's eyes narrowed, and it suddenly turned its head to look at Qi Hao. In the next moment, a dazzling little snake, shimmering with a crimson halo, flew out from the top of its head. Before Zhong Tianlei could express his joy, the serpent's demon soul imprint flew toward Qi Hao. Zhong Tianlei's face twitched, and he froze. What does the scarlet flame serpent python mean? After all his hard work, this beast wants to recognize Qi Hao as its master? Qi Hao was also taken aback. He smiled lightly and said, I didn't expect you to be quite spiritual, but I have no intention of taking you in as my pet, so you should return to him. For the sake of Elder Zhong, I will grant you some fortune in the future. He cultivated the Mixed Yuan Creation Sutra, and the scarlet flame serpent python must have sensed the aura of creation on him. After being rejected, a hint of disappointment crossed the serpent's eyes. It could only control the demon soul imprint and fly to Zhong Tianlei's side. Just as Zhong Tianlei was about to angrily scold the scarlet flame serpent python, a thunderous roar of tigers and wolves suddenly erupted from behind him. A fierce demonic aura pressed down on the treetops, rushing toward them with a strong wind. Not good. The aura of these spirit beasts is much stronger than the scarlet flame serpent python. Each one is likely not weaker than the old man. Master, you should leave quickly. Zhong Tianlei's face changed drastically. Hurry up and complete the recognition of the master. I will go and hold them off. Shi Hao said lightly. Then he leapt away. Zhong Tianlei's pupils constricted. He couldn't have heard wrong, right? The master is going to hold off those 4 ninth-tier foundation-building spirit beasts. Zhong Tianlei took a deep breath. He hurriedly infused a trace of his mental energy into the demon's soul imprint of the scarlet flame serpent python. Receive. After completing the recognition of the master, Zhong Tianlei first stored the severely injured scarlet flame serpent python into the spirit beast bag. Roar! Roar! The fierce beast roars left Zhong Tianlei no time to savor the joy of subduing the spirit beast. Boom, boom, boom. Zhong Tianlei turned around, just about to rush over to support Shi Hao, but the scene that suddenly appeared ahead made him widen his eyes in shock and freeze in place. He saw a terrifying explosion of white sword shadows erupting from a valley 10 miles away. He roughly estimated that there were at least 300 sword shadows. Oh no! Could it be that the sword formation hidden in this valley has been triggered? Master, hold on, I'm coming to save you. Zhong Tianlei gritted his teeth and stomped heavily on the ground, 2 streams of crimson flames erupting from his feet. Boom! Boom! The flames surged, and Zhong Tianlei's figure quickly soared into the air, flying toward the valley. Huh! While flying through the air, Zhong Tianlei suddenly froze. He saw a figure surrounded by hundreds of sword shadows, maneuvering effortlessly among the 4 powerful spirit beasts. What kind of sword technique is this? It can condense hundreds of sword shadows to follow around. The sword shadows formed by the sword energy were solidified to an unimaginable degree. If one didn't look closely, they would think they were real swords. These spirit beasts were the black-scaled tiger, the white wolf, the earth spirit golden armored beetle, and the demon blade mantis. Each time Zhong Tianlei recognized a spirit beast, his eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. These spirit beasts are extremely rare among spirit beasts. Their combat power is at least several times more fierce than ordinary spirit beasts of the same realm. Yet Shi Hao's figure not only moved effortlessly among the 4 beasts, but also occasionally manipulated the white sword shadows to attack their vital points. From this perspective, even without me, the master could easily handle Bai Chao Fan. Seeing this scene, Zhong Tianlei's old face turned red. He had always thought that killing Bai Chao Fan and others was a great help to Shi Hao, even to the extent of saving Shi Hao's life. Now it seems, in front of Shi Hao, he was simply an old fool. Bang! In the valley, Shi Hao swiftly dodged, and the black-scaled tiger and white wolf, coming from both sides, collided violently with a loud crash. Sword Dragon Charge. Shi Hao's eyes flashed, and he drew his fingers like swords, causing the sword shadows around him to quickly converge to the sides, transforming into 2 sword shadow dragons, each composed of over 100 sword shadows. Go! With a command, the 2 sword shadow dragons charged toward the bellies of the black-scaled tiger and the white wolf. Boom! Boom! Although the black-scaled tiger and white wolf have powerful demon bodies, the earlier violent collision made them a bit dizzy. Before they could regain their senses, they were struck in the abdomen by the sword shadow dragons. Their formidable demon bodies were instantly sent flying. Whoosh! 2 wide blue demon blade shadows slashed down from behind, aiming directly for Shi Hao's head. Shi Hao seemed to have eyes on his back. His figure flashed and perfectly avoided the ambush of the demon blade mantis. Suddenly, dozens of demon energy golden spikes shot up from the ground in front of Shi Hao. These demon energy golden spikes were sharp and solid, as piercing as a spear. Shi Hao leaped and slammed down with a palm. Boom! The powerful force of the palm pressed down, causing the golden spikes to explode. Shi Hao's palm made Zhong Tianlei once again astonished. If he didn't know that Shi Hao had just recently begun cultivating He would have thought that the person in front of him was a mighty figure of the golden core realm. A golden-shelled beetle over a meter long broke through the ground and opened its golden wings, about to charge at Chi Hao, but was struck by a black hammer falling from the sky with a loud bang, crashing onto its back and hitting the ground with a thud. Since Elder Zhong is here, I will leave the rest to you. Chi Hao chuckled. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in urgency. No, master, we would be more efficient together. What kind of joke is this? Although the Earth Spirit golden-armored beetle was severely injured by his hammer strike, there are still the other 3 spirit beasts. Chapter 60. I set a small goal for you. Chi Hao was obviously joking. Although Zhong Tianlei practiced the shaking heaven falling sun hammer and had strong combat power, he hadn't mastered the hammer technique fully due to his short training time. It's still a bit difficult to take on 3 at once. All right, I will hold off the demon blade mantis, while the black-scaled tiger and white wolf have strong defenses. With my current sword energy strength, it's hard to inflict substantial damage on them. Only Elder Zhong's heavy hammer can kill them, Chi Hao said with a smile. Chi Hao was not being modest. Although he had the sword formation surrounding him and could rely on his superb movement and sword techniques to maneuver effortlessly among the 4 spirit beasts, temporarily remaining undefeated, it was still not easy to kill any of the spirit beasts. No matter how powerful he was only at the 3rd tier of foundation building, and the defensive strength of the spirit beast demon bodies was exceptionally strong, making it difficult for the sword energy to break through and strike their vital points. If he could kill them, that earlier sword dragon charge would have already succeeded. But in reality, the black-scaled tiger and white wolf were merely knocked away, suffering some superficial damage and slight disorientation, without being seriously injured. Zhong Tianlei's eyes flashed, and he smiled. All right, I just happen to want to test the power of the shaking, heaven-falling sun hammer on them. In a 1-on-3 situation, he had little confidence. But in a 1-on-2 situation, relying on the immortal martial ranked hammer technique, he might be able to fight. When he killed by Chao Fan and others earlier, Zhong Tianlei still used the hammer techniques he had practiced before. After all, at that time, Luo Bingyun and others were watching. And Zhong Tianlei intentionally concealed his strongest combat power. He hadn't had the chance to use the combat techniques of the shaking heaven-falling sun hammer in real battle yet. Roar! At this moment, the black-scaled tiger, which had been knocked away by Chi Hao's sword dragon charge, roared angrily and leaped back fiercely. Oof! Just in time, gathering strength to lift the sky, a technique called shaking mountain hammer. Zhong Tianlei let out a cold snort, raising the black forged hammer. In an instant, a domineering spiritual power surged out from his meridians, flowing into his right arm, converging into the raised forged hammer. Bang! In that moment, a layer of black outer skin on the forged hammer shattered. As the outer skin broke, the true hammer body, dark and transparent, was revealed. The hammer body here exudes the aura of a mid-level spirit weapon. Zhong Tianlei has been hiding his identity in Dongling City, so this spirit hammer naturally needs to be hidden as well. At this moment, he shattered the black iron outer skin of the hammer, clearly deciding to no longer conceal anything. Boom! Flames erupted violently from the black hammer, and a powerful force intertwined and gathered within the hammer body, forming a terrifying aura of pressure. This sense of power and pressure made Zhong Tianlei feel in a daze, as if he could smash through the heavens with a single strike. The earth-shattering setting sun hammer technique is indeed formidable. Even the first move possesses such terrifying might. Zhong Tianlei was ecstatic. The black-scaled tiger felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the fiery hammer and suddenly shrank its pupils. It decisively turned its monstrous body and fled. Zhong Tianlei was taken aback. How could the mighty black-scaled tiger be scared off? Isn't the legendary black-scaled tiger supposed to be ferocious and brutal? You beast! Don't run away. Come back and let me smash you with a hammer. Zhong Tianlei shouted angrily, raising the fiery hammer to chase after it. After all this time, he finally had the chance to use a hammer strike. Was he really going to hit thin air? Let it escape. He could treat it as a pet raised here. Maybe one day he could take it under his command as a mount. Chi Hao chuckled. Swish! Swish! At the same moment, the black-scaled tiger fled. The white wolf and the demon blade mantis also hurriedly escaped. Although the spirit beasts were fierce, they also had fear. The terrifying power condensed on Zhong Tianlei's hammer made them sense a life-threatening danger. With the four beasts besieging, they still had confidence to fight, but now, the earth spirit golden-armored insect lay on the ground, its 6 legs twitching as if it was about to die, with a black-scaled tiger fleeing. The white wolf and the demon blade mantis dared not linger and vanished in an instant. Zhong Tianlei said irritably, "Didn't they say spirit beasts are fierce and fearless? Why are these four so cowardly? It's a shame that I was afraid of them just now." Chi Hao smiled and said, "Beasts at the Foundation establishment stage possess intelligence no different from humans. Since humans fear death, they naturally fear death as well." While speaking, Chi Hao lightly walked over to the earth spirit golden armored insect. It was struck heavily by Zhong Tianlei when it opened its golden armored wings, and that blow landed directly on its relatively weak flesh back. At this moment, there was a puddle of thick and foul-smelling yellow liquid in front of the earth spirit golden armored insect's head, and its breath was extremely weak. "If you submit, I can save your life," Chi Hao said. The earth spirit golden armored insect struggled to raise its head and spat a mouthful of yellow liquid at Chi Hao. Chi Hao stepped back slightly, avoiding the foul-smelling yellow liquid. His eyes turned cold, and he gripped the jowling sword. "Since you seek death, then go to die." Puffed. The jowling sword slashed out a beam of sword light, decapitating the earth spirit golden armored insect. Zhong Tianlei's eyelids twitched. "This is a 9th grade demon beast at the Foundation establishment stage. You're just going to kill it without even trying to persuade it?" Caw! A cry of a hawk echoed as the silver feather thunder hawk soared into the sky. Upon seeing the corpse of the earth spirit golden armored insect, its gray-yellow eyes instantly shone with wild joy. "Here, as a reward for you. Go to the spirit waterfall and devour and refine it." Chi Hao smiled. The silver feather thunder hawk responded with a cheerful cry, then dove down, grabbing the corpse of the earth spirit golden armored insect in its beak and flew towards the direction of the spirit waterfall. "Old Zhong, let us go over there too." "All right." The two rushed towards the spirit waterfall. Ji Dongshan, hearing the commotion from afar, wanted to help several times, but when he thought of his own strength, he realized it would be of no use against those fierce beasts. Going would only be a hindrance, so he could only suppress his impulse and wait in place. "Brother Ji, you can come over to the spirit waterfall to cultivate now." Chi Hao's voice reached his ears, and Ji Dongshan hurriedly leaped to the edge of the spirit waterfall to join the two. "Head of the family, earlier there were so many dense sword shadows around you. Could it be a kind of sword technique?" Ji Dongshan excitedly asked as soon as he saw Chi Hao. He was a sword cultivator and was naturally full of curiosity about such mysterious sword techniques he had never seen or heard of. Chi Hao smiled and said, "It could be considered a sword technique, but strictly speaking, it is actually a sword formation technique." "Sword formation technique?" Ji Dongshan was astonished. "I know about sword formations, but how can one person form a formation? How can this sword formation move with them?" Chi Hao's lips curled up in a teasing smile. "With your current realm, even if I tell you, you won't be able to comprehend it. So don't be curious. Half understanding is the easiest way to become muddled. It's better to know nothing and achieve clarity. Focus on diligently cultivating the Ling Tian sword manual. This set of sword techniques is enough for you to sweep across the world in the future." Ji Dongshan's face flushed, and he quickly clasped his fists. "Thank you, head of the family, for your guidance. I will remember it." Chi Hao looked up at the spirit waterfall, smiling lightly. "We will stay here for 10 days. I have set a small goal for both of you. Brother Dongshan's small goal is to use the abundant spiritual energy here to condense the spirit sword embryo." Ji Dongshan's face turned pale. "Head of the family. According to the Ling Tian sword manual, it's best to attempt to condense the spirit sword embryo after reaching the 7th grade of Foundation establishment. I am currently only at the 3rd grade of Foundation establishment. Can I really do it?" Chi Hao smiled. "Following the rules, while it is safe, it is difficult to achieve great feats. If you trust me, you could try to condense it now. The sooner you condense the sword embryo, the sooner you can use its power to temper your sword energy and nurture your sword intent." Ji Dongshan said seriously. All right, I will give it a try. Zhong Tianlei laughed heartily. Head of the family, what small goal have you set for me? Surely you're not asking me to form a golden core in 10 days? Chapter 61. Collecting the Secret Realm. Encountering an attack on the way back. Chihao smiled lightly. That's right. Old Zhong's small goal is to form a golden core. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. What? Head of the family, you must be joking. Even with the help of the spirit waterfall, it's impossible for me to form a core in 10 days. Not to mention that I haven't even felt the opportunity for a breakthrough yet. Even if the opportunity comes, the time required to form a core has always been at least several months, and at most half a year to a year. Zhong Tianlei quickly said, if one were to forcibly form a core, the lightest consequence would be the complete severing of meridians, leading to the complete loss of cultivation, and at worst, it could cause the spirit to explode and the body to shatter. Chihao asking him to form a core made Zhong Tianlei genuinely a bit anxious. Wasn't he this joking with his life? Chihao, the common knowledge you speak of refers to the time required to form a core using low-level techniques. Now, the earth-shattering setting sun hammer you are cultivating is a high-level immortal martial technique, which has already refined your spiritual power to an extremely pure degree. And your realm is already complete, sufficient to meet the requirements for forming a core. In our cultivation, we cannot simply wait for so-called opportunities. Ordinary people wait for opportunities, but strong individuals work against the heavens and seize the fortunes of the world. Opportunities are an enigmatic feeling. When opportunity arises, breakthroughs can indeed be simpler, with a sense of things falling into place. But true cultivation has always been about going against the heavens and competing with the world for fortune. Although Chihao's words made Zhong Tianlei feel a surge of blood and excitement, the thought of forming a core in 10 days still left him lacking in confidence. Let us each set to work. Strong faith leads to strong power, and everything can be achieved. Chihao frowned and waved his hand. It's just condensing a sword embryo and forming a golden core. Why are both of them so lacking in confidence? With such a mindset, the great Tao will be difficult to reach. If it weren't for the fact that there are too few people he can use right now, he would have given up on cultivating these two. Seeing Chihao's impatience, Ji Dongshan gritted his teeth. Let us give it a shot. Yes, let's give it a shot. Zhong Tianlei also resolutely made the decision. Just at that moment, they sensed Chihao's disappointment in them. This feeling made both of them panic. If the head of the family truly became disappointed in them, it would be difficult to receive the blessings from him in the future. Whether it was the immortal martial techniques or the secret realm spirit waterfall, these blessings were things they wouldn't have dared to dream of before meeting Chihao. Therefore, even if they still lacked confidence, they would resolutely give it a try. The spirit waterfall emitted mist, swirling and rising. Ji Dongshan and Zhong Tianlei sat cross-legged on either side of the spirit waterfall. Boom, boom. As the various cultivation methods began to operate, the spiritual waterfall suddenly surged with mist, splitting into two streams that flowed to the left and right. Chihao saw that the two had entered the right track of cultivation, and his figure flashed as he flew towards the solitary courtyard on the west side. Chihao had already used the celestial map to survey the entire secret realm, and within the secret realm, there were no excessively powerful dangers. The biggest threat was just those few spirit beasts, 4 low-level martial cultivators. The secret realm was an extremely mysterious existence, but in fact, most secret realm spaces, for their creators, were merely opened up as a garden for seclusion, a storage ring that a person could enter, or to create a stable and worry-free place for their disciples to cultivate. Therefore, generally speaking, there wouldn't be much danger in secret realm spaces. However, there were some exceptions, such as the disaster secret realm, the demon ceiling forbidden area, and the ancient ruins, which were all filled with extremely terrifying dangers. Swish! Chihao flew down and stood before the solitary courtyard. Although he could see what was inside, breaking through the 4 symbols heavenly wall formation within the courtyard was not so easy. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the formation. After a slight sensing, he withdrew his palm. The strength of this formation would require old Zhong to step into the golden core realm and use the power of the heaven-shaking falling sun hammer to break it. Chi Hao smiled faintly and turned to fly eastward. He had come here just to personally sense the defensive strength of the four symbols heavenly wall formation. Right now, however, he had something more important to do. Returning to the place where he was teleported in the east, Chi Hao waved his right hand, and the spiritual key flew out. The spiritual key had a special connection with the secret realm. When the spiritual key appeared, the teleportation formation of the secret realm would also reveal itself. With a wave of energy fluctuations, the formation imprint appeared, and the formation gate rose again. Chi Hao put away the spiritual key and stepped into the formation, being teleported back to the withered tree before the valley. He squinted his eyes and explored the surroundings. After not detecting anyone else's presence, he focused his mind, and the celestial map flew out from his sea of consciousness. Collect! Chi Hao shouted softly in his heart, urging the celestial map, which burst forth with unmatched power. The withered tree that was originally embedded in the stone wall trembled and detached from the wall, transforming into a streak of spiritual light that rushed into the celestial map and vanished from sight. Chi Hao guided it, and the celestial map transformed into a black light, entering his brow and returning to his sea of consciousness. If others were to witness this scene, they would surely be horrified, because even the supreme powerhouses on the immortal spirit continent could not collect the space of a secret realm. From the moment the secret realm was constructed, its location was fixed. Although the mediums of secret realms are diverse and varied, their locations are connected to specific void nodes and cannot be moved at all. If forcibly moved, it would cause the medium to detach from the secret realm, making it impossible to enter the secret realm again. But the celestial map is a divine object of heaven and earth, capable of encompassing all worlds, let alone a secret realm space. Even an entire world can be collected within it. However, the premise is that Chi Hao must completely merge the aura of the celestial map with the space to be collected. The process of merging auras is actually simple. As long as Chi Hao enters and turns around, allowing the power of the celestial map to fully cover all corners of the space. Of course, whether he can collect the secret realm also has a prerequisite, which is that the secret realm space must be an unowned object, and there can be no mental connection established with any martial cultivator. Otherwise, the celestial map cannot forcibly collect it. This is a restriction of the laws of the Great Tao, not a limitation of the celestial map's power. Chi Hao reclaimed the spiritual key to collect the Ling Yuan secret realm, not only for the resources within the secret realm space, but also to have an explanation for his father in this life. Spirit Shadow Mode. Countless light clusters of different sizes lit up on the celestial map. Chi Hao memorized the locations of the larger light clusters and flew towards them to collect the spiritual objects. This valley was far from Yuanling City, and since Chi Hao was here, he naturally wanted to take advantage of it. After collecting around, Chi Hao flew alone towards Yuanling City. Although the spiritual energy was rich at the waterfall, it was far less concentrated than the spirit lake beneath the Huang family's grounds. Whoosh! While flying in the air, suddenly a powerful black arrow shot up from within the deep mountains, aimed directly at Chi Hao. Chi Hao's expression turned cold. Which blind thing mistook him for game to shoot at? Swish! The jowling sword slashed out a beam of sword light, accurately striking the black arrow. Boom! The black arrow exploded, scattering a large area of black poisonous mist. This level of trickery couldn't possibly fool Chi Hao. He raised his hand and struck, dispersing the poisonous mist. Oh, quick reaction. But no prey I've set my sights on has ever managed to escape. You won't be the exception. A playful silver, bell-like laugh reverberated through the void. A petite figure also flashed out from the deep mountains. Chapter 62. The Iron Plate Man, Chi Hao, dressed in a black skirt like a thin swallow. The girl soaring into the air was not tall and looked quite frail. Two braided pigtails hung in front of her flat chest, seemingly to cover up her awkwardness. Just wait until I dig out your eyes. Seeing Chi Hao's gaze sizing her up, the originally playful smile on her face suddenly turned a bit sinister. Chi Hao disdainfully said, "You want to dig out my eyes? You probably don't have that kind of strength." The girl scoffed. "It seems you really don't know who I am. Are you famous? Chi Hao asked indifferently. The girl lifted her chin slightly and sneered. Have you heard of the Black Lotus Ghost Girl? Chi Hao shook his head. Never heard of her, but it doesn't matter. After today, there'll be no such person anymore. Swish! As soon as Chi Hao finished speaking, his figure suddenly surged into the air, and the jowling sword in his hand unleashed a sharp sword energy, directly aiming for the throat of the Black Lotus Ghost Girl. No matter who she is, anyone who dares to attack him for no reason will die. As Chi Hao's sword suddenly struck, the Black Lotus Ghost Girl's pupils constricted sharply. She did not expect that Chi Hao's speed would be even faster than her ghost step. Moreover, the power of this sword's energy was even stronger than the one that had just exploded the poisonous arrow. Damn, this guy is so young. How can he be so strong? Could it be that he has also taken the beauty-preserving pill like me? Blood puppet appear. In a rush, the Black Lotus Ghost Girl shouted, waving her hand, and a blood-colored figure burst forth, crashing toward Chi Hao, who was rushing with the sword. Meanwhile, she herself flashed 2 black lotus-light circles under her feet, twisting her slender waist and flying sideways. This allowed her to create distance from Chi Hao while she repeatedly shot out several black long needles towards Chi Hao's forehead, neck, and abdomen. Boom! Chi Hao swirled his long sword. The powerful sword energy wrapped around the blade, instantly slashing the incoming blood puppet apart. Although his sword energy was not yet strong enough to explode the demon body of a 9th grade Foundation establishment spirit beast, it was still very easy to explode a blood puppet with only a 4th grade Foundation establishment aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black long needles came tearing through the air, almost reaching him. Chi Hao scoffed coldly, and a domineering sword energy surged from his body outward. Boom, boom, boom. The black long needles were all blown away. Is this all you've got? Chi Hao looked at the Black Lotus Ghost Girl, whose face had changed dramatically, and revealed a mocking smile. Then he struck with his sword, launching several arcs of sword energy towards the space where the Black Lotus Ghost Girl was. Lotus Shield. Boom. In a shocking moment, the Black Lotus Ghost Girl frantically poured her spiritual power out of her body. This spiritual power quickly transformed around her into the shape of a black lotus, protecting her in the center. Boom! However, the previously strong Lotus Shield was at this moment shattered by Chi Hao's sword energy. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The residual sword energy tore apart the black dress on the Black Lotus Ghost Girl, turning it into pieces of black butterflies that fluttered away. Chi Hao frowned slightly. He had thought that this woman would be directly blasted to pieces by his sword energy. To his surprise, beneath her black dress, she was wearing a bright silver soft armor of the spiritual weapon level. This spiritual armor won't save you a second time, Chi Hao coldly declared, pointing his sword again at the Black Lotus Ghost Girl. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl was already terrified, her delicate body trembling. What kind of freak is this young man? Not only is his strength excessively powerful, but he also only thinks about killing her. Doesn't he want to do something before killing her? This is so different from the prey she encountered in the past. She had once met some prey that were on par with her, or even slightly stronger. But as long as she acted a little weaker or fell into a disadvantage, those prey would show a mocking attitude, leaving room when they struck, never thinking of killing her in one blow. And that was when she would suddenly rise up and kill the prey in one strike. But now, Chi Hao completely wanted to kill her with one sword. Don't kill me. I give up. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl hurriedly cried out. Chi Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Give up? Can you avoid death by giving up? Is this woman teasing him? From a moment you ambushed me. You have already stepped onto the path to death. Chi Hao said coldly. Buzz. The dragon spirit sword was filled with spiritual power, layers of sword energy solidifying into light. The power of this sword could easily shatter even the spiritual armor. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl's face turned pale. She knew very well that even if she turned to flee, she wouldn't escape. Seeing Chi Hao raise his spiritual sword to strike, she hurriedly shouted, As long as you don't kill me, I will take you to a place where you can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. How much is this large amount of cultivation resources worth? He asked. although he currently had a lot of cultivation resources. More resources are naturally better. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl hurriedly said, at least worth 5 million spirit stones. Chi Hao sneered, if you are lying to me, your end will be very tragic. A value of 5 million spirit stones is worth him making a trip. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and quickly said, the resources in that place are definitely worth more than 5 million spirit stones. But whether you can obtain them depends on your own ability. Chi Hao asked, what dangers are there in that place? There is a 7th grade demon cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. But since you can easily defeat me, killing him shouldn't be too difficult. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl replied. This Black Lotus Ghost Girl had a 5th grade cultivation in the Foundation establishment realm. With the blood puppet as assistance, her strength was quite good. Unfortunately, this time she had kicked an iron plate and encountered Chi Hao. Generally, young people like Chi Hao who flew past her would either end up as corpses or be refined into blood puppets. Chi Hao said, if what you said is true, I can spare your life. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl exclaimed in surprise. With life and death at stake, how dare I deceive you? Let's go. I will take you there now. Not so fast. Chi Hao said, before we go, hand over your storage ring and this spiritual armor you're wearing. Even if I don't kill you, you still have to pay some price. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl's pupils constricted, trembling as she said, isn't this the same as asking for my life? Chi Hao said coldly, if you are unwilling to hand them over, you can choose to die directly. Don't think that just because you take me to find that 7th grade demon cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm, I will owe you a favor. You only want to use my hand to kill him. If you have the luck to survive, you should be very grateful. Tears welled up in the Black Lotus Ghost Girl's big eyes. She trembled and said, you are even harsher than we demon cultivators. Enough talk, Dai. Chi Hao coldly snorted, raising the sword tip. This kind of weak attack was of no use to him. Fine, I'll give it to you. All of it. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl gritted her teeth and took off her storage ring, throwing it to Chi Hao. Then, she also tore off the spiritual armor from her body. Chapter 63. Then sell it thoroughly. This moonlight armor is also for you. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl angrily threw the armor at Chi Hao. Chi Hao raised his palm, releasing a pulling force, drawing the moonlight armor into his hand and storing it in the storage ring. You haven't even grown a hair and dare to rob me. He sneered and took out a black dress from the Black Lotus Ghost Girl's storage ring and tossed it to her. There were actually over 2 million spirit stones and quite a few rare spiritual materials in the Black Lotus Ghost Girl's storage ring. Quite a little rich woman. But how these spirit stones and materials came about, one doesn't need to think much to know they were robbed. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl bit her red lips and quickly put on the dress. Lead the way, Chi Hao said. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl said solemnly. The place is over 100 miles away. It will take some time to get there, so don't think I'm trying to play tricks. I doubt you would dare to play tricks. Chi Hao said. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl said no more. Her figure flashed, and she soared into the sky to the left. Chi Hao stepped into the void, quickly catching up to the Black Lotus Ghost Girl, hanging 3 meters behind her. At this distance, no matter what means the Black Lotus Ghost Girl had, she wouldn't escape his killing blow. The two traveled in silence. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl flew ahead, and Chi Hao followed closely behind her, as the distance to the destination decreased. The tension in the Black Lotus Ghost Girl's heart also tightened. Although she didn't plan to play any tricks, she was worried that this man behind her would cut off the bridge after crossing the river and stab her from behind once they arrived. After all, once they reached the destination, she would have no value, and how could this man really be willing to let her, a demon cultivator, go? You can't cut off the bridge after crossing, or I will haunt you as a ghost. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl gritted her teeth and said. Chi Hao disdainfully replied, if I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have the chance to become a ghost. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl, although I know I am a villain, there are reasons for me becoming like this. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl suddenly turned her head, her watery, misty eyes looking at Chi Hao with a pitiful expression. No need to pretend to be pitiful in front of me, Chi Hao said. Chi Hao's indifference made the Black Lotus Ghost Girl feel even more anxious. With such a cold face, his heart must be as dark and ruthless as it could be. No, I can't die yet. The Black Lotus Ghost Girl secretly bit her red lips and said in a low voice, I was kidnapped by my master when I was 12. He forced me to take the beauty pill and since then, my appearance and body have not changed in the slightest. My master used me as a furnace to pass on his demonic skills and forced me to kill. If I refused, he would threaten to kill my whole family. If it weren't for protecting my family, I would rather die than become his puppet. After the Black Lotus ghost girl finished speaking, she waited for a long time but didn't receive any response from Chi Hao. This guy, does he really have no sympathy at all? I have shared my tragic experience with him, yet he remains so indifferent. We're here. There is a hidden cave on the mountainside of that mountain ahead. The person inside is my senior brother. He has set up a very powerful killing formation outside the cave. So you'd better lure him out with words and then kill him. Also, I can't go with you. If you can't kill him and he sees me, he will definitely think I betrayed him. At that time, I will still be unable to escape death. The Black Lotus ghost girl said solemnly. Chi Hao said, rest assured, if he is also a villainous demon cultivator like you, he won't survive today, given the high value of this demonic cultivator. She had in mind being a good person who eliminates demons and defends the way. The Black Lotus ghost maiden raised an eyebrow and asked, what level of cultivation do you have to be so confident? Lu Dao is a 7th grade foundation establishment. Chi Hao did not answer her question, but instead poke her back with the jowling sword and coldly said, I chase, you run. You go to the front of the mountain and call your senior brother to come help. After he comes out, I'll attack from the front while you ambush him from the side. The Black Lotus ghost maiden's expression changed. This person is too cunning. Seeing that she seemed hesitant, Chi Hao said indifferently, since you've already sold him out, you might as well sell him out completely. Only if he dies can you continue to live, right? The Black Lotus ghost maiden gritted her teeth and said, all right, but you must swear that after you kill him, you will let me go. Chi Hao thrust the sword tip into her shoulder. You, the Black Lotus ghost maiden, was both angry and shocked. Don't talk to me about conditions anymore. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Chi Hao said coldly. A little demoness sure has a lot of demands. Even if what this woman said about her past was true, she no longer deserves sympathy. The Black Lotus ghost maiden took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'll go lure him out now. Whoosh. She leaped forward towards a mountain peak. Chi Hao deliberately slowed down a bit, pretending to chase after her. Senior brother, save me. As they approached the mountain, the Black Lotus ghost maiden shouted in panic towards the mountain. A middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in a cave suddenly opened his eyes wide. That useless Xie when actually brought trouble to me. With a low grunt, Lu Dao unleashed his spiritual power to probe towards the front of the mountain. Bitch, stay right there. No one can save you today. Chi Hao hissed with killing intent. Senior brother, we are at least from the same sect. You can't just watch me die. Xiaowen shouted anxiously. As long as you are willing to help me, you can do whatever you want later. Lu Dao raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Although Xiaowen was from the same sect, she had never respected him before because she relied on being the master's furnace. Now that she needed his help, it was indeed an opportunity. Haha, junior sister. You said it yourself. Lu Dao laughed wildly and suddenly jumped out of the cave. Xiaowen was filled with surprise upon seeing Lu Dao and said charmingly, Thank you, senior brother, for being willing to save me. I will keep my word. As long as you help me kill this person, you can do whatever you want later. Due to the effects of the Danyan pill, Xiaowen's youthful face always looked like that of a girl, which Lu Dao had long coveted. All right, then senior brother will kill him for you. Lu Dao smiled wickedly. Then his gaze turned fierce as he coldly looked at Chi Hao and said, You little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. How dare you chase me here with a bit of strength? You won't have a way out. Chi Hao frowned and asked, You are also a demonic cultivator? Lu Dao grinned wickedly and replied, That's right. Not only am I a demonic cultivator, but I'm also a powerful one. Senior brother, stop wasting time with him. Hurry up and kill him. Xiaowen urged with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Haha, junior sister, are you eager to serve your senior brother? Lu Dao smiled playfully. Senior brother, you are so annoying. Xiaowen pouted. Damn, this woman is really a flirtatious fox. Lu Dao swallowed hard, and his gaze towards Chi Hao became increasingly sinister. I hope the things in your storage ring won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to the mountain pigs. Chapter 64. Instant step, one sword kill. If you want my storage ring, let's see if you have the strength to take it. Chi Hao said coldly. Ha, pretty arrogant. I'll show you whether I have that strength. Boom. As Lu Dao laughed angrily, a powerful aura erupted from him. Whoosh. In the next moment, he flickered and became a ghostly black shadow, rushing towards Chi Hao in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he had a blood-red battle knife in his hand. The battle knife exuded an impressive aura, clearly a spiritual weapon. Blood wave 1,000 cuts. The battle knife drew an arc in the air, and at the moment the blade came down, terrifying blood-red knife energy surged forth like an unending raging tide, crashing towards Chi Hao. Although Lu Dao boasted, he did not underestimate Chi Hao's strength in his heart. After all, Xie Wen was at least a 5th grade foundation establishment cultivator. To force Xie Wen to flee, Chi Hao's strength must be at least above 5th grade foundation establishment. The blood wave slash was indeed formidable. Behind Lu Dao, Xie Wen's eyes sparkled, but she did not attack Lu Dao as agreed with Chi Hao. She was observing, waiting for the right moment to strike. But to whom she would strike would depend on the specific timing. She would make her final decision then. The fierce, blood-red knife energy was approaching, and suddenly, Chi Hao stepped sideways. Instant step. Buzz. In an instant, Chi Hao's figure vanished without a trace. This scene changed Lu Dao's expression. A person cannot just disappear into thin air. The only reason he vanished from his sight was that the opponent's speed was too fast, slipping out of his line of sight. Just as Lu Dao realized this, a bloodied sword tip had pierced through his chest from behind. How is this possible? Lu Dao lowered his head, looking in disbelief at the blood-red sword tip protruding from his chest. Xie Wen's pupils also shrank in shock. She had been watching the battle between the two, wanting to see if Chi Hao's strength could surpass Lu Dao, but in that instant, she had barely seen how Chi Hao suddenly appeared behind Lu Dao. Bang! The sword energy from the Jiaoling sword trembled. Lu Dao spat out a mouthful of blood. His head drooping, completely dead. The previous sword energy had already shattered Lu Dao's organs, cutting off all his life force. As soon as the blood knife left his hand, it was collected by Chi Hao. Chi Hao raised his sword diagonally, the blade piercing through Lu Dao's right armpit, directly severing his right arm. Chi Hao pulled with his palm, and Lu Dao's severed arm fell into his hand, while the body rapidly plummeted. A crashing sound soon echoed below. Chi Hao removed the storage ring from the severed arm and casually discarded it. With a sweep of his mind, he raised the corners of his lips slightly. Lu Dao's treasures in the storage ring were indeed quite good. Just the spirit stones alone amounted to over 4 million. There were also many pills, jade slips, and spiritual materials. The total value was estimated to be around 7 million spirit stones. You have obtained Lu Dao's storage ring. Can I leave now? Xie Wen asked from behind, trembling. When Lu Dao died, she considered escaping. But as soon as that thought arose, she extinguished it. If she fled, she might get her head sliced off by Chi Hao's sword. It was better to stay quietly and take a gamble. Chi Hao turned his head and glanced at Xie Wen, saying, "If I'd shown any signs of being outmatched just now, you would have teamed up with him to deal with me, right?" "No, I never thought that." Xie Wen's face turned pale as she quickly denied it. Chi Hao sneered, "You don't need to deny it. I will keep my promise and spare you this time." Xie Wen was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Thank you for your mercy, young master. Can I leave now?" "What's the hurry?" Chi Hao said, "Follow me to your senior brother's cave." Xie Wen took a deep breath and nodded, "Understood. I will make sure to serve the young master comfortably." Chi Hao thought, "He doesn't mean that, but he doesn't bother to explain." He stepped forward, flying towards the mountainside. Xie Wen followed behind, secretly sneering. "I thought this guy was some righteous person. Turns out he is also a lecher." At the mountainside, there was a narrow cave entrance between two giant stones. Outside the cave, there were indeed subtle fluctuations of a killing formation. The main array plate to activate this killing formation is also in Lu Dao's storage ring, and has now fallen into Chi Hao's hands. Chi Hao glanced at Xie Wen, raised his hand to point at a few spots on the ground, and said lightly, Here, and here, dig a little, there are array seals buried beneath. Be careful when digging. Don't break anything." Xie Wen's face twitched. Was this guy bringing her here to do hard labor? "All right, I'll be careful. To save her life." Xie Wen could only obediently agree. Chi Hao walked into the cave dwelling. Inside, it was quite simple. Besides a meditation mat, There was only a disheveled woman lying unconscious on the ground, her breath very weak. Chi frowned and walked over to the woman. Although he didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, he wouldn't stand by and watch someone die in such a situation. What a beast. Chi merely glanced at the woman, and a chill rose in his eyes. This woman looked only about 17 or 18 years old. Yet her visible skin was almost covered in bruises. She had clearly been violently abused. Lu Dao had utterly failed to treat her as a human being. Chi raised his hand and injected a stream of spiritual power into the woman. Chi spiritual power was of the creation type, which was remarkably effective for healing injuries. Under the nourishment of his spiritual power, the woman's eyes slightly trembled, and then her body suddenly curled up. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" The woman screamed in terror, hugging her head, too afraid to look at who was in front of her. "Lu Dao is dead. You're free now," Chi said in a deep voice. The woman's body shook. The hands that were holding her head slowly relaxed, and she cautiously peeked at Chi. Seeing that the person in front of her was indeed a stranger, she asked excitedly, "That evil man is really dead?" Chi nodded and said, "Yes, dead for good. He can no longer harm you." The woman covered her face and began to cry. Chi couldn't help but sigh lightly. Looking at the woman's figure, which was similar to Lin Hongwan's, he took out a set of clothes from Lin Hongwan's storage ring and placed it on the ground. "Here are some clothes. Change into them. I'll take you out of here later." Chi walked outside the cave, where Xie Wen was digging up the array seals, when she suddenly felt a chill enveloping her. Chapter 65. 2 choices why you want to kill me? Xie Wen looked at Chi in horror. Chi's cold killing intent made her panic. Chi said coldly, "Who is your master? What is his cultivation level? And where is he now?" Xie Wen's heart trembled. Did this person intend to kill her master? Xie Wen hurriedly said, "My master is Gongsun Ji, very powerful, with a cultivation level of the 2nd tier of the golden core stage. Although you are already very strong, you have no chance against him. If you really want to kill him, it's best to bring your master and fellow disciples with you. And you need to plan carefully. You absolutely cannot let him escape. Gongsun Ji is ruthless and vengeful. If you provoke him and fail to kill him, you will surely face endless retaliation." Chi narrowed his eyes. "It seems you really want to kill him." Xie Wen bit her lip and said, "Of course. He ruined my life. Only when he is dead can I have a chance to start anew." Chi looked at Xie Wen in surprise. "Where does he usually stay? How many disciples like you and Lu Dao are there?" Chi asked again. Xie Wen replied, "He doesn't have a fixed location. I don't know where he is. But every 3 months, he comes to find me for supplementation. I haven't met all of his disciples. I only know Lu Dao and 2 others. After all, we are demonic cultivators and are also afraid that gathering together will lead to being wiped out by righteous cultivators. So normally, we practice separately." Chi pondered for a moment and asked, "When was the last time he came to find you?" "A month ago, right in the forest where I ambushed you," Xie Wen said, pursing her lips. Chi thought to himself, "This means there are still 2 months left. In 2 months, I can definitely reach the golden core stage." He looked at Xie Wen and asked, "Do you really want to start anew?" Xie Wen hurriedly replied, "I truly do, if possible. Who would want to live a happy life with family together? Right now, I can't even dare to go home. I can only watch from a distance." Chi said lightly, "In that case, I will give you 2 choices. 1, you can leave directly. 2, you can go back to the previous forest and wait for Gongsun Ji to find you. In 2 months, I will bring help to kill Gongsun Ji, and then you can completely break free from his control." Xie Wen's eyes hesitated. She wanted to leave directly, but she also didn't want to miss the opportunity to have Gongsun Ji killed. After struggling internally for a moment, Xie Wen suddenly raised her head and asked seriously, "Do you really have the confidence to kill Gongsun Ji?" Chi said lightly, "As long as he comes to find you, he will surely die." "Okay, I'll go back to the forest," Xie Wen said with determination. Even if Chi couldn't guarantee her life, as long as Gongsun Ji could be killed, it would all be worth it for her. Chi smiled slightly. It seemed that Xie Wen truly hated Gongsun Ji. "Then you can leave now," Chi said. Xie Wen hesitated for a moment, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Can I have my storage ring back?" "Of course, you can take all the valuable things inside. Just return the storage ring and the clothes inside to me." This request was not excessive, so Chi Hao agreed. As soon as Xie Wen left, the woman in the cave slowly came out. She had already changed her clothes, but upon hearing Chi Hao and Xie Wen talking, she did not come out earlier. Thank you very much for saving my life. The woman expressed her gratitude. Chi Hao replied, it was just a casual act. Where are you from? If it's not too far, I can take you back. If it's too far, then I can only take you to a nearby town and give you some spirit stones. And then you can find your own way back. The woman hurriedly said, I don't want to trouble you. The scoundrel is dead, and I have regained some strength. So I can go back by myself. That is fine. Chi Hao nodded. He casually took out a storage ring and handed it to the woman, saying, take this. There are some medicinal pills and spirit stones inside. After you go back, don't think too much. Yesterday is in the past, and your life still has a future. The woman's eyes turned red, and she bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, young master. May I know your name? Even if I cannot repay you, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Chi Hao shook his head, saying, no need for that. Just be careful on your way back. With a wave of his hand, Chi Hao collected the array seals that had been dug up from the ground. Then his figure flashed, and he soared into the sky. This woman had flowing in her body. At her peak, she should have been at the 7th tier of the martial master stage. So as long as she didn't encounter evil people, it would be fine for her to return home. Chi Hao's concern for her was already sufficient. After returning to Yuanling City, Chi Hao went to the Huang family. Just as he was about to go to Huang Yan's courtyard to cultivate, he was called by Huang Mang. A few hours ago, the commotion at the Qi family had shocked the entire Yuanling City. Huang Mang had been startled even during his cultivation. However, this time, he followed Chi Hao's earlier instructions and didn't tell Huang Yan, nor did he go to the Qi family. But he had been feeling very anxious. Now that he had caught hold of Chi Hao, he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. Chi Hao also had no intention of hiding. So he recounted what had happened in the Qi residence to Huang Mang. Upon learning that Chi Hao had killed the inner sect elders of Lingwu sect and the young Master Wei Zhao, Huang Mang nearly fainted from shock. Don't worry, father-in-law. No matter what happens next, I want to involve the Huang family, Chi Hao said with a light smile to reassure him. Huang Mang felt uneasy. He had unspoken worries in his heart. His daughter was Chi Hao's wife. If Lingwu sect retaliated crazily, it wouldn't be as simple as Chi Hao saying he wouldn't involve them. But things had come to this point, so he could only accept it. Father-in-law, I'm going to find Yinner to cultivate. You could just focus on your cultivation, and if the sky falls, your son-in-law will hold it up. Chi Hao smiled indifferently and walked towards Huang Yan's small courtyard. Huang Mang looked at Chi Hao's back with a complex expression. Chi Hao's excellence exceeded his imagination. But at the same time, this son-in-law was also extremely dangerous and could stir up trouble. The Huang family was connected to him. Both opportunities and dangers coexisted. Sai, I hope you can really handle it. Otherwise, my Huang family will be finished. Huang Mang sighed lightly and hurriedly went to cultivate. Now, the Huang family and Chi Hao were in the same boat. He could only hope that Chi Hao could withstand all the storms. Entering the small courtyard formation, Huang Yin was about to finish her meditation to welcome him when Chi Hao said with a smile, Madam, continue your cultivation. Don't get distracted. I also need to focus on cultivating for a few days. Okay, Huang Yin replied softly with a smile. Chi Hao sat cross-legged, and the Mixed Element Transformation Sutra began to operate rapidly within him. Boom! As the technique turned, the vast spiritual energy in the courtyard surged wildly into his body. Within his dantian, a 3-inch small sword, as white as jade, also spun rapidly with the movement of the technique. Within the small sword, countless dense sword energies flew around. This small sword was formed from condensed spiritual power, known in the sword path as the spiritual sword embryo. The technique Chi Hao practiced was naturally not limited to the Mixed Element Transformation Sutra, although the Mixed Element Transformation Sutra was powerful beyond compare. It did not focus on killing. Chapter 66. Congratulations, Old Master Zhong. In his previous life, Chi Hao practiced 2 unparalleled divine arts. One was the Mixed Element Transformation Sutra, which could devour and refine the heavens and earth, creating himself. The other was the Zhou Tian Sword Array Technique. This sword technique nurtures the sword embryo. Within the sword embryo, sword energies gather to form seals, capable of creating endless sword formations. Previously, in the Lingyuan's secret realm, Qi Hao, surrounded by 300 sword shadows, fought against the 4 great spirit beasts, using the star ring sword formation from the Zhou Tian sword array technique. This sword formation was just a basic formation within the Zhou Tian sword array, but it had both offense and defense. And it was the easiest sword formation for Qi Hao to control at his current cultivation level. Although all memories from his previous life remained, many powerful ultimate skills and techniques required substantial cultivation strength to execute. The revenge from a spirit martial sect would not come so quickly, so Qi Hao had the perfect opportunity to focus on cultivating and improving his strength. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Qi Hao did not concern himself with whether Ji Dongshan and Zhong Tianlei had completed their minor goals. His own cultivation, however, had seen a substantial increase. After just 13 days of seclusion, Qi Hao had risen from the 3rd rank of the Foundation Establishment realm to the 7th rank. This terrifying speed of cultivation left Huang Yin beside him utterly astonished. She once doubted whether her husband was truly a peerless genius or a reincarnation of a celestial emperor. At this moment, Qi Hao stopped his cultivation because Huang Yin was finally about to establish her foundation. Huang Yin felt a bit nervous, and Qi Hao was there to protect her. Huang Yin never imagined that just over a month after marrying Qi Hao, she would transform from a novice martial artist into a major figure in the Foundation Establishment realm. Boom! With a powerful aura surging from Huang Yan's body, she felt a miraculous sensation of being reborn. At this moment, her elemental power transformed into spirit, and she felt 100 times lighter, with everything she saw becoming clearer. Foundation Establishment not only enhanced her innate talents, but also marked the beginning of her spiritual path. Congratulations, madam. Qi Hao smiled and offered his congratulations. Huang Yan's face flushed with excitement as she nestled into Qi Hao's embrace, softly saying, "If it weren't for my husband teaching me the celestial methods and allowing me to share the power of the Spirit Lake, how could I have achieved this today? Husband, how can I repay you?" Qi Hao gently stroked Huang Yan's hair and smiled. "As husband and wife, we are one, sharing honor and disgrace, no need for repayment." Huang Yin felt sweet and warm inside, her small hand shyly moving to Qi Hao's waist, her pretty face slightly red as she said, "Husband, let me serve you in the bath." It had also been many days since he bathed. "Then can you join me?" Qi Hao said with a mischievous smile. The fragrant water mist swirled, and her eyes seemed hazy. After an hour, Huang Yin stayed in the room to stabilize her realm, while Qi Hao returned to the Qi family. The Qi family, now in Yuanling City, had long become a family that no one dared to provoke. As long as the people from the spirit martial sect did not come to take revenge, the Qi family would remain peaceful. Qin Zhen, Li Jin, Wang Zun, and others were all diligently cultivating. Although their speed of improvement was difficult to compare with Huang Yan's, they had cultivated spiritual techniques and did not worry about resources. So everyone's cultivation was steadily increasing. Li Jin, Wang Zun, and others had already entered the master realm, while Qin Zhen had even become a grandmaster. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Qi Hao set up a formation to envelop the entire courtyard. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his mind slightly moving. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Qi Hao suddenly disappeared from the spot. Moments later, he appeared in the Lingyuan secret realm. Once the Lingyuan secret realm was included in the Zhang Tian map, Qi Hao could enter the secret realm at any time. Just now, he sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating from the secret realm, estimating that it should be Zhong Tianlei breaking through to the golden core realm. Sure enough, as soon as Qi Hao entered the secret realm, he heard a series of boisterous laughter. "Ha ha! I have finally stepped into the golden core realm. The family head truly did not deceive me." By the spirit waterfall, Zhong Tianlei's hair stood on end, his face filled with a joyous smile. On the other side, Ji Dongshan looked on with envy and clasped his fist to congratulate him. "Congratulations, old Master Zhong, on entering the golden core." Zhong Tianlei laughed heartily. "Young brother Ji, there's no need to envy. With your talent, forming a core is only a matter of time." Ji Dongshan's eyes shone brightly as he affirmed, "I used to lack confidence, But now I am fully confident that I can enter the golden core within 10 years. 10 years? Aren't your expectations a bit low? Chi Hao's smiling voice came, and then his figure flashed into view. A look of surprise suddenly crossed Zhong Tianlei's originally smiling eyes. What kind of movement technique does the family head have? The speed is terrifying. Zhong Tianlei gasped in his heart. Although he was confident that he could achieve such speed now, he was already in the golden core realm. Old Master Zhong, congratulations. Chi Hao smiled and congratulated him. Zhong Tianlei grinned. Thank you, family head, but this core formation came later than expected. Hee hee. Chi Hao teased with a smile. Does old Master Zhong still fear the spirit martial sect now? Zhong Tianlei chuckled. I have never feared them. Old Master Zhong's ambition soared, and Chi Hao felt very comforted. However, since you just broke through, you should stabilize your realm first. Zhong Tianlei quickly replied. All right. He immediately sat cross-legged to calm his mind and resumed his cultivation. Chi Hao approached Ji Dongshan and smiled. How's it going? Has the spiritual sword embryo been formed? Ji Dongshan clasped his hands and smiled. 3 days ago, I successfully condensed the spiritual sword embryo. I thought it would be impossible to succeed at my current level. But unexpectedly, I really did it. From now on, whatever the family head instructs me to do in my cultivation, I will do without any hesitation. Chi Hao smiled. Doubt is acceptable, but at any time, never lose confidence in yourself, nor underestimate yourself. Only by daring to be defiant can one gather the spirit of the heavens. Daring to be defiant can gather the spirit of the heavens. Ji Dongshan's eyes sparkled as he repeated the phrase. Family head, this saying is excellent. From now on, this will be my motto in martial arts. Chi Hao laughed. It's over. The usually taciturn Ji brother has learned to flatter. Ji Dongshan's face turned bright red as he quickly said, Family head, I speak from the heart. Chi Hao chuckled. Just kidding. Come with me. I have a gift for you. Ji Dongshan was taken aback. A gift? Then his face filled with wild joy. Whatever the family head produces must be a high-quality item. What could this gift be? Chi Hao leaped into the air, and Ji Dongshan hurried to catch up. Moments later, Ji Dongshan's expression changed dramatically. Yes, this is the gift. What do you think? Chi Hao teased. Ji Dongshan's face turned red with excitement as he stammered. Master, can I do it? If you think I can, I'll go now. Ahem, you probably can't. Chi Hao said with a light cough. Chapter 67. Are you lacking people around you? Ji Dongshan was left stunned by Chi Hao's response. Chi Hao smiled and said, This is a 9th grade spirit beast of the Foundation Establishment realm. Although you have successfully condensed the spirit sword embryo, you haven't accumulated enough sword energy yet. You still don't have the odds against it. He encouraged Ji Dongshan to practice martial arts and to have enough confidence. But that confidence shouldn't be reckless bravado. Being daring doesn't mean being brainless. The gift Chi Hao wanted to give Ji Dongshan was the black-scaled tiger from the secret realm of Lingyuan. Although this 9th grade black-scaled tiger was extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, Chi Hao wasn't interested in it. The reason he valued the silver-feathered thunder eagle was mainly that it could fly. For flying spirit beasts, a lower cultivation level was irrelevant. However, for Ji Dongshan, if Chi Hao could give him the black-scaled tiger as a spirit beast, it would be a tremendous favor. Come with me. If it refuses to be your spirit beast, I'll kill it and make a pot of tiger meat to celebrate for you and Elder Zhong. Chi Hao joked as he moved towards the black-scaled tiger. In a patch of grass, the black-scaled tiger was tearing apart a gray rabbit. In recent days, it had been living cautiously with the other 2 spirit beasts. The death of the earth spirit golden armored insect had cast a shadow over their hearts. With those vile humans still around, they worried every day that they would be targeted. Suddenly, the black-scaled tiger felt a tightness in its heart and looked up in panic. Seeing Chi Hao and another unfamiliar human approaching, the gray rabbit in its mouth dropped to the ground with a thud. Whoosh! In the next moment, it darted away in fright. You can't escape. You might as well submit, Chi Hao said, his figure shifting as he quickly closed the distance behind the black-scaled tiger. The black-scaled tiger was horrified and accelerated in flight using its demonic energy. A cold smile appeared on Chi Hao's lips. Now that the secret realm of Lingyuan was under his control, where could this black-scaled tiger escape to? Save your strength. You can't get away. If you keep running, I'll have to make a move. The sword formation that day was a bit difficult to kill you with, but today if I summon the sword formation, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a cat. Submit, and you'll eat meat with us. If you don't submit, we'll eat your meat tonight. Chi Hao kept threatening while following closely behind the black-scaled tiger. The tiger's heart raced with fear. Roar! Suddenly, the black-scaled tiger stopped, turned its head, and roared angrily at Chi Hao. Its demonic energy surged violently, as if it had realized that with its speed, it was impossible to escape Chi Hao's pursuit. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It seems you want to fight to the death with me. Your ambition is commendable, but in reality, you're seeking death." Buzz! Chi Hao raised his hand, and a sword hummed as its tip pointed at the black-scaled tiger. Boom! A terrifying sword energy burst forth from the sword, transforming into a massive white dragon figure, with the dragon's tail curling around the sword body and its body and head hovering in the air. Looking down at the black-scaled tiger, a pair of outstretched front claws swirled with sword energy, as if they could easily tear apart the strong demonic body of the black-scaled tiger. The black-scaled tiger's eyes widened in shock, and in fear it crouched down. The last vestiges of its fierce spirit vanished without a trace. Even Ji Dongshan, who followed closely, trembled. He exclaimed in horror, "Master, what kind of sword technique is this? It can turn sword energy into such a solid dragon form. Just feeling the pressure from this dragon could crush me." Chi Hao only smiled faintly and did not elaborate. He looked at the black-scaled tiger and said indifferently, "Accepting you as a spirit beast is showing respect. Don't be ungrateful. Resist any longer and you'll die." Chi Hao's cold rebuke indicated he didn't want to waste too much time on the black-scaled tiger. Buzz! The black-scaled tiger, lying on the ground, dissipated its violent, demonic energy, and a mini black tiger the size of cat flew towards Chi Hao. However, Chi Hao turned to Ji Dongshan and smiled. "Brother Ji, accept your gift." The black-scaled tiger was stunned. "What does this mean? You chased and scare me into submission, and now that I obediently submit, you want to give me to someone else? Damn human, you're bullying the tiger too much." Ji Dongshan exclaimed excitedly, "Master, this black-scaled tiger is much stronger than your silver-feathered thunder eagle. Are you really giving it to me?" Chi Hao smiled and said, "With it, you'll have the strength to fight when you encounter the inner sect elders of Lingwu sect in the future." Ji Dongshan felt moved. It turned out that the master was worried that when the people from Lingwu sect came to retaliate later, he would be too weak to fight back. "Master, Dongshan owes you too much. Your kindness, I fear I will never be able to repay in this lifetime. But from now on, my life belongs to you," Ji Dongshan said solemnly. Chi Hao chuckled. "Don't keep it waiting. Hurry up and accept it." He glanced at the black-scaled tiger and said lightly, "You have some sense. Otherwise, tonight you would have been a pot of tiger bone soup." The black-scaled tiger pouted in frustration, thinking, "I've already submitted, and you still want to scare me? Are you that interesting?" The process of acknowledging the master went smoothly with the black-scaled tiger. Ji Dongshan was naturally overjoyed. On the day he first met Chi Hao in Dongling City, he never dared to imagine that guarding the door for Chi Hao would not only earn him a sword technique, but also allow him to condense a spirit sword embryo that he had never heard of within the sword system of the immortal spirit continent. Now, he had also acquired a 9th-grade black-scaled tiger spirit beast. If this fortune were spread, I'm afraid all martial cultivators in the world would rush to guard the door for Chi Hao. "Master, are you lacking people around you? If the gatekeeper is enough, I can also help guard the courtyard. If not, a cook will do," Ji Dongshan said excitedly. "A cook?" Chi Hao's face twitched. "Ahem, right, my master, she's a woman. Her cooking skills are excellent," Ji Dongshan said with a dry laugh. He was also grateful, having received numerous fortunes from Chi Hao, so he wanted to bring his master along to share in the blessings. Chi Hao was taken aback. He was extremely surprised. He knew Ji Dongshan had a master, but he didn't expect Ji Dongshan would think of bringing his master to the Chi residence. If your master is willing, the Chi residence can certainly accommodate her. That way, you two can be reunited, Chi Hao said with a smile. Having capable helpers is naturally better, Ji Dongshan said in delight. After leaving the secret realm, "I'll go find my master." Chi Hao smiled and said, "Don't be too optimistic. Your master may not be willing to come to the Qi residence. By the way, what is your master's cultivation level? Peak of the 9th grade in the Foundation Establishment realm. Ji Dongshan said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chi Hao chuckled, realizing that Ji Dongshan had another little plan in mind. Just bring her over first. We'll see how things go later, Chi Hao said lightly. My master is a very nice person. Once the master meets her in person, you will definitely be very satisfied, Ji Dongshan said with a grin, looking confident in his master. Chi Hao's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, Ji Dongshan had completely lost the demeanor of the proud sword genius he had in the small broken house in Dongling, looking just like someone who was trying to play matchmaker. Chapter 68, Special Sword Soldier. While Liuxin Zhong Tianlei had just broken through and needed a few days of cultivation to stabilize his realm. After helping Ji Dongshan subdue the black-scaled tiger, Chi Hao took Ji Dongshan out of the Lingyuan secret realm. When Ji Dongshan realized he was out of the secret realm and directly in Chi Hao's courtyard, he was indeed shocked for a long time. Chi Hao naturally would not reveal the secret of the heaven-controlling map to him, only saying that he had set up a teleportation array outside the secret realm. This array could directly transport people from the valley where the secret realm was located to his small courtyard, and could also transport them directly into the secret realm from his courtyard. Although Ji Dongshan found this incredible, he had no doubts about Chi Hao's words. After all, how many miraculous things had happened to Chi Hao? Head of the family, after I visit my mother, I'll go find my master. Wei Zhao is dead, and the Lingwu sect's revenge will come at any time. If my master comes earlier, we will have an extra helper, Ji Dongshan said. Chi Hao smiled and replied, all right, you go ahead. Dongshan took his leave and turned to leave. 3 days later, Chi Hao brought Zhong Tianlei out from the secret realm. Zhong Tianlei was initially reluctant to leave. After all, cultivating beside the spirit waterfall allowed for rapid progress, and once he went out, he wouldn't have such a treasure trove to cultivate in. When he learned that he could directly enter the secret realm from Chi Hao's small courtyard, his old face broke into a smile full of wrinkles. This is wonderful. It will be extremely convenient to enter the Lingyuan secret realm in the future. Head of the family, your methods are truly brilliant. Zhong Tianlei gave a thumbs up and cheerfully flattered Chi Hao. Chi Hao replied with a smile. It is much more convenient, but when you can enter to cultivate again depends on old Zhong's performance. Zhong Tianlei excitedly said, Old man has long been a member of the Qi family. If the head of the family has any tasks, just command me. With a slight smile, Chi Hao took out a jade slip and a storage ring. This jade slip contains the method for refining a special sword weapon. Although the refining process is complicated, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Just refine 2 for me. The necessary ores are all in this storage ring. Zhong Tianlei was surprised. Special sword weapon? He was very curious about what was special about it, and couldn't wait to check the jade slip. By the way, also reforge my Jiaoling sword. Adding some Yangling goldstone powder to enhance its sharpness, Chi Hao took out the Jiaoling sword and handed it to Zhong Tianlei as well. The Jiaoling sword was only a low-grade Lingwu sword weapon. Although it was barely usable, it lacked sharpness against strong opponents. If Chi Hao had a higher-grade Lingwu sword weapon during the previous battle against the 4 great spirit beasts, relying on the advantage of the sword weapon, he would have had a great chance to slay all 4 beasts. A 3-year-old child can kill with a sharp blade. A good weapon has a significant effect on the overall strength. Zhong Tianlei carefully stored the jade slip and the Jiaoling sword, cupping his fists with a smile. I will definitely not disappoint the head of the family. Chi Hao smiled and said, Old Zhong's refining furnace is also due for a comeback. Zhong Tianlei excitedly replied, Yes. My old buddy has been sealed in the ring for 27 years. Refining is not something that can be completed on a forging platform. Every refiner naturally has a refining furnace. Then old Zhong, get busy. Don't forget to add some Yangling goldstone to your own meteorite hammer, Chi Hao instructed. Zhong Tianlei exclaimed, Thank you, head of the family. Your generosity is something I have never seen in my life. Go on. Chi Hao helplessly waved his hand, wondering why the people around him suddenly turned into sycophants. After Zhong Tianlei left, Chi Hao stood in the courtyard with half-closed eyes. It had been so long since Wei Zhao's death, even if no one went to the Lingwu sect to deliver the news. They should have sensed something was amiss by now. After all, several living people had disappeared for such a long time. With Chi Hao's current cultivation at the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage, the range that the heaven-controlling map could observe had expanded to a radius of 300 miles. The Lingwu sect, located 460 miles northwest of Yuanling City, was only 160 miles away from the coverage area of the heaven-controlling map. Buzz. Chi Hao focused his mind and directly teleported the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle out of the Lingyuan secret realm. When the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle emerged, it was momentarily dazed. Chi Hao instructed it to fly 200 miles northwest and find a scenic spot to land. He had no intention of explaining anything to a large eagle. Caw! The Silver Feather Thunder Eagle took off, dashing northwest. At the same time, the flashy young man Ji Dongshan finally arrived at a familiar mountain peak. Master, I'm back! Ji Dongshan exclaimed excitedly at the foot of the mountain. Swish! A figure in a white dress suddenly shot out from the mountain and flew toward him. This woman, with a delicate face and dressed in white, exuded an ethereal quality, looking like a fairy descended from the heavens, truly beautiful. No one would expect that this seemingly young and beautiful woman was actually Ji Dongshan's master. Before, Ji Dongshan mentioned that his master was a woman. Chi Hao and Zhong Tianlei had both thought that Ji Dongshan's master should be a rather stern old man. After all, how could someone like Ji Dongshan, a young man, be taught to be so cold? In reality, Ji Dongshan's cold demeanor had nothing to do with his master. It was simply because of his never-seen biological father and his mother's illness. A scummy father and a sick mother made it difficult for him to be as sunny and happy as other young men his age. However, after meeting Chi Hao, with hope for his mother's illness and experiencing continuous fortuitous events, he began to smile more. Dongshan, is your mother's illness under control? It wouldn't be the black-scaled tiger you encountered, would it? Bao Liuxin was about to ask about Ji Yuron's condition when she suddenly realized that her disciple was not riding a black horse but rather a spirit beast. The black-scaled tiger. Encountering an adult black-scaled tiger, even she would have to avoid its ferocity. How could her disciple possibly tame a black-scaled tiger? Unless he was lucky enough to encounter a cub. But the black-scaled tiger in front of her was robust and clearly an adult, not a cub. Bao Liuxin was extremely shocked. She even found it hard to believe her own eyes. Ji Dongshan grinned and said, Master, you're not mistaken. It is the black-scaled tiger. I even named it Hei Meng. As for how I tamed it, I'll explain later. Master, I came to find you this time because I hope you can come down a mountain with me. The black-scaled tiger couldn't help but twitch its mouth in dissatisfaction, thinking, what kind of name is Hei Meng? This tiger does not recognize the broken name. Bai Liuxin frowned. Come down the mountain? If I wanted to leave, I would not have stayed on Moon Spirit Peak for 20 years. Ji Dongshan's expression became serious as he said earnestly, Master, I don't know why you're unwilling to leave Moon Spirit Peak, but this time, I truly hope you can come with me. There are great opportunities and fortuitous encounters down the mountain. You know, I would never deceive you. Bai Liuxin shook her head. There's no need to discuss leaving the mountain any further. How is your mother now? Has her condition improved? Chapter 69. Ji Dongshan persuades his master. Ji Dongshan smiled and said, My mother's illness has improved significantly. After waiting a little longer, she should fully recover. Bai Liuxin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then, her brows suddenly furrowed, and she said in a deep voice, Who is treating your mother? To dare make such a boast. Bai Liuxin was actually very clear about Ji Yurong's situation. It was precisely because she was clear that she felt powerless. Ji Dongshan replied, It is the head of the Qi family treating my mother. I have now joined the head of the Qi family and am serving him. The head of the Qi family has shown me great kindness, and I hope you can come to the Qi family to assist him. Ji Dongshan was trying to put the best spin on it, giving Bai Liuxin a dignified reason to leave the mountain. He certainly couldn't say he wanted to bring his master along to share in Chi Hao's fortuitous encounters, could he? Bai Liuxin's expression darkened. Head of the Qi family? When did the Qi family appear in Dongling City? Ji Dongshan hurriedly said, The Qi family is not in Dongling City, but in Yuanling City. Master, please don't underestimate the Qi family just because they are in Yuanling City. The head of the Qi family is truly formidable. I see you have truly been fooled. Bai Liuxin's expression darkened. and there was a hint of reprimand in her words. The powerful families of the Eastern Spirit Domain were mostly gathered in Eastern Spirit City. This Yuanling city she had never even heard of, so it must be a remote small city. What kind of remarkable figures could come from such a small city and small clan that could heal the damage from a broken golden pill? This kind of injury, no one in the entire Eastern Spirit Domain could treat. Bai Liuxin instinctively thought that her foolish disciple must have encountered a scammer. Seeing Bai Liuxin's frosty demeanor, Ji Dongshan's eyes lit up as he pointed to the black-scaled tiger at his feet and said, "Master, this black-scaled tiger is a gift from the head of the Qi family." Using a spirit beast as a gift, this head of the Qi family is indeed extravagant. Then I want to ask, what is his own spirit beast? Bai Liuxin asked coldly. Obviously, she still doubted Ji Dongshan's words. Who would be foolish enough to give away a powerful spirit beast like a black-scaled tiger? If such a fool really existed in this world, she would like to meet them. Ji Dongshan said, "The head of the Qi family has a silver-feathered thunder eagle. Although it is not as good as my black-scaled tiger. He had the silver-feathered thunder eagle long before, so when he encountered the black-scaled tiger, he gifted it to me, who had no spirit beast." Bai Liuxin raised her eyebrows, not expecting that the head of the Qi family actually had spirit beasts under his command. Moreover, this silver-feathered thunder eagle is also a very rare exotic spirit beast. Could it be that there really is an extraordinary person in this small Yuanling city? Master, I know you still have doubts, but you can come with me to take a look. If you find it unsuitable when you arrive at the Qi family, you can come back, Ji Dongshan said. Bai Liuxin frowned and asked, "Why do you want me to go with you so much?" Ji Dongshan replied seriously, "Two reasons. One is for you, master, and the other is for the head of the Qi family." Bai Liuxin narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Be specific." Yi Dongshan explained. Although the head of the Qi family is young, his background is extraordinary, and there must be powerful beings backing him. Those who follow the head of the Qi family have all received great fortune that can benefit them for a lifetime. You are equally kind to your disciple, so I don't want you to miss such a great opportunity. Just a few days ago, a 9th grade peak martial artist in the foundation establishment stage who followed the head of the Qi family successfully formed a golden pill. Since then, I have thought of you. Master, Bai Liuxin was surprised. So, there's another golden pill realm powerhouse added in the Eastern Spirit Domain? What is the name of the person who entered the golden pill realm? Bai Liuxin asked. Ji Dongshan answered, Zhong Tianlei. He is actually an old blacksmith in Eastern Spirit City, before the head of the Qi family found him. No one knew he was a 9th grade peak artifact refiner in the foundation establishment stage. I and old Zhong were both approached by the head of the Qi family on the same day, and we followed him from Eastern Spirit City all the way to Yuanling City. Bai Liuxin's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, she said, "The head of the Qi family you mentioned is indeed not simple. He, a person from Yuanling City, not only managed to persuade you to follow him to Yuanling City, but also accurately found a hidden artifact refiner and persuaded him as well. He must have used the reason that he could heal your mother to persuade you. But what reason did he use to convince a 9th grade peak foundation establishment powerhouse who intends to remain hidden? Could it be that Zhong Tianlei's breakthrough to the golden pill realm is really related to him?" Ji Dongshan hurriedly explained, "Of course it is related, and it is a significant relationship. Master, you're not yet part of the head of the Qi family, so there are some things I cannot tell you completely. I have guaranteed this to the head of the Qi family, so I hope you understand. But I really did not lie to you. If you are willing to go with me to the Qi family, as long as you gain the head's recognition, you will surely be able to enter the golden pill realm smoothly in the future. After all, your martial arts talent is far superior to old Zhong's. If he can do it, you definitely can." Bai Liuxin's eyes moved slightly. If this head of the Qi family can really help her enter the golden pill realm, she would indeed like to meet him. She asked, "Earlier, you mentioned that part of the reason was for me. What is your reason for seeking me out for the head of the Qi family?" Ji Dongshan immediately recounted the grievances between Qi Hao and Lingwu sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Liuxin's eyes widened in shock. "Have you all gone mad? You actually killed Wei Xingquang's son." Bai Liuxin couldn't help but exclaim in anger. Wei Xingquang is the sect master of Lingwu sect. Ji Dongshan gritted his teeth and said, "That Wei Zhao was too arrogant. He deserved to die. While Liu Xin snorted, even if he deserved to die, you killed him, and that is looking for death. Do you not know how strong Lingwu sect is? Not to mention how many people are in the foundation establishment stage. Just in the Golden Pill realm, there are 3. Their ancestor, Wei Yuanshan, is a 5th-grade Golden Pill cultivator, and his strength ranks among the top 3 in the entire Eastern Spirit domain. Ji Dongshan, however, curled his lips and said, "What is there to be afraid of? The head of the chief family has backing." While Liu Xin's face twitched. "What kind of backing does he have? Did you see it?" While Liu Xin snorted. Ji Dongshan shook his head and said, "I did not see it, but it must be there. Otherwise, how would the head of the chief family dare to stay in Yuanling City?" Even old Zhong had the intention to retreat and advised the head to leave. But the head remained calm and collected, not the slightest bit flustered. That expression of confidence is not something that can be faked. While Liu Xin's brows furrowed. This is indeed not very normal. Could it be that Qi Hao really has some powerful backing? "Master, please come with me. There are also a white wolf and a demon knife mantis in the Lingyuan secret realm. If you gain the head's recognition, you might also be able to acquire a spirit beast. I think that white wolf would be very suitable for you as a mount," Ji Dongshan said with a grin. While Liu Xin smiled wryly. Even if there are those 2 spirit beasts, they wouldn't be easy to tame. Ji Dongshan nodded and said, "That is true. There were originally 5 spirit beasts in the Lingyuan secret realm. Old Zhong captured a red flame snake python. I captured this black-scaled tiger. And there was a ground spirit golden armored insect that was unwilling to submit. So the head killed it with a sword and gave it to the silver-feathered thunder eagle as food." While Liu Xin's eyes widened in shock. "So old Zhong also captured a spirit beast?" "Yes. Now the Qi family has 3 spirit beasts," Ji Dongshan said proudly. "Those families in Eastern Spirit City, although they have a big reputation and seem strong, which one can compare to the current Qi family in Yuanling City." At this moment, he felt an immense pride in being a member of the Qi family. Chapter 70. Divine Insight into Lingwu Sect by Liu Xin suddenly realized that Ji Dongshan had changed completely since he returned. He had become more talkative and even cheerful. In the past, her disciple had never praised anyone like this. "Since you speak so highly of the Qi family, I will go to see this head of the Qi family. But I want to make it clear first, I am only going to see him, and I may not stay in the Qi family," while Liu Xin said with a faint smile. Ji Dongshan immediately said, "Okay. I guarantee that once Master meets the head of the Qi family, you definitely want to leave." While Liu Xin rolled her eyes, she would not be easily fooled. "Before we go, let us first go to Eastern Spirit City. I want to see your mother." While Liu Xin said. Ji Dongshan smiled. "My mother is also in the Qi family." While Liu Xin was taken aback. Ji Dongshan's mother was not someone easily fooled. How did she end up in the Qi family? It seems that Qi Hao indeed has some real ability, while Liu Xin thought to herself. "Master, please pack your things. Once you're ready, we will set off immediately," Ji Dongshan said. While Liu Xin replied calmly, "What is the rush? You've been outside for a long time, and your mind is restless. Since you're back, you should first practice the Sword Heart spell for a few days to calm your mind before returning to the Qi family." Ji Dongshan, hearing this, grew anxious. "That won't do. What if the people from Lingwu sect?" Before Ji Dongshan could finish, while Liu Xin's expression turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice, "What? After following this head of the Qi family, you don't even listen to your master's words anymore? If the people from Lingwu sect really come looking for trouble, how much can your current strength withstand? Moreover, didn't you say that this head of the Qi family has someone behind him? We can take this opportunity to see just how powerful that backing is." Ji Dongshan's expression was somewhat grim. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and knelt down. "What are you doing?" While Liu Xin frowned and asked. Ji Dongshan solemnly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Master, this time I cannot listen to you. The head of the family has been very kind to me, and I can never repay that kindness in my lifetime. Although my strength is limited and I may not be able to help the head of the family much when the head is in trouble, I must be by his side if I know the Qi family is in trouble and choose to hide in the shadows. How can I repay the head of the family's kindness, and how can I face my own conscience? If you're unwilling to go to the Qi family, I won't force you. I will take my leave now and return by myself." As soon as Ji Dongshan finished speaking, He bowed 3 times and climbed onto the back of the black-scaled tiger. "Hyman, let us go." The black-scaled tiger exhaled and turned to leap away. Balyoshin was left in a daze for a long time. This brat really got angry and left like that? What kind of trick did Chi Hao use on him? Coming back to her senses, Balyoshin couldn't help but feel angry. "No, I have to follow and see." With a low huff, Balyoshin's figure flickered and she quietly followed him. Ji Dongshan rode the tiger back, his mood somewhat complicated along the way. He returned wanting to bring his master along to gain fortune by Chi Hao's side. However, Balyoshin's words earlier suddenly made him feel uneasy. He had not been by Chi Hao's side for long, but he knew Chi Hao's character well. Chi Hao treated those around him quite well, but at the same time, he wouldn't tolerate any impurities. Those with impure intentions who approached Chi Hao might instead attract disaster. His decisive departure was not out of anger at Balyoshin, but out of concern that she would get into trouble with such a mindset when going to the Chi family. He would rather Balyoshin miss the opportunity than see her at odds with Chi Hao, which would bring disaster upon herself. 200 miles northwest of Yuanling City, the silver-feathered thunder eagle landed on a solitary peak. "Here are a few demon origin pills for you. Refine them." Chi Hao casually tossed out 3 demon origin pills, and the silver-feathered thunder eagle opened its mouth in delight and swallowed them. Chi Hao sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as his mind entered the celestial map. Once inside the map, his mind rushed to the northwestern edge. The northwestern edge was precisely where the Lingwu sect was located on the celestial map. Spirit peaks towered, and mountain mist surged. Pavilions and towers were half hidden among the lush mountains. Halfway up the mountain, a huge gate tower prominently displayed the 3 golden characters Lingwu sect. A stone staircase made of blue stone led from the foot of the mountain straight to the summit. At the summit, hundreds of buildings were clustered together, with spiritual energy overflowing, figures moving within, and many flashes of spiritual light shining like colorful rainbows. Chi Hao's mind wandered through this serene Lingwu sect, as if he were an invisible person strolling leisurely. This Lingwu sect is so quiet. It doesn't seem like they're planning anything major. Could it be that they haven't realized Wei Zhao is dead? Chi Hao found it strange. He did not know that Wei Zhao often came down the mountain. It was common for him to be away from the sect for more than 10 days, even months. Wei Xingquang and Wei Yuanshan were often in closed-door meditation and wouldn't be paying constant attention to Wei Zhao. "Oh, isn't that Song Changfeng?" Suddenly, Chi Hao spotted a familiar figure. Song Changfeng was anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard. At that moment, a disciple quickly arrived outside Song Changfeng's courtyard. "Master, I'm back." The young disciple stood outside the courtyard and respectfully saluted. Song Changfeng hurried over and asked urgently, "How is it? Is the young sect master still at the Xuanxiang sect?" The young disciple shook his head and said, "The people of the Xuanxiang sect said that the young sect master only stayed there for a moment over 10 days ago before leaving. As for where the young sect master went after that, they don't know." Upon hearing this, Song Changfeng's face turned pale. "It's over. The young sect master must have taken Elder Bai and the others to Yuanling City. It had already been more than 10 days without a return. He feared." Song Changfeng mumbled, but he did not dare fully voice his inner fears. Because if everything was as he suspected, then the situation would be terrible. The young disciple's face changed slightly. "Master, do you suspect something has happened to the young sect master?" "That seems unlikely. The young sect master is accompanied by the 5 elders. Elder Bai has an 8th grade foundation building cultivation. Who could harm them?" Song Changfeng's body shook, and he said sadly, "You young people are all so arrogant and reckless, not realizing that there are always people stronger than you out there. Elder Bai's strength is not weak. But even within our sect, there are many who can overpower him. How do you know they won't encounter someone stronger than Elder Bai outside?" The young disciple also began to panic. "Master, what should we do now? Should we report this to the sect master?" he asked nervously. Song Changfeng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "At this point, we can only report it to the sect master. Regardless of whether the young sect master has encountered trouble or not, the Lingwu sect and Chi Hao need to settle this matter." The disciple hesitated. "Master, will you be all right?" Song Changfeng said sadly, "If the young sect master is unharmed, then I still have a way to live. But if the young sect master is gone, then I fear my life will be short-lived." The disciple exclaimed, "Why is that? If something really happened to the young sect master, it wouldn't have much to do with you. The pain of losing a child is enough to drive a person mad. Even if it seems unrelated on the surface, extreme anger can still implicate others." Song Changfeng sighed sorrowfully. If he had known it would come to this, when Wei Zhao approached him, he would have definitely refused him and reported to the sect master immediately. Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back. Chapter 71. Today is a day for killing master. Why don't we just ignore this mess and leave the Lingwu sect? Leave the Eastern Spirit Domain? The young disciple gritted his teeth. Because of Wei Zhao's incident, several of his senior brothers and sisters had died or been injured. And now even his master was about to be implicated. Once Song Changfeng encountered trouble, even if he, the little disciple, survived, he would no longer have a good life in the Lingwu sect. Song Changfeng shook his head and said, "I can escape, but my family is in the Lingwu sect. If I take them with me, it will certainly arouse suspicion from others. If we get caught, there will be no chance of survival. Xiao Tao, if you are afraid, you can leave the sect on your own. I will not blame you. I couldn't protect your senior brothers and sisters. I just hope you can be safe." "Master." Xiao Tao's eyes turned red. "Go. I must go see the sect master." Song Changfeng sighed lightly and stepped out of the courtyard. Chi Hao's mind followed Song Changfeng to a pavilion. The entire pavilion was shrouded in a faint layer of thin light, which was a manifestation of the power of the formation within the celestial map. On the third floor of the pavilion sat a middle-aged man in a white robe with long hair. This middle-aged man was none other than Wei Xingquang, the sect master of the Lingwu sect. "Sect master, the old man Song Changfeng has important matters to report." Song Changfeng stood before the pavilion, bowing respectfully. Wei Xingquang slowly opened his eyes. "Elder Song, what is the matter?" Wei Xingquang asked lightly. Song Changfeng said in a deep voice, "The young sect master may have encountered trouble." "What?" Wei Xingquang, who had originally appeared calm, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Buzz! With a wave of his sleeve, the formation was dispelled, and his figure swiftly appeared before Song Changfeng. A powerful pressure forced Song Changfeng to kneel on the ground with a thud, his knees bleeding. "Quickly tell me, what happened to Zhao Er? Where is he now?" Wei Xingquang asked angrily. His mind had already swept through the Lingwu sect, but he could not sense Wei Zhao's presence. Song Changfeng's expression was quite grim. He had anticipated that Wei Xingquang would be furious upon learning of Wei Zhao's incident, but he never expected that as soon as he mentioned it, Wei Xingquang would treat him so brutally. After all, he was also an inner-gate elder of the spirit martial sect. The young sect master had gone to the Xuanxiang sect with Elder Bai and others over 10 days ago and had yet to return. I sent disciples to the Xuanxiang sect to gather information, and the news I received was that the young sect master left the Xuanxiang sect that very day. Now, I am worried that the young sect master has gone to Yuanling City, Song Changfeng said solemnly. Wei Xingquang frowned. Yuanling City? Is that the Yuanling City where the Meng family is located? Song Changfeng's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Wei Xingquang to know about the Meng family. Yes, it is indeed the Yuanling City where the Meng family is located, but the Meng Yi family has already been killed. Before the Meng Yi family was killed, the young sect master had received a distress call from Meng Qingran, the daughter of the Meng family. Song Changfeng quickly recounted the events, including the killings of Yun Tao and others in Yuanling City, as well as his and the disciples' encounters at the Qi family. Of course, he also informed Wei Xingquang that he had strongly advised Wei Zhao not to underestimate Qi Hao. Boom! Upon learning everything, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from Wei Xingquang, and a powerful energy blast immediately sent Song Changfeng flying. Puff! Song Changfeng spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with anger. Wei Xingquang clenched his fists and laughed angrily. Good. This Qi Hao is truly out of control. I never expected that in the Eastern Spirit Domain, there would still be someone who dares to disregard my spirit martial sect. I will personally go see what this kid has to back him up and dare to challenge my spirit martial sect. Although Song Changfeng's account made Wei Xingquang suspect that Wei Zhao and others might have fallen into Qi Hao's hands, Wei Xingquang was not worried about Wei Zhao's safety. He simply did not believe that anyone in the Eastern Spirit Domain would dare to kill his son. Song Changfeng, since you already suspected that Chi Hao has some backing, why didn't you report it to the sect earlier? This lesson is what you deserve. Wei Xingquang glared at Song Chongfeng angrily. Song Chongfeng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. It was my moment of confusion, and I failed to report to the sect master in time. What Wei Zhao did was not honorable. If it hadn't come to this point, who would risk offending the young sect master by bringing it to the sect master? Song Chongfeng was now feeling both angry and wronged. Get up and come with me to Yuanling City. Wei Xingquang snorted. Song Chongfeng's eyes trembled, and he stood up to bow. Sect master, why not invite the great elder to join us? Wei Xingquang coldly smiled. What? Do you think that Chi Hao might still have a golden core cultivator by his side? Song Chongfeng said seriously. Although the possibility is low, it is not entirely impossible. Elder Bai is already at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, yet he still couldn't ensure the young sect master's safe return. Thus, we cannot underestimate Chi Hao. We should still call the great elder along for safety. Wei Xingquang snorted angrily. The Spirit Martial sect dispatching 2 golden core cultivators to Yuanling City to deal with a mere Meng family son-in-law. If this gets out, what face will the Spirit Martial sect and my Wei family have left? Song Chongfeng sighed and ceased to persuade further, weakly clasping his hands. Then let it be as the sect master wishes. I will lead the way for the sect master. Song Chongfeng stuffed a pill into his mouth and turned to fly outside the Spirit Peak. How can my Spirit Martial sect have such cowardly and useless trash? Yet he has managed to cultivate to the 6th level of Foundation establishment. The resources of our sect wasted on him. Wei Xingquang sneered inwardly and took off into the air. Ha! Really, good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. On the mountain peak, Chi Hao slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Thunder Eagle, return. Chi Hao stood up and said lightly. Screech. As Chi Hao flew onto the back of the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle, the Silver Feather Thunder Eagle screeched and soared toward Yuanling City. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Chi Hao sent a message to Zhong Tianlei. Zhong Tianlei quickly arrived before Chi Hao. Master, what do you want with me? I still haven't fully grasped the refining method in the jade slip. Zhong Tianlei smiled. Chi Hao smiled lightly. Let's put aside the matter of refining weapons for now. I calculated that today is a good day for killing. I would like to trouble Elder Zhong to accompany me on a trip. Zhong Tianlei was taken aback. The master can also calculate? Which unfortunate soul has provoked the master? All right. Zhong Tianlei grinned and agreed. After receiving numerous benefits from Chi Hao, Zhong Tianlei no longer hesitated to follow his orders. The two flew toward the northwest and quickly covered 100 miles. Zhong Tianlei raised an eyebrow. This direction seems to be toward the Spirit Martial sect. The master wouldn't he be thinking of going directly to the Spirit Martial sect to kill someone, would he? This would be a bit too big. Just as Zhong Tianlei was anxiously pondering, Chi Hao smiled lightly. Let us wait down below. I have a feeling that the person who is going to die today is about to appear. When the time comes, Elder Zhong need not say much. Just follow my orders and ambush him, giving him 1 hammer. If 1 hammer doesn't kill him, then give him 2. Chapter 72. The falling star hammer strikes the mad star. Zhong Tianlei was astonished. Master, are you sending me to ambush the opponent? Chi Hao smiled. I'm also thinking of the grass and trees in this area. Look at this lush forest, how vibrant it is. If you engage in a frontal battle, the energy impact will destroy countless flowers and grass, killing many innocent little insects. Since this person is destined to die, it is better to let him die cleanly without implicating the innocent beings here. Zhong Tianlei twitched his lips. If you want to ambush, then just ambush. But why make it sound so righteous? Ahem, I'll do as the master says. But who exactly are we going to kill? Zhong Tianlei asked with a smile. Chi Hao replied with a smile. I don't know either. I can only sense a killing intent approaching me. And this place is a must-pass for him. Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. The master can even sense killing intent from afar? Is it really that mysterious? All right, then we will wait here. Although Zhong Tianlei felt that Chi Hao was hiding something from him, he didn't ask further. Now, whether it is someone who wants to kill Chi Hao or someone Chi Hao wants to kill, they are all his mortal enemies. Before breaking through to the Golden Core realm, Zhong Tianlei still had some respect for certain powerful individuals in the Eastern Spirit domain. But now, being a golden core himself, he felt a bit more confident. Qi Hao sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, using the celestial map to monitor Wei Xingquang and Song Chongfeng's movements. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The killing intent is getting closer. Soon, two figures will sweep across the sky. Elder Zhong, please strike the person behind with all your might, Qi Hao said solemnly. Zhong Tianlei squinted his eyes, extended his right hand, and grasped the falling iron hammer, responding, "Good. Since we're going to ambush," Zhong Tianlei naturally would not release his spiritual power to check the movements above. Using spiritual power to probe could alert the opponent and expose their position. Swish! Swish! Above the forest, two figures suddenly appeared, coming from the north. The two were moving quickly and would soon fly over the heads of the two. Zhong Tianlei's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly leaped out of the forest into the air. At the same time, the falling iron hammer in his right hand glimmered with black light, gathering a terrifying power that breaks the heavens, the second style of the falling star hammer. Go! As his figure burst out of the forest, the falling iron hammer was suddenly thrown, crashing toward Wei Xingquang. Boom! Wei Xingquang was in midair, thinking about how to humiliate Qi Hao upon arriving at Yuanling City, when he suddenly felt movement below, just as he was about to angrily shout at whoever dared to ambush him. The moment he looked down, he was horrified, and his hair stood on end. Heavenly martial spirit shield. Although he reacted extremely quickly, his first instinct in a rush was to unleash powerful spiritual energy to form a shield to protect himself. However, the hammer shadow that came crashing down was moving at an unbelievable speed before the heavenly martial spirit shield could fully take shape. The terrifying hammer shadow had already smashed down in front of him. Boom! With a terrifying roar, Wei Xingquang's spiritual energy instantly shattered, and his entire body was sent flying into the sky. Song Chongfeng, who was ahead, was completely stunned by this sudden scene. The dignified sect master of the spirit martial sect, Wei Xingquang, who was at the first level of the Golden Core realm, was actually sent flying by a single hammer strike. What was going on? Boom! Before Song Chongfeng could regain his senses and escape, a scorching fist shadow came crashing towards him, instantly causing his head to explode in mid-air. Swish! Zhong Tianlei's figure darted forward, chasing after Wei Xingquang's body that had been blasted away. At this moment, Wei Xingquang was actually severely injured and on the verge of death, with no fighting power left. The falling star hammer had already destroyed most of his vitality. Who are you? Why did you ambush our sect? Wei Xingquang, bleeding from all 7 orifices, asked in despair and unwillingness as he looked at Zhong Tianlei, who was rushing towards him. Wei Xingquang had been arrogant all his life and had never imagined that one day he would be struck from below by someone, nearly killed by a single hammer. Zhong Tianlei coldly smiled and said, "You really are pitiful, to die without knowing who wants you dead. Tell me, who are you?" Wei Xingquang roared with the last of his strength. "I am the gatekeeper of the Qi family, Zhong Tianlei." As soon as Zhong Tianlei finished speaking, he struck out with a powerful punch, instantly exploding Wei Xingquang's body. In the moment before his death, Wei Xingquang finally felt regret. He regretted not listening to Song Chongfeng's advice. The gatekeeper of the Qi family. Clearly this person who ambushed him was from Qi Hao's side, below in the forest. Qi Hao raised his hand towards the sky and tugged twice. 2 bloodied storage rings fell into his hands one after the other. The storage rings of these 2 individuals must contain valuable items, and Qi Hao certainly wouldn't let them be left behind in the forest. Swish! Zhong Tianlei's figure flashed and landed beside Qi Hao. He grinned and said, "The master truly is insightful. You said today is suitable for killing, and it really was." This dignified sect master of the spirit martial sect died so easily at the hands of an old man. Although Zhong Tianlei had never seen Wei Xingquang, he guessed Wei Xingquang's identity the moment he saw Song Chongfeng. Qi Hao smiled and said, "Although the divination was favorable, it mainly relies on Elder Zhong's strength." Zhong Tianlei laughed heartily and said, No, it's the hammer technique passed down by the master that is impressive. If I had used the spiritual techniques I practiced before, even with an ambush, it would have been difficult to succeed. Wei Xingquang's perception was still very sharp. But the speed of the falling star hammer was terrifying, which was why he couldn't summon a complete spirit shield for defense in time. Shi Hao said lightly, even if he had summoned a complete spirit shield, with the strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand Elder Zhong's might. Elder Zhong, you shouldn't underestimate your own strength. With your current combat power, you can easily contend against a third-level golden core. Zhong Tianlei was overjoyed and said, really? This is my first time fighting against someone in the golden core realm, so I don't have much understanding of the strength of others in that realm. Shi Hao smiled and said, of course it's true. Within the spirit martial sect, there is also a third-level golden core and a fifth-level golden core. When that third-level golden core comes seeking revenge, Elder Zhong can test his skills against him. Zhong Tianlei's expression tightened, and he said solemnly, this old man knows that the third-level golden core is the great elder He Sanquan of the spirit martial sect. The fifth-level golden core is the ancestor Wei Yuanshan. Master, I might be able to handle He Sanquan, but what should we do about Wei Yuanshan, who is so powerful? Shi Hao smiled lightly and said, Elder Zhong, don't worry. Those who dare to come and offend us will not leave alive unless I wish to spare them. Zhong Tianlei was greatly shocked. Even a fifth-level golden core, the master actually doesn't take seriously. How strong is this confidence? Master, there's actually something I don't understand, Zhong Tianlei said with a dry laugh. Shi Hao smiled and said, Elder Zhong wants to ask, since you can easily slay Wei Xingquang, why did I let you ambush him? Cough, yes. I can't understand. Please enlighten me, master. Zhong Tianlei said. He didn't believe that Shi Hao truly cared about the flowers and plants in this deep mountain. The reason is very simple. For someone like him, it's better to be killed with a single hammer strike, so I don't have to listen to him boast in front of me. So ambushing him is the most straightforward and efficient approach, Shi Hao said with a light smile. Zhong Tianlei was stunned. Is that the reason? He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Although the ambush was successful and Wei Xingquang had no chance to boast, he also had no chance to show off. However, when the spirit martial sect sends someone else, this old man will still have the opportunity to show off again, Zhong Tianlei thought to himself. Being able to show off in front of others is also a motivation for cultivation. Not everyone has a mindset like Shi Hao. This is Wei Xingquang and Song Chongfeng's storage rings. These are your spoils of war. Keep them. Shi Hao smiled slightly and handed the 2 storage rings he had just collected to Zhong Tianlei. Zhong Tianlei hurriedly said, this is not appropriate. Although the person was killed by this old man, I am serving the master, so how can I take all the benefits for myself? You kill the person. The spoils belong to you. From now on, it will be the same. No need to say more, Shi Hao said. Zhong Tianlei took a deep breath. He truly couldn't help but admire Shi Hao. Wei Xingquang, as the sect master, must have had an extraordinary collection, yet Shi Hao just gave it to him. With such a master, who wouldn't be devoted? Thank you, master. I will accept it, Zhong Tianlei said solemnly, taking the storage rings. Let's go back. Shi Hao smiled lightly and returned to Yuanling City. Wei Xingquang fell quietly, causing no ripples in the East Spirit region. After all, no one would have thought that Wei Xingquang would die so quietly. After returning to the city, Zhong Tianlei continued to seclude himself to refine weapons, while Shi Hao also returned to the Huang family to cultivate in seclusion. The next day, Ji Dongshan hurried back, seeing the safe and sound Qi residence. Ji Dongshan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't come back late, Ji Dongshan smiled. Even if the spirit martial sect came, he couldn't help much. But as long as he could contribute a little, he would feel at ease. Ji Dongshan was a grateful person, and Shi Hao also saw this, which is why he bestowed upon him good fortune. Open the door, I'm back, Ji Dongshan shouted at the door. Soon, a Nan and a Bei opened the door from the sides. Ji Dongshan smiled and said, why are you 2 guarding the door? Is Elder Zhong still in seclusion? A Nan laughed and said, Elder Zhong has already come out of seclusion and is busy refining weapons now. Ji Dongshan's eyes brightened. Refining weapons? He hadn't forgotten about the solar spirit gold stone from the Lingyuan secret realm. If he could incorporate a bit of solar spirit gold powder into his spiritual sword, it would surely enhance his strength significantly. All right, you 2 keep an eye on the door for me. I'll go find Elder Zhong first. Then come back to swap with you, Ji Dongshan said with a smile. Excited, Ji Dongshan entered the residence. Not far from outside the residence, in a corner, Bai Liuxin, who had quietly followed, frowned. What did this foolish boy mean by what he just said? Could it be that he is just guarding the Qi residence? Thinking of this possibility, Bai Liuxin felt a twitch in her face. Her talented disciple, whom she had trained for many years, had now fallen to the level of guarding the door for someone. The key point is that this disciple still looked very happy about it. Bai Liuxin held her forehead. Has this boy lost his mind? Or does Qi Hao have some kind of wicked means to confuse people's minds? At the Xuanxiang sect, in the cold ice courtyard, Master, disciple Lan Ling has urgent news to report. Outside the cold ice courtyard, a young woman in a light blue long dress bowed with a serious expression and called out in greeting. Inside the courtyard, Luo Bingyun's eyes widened slightly, secretly thinking, it seems the spirit martial sect is making moves. Come in, she said. Lan Ling hurriedly entered. The spirit martial sect is making moves? Luo Bingyun squinted and asked. Lan Ling nodded seriously, yes. Yesterday at the fourth watch, Song Changfeng and Wei Xingquang suddenly flew away from the Lingwu sect, and their direction was indeed towards Yuanling City. Luo Bingyun said in a deep voice, with their speed, they should be able to reach Yuanling City by today. There should already be results over there. Lan Ling said solemnly, with Wei Xingquang taking action personally, the Qi family will definitely not be able to hold on. Luo Bingyun shook her head. Although the head of the Qi family is somewhat arrogant, he is very mysterious. There should also be strong guardians behind him. Wei Xingquang is only at the first rank of the Golden Core stage, and with just him going, he may not gain any advantage. Lan Ling's eyes flashed, saying, should I send a disciple to Yuanling City to investigate? Luo Bingyun replied, I will go with you. I also want to know if Qi Hao can withstand the pressure from Wei Xingquang. You should first go to the Stormy Wind Courtyard and ask your uncle Su to release Su Hanshan, Luo Bingyun said. All right, I will go now. Lan Ling turned and went to the Stormy Wind Courtyard. After Su Hanshan returned to the Xianspear sect with Luo Bingyun and the others. Su Chonggang learned that Qi Hao had killed Wei Zhao, and naturally, he could not let Su Hanshan leave the sect. After a quarrel between father and son, Su Chonggang was so angry that he directly locked Su Hanshan up. Lan Ling arrived at the Stormy Wind Courtyard and conveyed her master's intentions to Su Chonggang. Su Chonggang hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Let him go along. If the Qi family is gone, that foolish boy doesn't need to be stubborn anymore. If Qi Hao really can withstand Wei Xingquang, then it wouldn't be shameful for this boy to serve as a guardian for the Qi family for 10 years. Su Chonggang now only regretted why he had impulsively let his son challenge Qi Hao. As the sun began to set, Qi Hao finished a round of cultivation and entered the map of heaven to check. Although Wei Xingquang had just fallen yesterday, logically speaking, the people of the Lingwu sect shouldn't react so quickly, since at that time, Wei Xingquang only took Song Changfeng with him and didn't inform others. But to prevent any unexpected occurrences, Qi Hao would check the map of heaven after each round of cultivation. After all, entering the map of heaven did not cost him anything. In the northwest, there was no anomaly, but within Yuanling City, he discovered a rather large spiritual energy light group. The essence of this light group should be a peak 9th rank of the Foundation Establishment stage. Moreover, this peak 9th rank of the Foundation Establishment stage was near the Qi residence. Such a presence was naturally worth Qi Hao's attention. Let's see who it is. Qi Hao's mind moved, looking towards the location of the light group. Ling Lian, room Tianzi. Mist rose, and a white dress lightly fell. Two fair long legs lifted one after another and stepped into the warm bathtub. With a splash, the woman sat in the water, her jade-like fingers flicking the water, splashing it onto her fair neck. It had been a long time since she enjoyed such a nice hot bath. Bai Liuxin smiled lightly, her eyes slightly closed, resting her head on the edge of the bathtub, quietly enjoying the comfort of the warm water wrapping around her. After Ji Dongshan entered the Qi residence, he did not come out again. Bai Liuxin could not directly chase into the Qi residence, so she stayed at the nearby Ling Lian. The Huang family. Qi Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Could this woman be Ji Dongshan's master? While Qi Hao was guessing, he moved his mind away from the guest room and went to the Qi residence. Sure enough, Ji Dongshan had returned. Chapter 74. Died from anger or stupidity. Inside the Qi residence, there were familiar auras, and there was no unfamiliar peak ninth rank of the Foundation establishment stage. This meant that Ji Dongshan's master either did not come along or did come, but did not stay in the Qi residence. It seemed that the woman taking a bath was most likely Ji Dongshan's master. Qi Hao couldn't help but touch his nose. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he encountered by Liu Xin bathing, which was somewhat awkward. "Madam, you have been cultivating for several days in a row. Let me accompany you for a walk." Qi Hao smiled. Huang Yan's eyes brightened with joy. "Okay." Ever since the formation was completed and the spiritual lake's energy surged, Huang Yan had basically been in cultivation. She actually wanted to go out for a walk for a long time. But thinking of how Qi Hao created such a good cultivation environment for her, she felt embarrassed to slack off. Sometimes being too considerate can lead to self-pity. Then let us stop cultivating and go out for some good food," Qi Hao said with a light smile. Huang Yin giggled in response, stopping her cultivation and getting up. After the couple left Huang's residence, Qi Hao said, "I heard the food at Ling Lion is good. Let's go try it." "All right." Huang Yin naturally had no objections. As soon as the two entered Ling Lion and sat down, they heard whispers deliberately lowered in volume nearby. A heartless white-eyed wolf, a shameless flirt, truly a perfect match. "Jaro, keep your voice down. We can't afford to offend them. What are you afraid of? Even if he hears it, can he kill me just because I said a few truths? You are all daughters of noble families. Why are you so timid? Jaro, if you keep this up, we are leaving." "If any of you leave, then you are no longer my sisters." "Jaro, there's no need to be like this." All right. Look at how scared you are. I won't say anything anymore, is that okay?" Lu Jiaro said disdainfully. Huang Yan's face turned a bit ugly. Although Lu Jiaro did not name names, she could feel that she and Qi Hao were exactly who Lu Jiaro was referring to. Qi Hao originally did not care about these gossiping girls, but seeing Huang Yan a bit angry, he stood up. "Husband, let go." Huang Yan grabbed Qi Hao's hand. Shaking her head, Qi Hao smiled. "They've made you unhappy. How can we let it go? It's also my fault for being too polite to these old families in Yuanling City, which led to some self-righteous people going out with just a foul mouth, not even bothering to bring their brains." Qi Hao's voice was completely unhidden, scaring several young women at the nearby table to turn pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Smack! Lu Jiaro slapped the table, standing up angrily, and looked at Qi Hao. "Qi Hao, who are you saying didn't bring their brains out?" Qi Hao glanced over, his cold gaze sweeping across the faces of the girls. "I'll give you a chance to live. As long as each of you slaps Lu Jiaro 100 times, you can leave safely." Lu Jiaro sneered. "Qi Hao, I think the one who didn't bring their brains out is you, right? They're all my sisters." Smack! As soon as Lu Jiaro finished speaking, a loud slap landed on her face. Lu Jiaro angrily covered her right cheek and shouted at the girl sitting next to her. "Zhang Huaiyue, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" This Zhang Huaiyue was one of her best friends. "Lu Jiaro, shut up. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. You better stand here and let us each hit you 100 times otherwise. Today, our Zhang family will unite with other families to take action and destroy your Lu family." Zhang Huaiyue shouted angrily. She had already warned Lu Jiaro, but this foolish woman just wouldn't listen. Now that she had angered Qi Hao, she couldn't care less about their sisterhood. She didn't want to be implicated by a fool and bring disaster to her family. "Zhang Huaiyue, you bitch!" Lu Jiaro shouted angrily, and instead of accepting Zhang Huaiyue's threat, she swung her hand to slap Zhang Huaiyue's face. Zhang Huaiyue snorted coldly, countering with a palm strike, and a powerful force immediately knocked Lu Jiaro back. As Lu Jiaro was knocked back, the slap she swung also missed. "Sisters, we have chosen our friends poorly, and today we almost brought disaster to our families. Luckily, the head of the Qi family has given us a chance to remedy it. So you must not be foolish like Lu Jiaro. If you all wish to leave safely, I ask you, sisters, to hold down Lu Jiaro." Zhang Huaiyue said in a deep voice. Swish! Two women immediately rushed towards Lu Jiaro, pinning her arms down and forcing them behind her back. "Ning Wan, Su Yan, you two bitches, let me go. Slap! Slap! Zhang Huaiyue rushed over, raised her palm, and began to slap Lu Jiaro's face fiercely. After delivering 100 slaps, half of Lu Jiao's face was already swollen badly, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, making her look truly miserable. Yet, no one present felt sorry for her. It's your turn now. Zhang Huaiwei rubbed her right hand and said to the other women, I'll go. A plump woman stepped forward with a huff. Shangnan, be gentle. Don't kill her. If she dies, we won't have anyone to beat. Ning Van Remindit. Oh, I'll feed her a pill first to restore some of her energy. My hands are heavy. I don't know if I can control my strength. It's safer to let her take a pill, Tai Shangnan said, stuffing a pill into Lu Jiao's mouth. Lu Jiao, if you don't die today, you must return this third-grade healing pill to me. I haven't even dared to eat it myself, Tai Shangnan said with some reluctance. You. Lu Jiao was so angry she wanted to bite someone. Slap. Another round of fierce slaps. By the time everyone had finished hitting her, Lu Jiao's face had swollen into a pig's head. If it weren't for the few women feeding her a pill before the beating, she might have been beaten to death. Zhang Huaiwei and the others approached Qi Hao and Huang Yin, bowing respectfully. Master Qi, Sister Huang, we are truly sorry today. Although we are gathered here with Lu Jiao, we really didn't expect her to dare speak disrespectfully to you two. We tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to our advice. Now we have severed all ties with her, and from today onwards, we will definitely not associate with anyone from the Zhang family. Qi Hao said, Go back and tell your elders that if I, Qi Hao, do not trouble them, they should be thankful. If they provoke me again, if one person makes a mistake, I will exterminate their entire family. Zhang Huaiwei and the others' pupils constricted. If one person makes a mistake, exterminate their entire family. They would definitely convey Master Qi's words. Although Zhang Huaiwei and the others were scared and angry, facing someone as ruthless as Qi Hao, they dared not act foolishly and confront him. You may leave now. Qi Hao waved his hand. Thank you, Master Qi. We'll take our leave now. Zhang Huaiwei and the others hurriedly bowed and left. Only Lu Jiao lay limply on the ground, wailing incoherently. Her mouth was not only swollen, but she had also lost several teeth. Qi Hao walked up to Lu Jiao. I know you spoke ill of us because of Meng Xian, but do you know why Meng Xian rejected you and sought to marry my wife instead? Why? Lu Jiao asked, her words slurred. Qi Hao was right. She had indeed slandered Qi Hao and Huang Yin because of Meng Xian. She had always liked Meng Xian, but Meng Xian did not look at her at all and instead wanted to marry Huang Yin. Qi Hao said, because Meng Xian not only saw your ugliness, but also saw through your stupidity long ago. A woman as ugly and stupid as you could never attract anyone who isn't fool. And my wife, anyone with eyes can see her beauty and excellence. Today, you have truly showcased your stupidity to the extreme. Your father must be regretting giving birth to such a foolish daughter at this moment. Lu Jiao widened her eyes, wanting to curse Qi Hao again, but suddenly her chest heaved, and she opened her mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the blood sprayed, the luster in Lu Jiao's widened eyes faded away. Madam, do you think Lu Jiao was killed by my anger or by her own stupidity? Qi Hao looked at Huang Yin, teasingly asking. Huang Yan's face blushed slightly as she shyly replied, Husband, am I really as good as you say? Of course. Qi Hao chuckled lightly, taking Huang Yan's hand and saying, No matter the time, my wife is the best in my eyes and will always hold the most important place in my heart. Huang Yin felt sweetness in her heart. Husband, you make me feel so shy. Huang Yin playfully scolded, but inside she was extremely happy. Shopkeeper, serve us the best food and wine you have. Qi Hao, yes. I will bring the best food and wine from our small shop right away. The shopkeeper hurriedly replied. Qi Hao and Huang Yin returned to their previous table. While at the stairway on the third floor, a figure stood watching them from the side. Is this Qi Hao? This person's temperament seems a bit too fierce. Bai Liuxin frowned. When Zhang Huaiwei and the others were slapping Lu Jiao, she had heard the noise downstairs and came out. Soon, a figure rushed in from the direction of the inn's door. This person only glanced at Lu Jiao on the ground and then plopped down, kneeling in front of Qi Hao and his wife. Master Qi, it is my failure to discipline which made my daughter so bold as to slander you and your wife. Rest assured, I will chop off this wicked girl's tongue when I return, so she will never dare to speak recklessly again, Lu Fengyan said, his eyes trembling. Lu Jiao was unaware of the depth of the situation, but Lu Fengnian knew how ruthless Qi Hao was. Qi Hao's gaze slightly lifted as he looked at Lu Fengnian. Is there anything else that you, the head of the Lu family, need to apologize for? Lu Fengnian's expression changed. Has Wang Zun already sold me out? His face turned pale, and gritting his teeth, he quickly said, there is one more thing I need to confess to Master Qi. When Wang Zun initially came to you, I hinted at making him a spy for the Lu family and the Qi family. But I swear to the heavens that in all this time, I have had no contact with Wang Zun, because by now, I have realized that provoking Master Qi is tantamount to seeking death. So I have long regarded Wang Zun as a discarded pawn. Qi Hao, you're somewhat honest. Wang Zun has already informed me of everything. Since your Lu family has not engaged in any excessive actions, I have not moved against you. But today, your daughter dared to insult both my wife and me. This crime cannot be easily forgiven. Lu Fengnian hurriedly said, whatever punishment Master Qi wishes to impose on my Lu family, I am willing to accept. Resistance would mean certain death. Lu Fengnian was indeed a smart man. So from the moment he entered, he had been humbling himself without any pride, because he knew only by doing so could he save the Lu family's lives. Qi Hao, then you'll be punished to transfer all the assets of the Lu family to the Qi family. After the transfer, your Lu family members can leave Yuanling City. Lu Fengnian's pupils constricted. He did not expect Qi Hao to be so ruthless as to demand all of the Lu family's assets. What? You don't agree? Qi Hao narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold light. Lu Fengnian trembled at the words and hurriedly said, I agree. Master Qi can spare the lives of my Lu family members. I am already immensely grateful. Take your daughter's corpse and roll out. Qin Zhen and Wang Zun will come to the Lu family later to complete the transfer with you, Qi Hao said indifferently. Okay. Lu Fengnian replied and walked over to Lu Jiao's body, waved his hand, and stored her corpse in a storage ring. He then bowed to Qi Hao before leaving. Among the onlookers, many felt that Lu Fengnian was too spineless. Others thought that it was precisely Lu Fengnian's forbearance that saved the lives of the Lu family members. Although opinions on Lu Fengnian varied, Qi Hao's reputation for ruthlessness and ferocity had once again deeply ingrained itself in everyone's minds. He really doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. Qi Hao smirked slightly and thought to himself. Bai Liuxin, who was secretly observing, naturally could not escape Qi Hao's perception. At this moment, Bai Liuxin's eyes flickered and she slowly descended the stairs. Arriving on the first floor, I sat down at a table a few away from Qi Hao. Waiter, bring me a bowl of noodles, no green onions. Bai Liuxin shouted to the waiter in the shop. All right, the waiter replied and hurried to the kitchen. Husband, that woman looks unfamiliar, and I can't see through her aura. Huang Yin said softly. Qi Hao smiled and asked, do you want to get to know her? Huh, is it that direct? Huang Yin was a bit taken aback. She felt that the appearance of this woman was somewhat unusual. After all, she was already at the foundation establishment stage, but still couldn't see through Bai Liuxin's cultivation, which meant that Bai Liuxin's cultivation must be above hers. In a small place like Yuanling City, foundation establishment experts rarely appeared before. Now a stranger at the foundation establishment stage had come to Yuanling City, and Huang Yin suspected that the woman was here for Qi Hao. So she quietly reminded him to be careful, but she didn't expect Qi Hao want to take the initiative to get to know her. Let's go, it's fine, Qi Hao said with a smile. Okay, then let's go meet her, Huang Yin replied with a smile. Qi Hao wasn't afraid of trouble, so as his wife. She naturally couldn't show any weakness. Bai Liuxin noticed Qi Hao and Huang Yin walking towards her, and her eyebrows couldn't help but raise. When they reached the table, Qi Hao pulled Huang Yin and sat directly opposite Bai Liuxin, smiling lightly. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, since the fairy has come to Yuanling City. It should be related to me, right? Bai Liuxin scoffed. You have quite the confidence. Why do you think I came for you? Qi Hao smiled lightly. My instincts have always been accurate. You must be Ji Dongshan's master, right? Bai Liuxin raised her eyebrows in surprise. How did you know? Did that kid describe me to you? Bai Liuxin's words undoubtedly confirmed her identity. Since Qi Hao had already figured it out, she had no need to hide her identity. Huang Yin was stunned. This woman who looked like a fairy was actually Ji Dongshan's master. No wonder her husband came over directly. He had already guessed the other party's identity. Did her husband come to the Ling Lion to eat precisely because of her? Huang Yin suddenly understood. Chi Hao smiled. Brother Ji only told me that his master is a woman with peak ninth grade foundation establishment cultivation and seems to be quite skilled in cooking. I haven't seen the cooking skills yet, but the other two aspects match perfectly. So, it's not hard to guess your identity. But I have a question. Since the fairy has come to Yuanling City, why didn't you go to the Qi family with Brother Ji, but instead stay in this inn? Are you trying to hide in the shadows and learn about me slowly? Bao Liuxin's mouth twitched. She didn't expect her little thoughts to be completely seen through by Chi Hao. What she didn't know was that Chi Hao not only saw through her thoughts, but also saw through her body. Master of the Qi family, your food is here. Should I serve it at this table or at your original table? The waiter approached with a plate of dishes, nervously asking. Just put it here, Chi Hao said with a slight smile. No matter what the fairy's thoughts were, since she had come to Yuanling City, he should be a good host. Chapter 76. Drawing a cake for Bai Lang, the waiter complied and placed the dishes down. Bai Liuxin said lightly, My thoughts are just as you said earlier. I want to stay in the shadows to see what kind of person the Qi family master is. After all, people are good at disguising themselves, and it's hard to see a person's true nature face to face. Chi Hao smiled. That makes sense. Since that's the case, I want to invite the fairy to stay at the Qi residence. You could just take your time to learn about me in the shadows. Bao Liuxin's mouth twitched slightly. Having been discovered, even if she didn't go to the Qi residence, it would still be hard to see the real Chi Hao, right? You aren't going to turn me away just because of this, are you? Bao Liuxin raised her eyebrows and suddenly asked. Chi Hao smiled. I just respect others more. With the dishes almost served, I would like to toast the fairy first. Bao Liuxin raised her glass and toasted Chi Hao. I also toast the fairy. Huang Yin raised her glass and stood up with a smile. Bao Liuxin said, Madam Qi, you are so young and already at the foundation establishment stage. Your future must be limitless. Bao Liuxin was actually quite shocked. In a small place like Yuanling City, it was impossible to have so many talents appear at once under normal circumstances. Chi Hao was just over 20 years old and at the foundation establishment stage. Huang Yin, about the same age as Chi Hao, was also at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment at such a young age was a rarity in the entire Eastern Spirit domain. Based on Ji Dongshan's praise of Chi Hao, Bao Liuxin had reason to believe that Huang Yan's cultivation at the foundation establishment stage was certainly aided by Chi Hao. It seemed that Chi Hao indeed possessed some extraordinary methods that could help others cultivate, Bao Liuxin thought to herself. Thank you for the compliment, fairy. My talent is far behind yours. Huang Yan humbly smiled. Bao Liuxin's face turned slightly red. When she was Huang Yan's age, she was still a grandmaster. Ahem. Madam Qi is too modest. Bao Liuxin chuckled lightly and finished her drink with Huang Yan. Putting down her cup, she smiled at Chi Hao. Since we have met, I would like to stay at the Qi residence for a few days. I wonder if the Qi family master will be willing? Chi Hao smiled, of course. That is fine. Then I will trouble you, Bao Liuxin said with a bow and a smile. The meal went well, with drinks and casual chat, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After the meal, the three headed to the Qi family. When Ji Dongshan opened the door and saw Bao Liuxin, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Master, when did you come? How come you're walking with the family master? Bao Liuxin shot Ji Dongshan an annoyed look and said, Isn't it because you praised the Qi family master to the heavens that I came to see for myself? Ji Dongshan grinned. Now that master has met the family master, you should believe that your disciple didn't lie, right? Bao Liuxin nodded. The Qi family master and Madam Qi are truly remarkable. Chi Hao smiled. Brother Ji, please lead your master inside. Dongshan, take me to meet your mother. I'll stay with her, Bao Liuxin said. Okay. Ji Dongshan naturally had no objections. Family master, I will take my master to meet my mother first. Ji Dongshan said with a bow. Go ahead. Chi Hao smiled in agreement. Ji Dongshan took Bao Liuxin to find Ji Yurong, and Chi Hao smiled. Madam, since we're back at the residence, I will take you to a place and give you a small gift. Huang Yan's eyes lit up. A small gift? Chi Hao led Huang Yan to a small courtyard, taking her into the Lingyuan secret realm. Huang Yan was astonished. She didn't expect that Chi Hao's small courtyard could directly lead to the secret realm space. This is the Lingyuan secret realm. Chi Hao smiled. Huh? How can the entrance to the Lingyuan secret realm be in the Qi family? Huang Yin was stunned. Qi Hao smiled. It wasn't originally here. I set up a teleportation array, so you can enter and exit the Lingyuan secret realm directly from this small courtyard. Husband, you are too amazing. As far as I know, those large sects only have specific entrances to their secret realms, Huang Yin said with admiration. Qi Hao chuckled. In front of my husband, what are they but a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well? After saying that, Qi Hao wrapped his arm around Huang Yin's waist and flew into the sky. Soaring over dozens of miles, Qi Hao smiled lightly, pointing to a white shadow running through the forest, and said, Madam, do you like that white wolf? Are you going to give me that white wolf as a gift? Huang Yan's eyes sparkled, filled with excitement. Qi Hao smiled. I just don't know if this white wolf has the fortune to be my wife's spirit beast. If it doesn't want to, I can skin it and refine the hide into a defensive treasure garment as a gift for my wife. Huang Yin quickly said, Husband, I still prefer it alive. All right, Qi Hao smiled. He can only do his best in this matter. As for the spiritual beast, recognizing its master, even he cannot force it. The demon soul imprint can only be summoned by the spiritual beast itself from the sea of demon souls. Forcing it would only cause the sea of demon souls to explode. While they were talking, they had already arrived above the white wolf's head. The white wolf was terrified. It had been running for its life and didn't expect to be caught by this human. Don't run. Be my wife's spiritual beast. You won't lose out. As long as you are willing to obediently recognize your master, not only can you leave this secret realm and experience the broader world outside, but I will also help you form a demon Dan in the future, or even condense a demon infant and transform into a human form. While running, the white wolf's eyes trembled. Forming a demon Dan, condensing a demon infant? This promise was truly tempting for the wolf. Among the four of you, the earth spirit golden armored beetle was killed by me due to its stubbornness and foolishness. Its demon essence has already been refined by my spiritual beast, and its demon body has turned into a pile of bird droppings. The black scale tiger is much smarter. It chose to obediently submit and is now enjoying freedom outside, eating demon essence pills daily. It won't be long before it can form a demon Dan. This is the difference in choices and the results. If you run again, I will assume you have made the same choice as the earth spirit golden armored beetle. With a snort, the white wolf suddenly came to a halt. Its wolf eyes, filled with fear, also showed a hint of anger. Qi Hao smiled lightly. Hand over the demon's soul imprint and recognize my wife as your master. I guarantee you can cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the future. You should know very well that with your white wolf body, under normal cultivation, you can only reach the peak of the 9th grade of the foundation establishment stage at most. But I have secret methods of the demon race that can help you break through the limits of your demon body and condense a demon infant. The white wolf howled, and then a mini wolf flew out from its head. Huang Yin excitedly said, Husband, does this mean it agrees to be my spiritual beast? Yes. You will integrate a trace of your spiritual power into its demon soul imprint, and in the future, you will be able to control its life and death with a thought, becoming its master. But you must remember, although you are master and servant, recognizing a spiritual beast as its master often means being like siblings. You should treat it kindly. Qi Hao smiled. A truly loyal spiritual beast behaves completely differently in battle compared to an enslaved one. Some enslaved spiritual beasts, unable to bear it, may even choose to die together with their master in dangerous situations. But a loyal spiritual beast will choose to block fatal strikes for its master. Spiritual beasts have intelligence, and many times they are no different from humans. Chapter 77. Suhu Yuan has returned. Huang Yin quickly said, Husband, I will definitely treat it well. After all, spiritual beasts are quite rare. And look at its pure white fur. How beautiful and cute it is. Qi Hao laughed. Its fur is indeed quite beautiful. But cute it may not necessarily be. This is a peak 9th grade foundation establishment white wolf. When it bares its fangs, it can eat a person without spitting out bones. Huang Yin exclaimed, It's a peak 9th grade foundation establishment? Yes. Go complete the recognition of your master. Qi Hao smiled. Huang Yin was shocked. A peak 9th grade foundation establishment, White Wolf, was actually scared into submission by her husband as few words. How strong is her husband's true power? Huang Yin took a deep breath and released a trace of her spiritual energy, merging it into the White Wolf's demon soul imprint. After completing the recognition of the master, Qi Hao took Huang Yin and left the Lingyuan secret realm. Although the spiritual energy in the Lingyuan secret realm was much denser than outside, it could not be compared to the Huang family's small courtyard. Madam, after you return, you can release the White Wolf and let it cultivate in your courtyard. It has just recognized its master, so it is probably still a bit unwilling and needs a little reward. Qi Hao smiled. Huang Yin said, "Okay, then I will go back first." After Huang Yin left, Qi Hao transmitted a message to Qin Zhen and Wang Zun, asking them to go to the Liu family. While he sat cross-legged and entered the map of heaven, Bai Liuxin followed Ji Dongshan to Ji Yurong's courtyard and then sent Ji Dongshan away. At this moment, in the courtyard, Ji Yurong and Bai Liuxin sat facing each other around a stone table. After checking Ji Yurong's physical condition, Bai Liuxin exclaimed, "Miss, your meridians and dantian have actually recovered more than half." Ji Yurong smiled. "Yes, I didn't expect that my dantian injury actually has a chance of complete recovery. Meeting the head of the Qi family is a blessing for my son and me." Bai Liuxin's eyes couldn't help but turn red, choking back. "This is really great." Ji Yurong gently smiled, reaching out to touch Bai Liuxin's face, saying, "You have suffered all these years." Bai Liuxin quickly shook her head. "Liuxin is not suffering. If it weren't for the miss back then, I would have died long ago. Liuxin only hates that after so many years of cultivation, I am still at the foundation establishment stage and cannot help the miss and the Ji family take revenge." Ji Yurong's expression trembled, slowly withdrawing her hand. During the process of retracting her hand, her right hand clenched into a fist. "As long as I can rebuild my dantian, there is still hope for revenge. But remember, you must not mention this to Dongshan. Even when I go back to take revenge in the future, you must not tell him." Ji Yurong said solemnly. Bai Liuxin hurriedly replied, "Miss, Dongshan is grown up now, and he has also sided with Qi Hao, so he no longer needs me as a teacher. So when the miss goes back, you must take Liuxin with you." Ji Yurong shook her head. "No, this is my own grudge. I can go back by myself. Even if Dongshan has grown up, he still needs someone to take care of him. In case something happens to me, at least he still has you as a teacher by his side, so he won't be left with no family." With a whoosh, Bai Liuxin suddenly stood up, biting her lip. "Miss, I won't agree. No matter what, I want to go back with you. If the miss doesn't agree to Liuxin's request, then I will definitely tell Dongshan what kind of beast his father is." Ji Yurong's expression changed, and she scolded in a low voice. "Liuxin, are you not listening to my words? Well, now I am a useless person, no longer the young lady of the Ji family. It is normal for you not to listen to me." "Miss." Bai Liuxin knelt on the ground with a thud, choking back. "Liuxin never thought like this. Liuxin just doesn't want to let the miss take risks alone." Ji Yurong pressed her lips together, her eyes also reddening. How could she not understand Bai Liuxin's intentions? But how could she take Bai Liuxin with her into danger? She took a deep breath, steeling her heart. "If you don't think like that, then listen to me and take good care of Dongshan for me. Liuxin, now the only one I trust and can trust is you." "Miss." Bai Liuxin's eyes were red from crying, wanting to plead with Ji Yurong again. But Ji Yurong interrupted her in a deep voice. "You should leave the Qi residence as soon as possible. Although the head of the Qi family treats us mother and son well, he is a clever and wise person, with eyes that seem to see through everything. I worry that if you stay here, he will see something unusual. Moreover, this is still the Qi family. It is not appropriate for you to cry and make a scene. Hurry up and get up." Bai Liuxin quickly stood up, anxiously saying, "Miss, don't drive Liuxin away." Previously in Dongling City, the miss was worried about attracting attention and didn't let me stay by your side, but at that time, there was not much danger around the miss, so it was fine for Liuxin to keep a distance. But now that the Qi family has offended the Lingwu sect, danger could erupt at any time, and Liuxin absolutely will not leave the miss at this time. Ji Yurong said, "Don't worry. Although I don't know what the head of the Qi family relies on, he should be able to handle the Lingwu sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Wei Zhao and still dare to stay here." Bai Liuxin said, "Even if he has some reliance and can protect the Qi family. If a great battle really breaks out in the Qi family, he may not be able to protect everyone. Liuxin can leave, but that must be after the Lingwu sect matter is resolved. Liuxin will leave." Ji Yurong looked at by Liu Xin with a resolute gaze, wanting to reprimand her, but ultimately could only let out a light sigh. Alas, fine, then you can stay here for a few days. I estimate that the Lingwu sect's retaliation will happen within these few days. Ji Yurong was unaware that the Lingwu sect's retaliation had already occurred. It had just been intercepted by Qi Hao and Zhong Tianlei before reaching Yuanling City. In the small courtyard, Qi Hao opened his eyes with a faint smile. He hadn't expected that Ji Yurong and Bai Liu Xin were actually in a master-servant relationship. What was Ji Yurong's true identity before? The Ji family should not be a force within the Eastern Spirit domain. Bai Liu Xin was loyal and had decent talent, making her a good candidate for a sword attendant. Qi Hao thought to himself, Master, Su Yuan has returned. At this moment, Li Jin's voice came from outside the courtyard. Qi Hao was not surprised and smiled lightly. Is it just him who came? Li Jin was taken aback, looking at Su Han behind him and asking, Su Yuan, did you come alone? Su Han scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, it's just me. Qi Hao clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the courtyard, smiling lightly. I thought the people from the Xuanxiang sect would be worried about you coming alone. Since you've arrived as promised, starting tomorrow, take on the responsibility of the Qi family's protector. Su Han cupped his hands and said, You can rest assured, since I've come for the next 10 years. I will be the Qi family's protector and will definitely do my duties well. Qi Hao nodded, saying, Li Jin, arrange a place for Su Yuan to stay. Wait a moment. Su Han cleared his throat and said, can I ask, did the Lingwu sect's people come to find you trouble? I've heard that Wei Xingquang already knows that Wei Zhao died at your hands. Li Jin's expression changed drastically. Wei Xingquang already knew? Wouldn't that mean the Lingwu sect would soon come to kill them? Master, why don't you avoid it for now? Li Jin hurriedly suggested. Qi Hao smiled lightly. Avoid what? If Wei Xingquang dares to come, then let them reunite father and son. Both Li Jin and Su Han were stunned. That was Wei Xingquang. Could he be casually killed? Chapter 78. Are you all overthinking it? You're impressive. After regaining his senses, Su Han gave Qi Hao a thumbs up. No matter whether Qi Hao could withstand Wei Xingquang's retaliation, just daring to say such words made Su Han very impressed. After all, he didn't have the confidence to say such bold words. Seeing Qi Hao so confident, Li Jin stopped persuading him and said to Su Han, Su Yuan, follow me. Su Han grinned and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you for your trouble. After the two left, Qi Hao smiled lightly. Wei Xingquang just made a move yesterday, and Luo Bingyun arrived in Yuanling City today. It seems she has been keeping an eye on the movements of the Lingwu sect. Earlier, when he discovered Bai Liu Xin, Qi Hao had noticed 3 other spirit orbs approaching Yuanling City. After casually glancing, he saw it was Luo Bingyun, Su Han, and a strange woman. So he didn't pay much attention. After Su Hanshan's accommodation was arranged, he left the Qi residence under the pretext of buying some daily necessities. Coincidentally, Luo Bingyun and Lan Ling were also staying at the Ling Lai Inn. As soon as they arrived at the inn, they heard about Qi Hao's brutal killing of Lu Jia's daughter, Lu Jiru. Master, this Qi Hao is too ruthless. That Lu Jiru only said a couple of words to him, and he had the 6 other women accompanying Lu Jiru slap her 100 times each. In the end, not only did he drive her to death, but he also seized the entire Lu family's fortune. This is too domineering, Lan Ling said with a frown. Luo Bingyun's reaction was somewhat indifferent. She said flatly, he dared to casually kill Wei Zhao, so bullying a Lu family is nothing remarkable. If you meet him later, do not get into a dispute with him. This person is arrogant beyond measure, and with a peak 9th level foundation cultivator by his side, we as master and disciple cannot provoke him. We also don't need to seek justice for an unrelated Lu family. Lan Ling took a deep breath and nodded. Disciple understands. I'm just worried about Han. If he really stays in the Qi family for 10 years, he might be led astray by this Qi Hao. Luo Bingyun narrowed her eyes and said, I wonder what Wei Xingquang is up to, that he hasn't arrived in Yuanling City yet. If I had known this, I wouldn't have brought that fool here. Lan Ling also found it strange. Yes, according to Wei Xingquang and Song Chongfeng's speed, they should have arrived yesterday. But there hasn't been any movement in Yuanling City. Luo Bingyun said, Wei Xingquang might have been delayed by something, or perhaps he went elsewhere first. But since he left Lingwu sect with Song Chongfeng, Their final destination must undoubtedly be Yuanling City. We could just wait here for a few days. Lanling responded. Master Luo. At this moment, Su Hanshan's voice came from outside. Lanling hurriedly opened the door. Han, did Chihao make things difficult for you? Lanling asked with concern. Su Han was taken aback. Why would the chief family master make things difficult for me? Luo Bingyun raised an eyebrow and asked. Did he not ask you why it took you so long to return? Su Han shook his head. No, he just asked if I came alone. And I said I did. Luo Bingyun's expression changed slightly, and she immediately probed her consciousness outside. After not sensing any suspicious aura around, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he was just asking casually and didn't he suspect anything. Otherwise, he should have sent someone to follow you. Luo Bingyun said. Su Han scratched his head, confused. Master, I actually don't understand why you can't just appear openly. Is it just because the chief family master is at odds with the Lingwu sect? But that's their business. What does it have to do with us? Luo Bingyun smiled. It has nothing to do with us, but since Wei Zhao is dead, the matter has already escalated. If we appear in the chief family at this time, it would be easy for Wei Xingguang to pin the blame on us, claiming that we conspired with Qi how to kill Wei Zhao. Then, the sect would get involved in trouble. So, for some matters, it's best to avoid them. Su Han shook his head and said, Are you all overthinking it? I feel like my head is hurting just listening to this. Luo Bingyun smiled. You just need to stay well in the chief family. You don't need to worry about these matters. If the chief family cannot withstand Wei Xingguang, then reveal your identity. Wei Xingguang should not act against you once he knows your identity. Su Han said, I think the chief family should be able to withstand Wei Xingguang. Luo Bingyun was surprised. Why do you think so? Did you see some powerful people in the chief family? Su Han shook his head. Not really. But the chief family master said, if Wei Xingguang dares to come, he will let Wei Xingguang and Wei Zhao reunite. Luo Bingyun's pupils dilated. Lanling was also shocked and opened her mouth slightly. Where does Qi get such confidence? If he really dares to kill Wei Xingguang, it means his backing is definitely not just at the first level of the Golden Core stage. The strongest person in the Lingwu sect is the Wei family's ancestor Wei Yuanshan, who is at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Could it be that there's a powerful being hidden in the Qi family whose cultivation is above the 5th level of the Golden Core stage? But that is too unbelievable, right? If there were such a strong person, how could they hide in a small Yuanling city? Luo Bingyun took a deep breath and said, I hope it's not like that. If it is, with Qi Hao's ferocity, the Eastern Spirit Domain will really not be peaceful in the future. Lanling was startled. Is Master worried that after Qi Hao defeats the Lingwu sect, he will use that powerful being's strength to strike at our other sects? Luo Bingyun said solemnly. Although I don't want to speculate about him with malice. Qi Hao is too ruthless and domineering. If he really possesses powerful strength, it would indeed not be a good thing for the entire Eastern Spirit Domain. However, since we have no grievances with him, we cannot treat him as an enemy based solely on these speculations. Let's first observe the game between him and the Spirit Martial sect in the dark, and see who the final victor is. Lanling nodded and said, Master is right. For someone like him, even if we don't seek to befriend him, we cannot easily make him our enemy. Su Han said, I think you all are overthinking it. All along, Qi Hao has dealt with those who plotted against him or actively sought trouble with him. I've never seen him bully anyone for no reason. When someone troubles you, do you all just smile and advise them not to cause trouble? As long as you can fight back, don't you all retaliate fiercely? Luo Bingyun and Lanling were slightly taken aback. The two of them felt a bit hot on their faces. Ahem, Han, you should go back first. If there's nothing major, you don't need to come looking for us later. We'll return in a few days, Luo Bingyun said with a light cough. Although Su Han often appeared silly, his words earlier made her, the dean, suddenly feel a bit ashamed and awkward. Yes, Qi may be ruthless, but that ruthlessness is directed at those who trouble him. If someone were to trouble her, she wouldn't be polite either. Chapter 79, Fairy Bai, Be Serious. All right, I'll head back first, Su Han said and politely retreated. Lanling also returned to her guest room and had the shopkeeper send a bucket of hot soup. Enjoying a nice bath. In the Qi family courtyard, Qi Hao had a faint smile on his lips. Bai Liuxin and Su Han had just checked into the Qi residence for the first day, and as the head of the family, Chi Hao naturally treated them with courtesy, inviting them along with Ji Yurong and Ji Dongshan for dinner. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Chi Hao prepared to return to the Huang family to continue his cultivation. Master of the Qi family, at that moment, Bai Liuxin returned. Chi Hao smiled and asked, "Fairy Bai, what can I do for you?" Bai Liuxin wore a helpless expression and said, "Just now, Dongshan told me that if I want to stay at the Qi residence for a long time, I need to find a job. I wonder if there is anything suitable for me to do here." Chi Hao smiled and replied, "The Qi residence indeed does not support idle people. But if Fairy Bai only plans to stay for 10 days or half a month, you can simply enjoy the guest privileges without doing any work." Bai Liuxin's eyes moved slightly as she asked, "What if I want to stay longer?" Chi Hao smiled and said, "Then you will need to participate in the affairs of the Qi residence. After all, in the Qi residence, only two types of people do not need to work." Bai Liuxin's eyes flickered. "What are those two types?" "The male master and the female master." Chi Hao teased with a smile. Bai Liuxin thought, "Is Chi Hao teasing her? You should just tell me what I can do." Bai Liuxin huffed. Chi Hao smiled and said, "Ji brother mentioned that Fairy Bai has good culinary skills and could work in the back kitchen as our cook." "What? You want me to be your cook?" Bai Liuxin exclaimed angrily, thinking about how she would deal with this brat later. Although her cooking skills were good, she was still a peak 9th grade foundation establishment cultivator. How could she end up in the kitchen as a cook? Chi Hao smiled lightly. "If Fairy Bai doesn't want to be a cook, I won't force you. But if you want to stay long in the Qi residence, you need a proper identity. Besides helping with the household chores, I see another identity that suits Fairy Bai well. I just don't know if Fairy Bai is willing." Bai Liuxin raised an eyebrow. "What identity?" "Be my sword attendant." Chi Hao smiled. Bai Liuxin's expression suddenly darkened. "Sword attendant? You want me to be your sword attendant?" A sword attendant is a servant to a sword cultivator. This isn't much different from being a maid. However, generally speaking, sword attendants have a certain level of cultivation. Chi Hao chuckled. "Fairy Bai must feel that as a peak 9th grade foundation establishment sword cultivator, how could I possibly let you be my sword attendant, right?" Bai Liuxin said solemnly, "That's right. Even if you're the master of the Qi residence, this request is indeed too much. If it weren't for Dongshan's face, I wouldn't have come at all." Chi Hao smiled and said, "Fairy Bai's thoughts are quite normal. But to speak frankly, being my sword attendant is actually the greatest fortune and opportunity in your life." "Huh?" Bai Liuxin sneered. This Chi Hao is really arrogant. Chi Hao smiled and said, "Fairy Bai's a sword cultivator, and so am I. How about we have a spar? If you can win against me, you can stay in the Qi residence as long as you want, and Ji brothers can also be exempted from guarding the gate, enjoying all the resources of the Qi residence for free. If I win, you will be my sword attendant. How about it?" Bai Liuxin frowned, hesitating. Being a sword attendant is not like guarding the gate. The relationship between a sword servant and their master typically lasts a lifetime. This bet seems to favor her, since she is a peak 9th grade foundation establishment sword cultivator. According to Ji Dongshan, Chi Hao has barely entered the foundation establishment realm for less than a month. But the stakes seem too high. "I want to bet with you." "There must be a trick to this," Bai Liuxin huffed. Chi Hao's mouth twitched. "This woman is quite hard to fool." Chi Hao shook his head and smiled. "I didn't expect Fairy Bai, as a peak 9th grade foundation establishment sword cultivator, to be so timid. With such timidity, you're not worthy of being my sword attendant. Let us consider this matter as if I never brought it up. Tomorrow morning, Fairy Bai, remember to report to the back kitchen. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't delay you." The words timid and not worthy struck Bai Liuxin's nerves, making her exquisite and beautiful face twitch. "Wait, I'll bet with you, but the conditions need to change," Bai Liuxin said angrily. Chi Hao raised his lips, secretly laughing. After all, she is still young. A few provoking words made her lose her cool. Although Bai Liuxin was in her 30s, her age was still too young compared to Chi Hao, who had memories from 2 lifetimes. "What changes does Fairy Bai want?" Chi Hao asked with a smile. Bai Liuxin huffed. "If I lose, I can be your sword attendant. But if I win, you also have to be my sword attendant." Chi Hao teased. A female sword cultivator with a male sword attendant doesn't have a very good reputation. Bai Liuxin's face flushed, and she huffed. "I'm upright and not afraid of shadows. If I make you my sword attendant, I only want you to honestly be my sword attendant. Don't think of anything else. She thought to herself, wait until you become my sword attendant. Let us see how arrogant you can be. Chi Hao smiled. I accept Fairy Bai's conditions. You can make your move. Bai Liuxin was taken aback. Fight here? Aren't you afraid I'll destroy your courtyard? Chi Hao smiled. No problem. Fairy Bai just needs to unleash your full strength. Bai Liuxin frowned. Chi Hao's tone was too arrogant. Even if he had an extraordinary inheritance, she was still a peak 9th grade foundation establishment cultivator. Such an attitude is too dismissive of her. She must give this brat a profound lesson to let him know that one should be more humble. Bai Liuxin's heart turned cold, and a powerful sword intent erupted around her. Then I can make my move. Whoosh. The next moment, her figure flashed, and the sword intent rushed towards Chi Hao. Bai Liuxin's sword was also a spirit martial tier longsword, and it was a mid-tier spirit martial longsword. As the sword was thrust out, the sword intent flowed smoothly like water, with the strands of sword energy resembling thousands of dense steel needles, forming a rushing stream that charged straight at Chi Hao. Chi Hao smiled lightly and simply brought his right hand, fingers together, casually waving out a white light, sword energy. Boom! The sword energy slashed diagonally, swiftly and powerfully, easily slicing through Bai Liuxin's rushing sword imprint. How was this possible? Bai Liuxin was shocked. Although she didn't use all her strength in this strike, she had still used 70% of her power. The power of this sword, under normal circumstances, is enough to severely injure or even kill a 7th-tier foundation establishment cultivator in an instant. Before drawing her sword, she was still thinking that if Chi Hao couldn't handle it, she would just deviate from the sword's path and cut off a strand of Chi Hao's hair to scare him a little, treating it as a lesson. But now, she simply couldn't accept this outcome. Chi Hao hadn't even moved. He just raised a hand, and with a seemingly weak sword chi, he shattered the river sword seal that contained 70% of her power. Fairy Bai, you need to take this seriously. This gambling match concerns your future, Chi Hao said with a squint and a smile. Bai Liuxin's mouth twitched. She had already used 70% of her power. How could that not be serious? Didn't you just break through to foundation establishment not long ago? How can you be this strong? Bai Liuxin asked, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. Hadn't she already refused? Why did she agree again after being provoked? Now it seemed like she wouldn't be able to win. If Chi Hao could easily dispel 70% of her power with a casual wave, even if she used all her strength, wouldn't mean much. Chi Hao raised an eyebrow. Fairy Bai, who told you I just broke into foundation establishment? Were you misled? I entered foundation establishment almost a month ago. Bai Liuxin's face twitched. A month, was that a long time? Chapter 80. This is not a reiteration. It's a warning. Bai Liuxin, annoyed, retracted her spirit sword and glared. Be honest, what tier of foundation establishment are you at now? I don't believe a 1st-tier foundation establishment cultivator can so easily dispel my river sword seal. Chi Hao smiled. Why are you putting your sword away? Are you planning to admit defeat? Bai Liuxin retorted. If we keep fighting, it will just be you toying with me. You're just too wicked, deliberately tricking me. But you have to let me lose clearly. At the very least, you need to tell me your true cultivation level. Bai Liuxin had some insight, so she didn't want to humiliate herself further. Chi Hao chuckled. You are about to become my sword attendant. You should know my true cultivation level. My current level is indeed not 1st-tier foundation establishment, but 7th tier. Bai Liuxin's face darkened. So the commotion from your previous breakthrough was just a ruse to deceive people into thinking you had just entered foundation establishment. So they would underestimate you, right? You're really quite cunning. Knowing that Chi Hao was 7th-tier foundation establishment, Bai Liuxin felt much more balanced. Although Chi Hao was 2 tiers lower than her, if his cultivation method was of a higher grade, it could make up for the difference in strength. The fact that Chi Hao could heal Ji Yoron's meridians and Dantian and earn genuine admiration and respect from her disciple Ji Dongshan was enough to prove that his cultivation method was not simple. Chi Hao smiled. You've wronged me. That breakthrough was genuine. However, in this past month, my cultivation should have improved a bit, right? How could I remain at 1st-tier foundation establishment? Bai Liuxin rolled her eyes. Are you kidding? In less than a month, you can go from 1st-tier to 7th-tier foundation establishment? Even if you were a reincarnated immortal emperor, it wouldn't be that fast. Chi Hao laughed. How do you know a reincarnated immortal emperor can't be that fast? I'm just saying it casually. There's no such thing as reincarnation and recultivation in this world, Balyoshin snorted. Chi said, let's not argue about that, but since you admit defeat, shouldn't you fulfill the bet? Balyoshin's eyes turned. I can fulfill the bet, but you have to agree to a condition. Chi frowned. You want to add a condition after admitting defeat? Balyoshin's face flushed. My condition won't make it too hard for you. Why don't you listen first? Chi replied indifferently. Then I'll listen. Balyoshin bit her lip. I have an enemy who's very strong. I can fulfill the bet and become your sword attendant. But in the future, you can't stop me from seeking revenge. Chi understood that Balyoshin's enemy was actually Ji Yurong's enemy. He also saw Balyoshin's loyalty to Ji Yurong, which was why he thought of bringing her over to become his sword attendant. The sword path Chi practiced considered sword attendants to be a very important part. In his previous life, he had 72 powerful sword attendants by his side. So, can you agree? Balyoshin asked nervously. She had already admitted defeat, and from an identity standpoint, she was now Chi sword attendant. And Chi was her sword master. If Chi really didn't agree, she would have no way out. Chi smiled. Since you're now mine, how could I let you live with hatred? Therefore, as long as it's within my ability, I will naturally let you seek revenge. Balyoshin was overjoyed to hear this and quickly said, since you agreed, then I accept my defeat. From today on, I am your sword attendant. But I am just a sword attendant. I can serve your daily needs, accompany you in sword practice, but don't think about those other things. What other things are you talking about? Chi teased. Balyoshin's face turned red as she huffed. You, a married man, don't understand my meaning? Chi laughed. Oh, so that's what you meant. Don't worry. As long as you don't want to, I won't force you. But I think over time, you might not be able to help yourself. Nonsense. Balyoshin exclaimed, her face burning. Chi glared at her, reminding her, you are now my sword attendant. So you should be careful with your words in the future. Otherwise, it will be seen as disrespect. Balyoshin huffed. Then you also need to act like a proper sword master. At my age, you could call me Annie. You must not speak to me like this again. Chi secretly laughed. In martial arts cultivation, age differences of 10 or even hundreds or thousands of years aren't a problem as long as one has a youthful appearance. Come on, come in the house with me, Chi said with a faint smile. Balyoshin's eyes widened in surprise as she angrily said, what are we going to do in the house? Don't think about it. I absolutely won't compromise. Chi rolled his eyes at her, disdainfully replying, you look good, but don't think too highly of your charm. Being my sword attendant is different from being someone else's. But the difference is not in bed. Balyoshin's face turned crimson. This Chi, though not very old, how could he speak such shameless things so easily? Hurry up. Chi didn't hold back any longer and walked into the house, his tone slightly scolding. Balyoshin gritted her teeth and followed him. When Balyoshin entered the house, Chi was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sit cross-legged in front of me, Chi said calmly. Balyoshin was a bit suspicious. Could it be that Chi was going to teach her a technique? She complied and sat down. Chi stared at Balyoshin, narrowing his eyes. Balyoshin, since you lost the bet and are willing to accept your defeat, from today on, your life will be that of my sword attendant. Balyoshin's eyes trembled, biting her red lips. Don't worry, what I say counts. You don't need to reiterate. Chihao's expression turned cold. This is not a reiteration. It's a warning, as well as an order and a threat. If one day you have thoughts of betrayal, you will suffer the punishment of 1,000 swords piercing your body, and ultimately, there will be no complete corpse, and your spirit will be obliterated. Balyoshin's heart tightened as she looked at Chi at this moment. She felt an inexplicable fear. In this moment, Chi felt like a completely different person. Is it just being your sword attendant? Why do you have to say it so frighteningly? Balyoshin forced a smile. Chi replied calmly. Being my sword attendant is not just a transformation of your fate. From now on, you and I will be closely linked, bound for life. I must solemnly inform you, and you should remember it well. I don't want to waste my efforts, and you shouldn't disregard your own life. All right, I will remember, Balyoshin said seriously. If Chi can truly help her become stronger and give her the chance to avenge Ji Yurong, then serving as Chihao's lifelong sword attendant is not such a bad deal. Relax your body. I will plant a sealing spirit mark for you, Chi Hao said calmly. While Yoshin's expression changed. Why do you need to plant a sealing spirit mark? Chi Hao replied coldly. As a sword attendant, you must not hesitate to follow the words of the sword master. This time, I will let it slide, but if it happens again, there will be punishment. If you cannot adapt to your new identity quickly, it will be you who suffers. While Yoshin couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have sold herself. Serving as Chi Hao's sword attendant felt even less comfortable than being someone else's maid. Chapter 81. Sorcerer Chi, all right, who told me I was outmatched and lost to you? Go ahead, while Yoshin said in frustration, relaxing her body and slightly closing her eyes. As long as Chi Hao didn't lose control and ruin her purity, everything else was fine. Seeing this, Chi Hao felt somewhat speechless. Women are good, but didn't he seem like the type who would casually toy with them, right? He raised his hands and quickly condensed spiritual power. Then he pointed his fingers like swords and swiftly started to tap on Bai Liuxin's body. A blush appeared on Bai Liuxin's face. Chi Hao's fingers nearly poked her sensitive areas several times. Your spiritual power is temporarily sealed by me. Next, I will plant a trace of my source sword chi in your dantian. This source sword chi will not harm you. Rather, it will help you refine your own sword chi, making it more pure and potent, Chi Hao said lightly. Bai Liuxin's eyes widened in shock. Doesn't that mean I am entrusting my life to you from now on? Chi Hao's words sounded nice. But Bai Liuxin wasn't foolish. Having someone else's sword chi planted in her dantian, even if it was beneficial, posed a deadly threat. If Chi Hao ever had the thought to trigger the source sword chi, she could suffer a cracked dantian at best or die instantly at worst. Chi Hao said lightly, the life of a sword attendant already belongs to the sword master. Bai Liuxin's expression turned ugly as she bit her red lip. Chi Hao, aren't you brothers with Dongshan? Can you not plant the source sword chi from me out of respect for him? Chi Hao replied indifferently. I have some connections with Ji Dongshan, but my sword attendant must have my source sword chi planted. Otherwise, what use do I have for you? Chi Hao did not take on a sword attendant just for them to serve him. What his sword attendant truly served was the source sword chi he planted in their dantian. The so-called source sword chi was a fundamental sword chi that Chi Hao had refined. This fundamental sword chi could help the sword attendant refine their own sword chi and strengthen it, but at the same time, it would also absorb part of the sword attendant's sword chi, enlarging the fundamental sword chi. Additionally, during combat, because of the source sword chi, he could perfectly form a sword formation with the sword attendant, enabling them to defeat enemies. Bai Liuxin saw that Chi Hao seemed resolute, and her eyes turned red again. In this gamble, she had essentially sold her life. She no longer spoke and simply closed her eyes tightly. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks as they were squeezed out. Chi Hao said lightly, the unease and reluctance you feel now is because you do not know me well enough. But it's okay. You have plenty of time to understand and accept. After saying this, Chi Hao extracted a trace of fundamental sword chi from the spiritual sword fetus in his dantian. The sword chi floated at his fingertips and pressed against Bai Liuxin's abdomen. Puffed. With a tearing sound. The sword chi pierced through Bai Liuxin's clothing and skin, drilling into her dantian. Bai Liuxin couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Endure for a moment. My source sword chi still needs to merge with your aura. Only then can your sword chi and spiritual power not conflict with the source sword chi during your future cultivation, Chi Hao said lightly. Bai Liuxin pursed her lips, remaining silent. It was clear she was very angry inside. Chi Hao raised the corners of his mouth, suddenly realizing that Bai Liuxin, with her eyes closed and lips pursed in anger, looked quite cute. She was already over 30, yet her demeanor was still like that of a little girl. He chuckled inwardly. Although Bai Liuxin was over 30, she had escaped to the Eastern Spirit Domain with Ji Yurong when she was just 14, carrying the infant Ji Dongshan with her. Later, to better conceal her identity and avoid attracting attention, Ji Yurong settled in Eastern Spirit City, while Bai Liuxin hid on Moon Spirit Peak outside the city to cultivate, secretly looking after Ji Yurong and her son. At that time, Ji Yurong was severely injured and could only stay in Eastern Spirit City to buy some herbs that could barely suppress her injuries. It was only later, When Ji Dongshan grew a bit older, that Bai Liuxin took him as her disciple and taught him diligently. Bai Liuxin stayed on Moon Spirit Peak for 20 years, hardly interacting with the outside world, and apart from Ji Dongshan, she had hardly dealt with anyone else. Because of this, her temperament had not matured alongside her body and age. About an incense stick later, Chi Hao slowly withdrew his sword finger and healed the small wound on Bai Liuxin's abdomen with his transformative power. Then, he released the sealing spirit mark on her body. In an instant, Bai Liuxin felt her spiritual power surge like a tide, becoming several times more active than before. A hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. But she said nothing. Now I will teach you a set of sword techniques. From now on, you will practice the sword techniques I teach you. But this set of sword techniques can only be practiced by you alone. Do you understand? Chi Hao instructed coldly. Bai Liuxin snorted. Now that my life is in your hands, how could I not listen to what you say? Chi Hao replied lightly. We are all adults now, so stop saying childish things. The path of martial arts is long. You have plenty of time to comprehend what is good and what is bad. Buzz. Chi Hao pointed at Bai Liuxin's forehead, and a stream of spiritual consciousness surged into her soul sea. Bai Liuxin did not dare to resist, and cautiously accepted the information within. Soon, her eyes widened in shock. Plow, the heavens, sword technique. What rank of sword technique is this? It feels so powerful. She couldn't help but exclaim. The sword technique Chi Hao transmitted to her was countless times more powerful than the high-level sword techniques Ji Yurong had taught her. Just a slight sensation made her feel as if her soul sea was about to be devoured by the terrifying sword intent contained within the plow, the heavens sword technique. Chi Hao said lightly, You only need to know that this plow, the heaven sword technique, is absolutely the top sword technique in the entire immortal spirit continent, unmatched by anything else. Now I will send you to the Lingyuan secret realm, so you can comprehend it well. In about half a month, you will be ready to form your core. Bai Liuxin exclaimed in delight. Forming a core? Are you sure I can form a core in half a month? Chi Hao frowned. Why does everyone like to keep asking me the same question? Is it because I'm not clear enough? Bai Liuxin's face flushed. It's not that you're not clear enough. It's just that what you said is too hard to believe. Then do you believe it now? Chi Hao scoffed. Bai Liuxin pursed her lips and smiled. If she had been told before she learned the plow, the heaven's sword technique, she would definitely not have believed it. But now, she felt that Chi Hao might not be lying to her. No wonder Dongshan said that following Chi Hao would lead to great fortune. She never expected it to be true. If she could successfully form her core and learned the powerful sword moves from the plow, the heaven sword technique, she would definitely be able to help the Mist take revenge in the future. Bai Liuxin was extremely excited. Chi Hao looked at Bai Liuxin, who was secretly smiling, and teased. Don't you think selling your life to me doesn't seem like such a loss now? Bai Liuxin blushed and huffed. I still feel like it's a loss, but who told me I lost the bet? I have no choice but to accept it. Chi Hao rolled his eyes. I didn't expect your rosy little mouth to be as stubborn as a dead duck's. Go out. I will send you to the Lingyuan secret realm. Chapter 82. Sparring in the mansion by Liuxin was somewhat annoyed. Why does my rosy little mouth suddenly look like a dead duck's beak? The two walked out of the house and into the courtyard. Chi Hao felt a shift in his mind, and an array gate appeared. Bai Liuxin exclaimed in shock, The entrance to the secret realm is right in your courtyard? Chi Hao did not answer. He simply reached out and pulled Bai Liuxin into the array gate. 80 miles ahead, there is a spiritual waterfall on a cliff. You can cultivate there. Chi Hao's voice echoed in Bai Liuxin's ears. Then, he waved his hand to disperse the array gate. Bai Liuxin needed to go into seclusion for a few days, so Mrs. Ji need not worry. A soul sound transmitted into Ji Yurong's ears. Ji Yurong looked astonished. Why did Bai Liuxin suddenly need to go into seclusion right after arriving at the Qi residence? Moreover, why did Chi Hao send her a message? Could it be that he has already seen through the unusual relationship between me and Liuxin? Or is it just because Liuxin is living with me, so he wanted to inform me? Ji Yurong was filled with doubts, but felt it inappropriate to ask further. However, since Chi Hao had sent a message and Bai Liuxin was not returning, she did not need to worry. Chi Hao returned to the Huang family, where the white wolf in the courtyard timidly glanced at him before running to a corner and lying down like a dog. Chi Hao smiled faintly and said, The spiritual energy here is purer than in the Lingyuan secret realm. Cultivate well for a while. Once your demon essence is more refined, I will help you form a Dan. The white wolf's eyes lit up, and it nodded eagerly. Chi Hao waved his hand to release the silver-feathered thunder eagle. Without needing Chi Hao's command, the eagle found a spot, crouched down, and entered a state of cultivation. Only then did Chi Hao push the door and enter the house, where Huang Yin raised her beautiful eyes, finished her cultivation, and greeted him with a smile. "Madam, shall we cultivate together?" Chi Hao held Huang Yan's hand and asked with a light laugh. Huang Yan's charming face flushed, and she shyly responded, "I am willing for you to gather more." Chi Hao laughed heartily, picked up Huang Yan, and walked toward the bed. How delicate is a wife? Does a husband need to sneak? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The people of the Qi family spent their time in stable cultivation. Meanwhile, Luo Bingyun and Lan Ling in the Ling Lai were somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Song Chongfeng never mentioned Wei Zhao to Wei Xingquang at all? But Song Chongfeng's disciples had clearly inquired about Wei Zhao's whereabouts in our sect. This indicates that Wei Zhao's prolonged absence has made Song Chongfeng feel uneasy. So how could he dare to continue hiding it from Wei Xingquang? Luo Bingyun found it very strange. Logically speaking, if Song Chongfeng wanted to continue hiding it, he definitely wouldn't dare to get so close to Wei Xingquang. Furthermore, if the young sect master was in trouble, this matter was serious, and normally, Song Chongfeng wouldn't dare to conceal it. "Master, do you think Wei Xingquang and Song Chongfeng might already be dead?" Lan Ling thought of a possibility. Luo Bingyun was shocked and said, "You mean he came here but was silently killed by Chi Hao? That can't be right. Wei Xingquang is at least a first-rate Golden Dan cultivator. How could he die without a sound, not even stirring a hint of battle fluctuation?" Lan Ling sighed, although I also think it's unlikely. How else can we explain the current situation? Why don't we go back and let junior sister Lu check the situation at the Lingwu sect to see if Wei Xingquang is there? Luo Bingyun shook her head. That would seem too deliberate. If Wei Xingquang is indeed dead, that old guy from the Wei family would undoubtedly go mad. So let's not involve Hong Ying. We just need to keep an eye on the matters between the Wei and Qi families in the dark. Lan Line Zeepli. Then should we continue to stay in Yuanling City? Luo Bingyun said, "Yes, let's cultivate in the guest room using spirit stones. Although it's slow, we can't waste time." One day, Chi Hao finished his cultivation and took Huang Yin back to the Qi family. Upon entering the Qi residence, Huang Yan's eyes moved slightly, and she asked Chi Hao, "Husband, do you think I can defeat Guardian Su with my current strength?" Chi Hao laughed. "Isn't it just a one-sided beating for you?" "Huh. I only differ from Guardian Su by 1 rank in cultivation, but my cultivation method is so powerful. How can I still not defeat him?" Huang Yin said somewhat dejectedly. Chi Hao tightened his embrace around Huang Yan's slender waist and playfully scratched her nose, laughing. "What I mean is you will beat him, not the other way around. Later, you can spar with him to help my wife gain some confidence." Huang Yan's eyes brightened. "Really? That's great. I've been worried about focusing only on improving my cultivation while lacking practical combat experience." Chi Hao said with a smile, "Let's go find him." Ji Dongshan, who was listening nearby, excitedly interjected, "Head of the family, madam, can I watch the match too?" "Come along," Chi Hao replied with a smile. Soon, except for Zhong Tianlei, who was still refining weapons, and by Liu Xin, who was in seclusion, almost all the few people from the Qi family gathered in the central courtyard. Madam is going to battle with Guardian Su, but Guardian Su is at the 4th rank of the Foundation establishment stage. Yes, and Guardian Su comes from the Xuanxiang sect. His strength is quite formidable. So what if he comes from the Xuanxiang sect? We have all received the techniques granted by the head of the family. Hasn't the madam also received the true teachings of the head? I estimate that the madam has already completed her foundation establishment without us knowing. What? The madam has completed her foundation establishment? It's true that those who are close to the head of the family receive great fortune. Of course, just think, a few months ago, would you have dared to dream of becoming a master in your lifetime? I never dared to think that before. Not to mention my mediocre talent. Those few spirit stones sent by the Meng family each month can barely cultivate a few strands of essence. If you ask me, the smartest among us are still Li Ge and Elder Qin. Look at them now. One is a third-rank grandmaster, and the other is at the peak of the ninth-rank grandmaster. Elder Qin is about to establish his foundation. Ah, is it that miserable for those who left? Miserable? Who told them to leave with such lack of vision back then? Now, all the families in the city fear the head like a tiger. Who would dare to continue harboring those who left the chief family? In the arena, Su Hanzhan scratched his head and glanced at Chi Hao, hesitating head. Are you sure you want me to fight the madam? If I strike, I might not hold back, and if I hurt her, just take care of yourself. If I can win against you at the third rank of the foundation establishment stage, my wife can too, Chi Hao said with a faint smile. Su Hanzhan raised an eyebrow. Then I must learn a thing or two from the madam. Bang! Su Hanzhan extended his right hand, and the tail of his spear hit the ground with a heavy thud. Huang Yin extended her right hand, and a high-level ordinary sword appeared in her palm. An ordinary martial sword? Su Hanzhan was taken aback. Huang Yin smiled. It's just for now. Once Elder Zhong finishes his seclusion, I'll have a spiritual sword. Su Hanzhan hesitated. I'm already one rank higher in cultivation than the madam. If I use a spiritual spear, that would be even more unfair. Let me change to a long spear. No need. Even if you wield a spiritual spear, I am confident I can defeat you. You can go ahead, Huang Yin said confidently. Her confidence stemmed partly from herself and partly from Chi Hao. If Chi Hao says she can win, then she definitely can. Chapter 83. The Thread of the Sword in Phoenix Shadow. Su Hanzhan raised his brow. All right, since the madam is so confident, I will use all my strength. Su Hanzhan said solemnly. He had already lost to Chi Hao, and he couldn't lose to Chi Hao's wife again. Otherwise, he would lose face as a genius of the Xuanqiang sect. Su Hanzhan was one of the 5 prodigies in the Xuanqiang sect, and his reputation as a genius was known throughout the entire Eastern Spirit domain. Boom! Su Hanzhan's aura surged, and a powerful presence erupted from his body, swirling around him and forming a strong spiritual qi. Make your move. Huang Yin narrowed her eyes, holding the long sword, pointing the tip forward. Chasing wind spear. Swish! Su Hanzhan stomped heavily on the ground, and a spear shot out explosively. As he took a step forward, his body shot out like a cannonball, and a sharp light erupted from the tip of his spear. What incredible speed! What a fierce thrust! No wonder he is a top disciple of the Xuanqiang sect. The guards couldn't help but exclaim. They wondered if the lady could withstand this thrust. Just as everyone was anticipating, Huang Yan's gaze sharpened, and she lightly stepped forward with her right foot. The sword that had been poised and ready vibrated with a hum, and a beam of light burst forth from the blade. The mightiest sword, Phoenix Shadow, howling. The whistling sword energy transformed into a gigantic golden burst shadow as it surged out of the sword, rushing towards Su Hanzhan. Su Hanzhan's pupils contracted sharply. His right hand, gripping the spear, suddenly felt heavy, and the next moment, he gritted his teeth in anger, his expression slightly grim, continuing to charge and thrust the spear. No matter what you transform into, you can't match the elegance of my thrust. Break for me, Su Hanzhan shouted angrily. The sharp light on the spear tip flashing as it pierced towards the incoming golden phoenix shadow. Boom! The golden phoenix shadow wrapped its wings inward, its tips merging like double blades, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy. This sword energy, golden in color, erupted with powerful penetrating force, instantly shattering the might of the spear light on Su Hanzhan's spear tip. Su Hanzhan was taken aback, just as he was about to retreat. The golden sword energy on the spear surged directly towards the sky, exploding in a roar above 100 meters high, transforming into a myriad of golden clouds. Bang! Su Hanzhan fell onto the ground, the long spear he usually cherished clattering as it hit the ground. His tall and robust body trembled at that moment. Lady, is this still a spar? You nearly killed me. I swear, I will never spar with you and the head of the family again. Su Hanzhan was almost in tears. Just a moment ago, he had felt that he was about to be shattered into pieces by that powerful golden sword energy. Fortunately, the sword energy was redirected in time towards the sky. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have even had time to withdraw. Everyone in the Qi residence was astonished as they looked at Huang Yan. They all knew the head of the family was formidable. They didn't expect the lady's strength to be this terrifying as well. At that moment, Huang Yin looked apologetic, hurriedly sheathing her sword and bowing in apology, saying, Su Guardian, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this sword to be so powerful. This is my first strike, and I didn't know how much strength to use. Thankfully, you were fine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. It was then she realized that her current strength was indeed overwhelming Su Hanzhan. She was both excited and fearful. What if she hadn't been able to direct the sword energy upwards in time? Wouldn't Su Hanzhan be shattered into pieces? Chi Hao chuckled, saying, No wonder you're my wife. Your strength is truly amazing. Huang Yin shot him an embarrassed glare and replied, Husband, please don't tease me. I was scared to death just now, almost making a huge mistake. Chi Hao laughed. How could that be? Isn't there me to support you? Even if you hadn't managed to redirect the sword energy in time, I could ensure Su Guardian's safety. Everyone was once again astonished. In that situation, the head of the family could still save Su Guardian in time? You two are really more monstrous than the other. I beg you, please don't test me anymore, okay? I'm here to be your guardian, not to be your training dummy, Su Hanzhan said angrily. Chi Hao laughed. You can't blame me. I heard that you're one of the 5 prodigies of the Xuanxiang sect with formidable strength, so you must be a great test stone. Who would have thought you couldn't even withstand a single sword from my wife? Su Hanzhan truly wanted to curse. Although it was just one sword, was that a strike that a normal person could unleash? Madam, let me ask you, was that sword just now your strongest strike? Su Hanzhan inquired. Huang Yin shook her head. No, that sword just now, named the mightiest sword Phoenix Shadow, is a basic sword technique. After summoning the Phoenix Shadow, then come the successive killing moves. I haven't even used one killing move. All right, don't say any more. Please leave me some face. Su Hanzhan said with a. Everyone disperse. Chi Hao chuckled. Li Jin, Wang Zun, and others quickly bowed and retreated in shock. Ji Dongshan rubbed his nose and said to Su Hanzhan, Su Guardian, how about we spar another day? Don't worry, my strength is definitely not as strong as my wife's. Su Hanzhan, do you all think I'm easy to bully just because I'm honest? Ji Dongshan laughed awkwardly. Isn't your cultivation level the closest to mine? I refuse. Su Hanzhan said angrily. The people of the Qi residence only know how to bully others. He couldn't let the Xuanxiang sect lose face anymore. Chi Hao teased. How about I teach you a set of spear techniques to help you improve your strength? But although you are a guardian of my Qi residence, you are ultimately a disciple of the Xuanxiang sect. I'm willing to teach you the spear techniques, but you can't learn them carelessly. Su Hanshan's eyes lit up. If you are really willing to teach me a more powerful spear technique, I'll go back tomorrow and let my father expel me from the sect, and I'll come back to be your disciple. Su Hanzhan had long seen Chi Hao's monstrous talent. Now that he had seen Huang Yan's strength, he knew it all stemmed from Chi Hao's teachings. After all, the Huang family didn't have such a powerful sword inheritance. Chi Hao smiled lightly. Then you can go back tomorrow. Following me, you will indeed learn more than you would at the Xuanxiang sect. Su Hanzhan was overjoyed. Good, then I won't wait until tomorrow. I will go back right now. Saying this, he grabbed his spear and rushed outside. Take those 2 outside with you, and tell them that some people they will never wait for again. Chi Hao called out with a smile. Su Hanshan's eyes shook. So the head of the family already knew? His face flushed, and without responding, he ran out of the Qi residence. Ji Dongshan raised an eyebrow in confusion and said, Head of the family, even if Su Hanzhan leaves the Xuanxiang sect, he is still Su Chonggong's son. Are you really going to teach him the spear techniques of the immortal martial stage? Chi Hao smiled lightly. With his current strength, even if he can be loyal to the Qi residence for 10 years, what significance would it have for me to keep him? The previous bet to keep him in the Qi residence was also because I valued his talent. As long as he can be loyal to the Qi residence like you, the cultivation will be worth it. Ji Dongshan bowed and said, The head of the family's broad-mindedness is truly unmatched. Chi Hao laughed. Don't flatter me. Now that your sword embryo has formed, focus on improving your cultivation from now on. Loyalty without strength can only block a single sword strike from my opponent. Therefore, I hope you all can become stronger. Only then can we withstand the storms together and reach the peak of the immortal spirit. Chapter 84. The Golden Dan of 10,000 refines reaching the peak of the immortal spirit. Ji Dongshan's heart trembled. He didn't expect the head of the family to have such high expectations for him. Dongshan will definitely work hard, Ji Dongshan said earnestly. Chi Hao smiled. Go ahead. Ji Dongshan bowed and retreated. Madam, let us return to the courtyard. Chi Hao chuckled as he took Huang Yan's small hand. Huang Yan felt incredibly sweet in her heart. Chi Hao cherished her and helped her become so strong. All the little schemes and misunderstandings from when they married had completely dissipated at this moment. Back in the courtyard, Chi Hao took Huang Yan directly into the Lingyuan secret realm. By the side of the spirit waterfall, Bai Liuxin was surrounded by sword energy, with spiritual power surging and gathering. Feeling someone approaching, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Indeed, in just over 10 days, the sword energy had already been tempered and condensed, capable of breaking into the Golden Dan realm. Chi Hao and Huang Yan flew in side by side. Bai Liuxin's expression brightened as she stopped her practice and stood up. Greeting. Liuxin seized the sword master and the madam. Huang Yan looked at Chi Hao in surprise. Chi Hao smiled. Madam, a few days ago, I took Bai Liuxin as my sword attendant. Huang Yan was somewhat astonished. Although Bai Liuxin was beautiful, she should be in her 30s, right? Husband, you even took a sword attendant of this age? Huang Yan was in her early 20s, and to her, a woman of Bai Liuxin's age was already an old aunt. As long as her husband was happy, that was all that mattered. Huang Yan smiled softly. Bai Liuxin was taken aback. What did Huang Yan mean by that? What did it mean that Chi Hao liked it that way? She was a pure and innocent sword attendant, not a concubine. Chi Hao chuckled teasingly and didn't explain for Bai Liuxin, only saying, then sit down right here and observe well. I'll refine a pill first to show you how. Bai Liuxin exclaimed in shock. You're going to refine a pill too? Aren't you only at the 7th level of foundation establishment? Chi Hao raised an eyebrow. Haven't you been counting the days? That was over 10 days ago. Bai Liuxin. Huang Yan covered her mouth and smiled, secretly amused. Isn't what my husband said too infuriating? Bai Liuxin was completely convinced. In just over 10 days, he had advanced from the 7th to the 9th peak of foundation establishment. Moreover, he didn't need any settling time and was directly impacting the golden pill. What kind of monster was Chi Hao? Madam, you should pay attention too. After all, it won't be long before you refine a pill as well, Chi Hao said with a smile. Huang Yan replied, I will definitely observe attentively. Chi Hao smiled and said no more. Huang Yan was well-behaved and understanding, so he didn't have to worry too much. Chi Hao could have broken through with the Huang family, which would have been even more convenient. But by breaking through in the Lingyuan secret realm, he could also look after Bai Liuxin a bit. Now that his internal spiritual power was fully accumulated, and with his past experience, refining a pill would be flawless for him. Everything would come naturally. As Chi Hao sat cross-legged, his surrounding spiritual power began to surge violently, and countless terrifying sword energies roared from his body, spiraling above his head. Huang Yan and Bai Liuxin couldn't help but be astonished. Isn't refining a pill all about condensing spiritual power and refining it into substance, thus containing the golden pill? How could Chi Hao release all of his spiritual power and sword energy outside? The myriad of paths all have their techniques. Ordinary pill refining often involves internal containment, while my pill refining technique is an external refining method. The technique is called 10,000 refined golden pill, external refining of the golden pill. While more difficult than internal containment, allows for maximum strengthening of spiritual power, refining it to the utmost. Chi Hao smiled lightly as he spoke, but his hands were rapidly forming seals. This skilled sealing technique looked nothing like a first-time pill refiner. As the sealing techniques moved, his surging spiritual power crazily gathered towards the space above his head, forming a massive spiritual mist. Refine, Chi Hao shouted, and within the spiritual mist, flashes of electric-like light flickered, crackling and contracting. Gradually, within the spiritual mist, threads of flowing light began to rise, weaving through it. So fast, spiritual power has already turned into substance. Bai Liuxin exclaimed. Miss Bai, be quieter. Don't disturb my husband, Huang Yan quickly reminded. Oh. Bai Liuxin hurriedly covered her mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Chi Hao continued his sealing technique, and the strands of spiritual power above his head increased. The spiritual mist, meanwhile, became increasingly thin during the refining process. The disappearing mist naturally transformed into strands of spiritual power. After just a short while, Chihao's head was filled with strands of spiritual power, no trace of mist remaining. It had completely turned into substance. Was it time to condense the pill next? Bai Liuxin felt excited. Boom! But what Bai Liuxin didn't expect was that, with a change in Chihao's hand seals, those strands of spiritual power suddenly burst apart, turning back into a large cloud of mist. This time, the shape of the mist was noticeably smaller than before. Did this mean the transformation to substance failed? Bai Liuxin was stunned. Huang Yin was also a bit anxious. Chihao smiled lightly and said, the so-called 10,000 refined golden pill cannot be refined to just this extent. Once the golden pill is formed, it is like a tree taking shape, difficult to change again. Therefore, before refining the pill, one must repeatedly refine the spiritual power as much as possible, making it stronger and more solid. Just like refining tools to their essence, 100 refinements to steel, 1,000 to purity, and 10,000 to brilliance. The speed of subsequent cultivation and battle power will be completely different depending on the strength of the spiritual power used to form the golden pill. So, when you refine your pills later, you must also do your best to refine your spiritual power. Seeing that Chihao could still easily impart experience, Huang Yin and Bai Liuxin finally felt at ease. Soon, the spiritual mist turned back into strands. This time, each strand of spiritual power appeared even more solid and glossy. Boom! When all the mist transformed into strands again, Chihao once more burst the strands apart, returning them to mist, and then refined them into strands again. Bai Liuxin took a deep breath. Only this external refining technique could allow such repeated refinement of spiritual power. If it were internal containment, who could withstand such treatment in their dantian? Perhaps the dantian would explode before the golden pill was even formed. After numerous repetitions, Bai Liuxin and Huang Yin had lost count of how many times Chihao had refined the spiritual power. All they could see was that Chihao's current spiritual power was as solid and powerful as golden threads. That's enough. Chihao's lips curled slightly, and with a change in his hand seal, the countless golden threads swirling above his head began to rotate and gather, quickly forming a golden cocoon. The cocoon spun rapidly, continuously shrinking and solidifying, ultimately turning into a golden orb the size of a fist. Chihao tilted his head back, opened his mouth to inhale, and the golden orb fell into his mouth, finally settling in his dantian. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Chihao's body, surging for thousands of meters. Congratulations, husband, on successfully forming the golden pill. Congratulations, sword master, on entering the golden pill realm. Huang Yin and Bai Liuxin excitedly bowed and congratulated him. Chihao chuckled. It's just forming a golden pill. You can do it too. Bai Liuxin was excited. Sword master, can I try to refine a pill now? Chihao smiled lightly. You can start now. Madam, I'll take you to a place. Bai Liuxin's face turned red, and she hurriedly said, Sword master, won't you help me keep an eye on it? I'm afraid I can't do it. You focus on refining the pill. I'll be not far away. Chihao said with a light smile, taking Huang Yin's little hand and flying towards the west. That four symbols heavenly barrier array could be easily broken by him with his current strength. Chapter 85. Breaking the array, looking at Chihao leading his wife away. Bai Liuxin felt quite frustrated. She thought Chihao would help protect her and guide her at any moment. Husband, refining a pill is a big deal. Miss Bai has no experience. Won't you guard her? Huang Yin asked softly. Chihao smiled. A master leads you to the door. But the cultivation is up to the individual. If I have to keep an eye on everything, then she won't progress on her cultivation path. Huang Yan's pretty face flushed. I don't care. My husband must guard me while I refine the pill. Otherwise, I will be scared. Chihao laughed heartily. When my wife refines a pill, I will definitely guard her. Hee. Huang Yin felt sweet inside. Soon, the two arrived in front of the small courtyard enveloped by the great array. Huang Yin was surprised. There's actually a courtyard here. Chihao smiled. The secret realm has its owner. It's not strange to have a courtyard. There are quite a few good spiritual materials in this courtyard. Once I break the four symbols heavenly barrier array, I can use those materials to solidify my cultivation. Madam, please step back a bit. Huang Yin quickly retreated. Boom! Qi Hao's aura surged, and in the next moment, countless sword energies shot out, transforming into 400 solid sword shadows that surrounded him. Now, these sword shadows not only exceeded 100 more than before, but each sword shadow was also even wider and more solid. In the center of the sword shadows, there was a golden line running through them. Huang Yin looked at Qi Hao surrounded by 400 sword shadows, her mouth agape in shock. Such a miraculous scene she had never seen before. It seemed that the sword technique her husband practiced was much more powerful than her Phoenix Shadow Sword Immortal technique. She wondered where her husband had obtained such powerful inheritances. What kind of terrifying existence was the support behind him? Sword Dragon Charge. While Huang Yin was in shock, Qi Hao pointed his sword towards the four symbols' heavenly barrier array and suddenly thrust forward. In an instant, 400 sword shadows converged into a torrent of sword shadows, crashing against the four-symbol heaven wall array like a raging dragon. With a loud boom, the four-symbol heaven wall array, which had blocked the four great spirit beasts for thousands of years, shattered. Sword Dragon returns. With a light shout, the sword shadows flowed back, swooshing into Qi Hao's body, returning to the sword embryo in his dantian. Madam, come take a look. Qi Hao smiled and waved to Huang Yin. Oh. Huang Yin came back to her senses, full of admiration as she approached Qi Hao. Husband, that sword move you just used was really powerful. Even standing behind you, I could feel a terrifying sense of pressure. If we faced each other head-on, wouldn't that pressure be enough to crush someone to death? Huang Yin said. Qi Hao chuckled lightly. That's the benefit of extreme spirit refining. Although I'm at the first level of the Golden Core stage, in terms of the purity and aggressiveness of spiritual power, even a fifth-level Golden Core would not compare to me. Huang Yan's eyes brightened. Then I also want to refine my spirit well. Even if I can't be as strong as you, as your wife, I shouldn't embarrass you. Qi Hao smiled. Everyone has different limits. When you form your core, 1,000 refinements will be enough. 10,000 refinements would be too strenuous for you. Too much of a good thing can backfire and lead to problems. Huang Yan nodded. Okay, then I'll do my best to achieve 1,000 refinements. Qi Hao smiled and walked towards the small courtyard. In the distance, the demon blade mantis looked enviously but did not dare approach. The previous Qi Hao was not even its opponent, let alone the Qi Hao who had entered the Golden Core stage. These are spirit materials from 1,000 and 100 years. If you see any that you like, just take them. Qi Hao smiled. Huang Yan's eyes flickered, and her face turned slightly red. Husband, I have the spirit lake to assist my cultivation, so I don't need these spirit materials. But can I pick a few to honor my grandfather and my parents? Qi Hao frowned and said sternly, Do you think it's okay? Huang Yan panicked when she saw Qi Hao's expression and hurriedly said, Was I being greedy? These spirit materials are too precious. Qi Hao raised both hands, pinching Huang Yan's cheeks, staring intently into her dazed eyes, and said with a laugh and scold, You silly girl. What's wrong with that? Your father is my father, and your mother is my mother. Honoring them is only natural. In that case, I'll take a few that I need, and the rest you can keep. You can give them to whoever you want. Husband, you scared me just now. Huang Yin angrily clenched her little fist and lightly pounded Qi Hao's chest. Qi Hao laughed heartily. 3 days later, Qi Hao and the others finally emerged from the Spirit Abyss secret realm. Qi Hao formed his core in just over an hour, while Bai Liuxin took nearly 3 days. But this already made Bai Liuxin extremely happy. She never expected that in just 3 days, she would complete spirit refining and core formation. It is known that in the Eastern Spirit domain, the fastest person to form their core took about half a year from preparation to breakthrough. Following Qi Hao's cultivation, the preparatory stage was directly skipped. However, without Qi Hao protecting her, Bai Liuxin's external refining spirit only progressed to 600 refinements before she dared not continue. But even with 600 refinements, the golden core formed was more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary golden core. When Zhong Tianlei formed his core, Qi Hao did not teach him this external refining technique. First, at that time, he could not demonstrate himself. Second, Zhong Tianlei was merely in a subordinate relationship with him, and the loyalty of such a relationship depended entirely on character. So Chi Hao naturally kept some things to himself. While Liu Xin was different. The relationship between a sword attendant and a sword master was one of lifelong connection, until death. Because of the source sword energy, it could be said that all sword attendants were part of Chi Hao, so he would naturally treat them better. No one knew that, quietly, Yuanling City had gained 2 more golden core experts. In the blink of an eye, more time passed. The revenge from the spirit martial sect still hadn't come. Wei Xingquang also didn't expect that while he was alive, he still had some fame, but after his death, not only was there no decent funeral, but hardly anyone even knew he had died. A body of golden core bones, buried deep in the wilderness, silent and desolate. One day, Qin Zhen respectfully stood before Chi Hao and reminded, "Master, the day after tomorrow is the wedding day of Qi Zheng, the eldest son of the Qi family in Yuanlang City. Do you want to return to the Qi family?" Chi Hao squinted and smiled lightly. "Although I don't want to waste this time, there are indeed some grievances with the Qi family that need to be settled. Let's take this opportunity to go back and take a look." The spirit tablets of his parents from this life were still in the Qi family in Yuanlang City. This time he returned, it was just right to bring his parents' spirit tablets to Yuanling City. Back then, when he wanted to take his parents' spirit tablets away, he was firmly refused by the Qi family. This time, he wanted to see if the Qi family would dare to block him again. Qin Jin said, "Then I will prepare some congratulatory gifts." Chi Hao waved his hand. "When I left the Qi family, I couldn't even take away a single spirit stone. Now that I'm going back, there's no need to bring anything." Qin Zhen was taken aback. He had thought the master would prepare some congratulatory gifts, even if just to set an example. "All right, then I won't prepare anything." Qin Zhen smiled. Chapter 86. Testing the sword in the northwest Yuanlang City is hundreds of miles away from Yuanling City. But for the current Chi Hao, it takes less than half a stick of incense to arrive. So he was not in a hurry to set off. "Master, I did it. I finally succeeded." Amid a burst of wild laughter, Zhong Tianlei, with messy hair, rushed to Chi Hao's side. After several days of closed-door crafting, Zhong Tianlei had finally emerged. Qin Zhen couldn't help but chuckle at Zhong Tianlei's current appearance. Not only was Zhong Tianlei's hair disheveled, but his face was also covered in grime, and his clothes emitted a certain odor. "Master, the 2 special swords you wanted were incredibly difficult to forge, especially during the forging process. Each sword body required imprinting 49 spiritual patterns. With my golden core cultivation, I almost got exhausted," Zhong Tianlei complained, but his face was filled with uncontrollable joy, because after forging these special swords, he felt a sense of accomplishment he had never experienced before, filling a gap in his crafting career. Chi Hao teased with a smile. "You've worked hard, Zhong Lao, but isn't that why I passed this skill on to you? This kind of hardship, I'm willing to bear for a lifetime for the master." "Ha ha!" Zhong Tianlei laughed heartily, extending his right hand to reveal 2 slightly golden swords. These swords, compared to ordinary swords, appeared shorter, less than 3 feet long, and from their appearance, one could not tell anything special about them. However, if one used their spiritual sense to probe inside, they would discover that these 2 swords contained a separate space, with 49 powerful spiritual patterns floating within. As Chi Hao took the 2 swords from Zhong Tianlei, he smiled lightly. These special swords are called flying swords. They require a special sword technique to truly unleash their power. "Zhong Lao, do you have names for them?" Zhong Tianlei hurriedly replied, "Not yet. Since these flying swords are for the master, please bestow names upon them." Chi Hao smiled slightly and said, "No matter how nice the name, it's just a title. Once I had a friend who had 2 flying swords. Name the first one first and the second 115. I thought that was nice. Let's just use those names. This one in my left hand will be called First, and the one in my right will be called 15. First 15? Zhong Tianlei was taken aback at first. Then his eyes lit up. Laughing, that's a good name. Although it sounds ordinary, if you can dodge first, you can't dodge 15. With both swords out, they will surely injure the enemy. Chi Hao smiled. You're absolutely right. Zhong Lao, that's the meaning behind the names. Go wash up and rest well for the night. I will also refine these 2 flying swords, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see their power. Zhong Tianlei exclaimed with joy. Good. By the way, this Jiaoling sword has been reforged. After adding the Yongling Goldstone powder, it has become a top-grade spiritual weapon. Chi Hao smiled slightly. In this way, my lady can also have a decent sword. You may leave now. Zhong Tianlei and Qin Jin exited, and Chi Hao turned back into the room. He used his sword energy to cut his finger, letting 2 drops of fresh blood fall onto the sword bodies of Chuyi and Shiwu. To his surprise, the blood was instantly absorbed by the swords, and 2 bursts of red light erupted. Refined, Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, splitting his mental power into 2 streams, which he then poured into Chuyi and Shiwu. Dropping blood on a flying sword can nurture its spirit, and refining it can establish a master bond, allowing it to be summoned and dismissed at will. For Chi Hao, refining flying swords was not a difficult task. In less than half an hour, the 2 flying swords, Chuyi and Shiwu, transformed into 2 streaks of light and entered Chi Hao's body, hovering above his golden core on either side of the sword embryo. The next morning, Chi Hao summoned Zhong Tianlei and by Liu Xin to him using his soul voice. Zhong Tianlei excitedly said, "Master, where shall we go to test the power of the flying swords?" Bai Liu Xin raised an eyebrow. "Flying swords? What kind of sword is that? Is it a sword that can fly by itself?" Chi Hao smiled faintly. "I calculated, and it's best to test the sword 460 miles to the northwest." Zhong Tianlei's pupils contracted. 460 miles to the northwest. Isn't that where the Lingwu sect is located? Does the master want to test the sword against the Lingwu sect? And master, there are 5th grade golden core experts in the Lingwu sect. Shouldn't we think this through? Zhong Tianlei said with a pale face and a dry laugh. Although he now obeyed Chi Hao, there were still 2 golden core powerhouses in the Lingwu sect. One was a 3rd grade golden core, and the other was a 5th grade golden core. With his strength, he could barely hold off Yi Sanquan, a 3rd grade golden core, but as for Wei Yuanshan, even if he risked his life, he couldn't stop him. Bai Liu Xin then realized that Chi Hao was indeed going to take action against the Lingwu sect. She hurriedly said, "Sword Master, although you have entered the golden core realm, you have just broken through. For safety's sake, shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" "What?" Zhong Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. "Miss Bai, what did you just say? You said the master has already entered the golden core realm?" Bai Liu Xin forced a smile. "Old Zhong, could you not be so surprised? The sword master is going to the Lingwu sect, and I was already a bit anxious. Your sudden exclamation makes me even more uneasy." Zhong Tianlei laughed heartily. "The master is already a golden core expert, so why worry? With our master's combat strength, even if he has just broken through into the golden core realm, he need not fear that old man Wei Yuanshan." Zhong Tianlei had not forgotten that Chi Hao, back when he was at the 3rd grade foundation establishment realm, could battle 4-peak 9th grade foundation establishment spirit beasts. Although the difference in strength between the golden core realms was greater, Zhong Tianlei still had great confidence in Chi Hao for a one-on-one fight. Moreover, he had yet to witness the might of the flying swords, but since Chuyi and Shiwu were personally refined by him, he naturally felt that they possessed greater power than ordinary top-grade spiritual swords. Chi Hao smiled faintly. It's time for the Lingwu sect to know the news of their sect master's death. Although the Lingwu sect was no longer a threat after Chi Hao entered the golden core realm, their retaliation would eventually come. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative and eliminate this trouble. This way, he could focus on absorbing the power of the spirit lake in the following days, without being disturbed by these trivial matters. All 3 were golden core experts, flying through the air at high speed. In just a short while, they arrived at Lingfeng Mountain, where the Lingwu sect was located. 3 figures flew swiftly towards it. "Who are the friends coming to our Lingwu sect peak?" A deep, elder voice resonated from within the Lingwu sect. Instantly, all the disciples of the Lingwu sect were shocked and looked up at the sky outside Lingfeng. Whoosh! An old man in a gray-white robe leaped into the air, his eyes fixed solemnly on Chi Hao and the others. "It's the Grand Elder." The appearance of these 3 made the Grand Elder come out of seclusion. Who could they be? They must be quite formidable, as not just anyone could make the Grand Elder appear. The disciples of the Lingwu sect speculated curiously about the identities of Chi Hao and his companions. But the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Chi Hao raised the corner of his mouth and mockingly said, "My name is Chi Hao. Your young sect master Wei Zhao and sect master Wei Xinquang are both dead at my hands. I've been waiting for you to come seek revenge. But since you haven't appeared, I have come myself. Chapter 87. The important thing is you must die. What? The young sect master and sect master have been killed? How is that possible? Although we rarely see the sect master, the young sect master was often seen. And now it seems like it has been a while since anyone has seen him. Could what this person said be true? The disciples of the Lingwu sect were shocked and began to discuss among themselves. It's him. It's Chi Hao from the Chi family. He actually came to the Lingwu sect. In a courtyard for young men and women with broken legs, pointed in terror at the void where Chi Hao was shouting. Do you think Master might have also fallen victim to him? If Master is gone, what will we do in the future? Without Master's protection, we will definitely be sent down the mountain to fend for ourselves. The disciples of Song Chongfeng trembled in fear, their eyes filled with despair. At this moment, He Tsankuan's pupils widened in anger. He took a deep breath and said grimly, "Is it true that our sect master has fallen at your hands? Who exactly are you? And what grievances do you have with my Lingwu sect?" Chi Hao replied indifferently, "He has been dead for half a month. It's laughable that you are completely unaware. As for my grievances with the Wei family, it's a bit complicated, and I don't intend to explain much to you. I have come today only to settle matters with the Wei family. Go and invite Wei Yuanshan out of seclusion. The sins committed by the Wei family must be borne by them. If you want to stand up for the Wei family, I won't mind sending you to reunite with Wei Xingquang and his son in the afterlife." He Tsankuan's heart trembled. This kid has such a wild tone. But if he didn't have enough confidence, how could he dare to come here to provoke us? It seems he really is not coming with good intentions. He Tsankuan said solemnly, "This matter is serious and indeed requires the ancestor to handle it personally. You wait here. The old man will go to invite the ancestor out of seclusion." Chi Hao smiled faintly. "Go ahead, just don't make me wait too long." He Tsankuan turned and flew back into the Lingwu sect. The inner door elders of the Lingwu sect all rushed to gather around He Tsankuan. "Grand Elder, do you think what this person said is true? Grand Elder, can you see what cultivation level these three are?" "Shut up. I ask you, who recognizes this person? What grievances does he have with the young sect master and sect master?" He Tsankuan shouted angrily. Now that the sect master and young sect master are dead, he doesn't even know what has happened. The elders looked at each other, then all shook their heads. Those elders who knew the enmity between Wei Zhao and Chi Hao were already dead. Where's Bai Chaofan? Why isn't he here? And Lu Gong Wushan? Song Chongfeng, why aren't they here either? He Tsankuan frowned, suddenly realizing that many familiar faces were missing from the group of elders. One elder trembled. Before, when a young sect master went to Zhuangqiangmen, it was Elder Bai and Elder Lu who accompanied him. After the young sect master left the sect, he never returned. And the same goes for those elders. Another elder said, "Half a month ago, I saw the sect master leave the sect suddenly with Elder Song, but I don't know why they left." He Tsankuan's face turned pale. It seems that the young man in the void did not deceive him. The young sect master and sect master are likely already gone, and those missing elders are probably gone as well. Hiss! He Tsankuan gasped. Since the establishment of the Lingwu sect, such a major event had never happened. You all go stabilize the hearts of the people in the sect, and I will go invite the ancestor out of seclusion. He Tsankuan left a sentence and quickly flew towards the place where Wei Yuanshan was in seclusion. In the void in front of Lingfeng, Zhong Tianlei asked in confusion, "Master, why let He Tsankuan invite Wei Yuanshan out of seclusion? Can't we just kill our way there?" Chi Hao shook his head and said, "There are thousands of disciples in the Lingwu sect, and most of them are innocent cultivators. If unnecessary, I also don't want to create more slaughter." Bao Liuxin was surprised, not expecting Chi Hao to have such a kind side. "Then when we fight, will they help Wei Yuanshan?" Zhong Tianlei asked. Chi Hao glanced at Zhong Tianlei and said lightly, "Before the battle, we could discuss right and wrong, but once we strike, we only need to distinguish our positions. Anyone who stands against me will be mercilessly killed." Zhong Tianlei grinned. "Understood." Boom! In a high pavilion within the Lingwu sect, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Then a white-haired old man with wild hair flashed into the void in front of Lingfeng. "You really killed my son Xing Kuang and my grandson Wei Zhao." The old man shouted furiously with red eyes. Chi Hao said lightly, "They deserve their fate. Do you want to take revenge for them?" Wei Yuanshan's face twisted in rage. You killed my son and grandson, yet you still ask me if I want revenge. Kid, no matter how big your background is, today you must pay blood for my son and grandson. Chi nodded, a choice I expected. After all, blood debts of close relatives cannot go unavenged. And that is also the reason I came to find you for a resolution. Wei Yuanshan's face twitched. In this Eastern spirit domain, there are actually people who dare to appear before him so openly after killing his son and grandson, actively seeking a resolution. I have been in seclusion for 60 years, yet I did not know that the younger generation had become so audacious. Good, very good. Then be prepared to die. Wei Yuanshan laughed in anger. Chi Hao said lightly, Your Wei family seeks death unvirtuously, but I have compassion for the innocent. So, let's two fight to end this. What do you think? Wei Yuanshan laughed angrily. You wish. Not only do you have to die, but these two must die too, and everyone related to you. Anyone I can find out about must die. Chi Hao sneered. You truly are someone who deserves to die. Let's see if you have the strength to survive in my hands first. Arrogant brat. Then I will kill you first, and then these two beside you. Wei Yuanshan said fiercely. Chi Hao said lightly, You all step back. If anyone dares to interfere in my battle with this old fool, kill without mercy. Rest assured, master. Anyone who dares to interfere will die. Zhong Tianlei smiled coldly. Boom. His golden core stage aura erupted. This old man is indeed at the golden core stage. People of the Lingwu sect exclaimed. Boom. Bai Liuxin did not speak, but her golden core stage aura also erupted. This young woman is also at the golden core stage. My God, who are these people? What kind of people have the sect master and the young master provoked? It's over. This young man dares to challenge the ancestor. He must also be at the golden core stage, and his cultivation is probably not lower than the ancestors. Such a young golden core stage expert. I'm afraid only those powerful sects and families from the great spirit continent could cultivate. Even if the ancestor can win this battle, our Lingwu sect will probably be finished. At this moment, I even hope the one who loses is the ancestor. As long as the ancestor dies, this young man will definitely not pursue us ordinary disciples. Then we will have a way to survive. Sure, you dare to say such things. Are you seeking death? Huh, I was just thinking it in my heart. How'd I say it out loud? Senior brother, you can't sell me out, just pretend you didn't hear anything, okay? Don't worry, senior brother would never sell you out. But such words can only be thought in your heart in the future. Never say them out loud again. Seeing Zhong Tianlei and Bai Liuxin's auras revealed. Although they were only at the golden core stage, their auras were extremely pure and far surpassed ordinary golden core stage martial cultivators. Wei Yuanshan's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that these three really came from the great spirit continent? Wei Yuanshan's anger was not yet gone, but a hint of fear crept into his heart. If this young man named Chi Hao really came from a major force in the great spirit continent, even if he won this battle, he would undoubtedly face retaliation from Chi Hao's backing. Before we make a move, I need to know who you really are and what grievances you have with my son and grandson. Wei Yuanshan gritted his teeth and asked. Chi Hao said lightly, That is not important. What matters is that you must die. Wei Yuanshan's mouth twitched. This kid, does he want to force him to commit suicide to protect the Lingwu sect? Unfortunately, he is not that noble. At worst, after killing these three, I will flee far away. Wei Yuanshan's eyes darkened, and suddenly his figure shook, rushing to Chi Hao's front in an instant. Chapter 88, Another Sword for You to Die. Thunder Spirit Fist Seal. Suddenly erupting, Wei Yuanshan charged towards Chi Hao with extreme speed, his face full of fierce killing intent as he threw a punch. This punch contained an extremely fierce spiritual power, with strands of lightning flickering within, an incredibly violent aura. The power of this punch could split mountains. Boom! The fist seal exploded, shaking the vast void, creating ripples that spread over 10 miles. Huh, how is this possible? However, where the fist shadow exploded, Wei Yuanshan did not see Chi Hao's figure. Chi Hao's terrifying speed left Wei Yuanshan extremely shocked. At the moment he missed his punch, a sudden sound of breaking air came from behind him. You want to backstab me? You must be dreaming. Wei Yuanshan snorted angrily, twisting his right hand with the spirit sword, slashing towards the direction of the sound. Surging waves sword chi. Boom. The sword body emitted light, roaring like a raging tide. It surged forward and violently collided with the flying sword coming from behind. The first one. Boom. The two streams of sword chi collided in the void like two rivers. Boom, boom, boom. The two sword chi clashed against each other, exploding countless chaotic and fine auras. Is this the battle of Golden Core stage sword cultivators? Too terrifying. The sword chi erupted like this. I'm afraid we cannot withstand it. Remove the word afraid. Such fierce sword chi. If we get within 100 meters, we will instantly be crushed to pieces. This young man's sword chi can actually match the ancestor. Moreover, his sword technique is so strange that it can strike from mid-air without needing to hold it. Yes, such exquisite techniques can only be found in the Great Spirit Continent. He must be from the Great Spirit Continent without a doubt. Our Lingwu sect is finished. Wei Yuanshan, holding the spirit sword, crazily injected spiritual power into it, transforming it into sword chi, trying to overwhelm the flying sword. But every time his sword chi increased, the opposing sword chi would also strengthen by a degree. This made him very furious while also feeling shocked. It was obvious that the other party had been holding back and had not used their full strength. Moreover, if his sword chi could not suppress the opponent's sword chi, the opponent's sword chi would surge over, and with their bodies so close, he would undoubtedly be severely injured. In contrast, the opponent stood 100 meters away, hands behind their back, standing in midair, looking very relaxed. Even if he could shatter the spirit sword before him, only the spirit sword would be blown away. This kind of sword manipulation technique is truly both sinister and exquisite. If I could learn it, that would be wonderful. It seems that I cannot let this kid die easily. I must find out the method of this sword manipulation technique from him. After fleeing, I would also have an additional powerful skill. While Wei Yuanshan's face was ashen, he could not help but fantasize in his heart. Is this the extent of the strength of the ancestor of the Lingwu sect? I must have overestimated you. Chi Hao shook his head. Wei Yuanshan shouted angrily, kid. What are you being arrogant about? You don't have much of an advantage either. Chi Hao smiled and said, you really know how to comfort yourself. Then let me add another sword for you. 15. Escape as surprise swans. Whoosh. Chi Hao raised his palm, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm, breaking through the air at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, it shot towards Wei Yuanshan. Wei Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly released his spiritual power, forming a heavy spiritual shield to protect himself. However, such a defensive spiritual shield could not withstand the 15. Chi Hao coldly said, and with a flick of his finger, the sword tip of the 15 trembled and burst forth with a terrifying sword light, striking angrily towards Wei Yuanshan. Boom! The 15 pierced the spiritual shield, and the powerful spiritual shield surrounding Wei Yuanshan only lasted for a breath before it shattered with a loud bang. Get back, old man! In a panic, Wei Yuanshan shouted angrily and threw a punch at the 15. Another thunder spirit fist imprint. Boom! The powerful force of the fist imprint collided violently with the sword light of the 15. The sword body of the 15 trembled slightly, but was not pushed back at all. Instead, an even more terrifying sword energy surged within the sword body. In an instant, the entire sword body magically enlarged several times, transforming into a giant sword radiating spiritual light. Seeing this, Wei Yuanshan hurriedly raised his left hand, unleashing a large amount of spiritual power to push the descending giant sword into the void, not daring to let it fall. While Yoshin was filled with shock, Zhong Tianlei exclaimed excitedly, so that's the purpose of the spiritual patterns engraved on the sword body. Not only can they store a large amount of sword energy in advance, but they can also be activated during combat using mental power to unleash the power of the spiritual patterns for targeted defense and offense. I don't know if the sect master has any methods for refining flying hammers. I really want a flying hammer similar to this flying sword. Zhonglao, after we go back, can you also refine a flying sword like this for me? Bao Liuxin said excitedly. Zhong Tianlei rolled his eyes, Miss Bai. Even if I refine a flying sword for you, do you know how to control it? Besides, the materials for refining a flying sword, I roughly estimated before, are worth at least 4 million spirit stones. Do you have that many spirit stones? While Yoshin's face turned red, she certainly didn't have that many spirit stones. Seeing Bai Yoshin's embarrassed expression, Zhong Tianlei couldn't help but chuckle. However, if you serve the sect master well and bring it up when he's happy, you might just get your wish. Bai Yoshin said angrily. Zhong Lao, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just the sword attendant of the sword master. Not in the kind of relationship you think. Zhong Tianlei smirked. Silly girl, I'm just being kind-hearted to give you this advice. You don't think being the sword attendant of the sect master means you'll be his for life, and you'll never be able to marry anyone else in this life. Clinging to that so-called purity, what will you get besides a lonely life and missing countless great opportunities? Growing old and alone. Having lived a life as a woman, but never experiencing the joys of being a woman. That's truly sad. Bai Yoshin's face turned crimson with shame and anger. Zhong Lao. Stop saying that. I thought you were a highly respected artifact master, but I never expected you to be the sword master's pimp. Zhong Tianlei rolled his eyes. Good intentions treated as donkey liver and lungs. Fine, just pretend I didn't say anything. When the sect master takes in other sword attendants later, you might not be able to get close. Bai Yoshin's face was flushed. Although Zhong Tianlei's words seemed somewhat reasonable, she couldn't just suddenly give herself away. After all, her relationship with Qi Hao wasn't long. Becoming Qi Hao's sword attendant was just because she lost a bet. However, Zhong Lao was right. It seemed that in this life, she could only stay by Qi Hao's side and would not be able to marry anyone else. Growing old alone and unloved. Thinking of Zhong Tianlei's words, Bai Yoshin suddenly felt that if her future were truly like this, it would be quite sad. Chapter 89. Please ask the ancestor to die. In the void, Wei Yuanshan's old face was purple-red, and his entire body was in a state of high tension. His right hand's spiritual sword was facing off against the flying sword, while his left hand's palm strength was resisting the pressure from the flying sword 15. If one side faltered, the other side would surely collapse. When the two swords came close, where would he find a way out? Elder, hurry and come to my aid. Wei Yuanshan shouted angrily. But in his heart, he cursed angrily. Was he Sankong blind? Could he not see that he was about to collapse? Why didn't he come to help? Did he have to wait until he humiliated himself to call for help? Observing from a distance, He Sankong could naturally see that Wei Yuanshan seemed to be in trouble. But the other side still had two Golden Core Realm cultivators who were standing by, watching closely. If he intervened, those two would surely strike as well. But now, Wei Yuanshan had shamelessly called for help. As the elder of the Lingwu sect, if he did not lend a hand, he would certainly be despised by all the disciples of the sect. This old fool. He doesn't care about his own dignity and wants to drag me to death with him. It's truly despicable. Why doesn't Qi Hao just kill this old man directly? He Sankong cursed inwardly, hoping Wei Yuanshan would die sooner. Qi Hao glanced at He Sankong, and seeing the hesitation and anger in his eyes, he smiled faintly. Today, I only want Wei Yuanshan dead. If you don't intervene, the position of the sect master of the Lingwu sect will be yours in the future. Of course, perhaps you don't care about this position of sect master, but you also have to think about the thousands of disciples of the Lingwu sect. If you die too, what will happen to the thousands of disciples after that? Without a Golden Core Realm powerhouse to oversee, the Lingwu sect will surely be swallowed by other forces. Whether it's the righteous path or demonic cultivators, they won't miss the opportunity to kick a man when he's down. He Sankong's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qi Hao. Did Qi Hao want to support him? Using the safety of the thousands of disciples of the Lingwu sect as a reason, he was clearly paving the way for him. Elder, the Lingwu sect cannot be without a Golden Core Realm powerhouse overseeing it. Yes, although our Lingwu sect was founded by the Wei family, the lives of our thousands of people cannot be dragged down by the Wei family. The Wei family has been domineering for many years, treating the sect as their own voice, and now they have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Why should we suffer with them? Please, Elder, think more for the sect. That's right. Moreover, before the battle, the ancestor and Qi Hao had already agreed to fight one-on-one. If the Elder intervenes now, it would be disgraceful. The intersect elders urged in a flurry. Seeing that Wei Yuanshan was doomed, they weren't stupid and naturally saw through it. You ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for my Wei family's ancestors establishing this sect, where would you be today? Wei Yuanshan listened to the voices below and nearly spat blood in anger. Chi Hao said with interest, Wei Yuanshan, I didn't expect your Wei family to be so unpopular. It seems that letting you die is the will of the people. Wei Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, Chi Hao, why don't we stop for now? After I deal with these traitors, I will fight you again. The elders who had just shouted all changed their expressions in unison. If Chi Hao really agreed, wouldn't they be doomed? Chi Hao disdainfully said, You aren't even worthy of wasting too much of my time. Not killing you now is just using you to test the compatibility between me and these two flying swords. Otherwise, do you think you could have survived until now? Wei Yuanshan's pupils widened in anger. You speak so boastfully. Hitsankong, what are you still hesitating for? Are you really going to betray the sect and me? Wei family? Don't forget, everything you have today is thanks to my father's teachings and true transmission. Seeing Hitsankong hesitate for a long time without action, Wei Yuanshan couldn't help but shout. Hitsankong took a deep breath and said solemnly, I can never forget my master's kindness. Because of this, I must ensure the safety of the Lingwu sect for my master. After all, compared to the Wei family, the master values the inheritance of the spirit martial sect even more. You're talking nonsense. How could my father possibly regard the sect's inheritance as more important than the Wei family? Wei Yuanshan roared. Hitsankong snorted coldly. You Wei Yuanshan are selfish and self-serving. So you naturally understand what the master is thinking. Wei Yuanshan was so angry he felt like exploding. How could he not understand his father's thoughts? This was clearly an excuse for Hitsankong not wanting to take action. Good. You Hitsankong, I really didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. Wei Yuanshan's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Hitsankong took a deep breath, bowed deeply towards Wei Yuanshan in the void, and said solemnly, To protect the inheritance of the sect, I ask you, senior brother, to give up resistance and face death calmly. At this moment, Hitsankong no longer referred to Wei Yuanshan as the ancestor, but instead called him senior brother. All along, Wei Yuanshan had made everyone call him the ancestor to highlight his transcendent status within the spirit martial sect. This title had made Hitsankong, who was of the same generation, silently endure for many years. To protect the inheritance of the sect, please, ancestor, give up resistance and face death calmly. Most of the elders of the spirit martial sect also imitated Hitsankong, respectfully bowing to Wei Yuanshan, asking him to face death. Their voices were loud and echoed endlessly. Wei Yuanshan, who was already struggling under the dual swords of Chi Hao, felt a surge in his chest and immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood missed upon seeing this scene. Boom! The 15 transformed giant swords, losing the resistance of Wei Yuanshan's palm power, instantly crashed down, slashing the blood-spitting Wei Yuanshan into pieces, turning him into a large rain of blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! The first and 15th sword spun back, transforming into streams of light and entering Chi Hao's body. He shook his head, not expecting that Wei Yuanshan, who had endured for so long, would be unable to let go of life, ultimately being enraged by the spirit martial sect's people, causing his spiritual power to go berserk and spray blood madly. Even without the 15th sword strike, he would have ultimately met with a disastrous end. While Yoshin stared blankly at Chi Hao. Did the 5th grade Wei Yuanshan of the Golden Core realm really die at Chi Hao's hands? Moreover, Chi Hao looked quite relaxed. This indicated that killing a 5th grade Golden Core realm was not the limit of Chi Hao's strength. How strong could the Sword Master's combat power limit be? While Yoshin's heart was filled with shock, being around such a person, even as a nameless sword attendant, should be a dream opportunity for many, right? Yet I, having received this opportunity, still felt a bit unwilling in my heart. While Yoshin couldn't help but feel embarrassed for her previous self. It was simply that she was unworthy. Why did she have to feel unwilling? Wei Yuanshan was slashed to pieces in midair, turning into a rain of blood, and the entire spirit martial sect fell into a deadly silence. These people had just wanted Wei Yuanshan to die, mostly to protect themselves, and did not truly care about the so-called sect inheritance. Now that Wei Yuanshan had truly been killed, they couldn't help but feel a bit regretful and fearful. What if Chi hadn't keep his word? The remaining strength of the spirit martial sect would even be enough to fight against Chi Hao. Elder, should you go negotiate with Chi Hao? An elder quietly reminded Heat Sanquin. At this moment, only Heat Sanquin was qualified to speak with Chi Hao. Heat Sanquin took a deep breath, nodded, and flew up into the air. Chapter 90. If someone offends me, I will return it tenfold. In the void, Heat Sanquin approached Chi Hao and respectfully bowed. He clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Chi, your strength is formidable, and your swordsmanship is unparalleled. I admire you greatly. Although I do not understand the grudge between you and the Wei family, I, along with the people of the Spirit Martial sect, are well aware of the Wei family's arrogant and overbearing nature, and we have always been angry but unable to speak out. Today, with the Wei family being exterminated, while we feel heartbroken, we also feel a bit of relief. I believe that without the Wei family, there will no longer be anyone in the Spirit Martial sect who dares to bully others and act unjustly. Therefore, I hope that you can spare the lives of the remaining disciples of our sect." Chi Hao smiled lightly and said, "The 3 members of the Wei family have just died, and you wish to distance yourself so easily. Do you think that is possible?" Heat Sanquin's expression changed. Did he misunderstand? Does Chi Hao not intend to support him? Heat Sanquin quickly said, "What does young Master Chi want in order to spare the remaining people of our sect?" Chi Hao asked, "How many secret realms does the Spirit Martial sect have? How many spirit stone veins?" Heat Sanquin hurriedly replied, "There are 3 secret realms and 14 spirit stone veins in total." Chi Hao's lips curled slightly. "That is still somewhat substantial. Now I will tell you why I have a grudge against the Wei family. It is because Wei Zhao coveted the secret realm in my hands and attempted to seize it but failed, bringing about their destruction. I am someone who generally does not offend others, but if others offend me, I will make them pay tenfold. Although the Wei family is dead now, it is still not enough punishment by 10 times. Therefore, the 3 secret realms and 14 spirit stone veins of the Spirit Martial sect must be handed over as compensation. Do you have any objections?" Heat Sanquin and the elders below were all shocked, their faces turning red with anger. The Spirit Martial sect only had 3 secret realms and 14 spirit veins, and Chi Hao actually wanted to take them all. How would they cultivate in the future? Seeing that Heat Sanquin remained silent, Chi Hao smiled and said, "To be able to keep your life is already a great fortune. What do you think?" Heat Sanquin's pupils contracted. This meant that if he disagreed, Chi Hao would continue to take action. Boom, boom. Zhong Tianlei and Bai Liuxin both felt that Chi Hao was too greedy, but still cooperatively released their imposing aura, revealing a ruthless intent. "All right, I am willing to hand over all 3 secret realms and 14 spirit stone veins to you, young master." Heat Sanquin gritted his teeth and